Baltimore's finest, Monte Hill. The pride of the Excelsior, Joe Butcher Boy Shasky. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, the morning roast.
Oh, baby! Let the chaos begin, folks. Let the chaos begin in the NBA. Because last night we got some breaking news and we're going to get right into it as we say good morning to everybody getting off their graveyard shift. If you're at home, what's up? If you're getting ready to get to work, hopefully you get to work safely. To all the overnight dances, I don't know how slow it is right now in the summer. Streets look dead right now. But hey, good morning to you. Good morning to all the cops, firefighters, all the little leaguers, all the high school graduates, college graduates. Shout out to YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union for a low rate all alone. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal Financing at the dealer. And shout out to the Xfinity mobile text line. Look, man, we got Anthony Slater coming to the studio from 8 to 10. 8 to 10. 8 to 10, Anthony Slater, our 95.7 The Game Insider, will be live in studio to answer all your questions. We're going to take all your calls. What are the Warriors going to do? What are they going to do right now? Right now, it's quiet on the set with Klay Thompson. It's quiet on the set in terms of trade fronts. We heard from Mike Dunleavy the other day where he said it's really hard to make a big trade. Well, the New York Knicks said, hold my beer, Mike. Because they made a big trade yesterday. The Brooklyn Nets are just completely rebuilding. And they landed a deal to trade Mikal Bridges. We're just spitballing yesterday. I didn't think Mikal Bridges was available. Damn. Well, he goes to the New York Knicks, and now they're the Nova Knicks because Jalen Brunson and Dante DiVincenzo and Josh Hart, they're all there with New York City. They all play together in Villanova. So he goes to the New York Knicks. Bogdanovich goes to the Brooklyn Nets, and the Brooklyn Nets get a slew of picks. So it is on, Shasky. It is on.
A couple of things. Big picture. I truly believe, depending on the strength of the draft, it does feel like first-round picks are gaining value league-wide because of how penal the CBA is. People realize having players on cheap contracts is extremely important. Impact players, okay? And so obviously you want to be 1, 2, or 3 in an NBA draft because that's where the majority of your stars are going to come from. Yes, a Halliburton can come from outside the top 10, but those are tough. And we all agree, like, Halliburton went to multiple teams, you know, before he became the star. So that being said, I'm looking in the details of this Bridges trade, and I go, oh, no. Utah was one of the teams negotiating to try to land Mikal Bridges. Yeah. So right there, just put a pin in my Lauri Markkanen hopes.
So that tells you that they were trying to get Mikal Bridges to pair up with Lauri Markkanen and Colin Sexton.
Teams that are unloading their best player don't go to pair him with someone else. So all of these teams that have been stockpiling first-round draft picks are now being hyper-aggressive. The Houston Rockets, the New York Knicks. Now, the Knicks still have 6 or 7 picks after surrendering 4. The Utah Jazz. Like, now they're being obvious with it where they realize 2024 isn't the greatest draft. Teams are still trying to hang on to specific protected picks in 2025, 2027, etc. Like, they're trying to look out beyond this year.
No doubt.
It's got a very NFL culture shift going on right now where teams are trying to get guys on that rookie scale who can be impact players. And so, like, I'm just... As a Warrior fan, I see a trade like this, and I go, oh, no, Utah's in on it? Oh, no, they're not moving Lauri Markkanen. Oh, no, four first-rounders, and maybe baked into the cost is the fact that, hey, the Nets are sending a player to the Knicks, and you charge a little more. That's fine. But if Mikal Bridges is going for 4, even if I'm equating the Nick factor, like, what do you think the Clippers-Warriors trade would look like? Like, and I don't know. Like, well, I'm just being realistic.
How about this? Apparently, I don't even know. I should check this out. Maybe I should check it out because as we look at Instagram and we get caught up in Instagram.
What's that?
Did Paul George follow the Golden State Warriors? Somebody text me. Paul George just followed the Warriors. Now, I was doing some investigating because I'm locked in here. And I want to know if the Warriors really have a shot with Paul George. And from what I'm hearing on the street is, it's very quiet. They still feel like, he doesn't follow the Golden State Warriors. I see he follows Stephen Wardell Curry, but I don't see the Golden State Warriors on this list. So he's not following the Warriors. So the Paul George trade, when I think about that, what the Clippers may ask for, and he may even go back. I'm hearing that the Philly thing is real with Paul George, despite the reports that Philly's interest has waned a bit.
Yeah.
I'm just hearing that it's a long shot for the Golden State Warriors to land a Paul George. Now, you brought up Lauri Markkanen because Lauri Markkanen, a lot of people are looking at his stats, and a lot of people are Lauri Markkanen. He's a shooting big, which is fine. You want to play 5 out, fine. If you want to construct your team like that, I'm not mad at Lauri Markkanen. I've never said he was a scrub or anything like that. He's a fine player. But what are our expectations right now for the Golden State Warriors moving forward with Stephen Curry? So that right there tells you when Utah's being involved with Mikal Bridges and they're knocking on the door.
Put that to dead. Just put Lauri Markkanen. I know. I feel. And look.
No. Don't feel bad. No. You're not supposed to. It's trade season.
Yeah,
it's off season. So you're throwing names all over the board.
I don't think we have the ammunition. I think I've come to the realization, and that's where I'm kind of at right now. When I see all these other moves going on, it's like, look, we could do this and this and this. We don't have the ammunition.
Exactly.
We just don't. And what I mean by ammunition is I call it the sweeteners. You don't have the extra first-round capital to sweeten the deal to push you over the edge versus other viable options that are out there.
And maybe Mike was getting to that where Mike Dunleavy the other day was saying, look, it's really hard to make a trade. Maybe he was hinting at that. Maybe he was hinting at that right there, saying, look, it's going to be really hard for us to trade because our assets are not as attractive as they are around the league. Now, the Knicks, credit to them, because I've always been, no matter what, and I know we've been talking trades or whatnot.
What's that?
But for the most part, I've always been proven talent over prospects. And with that said, I have no problem trading picks. No problem whatsoever trading picks if that's what it's going to take. I'm more so looking at, boy, can the Warriors really afford to trade Jonathan Kuminga? Can they really afford right now? And if you do trade Andrew Wiggins, what are you going to get for it? What are you going to get for Chris Paul? That's fine. But the Knicks traded 6 picks to the Brooklyn Nets. A 2025 unprotected first-round pick.
Yeah.
A 2027 unprotected first-round pick. A 2029 unprotected first-round pick. A 2031 unprotected first-round pick. A 2025 unprotected Bucks first-round pick, which would probably be low in the first round because the Bucks are probably going to be in the playoffs again. A 2028 unprotected first-round pick swap, and then a 2025 second-round pick. So the Knicks are saying, this is our window to go all in right now with this current setup. And they're hoping to sign OG Anunoby. I do believe he'll come back. They're probably going to break the bank for him. And that's your 5 guys right there trying to guard the Boston Celtics in the playoffs.
And they still could trade a Julius Randle for other parts, for cap relief. There's a variety of moves. You know, Bonte, I know you and your daughter do a lot of swimming now. Have you ever played sharks and minnows?
No, sharks and minnows.
Sharks and minnows is like you got a shark on one end, and he's got his back turned, and all the minnows have to swim to the other side without getting tagged by the shark. It's a game that kids play. That we used to play.
It's like tag in a pool.
Absolutely, and we used to play it in the Russian River for years. It's sharks and minnows. Well, I'm going to give you an analogy here. Patrick Riley, one of the greatest GMs ever, Pat Riley, would say, we're big whale hunting. We're big game hunting. Well, I call those sharks. Paul George would be what I would put in the shark category. All right? Warrior fans, I've been big game hunting and thinking for 6 months about who we could get, where we could get them. And I'm getting to the point where I think I should pivot from sharks to minnows, and maybe I should start talking more Royce O'Neal, Naj Marshall,
Luke Kennard.
I mean, I'm looking at some of these tier 2 guys like Josh Okogie, Gary Harris. Lonnie Walker. We might just be pivoting, and I got egg all over my face.
Why do you have egg all over your face?
We might just be going from sharks to the minnow category.
No, I wouldn't say that right now.
We might be bringing home goldfish.
Listen, you're focused on the wrong thing, Shasky. You're focused on the wrong thing.
Well, I'm kind of sad.
No.
I'm not ready. I'm not ready. Hold on.
Hold on. You're okay.
Let the air out of the balloon.
It's the first day of free agency. Relax a little bit. It's a long way to go, baby. Buckle up.
I just don't know.
Nobody said it was going to be a smooth ride. It's going to be some turbulence.
I just don't.
You're going to hit some speed bumps. You're going to be okay.
I hate turbulence.
Don't be doom and gloom already.
Anxiety.
It's just the first day. I know you got anxiety. I can tell. I will trust me. We know this.
Because I saw that trade go down, and I go, great. We just don't have the ammo.
But no, honestly, because we were talking back and forth, we're getting into it. And
I am shook.
Yeah, you are shook. What's the solution, Bonte? I keep hearing that. Even Guru said, what's your solution, Bonte? I said, listen, man, you may really have to take a step back. And I know folks hate to hear that. Steph Curry probably hates hearing that right now. He's probably up right now getting for the Olympics saying, Bonte, shut the hell up. We're not taking a step back. And I get it. That's not Joe Laco's mindset at all. But you may not have a choice here. You may not have a choice.
I'm coming to that realization.
With the cap rising next season, with the new television deal, and with the Warriors able to kind of clear up their books, you know what? You may have to take a step back. But it doesn't mean that they're not trying, to get another player.
I don't think anyone thinks that.
So here's when Mikal Bridges, and we were talking yesterday, and let's think about Cam Johnson. It's like, maybe you get a Cam Johnson, and then you realize, like, damn, he's making $90 million off of 4 years, but he's a nice catch-and-shoot guy in the corner, whatnot. He can space the floor. But we threw Mikal Bridges out there. I would love a two-way player like Mikal Bridges. I was dreaming, right? I was dreaming. I didn't think he was available. I thought Brooklyn was going to build around him. Instead, they trade him to their crosstown rival. So now the Brooklyn Nets are going to have nobody at Barclays Center. Nobody's going to give a damn about them on the New York Post, the New York Daily News, WFAN, whatever radio station out there. The Brooklyn Nets are not irrelevant. And the Knicks have now powered up and said, you know what, watch this. But the surprising aspect of everything, to me, is that the Rockets, who were behind the Golden State Warriors and gave the Warriors a run for their money for the play-in tournament, all of a sudden the Rockets are big game hunting. They're saying we have assets, we have pieces, and they were talking about Kevin Durant trying to load up for Booker. Now I'm hearing Kevin Durant's not going anywhere. I'm hearing he's going to be there for at least half the season. But the fact that the Houston Rockets are now in the mix, and then the Utah Jazz, I was shocked. I said, wait, Utah's going for Mikal Bridges? So they're actually trying to build with Lauri Markkanen and see if they can get Lauri Markkanen and Bridges together. Well, where does that leave the Warriors?
I'll tell you where it leaves them. Justin Holiday on the mid-level.
Oh, boy.
How about Joe Ingles on the mid-level? I mean, these are just some of the names that I'm writing down.
They have some picks here.
How about Lonnie Walker?
The Warriors do have picks. They do have picks right now in the future. Now, this year, the draft starts today, which is crazy. Yeah, but the draft ever started on a Wednesday? I feel like it's always started on Thursday. I'm very, very confused right now, but it starts today at 5 o'clock, and the Warriors have no picks today in the first round.
Yeah, but this is what they don't have that other teams have. Combination first-round picks in the same years to be able to
2 first-round picks in 1 year.
Yeah,
that's tough.
And so the way that the league is set up, you're not allowed to trade consecutive picks. You can pick swap and do things like that, and do unprotected, protected, but you can't do consecutive first-round picks. So you can't just go, here's the next 3 or 4. Like, you have to stagger it. I just look. Can something happen? Yes. I'm kind of now resigning myself to the reality of where they're at.
Don't be defeated.
You know where I feel like I'm at?
No, don't do that.
Saving Private Ryan on you?
No.
Do you remember the scene in Saving Private Ryan where the guy's getting stabbed slowly?
I'm not letting you go down there. I'm not letting you go down that road.
The air and the oxygen is being sucked out of my Warrior Dynasty life.
What a visual!
It's a horrible visual, but it's a great movie. And so now I'm seeing stars. And I don't mean like stars as in NBA stars. I'm talking about like night. Like it's over.
Shasky's really down bad this morning.
Because I just
can't
come to the realization.
Well, it's not shocking. It's not shocking that he's down bad, but I'm not going to take this today. It's the first day. Right. It's the first day. Now, how about this? What if Jonathan Kuminga does take a lead? No, you're laughing. No, I'm being dead serious here.
Play him 35 minutes a game?
He's going to have no choice.
Well, I mean, he had knee tendonitis when he played more than 30 minutes a game.
He's going to have no
after
choice.
A couple weeks.
Gosh. What if JK takes a leap?
I hope.
What if he takes that leap and Draymond Green has been high on him. He's talked about him for half a year now. He was our second best player the second half of the season. He's our second best player. And then, he was on the Mellow podcast and rumors about LeBron. It's like, well, if we have LeBron and we got JK and Curry, he brought up JK right away. You run nice high ball screens with JK. Maybe JK's ready to make that leap. Maybe he is. Jordan Poole made the leap unexpectedly.
It's true.
He made the leap unexpectedly. You won a damn championship. Also with JK, he's got a chance to do some things athletically in this league that we've rarely seen, right? He's an athletic specimen. He gets above the rim. He got the mid-range jumper. If he works on the 3, great. If he works on his ball handling, great. Point of attack defense. Where is he going to improve at? And then Moses Moody. We've all been waiting to watch Moses Moody. What if Moses Moody is ready to go and he's giving you 13, 14 a game and some nice 3-point shots? So all of a sudden now, your youngsters grow. That's what Dunleavy, I think, and Lacob are banking on. They're banking on Kuminga and Moody to make that leap. And if they can make that leap, Okay, maybe he has some other pieces, and I don't know what pieces you're going to be able to add. I don't know what pieces you're going to be able to add in trade because I did not think Mikal Bridges was available. So right now, I don't know who's available out there in the NBA, which is some of the fascinating aspect of this whole offseason, right? We don't know who's going. We don't know who's shaking. But what did we warn? What did we warn everybody? This NBA offseason will be as chaotic as it was in 2019. And it's already started off with a bang. So buckle up, folks. Don't be sad. Don't be all doom and gloom on the first day saying, oh, man, we're all done. We got a long way to go, folks. Let the dust settle for a couple weeks, and let's see what this looks like. But I'm not going to get down and gloom because Mikal Bridges went from Brooklyn to New York, and he's going to just get on the subway and go 15 minutes to Madison Square Garden for Barclays Center. I'm not going to get doom and gloom right now. There's a long way to go, Shasky. Hey, there could be a signing trade with Klay Thompson. What are they going to get for Chris Paul? We have no idea. We have no idea right now. So no need to be down doom and gloom. Just be excited. The offseason has started, Shasky.
Can I interest you in Malik Beasley? How about Buddy Hield?
No, you brought up Buddy Hield yesterday.
I'm giving you all the shooting guards that are available for the cheap.
You got Moses Moody.
Horton Tucker.
What about Moses Moody?
Can Isaiah Joe be had?
Isaiah Joe's not a bad backup.
But he's $3 million, so they have an option. They'll pick him up for $3 million.
Probably.
He wants 2025.
Yeah, well, he's not getting that. Isaiah Joe's tripping. But I take Isaiah Joe as a backup.
Gary Harris.
What? Honestly. Is any Warrior fan out there sad about Mikal Bridges? We had no idea he was available.
To me, it's a cost analysis equation, and I keep looking at how much it costs to get him, and the fact that again he's a very, very, very good player. I mean, I think he fits alongside a lot of teams really well. I mean, is there a team in the league he doesn't fit alongside?
Oh, he fits every team.
Right,
Two-way player, and now he's not going to be the number one option. Jalen Brunson to be the number one option. Now he can really lock in on defense. Boy, he's going to be a problem.
I think he's a perfect fit in just that market, that team alongside of them. And look, I know that I sound a little down and out. It's just I'm looking at it, and I just don't think they have unless a specific player says I have to go to the Golden State Warriors, and that's the only place I'm going. I think it's going to be really difficult now to find a trade partner. Yeah, I mean, their ammunition is not as deep as the bag that these other teams have.
I don't know. I don't know what the expectations are for the Golden State Warriors. I would love the 888-957-9570. Anthony Slater's going to join us live in studio from 8 to 10. What are your realistic expectations for free agency? Now, Dunleavy did say it, and it's not aging well. When he says out there on the podium, it's really hard to make trades. It's really hard to make trades.
He's right.
I think he is right he is right about that, but the casual fan or the common fan will hear that and say, well, the Knicks just made a trade. It doesn't seem that hard. Well, we don't know how long they put that together. How long is it to put that together? Brooklyn's fielding calls. The Knicks weren't even in on it. And then they got word that, wait, Utah and Houston? Wait, Mikal Bridges is available? And then they made that call. Probably Mikal Bridges' agent told them, like, hey, Utah and Houston, what do you think? Mikal Bridges is like, yo, let's try to keep me here on the East Coast. The fact that Utah was into the mix tells me that they want to be a player down in the Western Conference. That's another team you got to worry about in the West. Houston's another team you got to worry about in the West. So I don't know if this thing is dead or not, but how will the Warriors revive themselves for next season? Because you got Stephen Curry. That's the big enigma. That's why I know. Logically, long term, I believe it's the best move to maybe take a step back, reload for the next season, 2026. But 2025, 2026. But you have Steph Curry. And you're not going to do that as long as he's here. So how do you work the system this season? Well, how do you make the right trade? How do you move? Because honestly, when we think about Kuminga, now it's a Kuminga and Moody conversation. How much confidence do Warrior fans have in Kuminga and Moody to step up alongside Draymond Green and Stephen Curry to be comparable pros?
Here's what I would say to you. You're asking, like, what's the long-term plan here? I think the long-term plan, depending on how it shakes out, if you cannot land someone, the one thing that I'm now looking at, and I'm pivoting, and I freely admit this, I am swinging like a pendulum back and forth. I look like a flag out at Oracle Park right now in dead center field. I am flapping in the wind. There's 3 players in next year's draft. It's Ace Bailey, Cooper Flagg, and Dylan Harper. There's 3 guys. Yep. So you've got to do one of 2 things. Either you're all in for next year, or you're all out for
next. They need athleticism. They need wings. That's what everybody in the league knows. They know Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum in Boston. You need wings. All right. Dallas with Luka Doncic. You need wings. All right. You need wings all across the board. Can Moody and Kuminga take that leap to the point where the Warriors are, okay, we're serviceable, and you can add something around those four? Because now I'm assuming Klay Thompson's gone. We're going to get Anthony Slater and get all into it.
Well, I'll answer your question. I'm skeptical that both players could do it because I think it's difficult for any one player to do it. So to think that two players can take a big leap forward simultaneously on this team, I have to see it before I can believe
we already say that Kuminga made a leap?
He did a little, yeah.
A little.
Well, I mean, Vontae, the closeout game this year, he was like MIA, and then all of a sudden he went on a little run.
Let's not focus on one game. The Sacramento game, everybody was bad.
That was the season on the line. No, I'm saying in terms of pecking order, so you're gonna have this huge change of heart in the offseason. I don't know.
Up until that point, he was averaging 20 since January 5th.
I know,
he's averaging 20 a
but
game.
when they went whole again, it did feel like he was the odd man out.
Yeah. He lost his rhythm a little bit. He lost his rhythm and all that stuff, but that may not happen.
He
but
did
overall,
it for stretches, but I think to do it for an entire year is a different story.
He had a legit 3-4 month stretch.
Make sure you don't miss that
all right,
break.
We got a break. More coming up. Oscar Stockton, 888-957-9570. It is on, baby. It is on. The Giants won 2 in a row. They won 2 straight games with a bullpen. You know what? Hey. They don't need any starting pitching anymore, right? That's what they don't.
Yes, they do.
Thanks, London. Giants win 2 in a row, but that's about that with them. Oscar Stockton, we'll get you on the other side. 888-957-9570 is the number. How you feeling about the Warriors right now after the Knicks make that trade? Can Kuminga and Moody make that leap to kind of just, just chill out a little bit? Anyway, that's what's coming up on the game, brought to you by the SF Zoo. Enjoy the celebration of the San Francisco Zoo and Gardens 95th anniversary all June long. It's the perfect time to visit the zoo and learn the importance of conservation and education. How about that? Visit sfzoo.org for more.
Plan your dinner at Whole Foods.
Yo, Bay Area, what it do? It's your boy P-Lo. You're listening to the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, I like that, New York Kenny. I like that. I like that a lot. Hell yeah. Looking for more Giants talk? Then you need to be listening to the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast. Sam Lubman and Joe Shasky bring you the best damn Giants talk in the Bay Area all season long. Hear in-depth analysis and insights as well as exclusive interviews with players. New episodes available right now. Subscribe today on iTunes, Spotify, and the free Odyssey app. Woo! I feel alive this morning. The NBA is alive. The NBA is alive. Mikal Bridges goes to the New York Knicks. Knicks send 6 picks to the Brooklyn Nets. Then the Houston Rockets got involved in some pick swaps. They're loading up to try to make a big deal. Woo! NBA starting, baby. It is starting. So what will the Warriors do? And then can Moody and Kuminga be those quote-unquote trades for your team? And what I mean by that is, can Moody take that leap forward with the minutes that we've been asking for? If Moody can take that next step, who's been waiting for his opportunity, and if Kuminga could continue to build off of what he did last season, especially from that moment where he told Steve Kerr, you lost my trust, I want out. They sit down, have the meeting. He gets the haircut. He struggles against Detroit, and then he goes crazy. And then the knee tendonitis picked up. So I know that's a concern, but injuries are always a concern. Hell, I still worry about Steph Curry's ankles to this day. Draymond Green's back. It's a problem. No doubt about it. But can those guys make a leap? And what will the Warriors do? By the way, it sounds like the Knicks are not going to be able to keep Isaiah Hartenstein. What is his value? And what is his market? Because that's a guy I wouldn't mind getting. How would I be able to get him? Sign a trade? I don't know. But Hartenstein, he's a hell of a big. I'm impressed with him. I like him a lot.
I like Hartenstein a lot. He's very rugged. He's actually a quite unique player that the Warriors haven't had a guy like that in a long, long time.
Man, I would love to get my hands on him.
I would
but
too.
I don't know if that's realistic. Mm-hmm. I know Oklahoma City is looking at him. Maybe.
Actually, he'd be really good alongside Chet.
Oh,
wow.
my gosh.
That's a really good fit.
Especially with all the bigs in the West.
But again, him alongside Draymond, you need more shooting. And that's where it's a requirement. So you're asking about Moody. I'm just going off what they're telling me. And from all the tea leaves that I've read, it feels like Podziemski has leaped Moody to be that 2 guard. Now, that doesn't mean the whole game. There are times he's going to obviously be more of a point guard. I view him as a backup point guard. They view him in some combination role. I don't even think they view him as a pure 2. I don't think that. But I do think that they think that he can play alongside Steph Curry and be a ball handler, knock down shots. I think they think that the shot can get better over time, clearly, because he's only 20.
Yep.
I just don't think he's laterally quick enough to be long stretches alongside Steph unless you had 2 elite perimeter defenders to pair alongside those 2 with Draymond Green.
I actually think there's going to be an open competition for Moody and Podziemski.
I
think I remember listening to Plus Minus.
I stand corrected.
No. You could be Podziemski's getting all the pub right now, right? But Slater, and he'll join us, and we'll ask him about it. I think there will be a competition if Klay Thompson walks. Now we're assuming that Klay Thompson's going to walk. Now there's a chance he may come back. Now you got a 3-way competition for the starting spot at the 2-guard position. Now you got a 3-way competition. But we'll get to that with Anthony Slater. But I believe that Steve Kerr's going to just say, you know what? Who wants that job? Who wants that job?
Interesting. Well, I would say that Moses Moody has flashed a lot, and I'm intrigued by Moses Moody and have been. We've been having the same conversation for 3 years, so it's very difficult for me. And he didn't have with no Klay Thompson, out of the equation, he didn't have the runway. And then, also having Jordan Poole, who's going to play alongside Steph Curry at times,
right.
It's not so much like the 2-guard; it's the second playmaker. on that backcourt. So
that playmaker they're missing with Jordan Poole.
Could it happen? Of course, it could happen. Is it likely? For me, right now, I can't envision it, just because I don't see the guy getting the consistent leeway to be able to perform when he's still making mistakes and not hitting shots. I like Moody. I want to see more of Moody. But to take another leap forward and to do it simultaneously while another young player's taking a leap forward and they're winning games.
Well, hold on 1 second. First of all, Moody hasn't taken that leap yet because he hasn't had the opportunity to take that leap.
No, he hasn't
Kuminga, so to this point, I think we forget because of the way it ended. We got to remember the whole season, the totality of the season, and the body of work that Kuminga put together once that different game happened. He doesn't play the last 18 minutes of the Denver game when Denver comes back and they go on that 25-4 run back on January 4th or 5th, whatever date it was on a Thursday night, and Denver comes all the way back, and Kuminga doesn't play the last 18 minutes of that basketball game. Well, the next 37 games for Kuminga at that point, where he went to the media that night, and he could have went to the media a lot earlier. Trust me, there was murmurs about Kuminga not being happy for a long time. Well, from that point, the guy gave you 19 and a half a game. He played 30 minutes a night, started 32 games out of the 37, shot 54% from the floor, and 35.5% from the three-point line. All right? He also grabbed you 5 rebounds and 3 assists and shot 78% from the free throw line. So I think we saw some great flashes from that young man.
Of course.
Great flashes. But the body of work in his third season, I thought that was a positive. In a season full of negatives, that right there, Kuminga flashing and winning over the veterans and winning over the coaching staff, that's a positive to me.
Okay.
And he took a leap. He did take a leap. You can't take that away from him.
No, I know. But like, to me, it's a leap to say that 37 games equals 82, right? Because it's just not there. Like, the body of work's not there. And like, when I look at taking leaps.
Well, he finally got an opportunity, though.
Well, you have to earn those, and you have to stay on the floor. And, there's a variety of reasons why that's baked in there, and there were guys log jamming it. Like, I know all the reasons, but here's what I'm saying. Like, I just watched Jordan Poole take a massive leap forward, and then we know why, and there was a variety of reasons, but that's not the only reason why. Then we saw his play, take a step back. So young players can show and then step back. Some guys, the truly great ones, like a Tyrese Maxey, they gave him playing time over a 3-year period, and each year you saw incremental growth, right? I saw growth from Kuminga, but again, the good players that are ascending, it's year over year over multiple seasons of growth.
Right.
So we're just not there yet. So I'm not saying that he can't do it. I'm just saying I find it hard to believe that both players are going to do that in a short period of time.
I would say Kuminga's already there. Is he an all-star? No, he's not an all-star right now.
But I'm still wondering whether I should pay him $30 million or not.
Whoa. Scotty Barnes got $270, and I know Scotty Barnes is a bit of a better player.
And that feels like an egregious overpay because I would take Toronto. I'd write Toronto right here. As long as he's making $60 million, just put a black mark right through the Toronto. They're not winning a thing.
Let's go to Oscar in Stockton. Oscar, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Oh, what's going on, fellas?
What's up, Oscar? I'm good. What's up, baby? Turn on your radio, Oscar. Turn on your radio.
I don't have the radio on.
Oh, you're echoing a little bit.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, gotcha.
Okay, yeah, I'm just sitting here, man. Listen to Shasky, calm down, man. The Warriors are a winning organization. I can understand if we had an incompetent owner in front office. The Warriors are going to make the best moves for them. And as I am watching this sports talk radio and listen to all these supposed to be professionals, a lot of them are wrong on a lot of things. This draft is a weak draft, and we do not need to be trying to trade all our picks. And for one reason only, we have some prospects that's been on our team the last couple of years. Kuminga, like I think it was Steiny talking about. We got to understand, Kuminga only been playing basketball for 7 years. He's going to make that leap, Bonte. And with Moses Moody, the same thing. We have enough talent. We don't have to panic. If we're trying to trade for all these other prospects, that's not that better than them. And so my whole thing, I know the Warriors, I know our front office, we're not going to just give up on anything. And the Warriors are a winning organization. So just calm down. And when all the smoke is settled, the Warriors are still a championship organization. We're going to make the best moves possible. And for all the fans that want Klay Thompson gone, if we don't get no shooting in here, it doesn't matter.
Wow.
We need shooting to win, straight up. And on that part, we don't do no Paul George. Paul George is a bust, man. Straight up. Leave him in L.A. He's a bust. Always have been a bust. That's why the Clippers ain't winning no games. On that point, I'm good on Paul George. I'm good with him. Leave him in L.A. On that point, y'all have a good day, my man.
All right, Oscar. Good call. Let's go to Josh on 580. Josh, what's happening, man? You're on the roast.
What's going on, fellas?
What's up, Josh?
Nothing much, man. Good morning. The Warriors are just at an interesting part of their dynasty. If you look at all dynasties, they have to come to an end one way, and there's only a couple of different ways you can go about rebuilding, right? You got to have a young star on the squad, kind of like Kawhi and the Spurs. you do what the Celtics did and you get rid of your big players to get picks and come back 4 or 5 years later, or you get a big name in free agency. Right now, I just feel like they're just better off trying to time everything up for when Steph, maybe if he retires in 2 years, I don't know if he gets back another contract, but I think he might retire in a couple of years. He's got a lot of family stuff with kids. He's got lots of outside of, basketball that he's doing. Line it all up, go for it for 2 years, line it all up, and just clear off the cap space then, But I think for right now, I think something that you talked about maybe about a month ago, Bonte, you talking about Brandon Ingram. We kind of moved off of that, and I think that's the name to really go for if I'm the Warriors. You go get Brandon Ingram, you give up Moody, maybe Chris Paul. If you can keep Kuminga in that deal, now you have a team that can compete, and you have the opportunity to have two guys after Steph leaves, and you have the cap space. So I think we got off of Brandon Ingram, but I think that should be the focus for the Warriors going forward.
Hey, Josh, you're percolating a little bit. Can just feel something from Walt Frazier.
Let me ask you, B. Kuminga and Ingram are very different versions of ISO type players that you want to kind of give them space to operate. What does it look like in the half court with them?
Well, I go back to last season, right, where Kerr came out early and said Wiggins and Kuminga can't play together. It doesn't work. And then we saw later on that it did work. It did work. I think Ingram, the good players will figure it out. We always hear this in basketball where stars sign up with stars, and they always say, there's only one basketball. There's only one basketball. Well, Brandon Ingram, I believe, can be an unselfish player. Now, here's a caveat with Brandon Ingram. Here's part of the reason why I moved off him. One is the health, but two, what happened in the FIBA World Championships last year with Steve Kerr? Because a lot of murmurs say that they didn't click. They didn't click. Now, would Brandon Ingram want to play for Steve Kerr for 82 games? I don't know. Maybe that's overblown. That's just some of the things I've heard, right? But can they play together? I believe Ingram and Kuminga could figure it out. Okay. Can you imagine a pick and roll game with Kuminga and Ingram, and Kuminga's going downhill? Nobody wants to get dunked on.
It sounds great,
but I'm just breaking it down. Of course, it sounds like I'm not saying championship here. No. I know you're so down and out right now. I need to lift you up
because the reality is
because Kuminga, we couldn't talk enough about Kuminga last year, and I know. Oh, man, it was only 37 games. Well, once he got consistent playing time, we saw, this dude could be a player. To the point where Draymond Green was barking saying he's our second best player right now. Okay, great. I know it didn't lead you anywhere, but he picked up the knee tendonitis and he got out of rhythm. Things happen. Comes back healthy. He plays a lot, and I'm getting that same production from Kuminga. If Brandon Ingram, you could slide him in and it works, he's a good player. Look, Brandon Ingram's a really good player.
No, he is. You're saying you're skeptical. No, I'm just skeptical that the Warriors are going to, after 10 years of wild success with this coach and that player and Steph Curry and Draymond Green, they're going to adjust the way that they play for long stretches of games. Like they said they had to. I know they said it, but they also said that last year.
They did.
They said that going into last year. And so, trying to incorporate CP3, right? We're going to run more pick and rolls and whatnot. So until I can see it for long stretches, I feel like I'm a Warrior hater. I'm skeptical.
No, you're doom and gloom. You're skeptical on everything.
Well, because to see a zebra change its stripes, when they've been this wildly successful, but with Steph Curry playing a very specific way.
But we started to see the adjustment last year where Steve Kerr said, look, I realize we're not 2022 Warriors. We got to play a different style. And they tried to tweak that midway through the season. And did it work? They played their best stretch of basketball once they realized that. They did. Those are the facts. We've heard Draymond Green the offseason saying, man, we got to get Kuminga in more high ball screens here. I think an adjustment will come. They will evolve a little bit here. Now, I know we got to see it to believe it. But I do believe that they know consciously we can't play the same style 100% of the time. Or we're going to end up where we ended up last season, which is losing in the play-in or not even making the play-in. All right, more coming up. Warrior stuff. Anthony Slater live in studio from 8 to 10 a.m. I can't wait. Can't wait for that. That's what's coming up on the game. Brought to you by Fremont Bake, celebrating 60 years of full-service baking with no compromises.
Have you been wanting to find this?
I freely admit this, I am swinging like a pendulum back and forth. I look like a flag out at Oracle Park right now in dead center field. I am flapping in the wind.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
All right, folks. Chill. It's all right. Buckle up, baby. This is supposed to be fun. Moves are not going to happen at the second once you snap your fingers. Trust me, the Warriors are trying. I feel like Lou Williams right now when he's at the podium, and the reporter asked him after they lost to the Warriors in 6 games in the first round in 2019. The reporter said, well, what could you do to stop KD? He goes, trust me, we tried. It's not like we didn't try. I feel like that's Mike Dunleavy right now. Trust me, I'm trying. But it's hard. It's really hard. No fans don't want to hear that after last season and what happened, and people still talking about Pascal Siakam and whether or not you should have traded for that guy or this guy or whatever. This segment is sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. What will happen today? The NBA draft is today, by the way. And it's really weird that it's on a Wednesday. I can't recall it being on a Wednesday, but it starts today, 5 p.m. The first round is today, 5 p.m. The second round begins tomorrow at 1 p.m., and we'll be live at the Warriors headquarters both days. Willard Dibs from Drive City starting at 2 p.m. today, and then signing a good tomorrow at 10 a.m. for the second round of the draft. And again, Anthony Slater will join us in studio from 8 to 10 a.m. All right, in case you were asleep, there's been a couple trades so far. Alex Caruso goes from the Bulls to Oklahoma City. Josh Giddey goes to the Chicago Bulls. He felt like he wasn't a bench player. He gets a fresh start, new lease on NBA life. Caruso goes to OKC to pair up with Lou Dort, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Jalen Williams, and Chet Holmgren. They're going to look dominant. They're going to be a factor again in the Western Conference. And then last night, we get a big mega deal. Bojan Bogdanovic goes to the Brooklyn Nets. Mikal Bridges goes to the New York Knicks, and Knicks send away 6 picks to the Brooklyn Nets. 6 picks. So now you got the Nova Knicks with Jalen Brunson, Dante DiVincenzo, Josh Hart, and of course, Mikal Bridges is one of the best two-way players in this league. And they're looking to re-sign OG Anunoby. What happens with Hartenstein? What happens with Julius Randle? But also for Warrior fans, what is going to happen with Paul George? Is Paul George still on the wish list? Is that a move that's going to wake everybody up and say, yes? Because I don't want people to confuse activity with achievement. And what I mean by that is, we watched the Giants be very active in the offseason. Oh, yeah, they were active. They signed some guys. They're 3 games under 500 with $200 million payroll and look like a 500 team. So I don't want people to get confused and just could make trades just to make trades. Can they get better by making trades? Will Paul George make them better? Well, you had to give up for Paul George. If I could only give up CP3 and Wiggins for Paul George, sign me up for it. I'm here for that. I just don't believe the Clippers will accept that. So that's where I stand with that one. But I would be patient, Warrior fans. It's not all doom and gloom this morning. It's going to be all right. I hope it's going to be all right.
Look, the reality is we've been very spoiled. Very, 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 very spoiled. That in a way that is just rare. It just is. Like, New England Patriots, Laker fans, pick your team, the Chiefs currently. There are certain fan bases, the Red Sox, in the last 15 years until recently, like you get spoiled by success and you forget what it's like being a real team. And what I mean by that is that, like, when you're at the top of the league and not just winning one championship, I'm talking multiple championships over a decade time, you just get jaded. And so I think that there's a cold reality that we were accustomed to prior, the older fans like you and I, where it's like now it's like we need to recalibrate. Like, you're not going to land KD every other offseason. You're not going to be a top 3 team contender year in, year out, right? And that's hard to swallow. And I think that's the cold reality where I'm at right now is that, for so long I've just felt like this team had a birthright to start in the Western Conference Finals. Right. And I'm saying that tongue in cheek because I legitimately felt that way. And we never thought it would end. And we knew in the back of our minds it would at some point. But once you start going through the actual pains of the slow decline, it's tough to accept. Right. And so once you see a couple years of decline, you're like, all right, how can we quickly pivot out of this and not crash into the wall? And the thing that I don't have the answer for, if they do find a way to swing a trade, okay? Just hear me out on this. They swing a trade, and they unload a gazillion draft picks, and I'm not even going to list them. Let's just say a gazillion draft picks, and that crashes and burns. How quickly can you pivot to recouping some of that back as you disassemble, realizing we have nowhere to go? Are the players that you're stuck with, are you the one holding the bag at the end of the game when the music stops? Are you the one without a chair and you have to swallow the final couple years of a Draymond Green contract that doesn't look so good? Or acquiring Paul George, and he's 37, 38 years old, making $65, $70 million a year, and no one wants him. Right? Like everyone wants to, swing now and try to win. But what happens when it doesn't, come to fruition? And then instead of executing your draft picks because, you tank and you're at the bottom of the league, those draft picks are gone elsewhere and they're unprotected and everyone has them. And so now what would have been a 3 or 4 year, climb back up is like a 7-year climb back up. It's hard. And these are the things like what we're talking about now. This is what the Lakeups and Dunleavy are literally and have been talking about for a long, long time. And I'm going to be real. I don't even know what their best option is anymore. I don't even know. Like I wanted to swing and go all in on Curry, but I also understand that you can't have an empty stadium for 7 or 8 years when it's brand new. You just can't. It's bad business. Right?
I'm thinking
you
back
have
to
have some future.
I'm thinking back to the last picks where it really hurts right now. James Wiseman not working out really hurts you right now. Not knowing who Moses Moody is right now kind of hurts you because if you do try to trade him, what's his value? Don't know. And then I think about Jordan Poole, who, for whatever reason, struggled that second year after the championship. Not a second year, third year. And he still averaged 20, but it didn't look good. All the turnovers and everything like that. So those picks not happening, not developing, it's kind of put you in a spot right now to where you have some big glaring holes. And then you got the contracts with Andrew Wiggins and Draymond Green. And when do you think about pivoting if you do sputter out this season? Now, again, the offseason is just beginning. We don't know what the team's going to look like. But if it doesn't look good, and you got the All-Star game coming up, there's going to be a lot of noise. I'm telling you right now, I'm just looking 6 months down the line, 7 months down the line, when that All-Star game is here in the Bay Area, and Steph Curry's going to be in that game in the three-point shootout. But if the Warriors aren't playing well, and they're sputtering, to your point, I'm what you're talking about, wipe out the Curry.
I'm trying to play the scenarios.
So if that happens, you get around the All-Star game, there's going to be a lot of buzz about what to do with Stephen Curry. What's going to happen with Stephen Curry? How does Steph Curry end his career? No, where I'm going is that's what's going to happen. What's going to happen is if the Warriors are struggling, and they're not even, say they get to the All-Star game, and they're not even in the top 10.
They're 17 and 29.
12th, 13th
Whatever.
in the West.
I'm just throwing numbers out
12th, 13th in the West.
Yeah.
And you get to that All-Star game, and all the national media is going to be here. All the international media is going to be here. They're going to be, Steph, man, this is Steph's All-Star game. Swanks off for Steph, blah, 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 blah. And then the questions are going to start piling up. And the questions are going to keep coming quickly, rapidly, whatever words you want to use. What do you do with Stephen Curry? And that conversation may be coming sooner rather than later.
Could you imagine the Valkyries having the number 1 overall pick and the Golden State Warriors?
It's possible. It's possible
year.
Where Curry, it's like, oh boy, there may be something happening there. So that's the situation we're in right now. And I think Dunleavy and Lakem know that. They have an enigma with Stephen Curry here where if we don't maximize this right now, if we don't try to get him another playmaker, this thing can go awry very quickly. Especially if nobody feels like the youngsters are going to make a leap. That's assuming they don't make a leap. But the West is tough. Houston's trying to add, and they're trying to load up. Utah obviously is trying to load up here. I couldn't believe Utah was in the mix from Mikal Bridges and Danny Ainge's company.
Memphis is in the mix because they were also involved in the Mikal Bridges conversation.
And John Morant's coming back.
Well, and they've got pieces and they've got picks. And so, again, I sound like I'm being overly negative. I just think the reality is starting to sink in that I think that their options are few and far between. That's all I'm saying. Doesn't mean it can't happen. It doesn't mean we can't be proven wrong. Sports is the great equalizer. Things happen that we don't expect all the time. But it is an unlikely scenario to have two of your young players just absolutely pop out of nowhere when they couldn't get a lot of run consistently for 3 years. And then in year 4, they both simultaneously pop.
Well, first of all, again, Kuminga popped last year. He gave you a large sample size. He popped last year.
But if he popped real quick, had he popped to where it was undeniable, I don't even think the question of $30 million a year for Jonathan Kuminga would even be debated. I don't even think Kuminga would be even on the table if we truly in our hearts, every Warrior fan, felt the same conviction.
I don't know.
We would know it.
I don't know. Maybe we don't know it. We didn't know it with Stephen Curry at one point. We didn't know it with Stephen Curry at one point.
Steph's kind of a unique player.
But we didn't know it with Steph. We didn't know it with Klay. We didn't know it with Draymond. You got to let these things play out. This is a young man who's 21 years old. And he popped. And he popped for the Warriors. Hell, he kept the Warriors in the playoff race.
But I think the difference, it's hard for me to use what Klay, Dre, and Steph did because that runway that they had, there was no mega star.
No doubt,
baked into the equation.
No doubt, there was. No, I hear that. No, it was unique.
This is a unique situation.
But again, this is a unique situation. Jonathan Kuminga is a unique player. He's a unique player that they haven't had in a very long time.
Okay.
A guy who's going to dunk on your head and is going to get to the rim, is going to get to the free throw line, and is learning how to play defense. He's really how to learn. So he did pop a little bit last year. No, you're not. Don't put me in a category with you being patient.
Okay, fine.
Don't do that.
But a ton of fans are patient with the Kuminga process.
I don't think they are.
I don't think Kerr is patient.
No, I don't think fans are patient. Not for what I'm seeing. People were ready to pivot. They were ready to pivot off of Kuminga.
Well, that's the Curry
I saw tweets yesterday where they're like, man, Kuminga should have never even entered the door. He should have been traded on draft day. So, no, there's no patience anymore when you have Stephen Curry because they're not maximizing the window. There's this narrative out there that Joe Lincoln's not really trying to win. He's trying to take and keep like it's just silly stuff. So it's just silly stuff happening. But nobody's going to be patient. Kuminga basically had to go to the media. That's why when it comes to attitudes and people talk about Klay Thompson had a bad attitude, Klay Thompson had a bad attitude. Like Draymond Green didn't have a bad attitude. Like Andrew Wiggins showed us that he didn't even care at times. And then Kuminga literally went to the media and said, I want out. Kerr lost my trust. He literally went to the media to go play. You know what I'm saying? But he popped. Now he's got to get rebounds. He's got to be a better rebound. He's got to get more than 6 a game. That's the next evolution for him. But he showed me some flashes where I said, okay, that's a player. That's a player. He showed me enough over the last 3 years where I know that's a player. Hell, even we already forget 2 years ago when Wiggins missed 2 months, who kept the Warriors in the top 6?
Yeah, it was Kuminga.
Kuminga helped stabilize things.
But when Wiggins came back, the coach went right back to the other guys.
That's why I'm assuming that Wiggins is going to be gone. Wiggins is going to be gone. And if he's gone, that's a lot of runway for Kuminga. That's a lot of runway. Now, does it help you win right away? Big games? I don't know. We have to see. Now, Moses Moody's an interesting one.
I don't know what to make of Moody.
Well, we just don't know who he is. But when he plays, I see a player who's not the most athletic laterally, doesn't have the quickest first step. But I see a player who knows where to be and knows how to play the game of basketball, has a nice IQ, is in the right spot, is going to be in the right position. Now, is he going to make every play? No, probably not. But he's going to be in the right spot. And that's a player that I say, you know what? He's played a lot of basketball. He's wise beyond his years. I'm willing to give him a shot and see what it looks like if he's not involved in the move. He could be part of a package. And all of a sudden tomorrow or Friday, you're happy again.
I hear you.
You know what I'm saying? But I knew the all season, we got to be patient here. We can't be swinging back and forth left and right. No, that's what you guys, I'm not doing that. I'm not going to do that. Because yesterday when I was saying, well, they don't have assets to make this move, and everybody's coming down my road.
Well, Bonte, all of a sudden, we should have been
No, it's not about being right. It's not about that.
But again, when you're presented with new information, then you need to recalibrate. This is why the stock market and the real estate market is what it is. You know, I'm assessing in real time. Am I not? That's what the coach...
I don't know. I guess that's what you're doing.
Is the coach doing that?
You guys are ripping my head.
Does the coach do that with playing time?
You guys are ripping my head off. You guys are ripping my head off. You guys are ripping my head off when I said I don't think they have the assets to get some of these players. And then Mikal Bridges goes in, and the first thing you say, man, we don't have the assets.
Yeah, well, when I saw what the asking price was, yes.
Nothing changed from yesterday with the Golden State Warriors.
What changed was 4 picks from the Knicks, along with Bogdanovich's carcass to the Nets. That's what happened.
Oh, my God. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and AC1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Don't forget that you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter streams. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal Finance. You got the dealer. We got the new Windhorst sound. Is it the one in red? All right, Brian Windhorst. Is this on Get Up this morning? Get Up? Here's Brian Windhorst, the latest with Paul George.
Paul George, frankly, wants 4 years. He wants a full-out max. And there are a number of teams out there, I am told, that are prepared to give it to him, who are prepared to trade for him. One of those teams potentially is up the coast in Golden State. Golden State is big fish hunting. Remember, last trade deadline, they put a call in about LeBron James. They are sniffing around big deals. If Paul George is willing to leave, they would like to be an option for him. But any of these places that Paul would need to go via trade would have to get worked out with the Clippers and would have to get worked out by Saturday. The Clippers, I think, are in a position where they kind of want to call Paul's bluff that he would actually want to leave his hometown of L.A. So that's one of the most interesting things to watch in terms of stare downs between now and this weekend.
Anthony Slater in studio, 8 to 10. Said it 15 times. I'm going to say it another 30 times.
Wait, so
Anthony Slater's coming 8 to 10 today on the Morning Roast in studio.
Yeah, but Brian Windhorst just said that the Warriors are back in on shark hunting. So we're out of the minnow bucket and we're into the shark waters.
No. That's back. You. See, that's you're back. No, you're back.
Let's go.
You're back. See, I can't do this every day. I can't do this. My blood pressure's going to go up. Listen.
Hey, we're in rocky waters, Bonte.
Listen, man.
I see the shark.
No, you're in rocky waters.
Do this.
I'm good over here. I'm floating, baby. I got faith. How about this?
I'm going to get Bonte a shark tooth necklace.
No, please don't. Don't waste your money. I will never wear it. I'm gonna wear my gold ones right here.
I'm very scared of sharks.
I got the one from Turkey, and you got the little diamonds right here. Let me put it out for the YouTube audience.
That has to be one of the worst ways to die, right? Shark attack?
Listen, I'm not trying to die right now. I'm not trying to think about dying, or you're bringing up Saving Private Ryan and sharks, and you're making this way too. Listen, listen. No, you are rattled.
Brock Purdy in rainy conditions.
Step aside for a second. Let me spit some stuff. All right, Paul George, Warrior fans, 888-957-9570.
It's a shark.
If you trade for Paul George, would you be willing to give him a 4-year deal? Paul George, if you trade for him. Now, we don't know what the assets are. The Clippers may play King's ransom. I was sniffing around myself last night trying to figure out what the hell is going on in Clipperland.
What did it smell like?
Consensus was, got some laughing emojis. Also got, don't count out Philadelphia. I still believe he's going to Philadelphia.
Gotcha.
But who knows? Who knows? Some of these people have been wrong. Some of these people have been right. So I have no idea.
If you give Paul George a 4-year deal, that doesn't mean he's staying for all 4 years.
It doesn't mean that at all. But are you willing, Warrior fans, to trade for Paul George and give him a 4-year deal?
I probably would.
If I could keep Kuminga and I have Paul George with Kuminga and Draymond and Curry, that's something to start with. I'm up for that. But what does it cost to go get Paul George?
See, to me, I would go, yes, I'd probably end up doing it. I would be reluctant to give up Kuminga, like you said. I would probably do it. And then if it doesn't work out a year and a half from now, 2 years from now, then you just flip everyone. You just completely pivot and you bail water, just like what Phoenix is doing right now.
Pay Paul George. I like Paul George. I do like Paul. I don't want people to get this misconception that I'm a Paul George hater. I've always been a fan of Paul George. I think he's gotten a raw deal with the media saying that he can't win. He was taking the Indiana Pacers to Eastern Conference Finals, for crying out loud, a decade ago.
I like him as a dude. I think he's cool.
A good dude. He's a good dude.
He seems. I think he fits.
What does it cost? Because now if I got Paul George coming on the perimeter defending their asses off with Draymond Green in the background, okay, now I'm cooking with something. Now, we could work with this. But would the Clippers really trade with the Warriors, and what would it cost for Paul George? And then, if you're a Warrior fan, are you willing to give Paul George maybe 3 years of the player option? Big money here, folks. Big money. 888-957-9570. That is the latest from Brian Windhorst.
Wow.
Things are percolating in the NBA right now. It's chaos season, baby, and it's going to get chaotic. That's why you can't get up and down. We're going to see some moves here. We're going to see players sign. You can't get all down and out. Let the dust settle before we start throwing papers and remote controls and breaking stuff about what the Warriors did or didn't do. It's the first week, baby.
See, I think you're misinterpreting how I react. So I'm in the pocket. I called hike, and I'm looking, and my primary's not open.
You threw like sixes already.
I pump fake like I was
Peterman.
Ben Roethlisberger, and then I'm looking at my second target, and then I'm looking at my third, and then it's like, no, check down. Paul George is still out there. Throw it to CMC.
No. This is what happened. You threw a pick six. You threw your helmet on the ground.
Kaepernick did too. And then he dropped 200 rushing yards and 300 yards passing.
But you didn't do that.
Blew the doors off of Green Bay.
But you're not him in that situation.
Why not?
No. You're Kaepernick.
I'm kissing my bicep right now.
No. You're Kaepernick in Soldier Field where it's 4 degrees and you're minus 13 yards passing. And then when we score a touchdown, you're on the field cheering, saying, "Yeah, that's what I'm talking about." That's what I'm like. No, dude, you sit down, put the Parker on, and chill out. All right, you threw a pick six right now.
As long as
you're
I'm
all
not
over the
Sam
place.
Darnold, I'm seeing ghosts.
Boy, the pendulum is swinging.
I'm seeing ghosts.
Like, I'm with Jeff and Jeff.
Outplayed by Carson Wentz.
Jeff and Jeff saying it on YouTube. Shasky got sacked 5 times and he's seeing ghosts. You are.
Yeah, but if I have a fourth quarter like Purdy, will you allow me to come back?
I will not rob a bank with you.
It's not about how you start. It's about how you finish.
I hope to God we don't walk out of Curtis Street one day.
This could be my fourth quarter moment against Seattle where I throw for 3 bills against the Legion of Boom.
I pray to God we don't walk out of here at Curtis Street one day with some dudes on Twitter ready to beat our ass because Shasky ain't helping.
Just know that I'm filing the second that happens.
I just can't.
Too old to be fighting.
What is it? Anthony Slater, hurry up. Get to the studio right now. I need you right now,
hey,
Anthony.
Bonte, come on. You love me.
Oh, my God.
I keep you guessing.
No, I'm not guessing anything.
There's definitely some guessing going on every day.
I'm not guessing at all.
The key to a good relationship is always keep them guessing.
No. There's no guessing over here. I'm just sitting back relaxing, listening to you and these mad people going crazy.
Well, Mozart right here is putting on one of the great ensembles.
You are shook right now.
Call me Michelangelo. I'm painting a picture.
Brian Windhorst. I want people to listen to this. Stack them up. 888-957-9570. Stack them up right now. Brian Windhorst just said this. Are you in or out on this potential move?
Paul George, frankly, wants 4 years. He wants a full-out max. And there are a number of teams out there, I am told, that are prepared to give it to him, who are prepared to trade for him. One of those teams potentially is up the coast in Golden State. Golden State is big fish hunting. Remember, last trade deadline, they put a call in about LeBron James. They are sniffing around big deals. If Paul George is willing to leave, they would like to be an option for him. But any of these places that Paul would need to go via trade would have to get worked out with the Clippers and would have to get worked out by Saturday. The Clippers, I think, are in a position where they kind of want to call Paul's bluff that he would actually want to leave his hometown of LA. So that's one of the most interesting things to watch in terms of stare downs between now and this weekend.
I also have a soundbite from CJ McCollum yesterday that you guys don't want to miss out on. Soundbite from CJ McCollum. We'll flip that. 888-957-9570. Warrior Feds, where you at right now? Are you doom and gloom? Or are you ready to roll? Roll up your sleeves. Let's get down and dirty, baby. The offseason beginning, and it's going to be chaotic. Let's roll, baby. What will the Warriors do? Dunleavy, Lakem, the biggest offseason in Lakem's career as the owner of the Golden State Warriors. What will he do? Will they try to get under the tax? Will Klay move on? Will CP3 be waived? What is going to happen? But are you in or out on Paul George? And would you be willing to give him a 4-year deal once you trade for him? 888-957-9570. That's what's coming up. Brought to you by Free My Bake, celebrating 60 years of full-service baking with no compromises.
Seeing ghosts. This is Kevon Looney. Welcome back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game. Take it away, Steiny.
Oops.
Another one.
With Bonte and Shasky.
There we go. There we go. No disrespect to Steiny and Goo. No disrespect. By the way, Meg Thee Stallion's on TV.
Oh.
Just saw her.
Oh, okay.
It's legit.
Squirrel.
It's legit. Hot girl summer.
So, Bonte, I don't know. Were you listening to the crossover yesterday? I know we got a lot of NBA stuff.
No, I told you I had to go to Dave & Buster's.
Oh, yeah. How was
As soon as I picked it, it was great. Baby Chaz had a great time. She loved it. Oh, dude, no, we didn't do any Papa Shot. We were playing a bunch of games.
Yeah.
We did they got the little roller coaster thing where you play the roller coaster, takes you through the Wild West.
Yeah,
and she loves that.
Yeah.
Whoa. We did the little motorcycle game and stuff like that, then went home. She was a little tired, but we had a lot of fun. Did not listen to the crossover. What's up with the crossover?
Well, I did not know that this happened, but the day Willie Mays passed away, the boss was like, he gets like aroused, if you will, professionally, when it comes to like booking guests, when something big happens, like, I've got that guy's number. Like, it could be Easter. I've got a line on the Easter bunny.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, he loves that kind of stuff. Well, he was trying to get John Fogerty, who was...
Oh, I heard about that, and it was actually John Sally.
Well, I don't even know if it was John Sally. Like, it was just someone who said they were John Sally.
Anyway, the boss comes running into the room, and they're telling the story yesterday, and he's like, I got him, I got John Fogerty. And so Steiny is like, oh, awesome, like they're all live on air, starts hyping up.
By the way, who's John Fogerty?
Put me in, coach. I'm ready to play center field.
Gotcha.
Okay,
Creedence
Clearwater.
Got it.
But I had to play the song so that Bonte would know who he is. He's an artist, musician, and
snitching music.
Yeah, I didn't know.
It's not snitching music. It's freaking great music.
I didn't know who he was, but go ahead.
Could you have not picked two people more different from each other? Do we have the sound somewhere on the board? I guess Kenny's looking at me like we don't. At some point, we need to play it.
Not today. This is free agency talk.
Bonte.
The hell with Steiny.
It's the funniest thing that's ever happened on the station.
No, it's not the funniest thing that ever happened to the station,
it's
number
got
one.
Ric Flair levels of hanging up on us.
It's not the funniest thing that's ever happened to this. I've been here 7.5 years. There's been a lot of funnier things. But I did hear it. And it was funny. It was funny. But it ain't worth it today. We're talking NBA offseason. The hell with Steiny and John Fogerty. That happened last week.
The wrong intro.
That happened last week. Don't blame New York Kenny for that. Don't blame him.
I'm mad at New York.
No,
they got
don't be mad at
Bridges.
New York. Don't you? I thought you liked the Knicks.
I do like the Knicks.
Yeah. What are you talking? No, let's go to Joe and Burbank. Let's talk Paul George. That's what I'm on right now. The hell with John Fogerty, John Sally, Steiny messing up. I heard it. It was funny. Ha ha.
Jeez.
Okay.
I'm fired up right now, Joe and Burbank. What the hell with Steiny?
He's rattled like
We've been waiting all this time for NBA offseason. And the hell with John Fogerty. It was Steiny thinking it was John Fogerty to be John Sally. Who cares? It's all season talk. What are the Warriors going to do? DEFCON 30.
Well, listen. If Paul George was younger and wasn't so injury prone, I would make the deal. You're going to have to give a king's ransom up for him, and it's not worth the risk. As it stands right now, that with the team as it stands right now, I would put Wiggins at the 2 and play Kuminga at the 3. And then you got Moses and you got Pods coming off the bench and who knows what else. But I don't know. I'm not sold on Paul George. You're gonna have to give up too much, and you're gonna have to at least give him 3, possibly 4, and that's too much.
Hey, anybody else agree with Joe and Burbank? Good call, Joe. Good. I understand it. Trust me, I'm hesitant too.
I want to know what the cost is.
Exactly.
Because that to me is a part of whether I'm in or out. And I think where I draw the line is, if I have to throw in Kuminga and potential first round draft picks,
I'm good off that.
It's one or the other.
I don't know if I'm willing to do that. I don't know if I'm.
What if Steph says, this is the guy I want to play with?
Then you do what Steph says. Then you do what Steph says. It's a no-brainer. So then what do? Do you bring Wiggins back?
And look, if it doesn't work, like this is the beauty of this. If it doesn't work, then you pivot and you go, who wants Paul George?
You can't pivot. And you can do that with other guys too on this team.
Look at what the Nets have done. The Nets have gone all over the place. The Nets have acquired 1 million guys. Then the minute that it was ready to pull the parachute, they pulled it, and then they've pivoted multiple times since. Like, I think in the modern NBA, someone will take Paul George. That doesn't mean you're going to get 10 first-round draft picks, but like if it doesn't work out and you don't win, you can always move. You can pivot.
Here's the deal. I do wonder, who is worth more, or who do you think is the better player? Who has the most value, Paul George or Mikal Bridges? Now, everything's not a like-for-like. Teams are going to work differently. Maybe the Knicks overpay for Mikal Bridges.
For the Warriors or in general?
In general. I mean, because Mikal Bridges and Paul George, they both fit. They'll be able to fit. Now, I like Mikal Bridges because he's a lot younger, and boy, when he locks down, he locks down.
Bridges,
I love Mikal Bridges. Don't like him.
And he's
an Iron Man. I saw that yesterday. He hasn't missed a game since high school.
400 some odd.
He hasn't missed a game since high school. And Paul George, we know, some injury histories there.
No doubt. No doubt.
You got to bake into the conversation on this team if you do make a move for Paul George. Steph Curry played, 70 games last year? He's going to play that this year? Draymond Green missed a ton of games.
That's...
And so they're going to miss about 10 games each, maybe, next season. And then Paul George is going to miss some time, right?
But according to Bob Fitzgerald, if Draymond only misses like 15 games instead of 21, then we're in like the 6th seed.
It's kind of right. If Draymond Green doesn't get suspended.
I'm just going off what he said. He's not wrong.
He's not wrong. They are a 50-win team if Draymond Green doesn't get suspended. I don't know what that means for the playoffs, but they are a 50-win team, and we're talking about something completely different. Possibly.
Is 60 games of Paul George right now, like I hate doing this because this is unfair, but is 60 games of Paul George right now better than the 77 or so that you got from Klay last year?
Oh, no, that's missing 22 games.
That's what I'm saying. It's a lot of games.
And in the Western Conference.
And I'm trying to be aggressive with it.
In the Western Conference, you need to be in that top 6.
Right. Like, I think most Warrior fans would say, like, yes, like if you go Klay out, PG in, even though it's deeper than that.
Even though that's 17 less games? Oof.
No, I'm saying if they had played equal amounts of games, most right-thinking Warrior, depending on what the cost is, but like we'd say, hey, I'm taking Paul George over Klay. But when you bake in, again, a guy's going to miss games. You have to have him at his best toward the end of the year.
And he's 35. He's a mid-30 guy.
I know.
And mid-30 players typically don't even win. The Spurs had an outlier, but they had Kawhi Leonard. Who was young and was able to help them win that championship in 2014 with the San Antonio Spurs and get some Miami Heat. But they had an older Duncan who played his role. They had an older Ginobili, an older Tony Parker. But Kawhi Leonard was able to help with that youth. So who's that youthful piece? If they do trade for Paul George, this is why I have to keep Kuminga. Because I'm not saying Kuminga could be Kawhi Leonard, but maybe he plays that similar role like Kawhi Leonard did with those San Antonio Spurs team. That's asking for a lot. But Steph Curry is still a top 10, top 15 player. We know that.
The age factor is in part why everyone's reluctant to get rid of Kuminga for Paul George. And this is not, I'm the hypothetical, wild. If it was Devin Booker, I'm just using someone younger, would you even hesitate on Kuminga?
No, I wouldn't. I would go get Devin Booker in a heartbeat.
It's primarily the age.
It's age, the history.
And the health, yes. Okay.
And then just looking at the history of the player. Man, they've had some He's had some playoff shortcomings.
No doubt.
I mean, Damian Lillard literally waved bye-bye to him and Russell Westbrook in the first round.
Yeah, but coming here, he'd be the number 2.
I know. I get it. He was the number 2 with OKC. Russell Westbrook was the number 1.
Yeah,
they lost in the first round twice.
Westbrook's is a lesser one.
I get it. No, I hear you. I hear it, but he was jumping triple doubles left and right.
Is greater than whatever Russ was then.
He's still a dynamic player.
It's true.
He goes to the Clippers. All right, they've blown 3-1 leads in the bubble. They lose with home court advantage this year to the Dallas Mavericks. What happened last year to the Clippers? Well, they lose in the first, second round. I mean, he just has some wild playoff shortcomings where he's come up small. Now, again, Steph Curry's here, so that alleviates some of the pressure. And if you kept Kuminga, that's the key to me. I'm on board with Paul George if I could keep Kuminga. I have to keep a young asset.
But getting back to the...
And he's the best young asset I have right now outside of all the young assets.
Of course, but going back to the Mikal Bridges trade, which is why I've been so down and out, I think any conversation with Paul George feels like it starts with a Kuminga.
Well, who did Knicks give up? Bogdanovich?
Yeah, but they had the 4 first-round picks.
So can I just give
the
up?
Warriors don't have.
But can I give up picks?
They could, but then they would be out of them.
They would be out of them. So
like the Knicks still have 7 picks over 7 years.
And the Warriors have nothing
after the trade.
But you know what? Right now with Stephen Curry, should we even give a damn about picks right now?
Well,
isn't the conversation all about maximizing Stephen Curry and Draymond Green?
It is, but if Curry's got 2 more years and he doesn't sign a 5-year extension, let's just say, the 2027 and the 2029 picks are going to be top 3 type picks.
You know what? I'm going to say something here. They will be. But you know what? The hell 2029. I may not even be alive then.
Yeah, but that's how
I'm like Shanahan. We might not be alive on Sunday.
But that's got Robert Parrish, Larry Bird, Kevin McHale.
I hear all that.
Let's start someone else's dynasty filling all over for you older Warrior fans.
Hold on. But if I could tell you, if I told you, you get Paul George and you keep Kuminga and you give up these picks and you're competing for championships?
Oh, I'd do it. I want to be back. Bonte, I don't want to give up the modern.
So the hell with the picks.
I want to be back.
In 2027, in 2029, in 2031. The hell with those picks right now. If you're telling me Paul George comes and helps the team. But that's my argument right now is I don't even know if Paul George gets you in the top 5.
Well, I don't know. But if you told me that I knew that we'd be in the mix, yeah, I'd sign up in a heartbeat. In the words of Billy Bob and Halle Berry, make me feel good. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I want.
Paul George is going to make you feel good?
I mean, if you told me that was what was going to happen, yeah. Hell yeah.
Do we have the CJ McCollum?
If Curry's happy, I'm in.
All right. Austin Rivers, CJ McCollum. This is interesting. I caught this live yesterday. I was like, ooh.
At Dave & Buster's?
Ooh, it was on the screen.
Oh, okay.
And it had the little volume
so you were
up.
Contenting while babysitting.
Oh, they got all the screens up. We said no. It was when we were sitting down to eating because Chesa said, Papa, I'm hungry because for some reason she never eats her lunch at school. So it's like, all right, cool. We'll get some food.
McCollum's talking. Did you ask him to turn the volume up at Dave & Buster's? Turn the volume up at Dave & Buster's.
The volume was up a little bit. And Ches was eating pizza and eating my French fries, so she was good in the hood. I had about 5 minutes to just kind of lock in on some things while making sure she didn't venture off somewhere. CJ McCollum, on what team could help Paul George win?
He has to decide what matters most to him. Does he want to be in LA? He's from there. I know the family dynamics of being closer to home, what that means. Does he want to continue to play alongside Kawhi and bet on health? Obviously, James probably coming back as well. Does he want to explore living on the East Coast? You know, I've been in New York a little while. It's nice here. It's nice outside of New York in some of the surrounding cities. Does he want to explore that? Does he want to explore seeing what happens with Klay, whether he leaves or stays? So I think he has to kind of figure out what his priorities are and who he wants to kind of play alongside as he gets closer to the latter part of his career.
Can I ask you something? If it's winning, if it's about winning, it would be where?
To the Bay. Him, Steph, Dre, together.
You like that better than Maxey, him, and Joel?
Well, the health. We talk about health.
Okay.
CJ McCollum.
Wow.
His best chance of winning. Up there in the Bay.
Sounds like McCollum wants to come here too.
He's always had an affinity for that. By the way, Anthony Slater, 8 to 10, Matt. I see the boss man coming to the city. 8 to 10. Anthony Slater's on the way. He's on the way. He's coming down in the Tesla, baby. He's on the way. He can't get here soon enough.
Isn't Hegan in the? Is he in the spaceship back there?
Yeah, he is. He's
in the control box.
We got to win the big day. He's the
Hey, book me, John Sally.
He's not panicking right now. He's been waiting for the season. There's no doom and gloom happening this morning. Wait till Steiny to do all that. No, I'm kidding.
Paul George's podcast. I'm going to get him on.
The Warriors are finished. By the way, 650. Bonte, are you giving up Pods and TJD for Paul George? As much as I love Trace Jackson Davis, and as much as I like Pods, I'm doing that deal.
Over Kuminga in a heartbeat.
Oh, I'm trying to keep Kuminga. Like, am I the only one on this boat trying to keep Kuminga?
I like Pods, and I could be totally proven wrong. But I'm trading a backup point guard, like a projected backup point guard for Paul George all day.
Thank you, 650 Xfinity Mobile text line. By the way, Warriors Offseason Summit details starts July 8th. Warriors Offseason Summit. All of us are going to be there. I may have to bring baby Ches with me because I don't know if I have a babysitter that day.
If you bring her, maybe I'll bring my little guy, and we'll just stand there with our kids and not talk at all.
Yeah.
Just
she can
take
play the
pictures
iPad.
and shake hands.
I'm okay with that. Monday, July 8th, 4 to 6. Willard and Diz will get the party started at 2 p.m. We're going to be in Fremont, baby. Fremont, California, 39150 Fremont Boulevard in Fremont at Fremont Bank. Space is limited, so go to 957thegame.com to reserve your spot now. 888-957-9570. Who's all in on Paul George? Blind Windhorst with the latest this morning on Get Up.
Paul George, frankly, wants 4 years. He wants a full-out max. And there are a number of teams out there, I am told, that are prepared to give it to him, who are prepared to trade for him. One of those teams potentially is up the coast in Golden State. Golden State is big fish hunting. Remember, last trade deadline, they put a call in about LeBron James. They are sniffing around big deals. If Paul George is willing to leave, they would like to be an option for him. But any of these places that Paul would need to go via trade would have to get worked out with the Clippers and would have to get worked out by Saturday. The Clippers, I think, are in a position where they kind of want to call Paul's bluff that he would actually want to leave his hometown of LA. So that's one of the most interesting things to watch in terms of stare downs between now and this weekend.
All right, here's the deal. I'm coming up with it off the top of my head. Wiggins, CP3. Let's throw GP2 in
Anthony
there.
Slater's in the building. He's about to douse all this water on us.
Right.
He's about to shut all that
Pods
down.
in there.
We got a legit professional in here.
The 2026 first round pick, the 2028 first round pick. What do you think? You doing it?
Sure, why not? Why not? The hell with it. The hell with it. Let's have fun. Let's have fun. By the way, Anthony Slater's Cleveland Guardians.
I mean, well, our guy Quan. Ballin'. Redwood City, stand up.
They don't even have Shane Bieber, man. He's out for the season. They're still rolling.
Their jerseys are growing on me, too. I like the font.
Guardians
and I like their city connection.
Guardians are tough. Stephen Vogt, manager of the year in the American League? Possibly. So, is Kuminga a sticking point for fans out there? 888-957-9570. We'll take calls.
Course a little out of curiosity?
Change course of what?
In a good way. No, I mean this is a good way.
Change course about what?
Are you more in on Paul George today than you were yesterday? Seeing the rhetoric?
No. Because I want to see what the compensation is.
So
I want to see
what
they're asking.
Okay.
What are they asking for?
What's the cost?
What's the cost?
Yeah.
I'm in. I mean, I'm in on making the team better. Absolutely. I'm not out on it, but what is it going to cost?
So you draw the line at Kuminga.
I mean, it's just Paul George is 34 years old. He's going to be 35 in August, and he's going to want a 3 to 4 year deal at max money.
Okay. The 4 years
Paul George. It's okay, that's fine. But the money, right? And it is Paul George. And I'm trying to think, and I'm trying to play it in my head. Is Paul George going to really take the Warriors from 10th place to 5th to 4th to 3rd place? I don't know.
In podcast rankings for NBA players? Or
I'm talking about, and you know what I'm talking about. I know you're trying to be funny. And that's another thing. Podcasts. Now we got 2 podcasts.
Well, Steph's got one too.
Yeah, no, the 3 podcasts now.
And Kerr occasionally joins them.
Yeah, he's got a lot of podcasts going on.
We just should have brought in JJ Redick on the staff.
Podcast-itis is real. So it's spreading like a wildfire. So Paul George has ever played in the read and react system? Because as we talk about Steve Kerr and the lack that, hey, we're going to run our system no matter what. Despite us talking about evolving and running more pick and roll or whatnot, I don't think he's running read and react system.
Yeah, but as a player, he's a very high IQ type of a player, and I believe he's a pass first guy. I think he fits very well. And didn't he also play on a lot of USA teams it coincided with Kerr, or am I mistaken that? That was prior to Kerr.
Popovich, maybe.
Popovich
but he got hurt in the Olympics. Remember, he ran into the stands and he broke his leg, which is actually impressive that, he's been back. But, boy, Paul George, I keep hearing that it's unlikely, but I'm going to entertain it because Windhorst is saying it and CJ McCollum is saying it, so we'll play the game. I'm in on Paul George. But what is it going to cost? What is it going to cost? And how much better do you get? Because I don't want to mistake activity saying, oh, man, the Warriors are being active. How much better are you getting? Because we saw the Giants. Again, the Giants are right there staring us in the face. They were active, right? Spent all this money. Everybody's, the Giants, 4 baby. That's how you redeem yourself. And here we are in the middle of June, late June, and we don't even want to talk about the Giants.
But to use the Giants as an analogy, they acquired Andrew McCutchen, and then when they realized that they weren't a championship team, they immediately pivoted off of him. And that's what I would end up doing with Paul George if, a year from now, things are different.
And trying to recoup those assets?
Absolutely. I'm looking at what the Nets have literally done over the last couple of years, and it feels like a template for what the Warriors could do.
But let's not be mistaken. Mikal Bridges is 26, 27 years old?
Oh, he's infinitely younger.
Who's giving up 4 to 6 first-round picks for 35, 36-year-old Paul George?
You're not getting 4.
You know what I'm saying?
But you'll get a couple.
So what you're going to spend to get him, and if you pivot in a year or two, you're not going to get that same return back.
Well, of course you're not going to get that same, but you'll get
and
something.
it looks like a terrible deal.
But you have to do it given you feel like you have to do it given your situation with Steph Curry. Like, this is a unique, once-in-a-generation type of a play. If you didn't have Steph, we wouldn't even be talking about this.
No doubt. So I'm cool with Paul George. I'm cool. I'm cool if I can keep Jonathan Kuminga. I've got to keep Jonathan Kuminga at all costs. What's your dad say? One of his last words.
No.
Don't trade Kuminga. Don't trade Kuminga. There's a reason why you don't trade Kuminga.
Literally.
You know what I'm saying? You got to let this guy go. He's a wild card, man. I'll never forget Tim Roy the first time he ever. Bonte, I think it reminds me of Ron Artest. And I was like, damn. Now, he's not Ron Artest, but we saw the large sample size when he went to the media and said, get me out of here. You're ruining my career. And they said, fine, we're going to play you. And they played him. And he played very, very well. Very, very well. So,
can I just read a 650 text? The Warriors have a podcast problem in the clubhouse. That's funny.
It was a question mark. Warriors have a podcast problem in the clubhouse. Yeah, well.
I did the Google.
I know. Podcasting.
And we got a podcast problem in the clubhouse.
You know what? Podcast P ain't bad, though.
The crossover between him and Draymond will be hilarious.
They've already done a podcast together.
Of course.
I mean, oh, man. Oh, my gosh. Oh, man. I don't know if Paul George is the answer because that's not the end-all, be-all. That's not the end-all, be-all. You have to get more. And how much will the Warriors be able to do? That's why Anthony Slater is going to be live in studio for the next 2 hours. And we're going to take your calls. 888-957-9570. Is Paul George the only fish from the 510? The only fish that's available that'll move the needle? I don't know if he's the only fish available because I certainly didn't know Mikal Bridges was available.
Is Giannis out there?
Is he available? Giannis, why not?
Why are you laughing?
Why not?
You think he's happy with the Bucks?
I don't know what Giannis is doing right now. I don't know how happy he is. Boy, I love Giannis too. Why not? Now you want to start trading guys and Kuminga and picks and all that? Mm-hmm. That's a guy I do it for.
So that's where you draw the line. Kuminga.
Giannis, Paul George. I mean, come on, you do the math.
Well, I mean, sometimes you have to swing big and you have to risk it. You know, no risk it, no biscuit.
Well, now what happens with Klay? Are we just under the assumption that Klay's gone?
I mean, I read a John Hollinger article today that had him projected at $13 million for a contract. No, it's a projection. So, I mean, I'm looking at, they had him as a small forward, too. They didn't have him as a shooting guard. And he was the 9th best available small forward on the market.
Damn. Real GM, Paul George believed to prefer to stay on the West Coast if he leaves the Clippers, which puts the Warriors in the conversation. Right. But what if it's Sacramento? You laughing?
If it's Sacramento, then we're down bad.
Hey, you're laughing about Sac. Now,
and he's playing alongside Keegan. I like that a lot.
Dude, Sac's trying to get they're trying to get what's his name?
But is Harrison Barnes more desirable than Andrew Wiggins? They're very similar.
I mean, you know where Harrison Barnes is going to be available.
I mean, if I wanted to build a brick church, I would call Harrison Barnes. But to build my team,
what would you call Andrew Wiggins? He threw up in the
He might not show up for work.
Well, that's why you go trade for Harrison Barnes, right? He's available. One's not. One is.
I mean, they're very similar. And
one is. One's not.
One's just unavailable.
What if Sacramento's in the mix on this? Because they were trying to big game hunt for Pascal Siakam. And Siakam said, "I'm not coming to Sacramento. I'm not even re-signing with you."
Again, Paul George would be beautiful.
So maybe that's the West Coast team
and Keegan Murray. But again, I guess my question to you would be: are they trading a ton of picks in a row?
Probably. Sacramento, their time is now. Their time is now.
I mean, I would do
De'Aaron Fox last night basically came out last night. We could ask Slater about it because, you know, he goes up to the Golden One Center from time to time. Fox hasn't signed that extension yet. He's going to wait 2 years to sign that extension because we want to see what the team looks like. So I think Sacramento's a dark horse in this situation.
God, can you imagine? It must be nice. Like, I got a $280 million extension. I'm gonna wait on that. I'm jealous.
He should be.
I'm gonna wait on
that. Make that money.
I'm not signing that yet.
You're not signing that yet? Betting on yourself, man.
I mean,
that's pretty good.
When you already have a couple. What is he had? He had 150 or 160 a few years ago.
Yep. Here's Dunleavy on Moody's growth. We're talking about some of the youngsters here. Dunleavy the other day on Moody's growth.
Yeah, I mean, I saw with Moses' growth in a lot of areas of the game. I think the biggest thing about him is you see just an unbelievable effort when he gets put in the game. And for him, I think it was tough. His minutes kind of wavered up and down, which for any young player is challenging. But I know anytime he went in the game, he brought an A+ effort, which is huge. It's something I know Steve could really rely on and appreciated. I think for us, the next step for Moses is more consistent minutes. Finding those minutes for him. We believe he can be a pretty quality wing. His ability to shoot the ball, like I said, he plays hard, he defends. I think his activity has gotten better, his awareness, as all young players do. So I think there's a bright future. I think there's been a smaller sample size than we want, but that sample size has been good in terms of what he's been able to do. So we're hoping for more.
Hoping for more from Moses Moody. Hoping for more. And I know Moses Moody is hoping for more minutes. That's exactly what he wants there. Moses Moody's a key figure here. Whether you trade him, whether you move him, who the hell knows what's going to happen?
If they make a trade or not, what's a big trade? I just have a hard time thinking Kuminga, Moody, TJD, and Pods, and a second-round pick that they're going to select in the next 2 days is all going to be on the team.
Get that fit sound. I want to play that fit sound. The fit sound from last week where he said, hey, if Draymond doesn't get suspended for 53 wins, I want to kind of have a quick conversation about that. But here's Dunleavy on what this postseason taught him.
Just in terms of the postseason, like how competitive it is in terms of parity, and I think you see the last 5 seasons, you got 5 different champions. I think that's exciting for the league in the sense of, if everybody's got a chance in a way. Whether it's a play-in team making the finals or a team that's like Dallas, 5th seed making the finals, like everybody's got a chance if you come together at the right time. And I don't think there's any like overwhelming teams out there. So I think it gives us a chance a team that didn't make the playoffs like last year and ourselves, how far away are we really? Most times you'd say, man, we're quite a bit of ways, but the way things are shaped now and there's a push for parity, like I think we can turn things around pretty quickly.
What do you think of that?
I do think you can turn things around pretty quickly, but the difference between where Dallas was at and where the Warriors are at, it was Dallas basically was like Luka and everything else is on the table and we're able to maneuver stuff. The Warriors, it just feels like it's Steph and Draymond. So it's just a bigger chunk of the salary cap. It makes it a little more difficult. And I think having Dre specifically, his complementary pieces around him are more difficult than even like building around just Luka. You get what I'm going with this? Like he has a very distinct offensive repertoire and defensive repertoire. And so the specific player who plays alongside of him at the other big spot, it's very important. So I think what that means is like there's less of those types of players to complement Draymond, and so the cost is higher, and it's just more difficult to acquire those guys.
So is it harder to build around Steph, or is it harder to build around Draymond?
I think Draymond.
Because of his unique style.
Point forward.
So what's ideal in the front court then next season? Is it having a big behind Draymond?
I think it's a shooting big.
A shooting big.
Because you have the defensive big who can play alongside him in TJD. So I don't know if that's a starting shooting big or a shooting 2 that can space the floor. Like I don't think you could just roll in with Pods and TJD and think that that's a 53 win team. I don't think you could space the floor. I think that will get adjusted to by the rest of the league. I like 3-4 out at minimum if you're going to have Draymond Green. You need some shooting.
I'm gonna get this fit sound rolling here.
Like the lob threat only works when you have shooters who can space the floor.
No doubt.
Otherwise, they paint the pack.
No doubt.
Pack the paint.
Which is why if Klay moves on,
I'm out of it.
Shooting wise, people aren't going to respect Moody right away for his shooting prowess.
Absolutely.
They're going to dare Kuminga to shoot the 3. They're going to tell him, hey, we'll live with you shooting the 3. So I'm with you here with a shooting big. Now,
but those don't grow on trees.
And there's not too many out there. So how do you build the team? It almost feels like Draymond's going to have to play a lot of small ball 5 next year to maximize this roster.
Well,
if they do bring in other players, like that's the best way to utilize him. But with that said, he's been working down there. He knows it. They've talked about it for 2 years now with Draymond Green. He has to shoot the open shot. Coaches can't draw up better shots or better plays than that. He's wide open, and the Lakers series is embedded him into my brain. And then last year, you see him, he goes 5-5 in the first half against the LA Lakers. Then the next game, he doesn't shoot a shot. Not one field goal attempt, which is insane. Insane.
He hasn't been an offensive threat since that 2015-2016 season.
Yeah.
I mean, and that is the singular outlier season. If we're looking at now, he did shoot better from 3 this year, and he took more of those shots. It felt like, though, in the second half, 3-pointers from the corner or the top of the key were few and far between.
Exactly.
I would love to have looked at a breakdown of just first half shots versus second half shots.
Fitz last week. This will make Slater laugh. let's get everybody laugh. Bob Fitzgerald, Warriors play-by-play announcer, because you were out for this. You're out. Now, this made the rounds on Twitter.
Okay.
Last year, on the Warriors' ability to compete next season.
All right, let's hear it.
Draymond Green missed 27 games, and the Warriors still won 46 games and won 25 games on the road. You're not going to tell me that this wasn't a 53 or 54 win team if Draymond played, some of those 27 games. So where would 52 wins got you? It would have got you the 4th seed. You would have had a home court advantage in round 1. Dallas won 50 games. They went to the finals. So Boston was better than everybody this year. Okay, they won 64. They were the best team all year. They deserved it. They won the title. But you could throw a dart on 7 other teams starting next year. Could Minnesota get hot? I did the Western Conference Finals with ESPN Radio. Saw Minnesota up close with Dallas. Could Minnesota get hot? Sure. Could Oklahoma City get hot? Sure. Did Denver blow a 20-point lead at home in Game 7? That's shocker to me because I think Denver's amazing. Could Milwaukee get everything going again with Giannis? Of course they could. But so could the Warriors.
That's like saying I could hit the lottery. Okay, first off, let me just the Draymond part. The Draymond, let's just call it. I love you, Fitz, and I'd love to have this conversation with you. I would. Draymond got suspended in the Kings series. This is what he does. He literally did it the year prior in the most important series of the year. That's what he does now. It's more likely he will do some shenanigans once every 6 to 8 weeks than it is likely that he won't. That's his track record speaks that. If Alden Smith didn't have issues off the field, he would have been Bruce Smith. No, he was Alden Smith. He had issues off the field. So, I'm sorry. I won't buy it. Now, if Draymond plays 77 games or 72 games this year, and maybe he turns an ankle or shoulder or whatever, and he doesn't get suspended, hey, he's showing maturity. I will change my stance. But until this guy can prove it for a full season, why should I believe it? When someone has told you out loud for multiple years who they are, you better listen. That's what my grandma taught me.
Goo, you hear Goo in the middle of that clip. Come on, Fitz, I know.
Goo,
here's where I stand on that. Here's where I stand on that. No, don't do that.
Spirit.
Don't do that. Because you and Guru are 2 peas in a pod, buddy.
Hey, sometimes you gotta have faith.
I know exactly what Steiny goes through now every single day. Listen, this is where I draw the line when I heard that from Fitz. Now, I understand what he was saying. I understand that, hey, you may have won 50 games with Draymond Green, but it's hard for me to overlook this aspect of last season. You're 0-3 against the Denver Nuggets. You're 1-3 against OKC. You're 0-3 against Minnesota. You're 1-3 against the Clippers. You were, who's the other team? Dallas. You were 1-3 against Dallas. All right? You were 1-3 against Phoenix. The top dogs, you didn't beat. You didn't play well at all. So I look at that. And then the Lakers just split. The Kings just split. I look at that. You didn't beat the good teams. Boston, you split. Okay, you had to rally one game at Chase, and it was dynamic. But then you got beat 50 in Boston. By 50 in Boston. You didn't beat the good teams last season. That was a problem. I watched the Knicks come in here. New York Kitty and I were at the game, and the Knicks led wire to wire. And I was like, damn, Hartenstein's pretty damn good. Wow, look at him. So that's where I draw the line. Whether Draymond got suspended or not, you didn't beat good teams last year.
We could do the ifs, woulda, coulda, should, the buts, all that stuff. The reality is the reality, okay? And, that's why the mirror is always being honest to you. It tells you what the reality is. And so, oh, well, if Draymond didn't do this, and Draymond, he sabotaged 2 consecutive seasons, Fitz, for Christ's sake. I love you. I would love to go play golf with him at Cal Club or Olympic Club.
That ain't happening.
Oh, he would love me. Me and him would get along so good. Damn. Why you wanna play hate on me?
Be a lot of name dropping in that force.
I'd just be like,
No,
I'd butter him up so quick. We would have a great time. Hey, Fitz, that's an 8-footer. Pick it up. I'll give you birdie.
Oh, boy.
He would love me. He would love playing
18
with
holes
me.
of that.
Well, I hope
18
that
holes
happens.
of just take the birdie there, Fitz.
Yeah, I hope.
Am I wrong?
On his seventh stroke. Yeah, just
Loveman.
take the birdie. It's all good.
Loveman, you've played with me. It's fun playing with the Shaskies.
I'm looking at Paul George's game walk against Dallas. 8 of 20, they won game 1. Game 2, they lose. He goes 7 of 14, 2 of 5 from 3, 22 points, 4 assists, 2 rebounds. Game 3, 3 of 11, 1 of 6, 7 points, 5 assists, 5 rebounds. Game 4, he actually played well. That was the game they almost blew a 30-point lead, 33 points in that one, 7 threes. And then in Game 5 and Game 6, when the series was tied and they were facing elimination, Paul George, 15 and 11, 4 of 13 from the floor. Game 6, 6 of 18, 18 points and 11 rebounds. And in real time, I remember watching it back, just looking like, and it's hard because I get where the position he was in with the Clippers. You got James Harden right there who's dribble. You don't have Kawhi Leonard. You're trying to get the chemistry right. He mentioned it on his podcast recently. When they traded Nicholas Batum and Robert Covington for James Harden, sure, James Harden's an offensive beast, but it killed the chemistry. And all of a sudden, he had to do more of the dirty work. And Paul George's like, no, I'm one of the stars of the team. I want to start. And the whole thing about Westbrook volunteering to go on the bench, that never happened.
Don't you think he'll get great looks in the half court alongside Steph?
Well, it depends who's on the court with him. Because if it's just Paul George, Steph, and then say if it's TJD, Draymond, and Kuminga, where's the spacing at? Now we have the same problem that we had last season or the last 2 seasons.
Well, but if that's what you're saying, then Kuminga would be a part of the trade if you don't think
No, it's not just Kuminga. It's the 2 front court guys.
Well, it's okay, TJD.
Kuminga, I could have him slashing and diving to the rim. I want him. I want him being my James Worthy, running down the lane, jamming on dudes. All right? I'm not calling him James Worthy. I'm saying running down the lane like James Worthy on the fast break and whatnot.
Ahmed to be, Cal Ripken Jr.
Yeah, no, nobody's saying that. But it's the front court.
No,
TJD and Draymond Green.
But it's so hard to find those perfect complementary bigs, whether it be a 4 or a traditional 5 or some version of a modern 5 that fits alongside Draymond. That's why I keep coming back to like this Draymond equation. The fact that he is one of the building blocks, I think makes it more difficult to construct the entire building.
Does he come off the bench next season if you do acquire Paul George?
I'm surprised he's not part of more trade offers.
Well, maybe he is. We don't know. We didn't know Mikal Bridges was getting traded.
I mean,
we don't know anything.
If I was running the Warriors and I was looking to really make wholesale changes, it would be Steph and everything else on the table, and I would probably part ways with Klay and Draymond in the same offseason and just do it that way. But I think they view it differently.
We shall see. We shall see. Anthony Slater, live in studio for the next 2 hours. If you have any questions for Anthony Slater, our 95.7 The Game Insider also does a great job for The Athletic. Feel free to call 888-957-9570. For the next 2 hours, Slater will be in studio talking offseason, Warriors, Klay Thompson. We're going to get into it all. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go ahead and get to the injury report.
It's time for the injury report.
That really hurt.
Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
How can I forget about my boy Lester Quinones? Quinones and Guy Santos. Come on. Let's go. By the way, I've never heard of this guy before because I'm not going to lie to you. I haven't watched one A's game all year. I've watched a couple innings, but I haven't watched one game all year.
I watched the whole series against Houston because it was on early, like 5 o'clock or whatever. That was, 4 weeks ago?
Yeah, I haven't watched one full A's game. But they got some rough injury news this week. Abraham Toro, third baseman, will be sidelined through the All-Star break with the grade 1 hamstring strain. Sucks for him. He sustained the injury in Friday's game against the Twins. It is a tough break for Toro, who was just returning from action from a shoulder injury that day. That it cost him a couple games. Oh, we got breaking news here? We got some breaking news?
Logan Murdoch is saying the Golden State Warriors are aggressively shopping Chris Paul and Andrew Wiggins. League sources believe Andrew Wiggins, who struggled to find a consistent role last season, will be aggressively dangled in trade talks. The Warriors are also working hard to find a trade partner for Chris Paul, whose non-guaranteed $30 million salary could be useful for matching purposes.
It doesn't surprise me. Doesn't surprise me at all. Doesn't surprise me at all. So there it goes. Anthony Slater coming to the studio. Doesn't surprise me at all. Wiggins on the block. That's the thing. Priority number one. What do you do with Andrew Wiggins? Then you see what happens with Klay Thompson. Maybe you could trade for Paul George and bring Klay Thompson back. Who knows? Who the hell knows? Injury report brought to you by Boxer Girls in Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Does it mean anything to anybody that Steve Kerr went on the Jim Rome show yesterday and said, we want Klay Thompson. We need Klay Thompson. He's Klay Thompson. Does that mean anything from the head coach? 888-957-9570 is the number. That's what's coming up. Plus Anthony Slater live in studio from 8 to 10 a.m. That's all coming up, brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
Warriors Offseason Summit with all the hosts Monday.
Slate's in the building. Anthony Slater, our 95.7 The Game insider from The Athletic, one of the best beat writers in this country. Covers the Warriors, does a great job covering the NBA. He's live in studio to break down the all-season with the Dubs. 888-957-9570. We'll take your calls. A lot going on with the Golden State Warriors. As we say good morning to everybody out there getting off the graveyard shift, all the overnight dancers, Slater. You got to say good morning to them, all the cops, firefighters, YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union for a low-rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. And shout out to our friends at Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to call it to the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. Slates, what's happening, man? Good morning.
Hello to my mom, too. I think she might be listening this morning.
Is she listening? It's the only time hopefully.
Well, she's watching the baby this morning, so thank you to her.
Yeah.
And she knows I'm coming down in the studio. That's part of why she got to watch the baby.
Oh, yeah.
So maybe listening right now.
We're put it up on YouTube. Pull up on YouTube. Look at Slater's fresh haircut, man. I need one of those bad boys.
Draft day.
Probably watching Bluey or one of those other things, not watching us.
Is he on the Bluey? I don't know if kids catch on the Bluey so early.
No. You know, he's at Lion King.
Oh,
Lion King. He's on the Lion King now.
Almost 15 months.
Yeah.
Oh, he's still very little.
The Coco Melons phase, too? Coco Melons?
Sure. I mean, like, he likes songs, honestly. There's like an Adam Sandler animated movie on Netflix that, like, enthralls him. I mean, he's not following the storylines, but they get to singing and he's into it, jumping up.
See, me and my kid, we watched the 1981 NFC Championship game over and over again. He's only 7 months. We're just working on Montana's footwork, and then we're going to build our way up to getting to Brock Purdy.
My kids watched a few Cleveland Guardian games.
There we go.
You know, best team in baseball. That's all he's ever known.
They are what the Giants think they are.
Giants played them in Cleveland in a couple weeks. Yeah, that's a get right series for the Cleveland Guardians. All right, how do the Warriors get right here? And let's start with Klay Thompson. Let's start with Klay Thompson. He's the biggest name out here. We get the Wiggins, we get the Kuminga, the Paul George sweepstakes. Klay Thompson. What's your read on the situation, Slates?
Well, it all ties together, right? Part of the reason it has gotten to as icy a point as it has is because what are the Warriors doing right now? They're not dealing with Klay Thompson. They're dealing with trying to get other stuff done. But Klay Thompson knows that. And it's, you know, I think there is a part of Klay Thompson, and I would almost even say a large part of Klay Thompson, that is internally debating right now, like whether he just wants to leave, you know, regardless of money, years, this, that, like, and that's part of, you know, the story I put out last week was, I think, bringing that reality a little bit more to the public, that I think there's too much of this national perception, outside perception that, oh, maybe he's, you know, looking at a deal that he doesn't really like monies and years wise. And, you know, eventually maybe him and the Warriors will get back together. But both sides, of course, you know, would love for this reunion to happen. That's just not necessarily where it is right now. You know, I like, again, I do think it's possible it comes back together. There's a lot of conversations that will happen between, you know, now and let's say July 3rd, July 4th, whenever decision time does come. And there's a lot of moves or non-moves that the Warriors need to make that really impact the money and the situation that he would maybe be coming back to. But, you know, I mean, and you guys have talked about it all year, but there is just a chance, particularly from the Klay side, that just a breakup is needed, a fresh start is needed. And I would say it's leaning that way. Again, I don't want to go too definitive because things change this time of year. The situation can change. The money either on the market can change enough, the Warriors offer whatever, that maybe it comes back together, but that is not the way it's trending.
Do the Warriors even, like, at their core, they say out loud, hey, we want him back. For example, Steve Kerr saying on the Jim Rome show, and there's a public face you got to put out there. Internally, do they want him back at all? Like, forget money and years. Do they even want him back at all?
Yeah, I think, you know, for the right money, the right price, and the right mindset, that, you know, if he came back and you know, if the entire vibe is happier, I think they would. But, like, it was an unhappy season for Klay Thompson last year. I mean, we all saw we can go through, you know, blow by blow if you guys want to.
No,
but
we've done that already.
It wasn't that hidden what was happening. And, like, you know, him kind of coming to grips at this stage of his career. Obviously, the finances involved. I think the lack of communication and motivation from the front office to get something done with him was, you know, kind of looming over everything. There was a benching, you know, there was, you know, the closing time situations, again, stuff you all know. And it's just, I think part of what he's deciding right now is from a happiness perspective, from a mental health perspective, and we all know he like really kind of dives deep into that and like, what is, will make him happy. I think he's deciding like, I think there's a lot of benefits to the Bay, benefits to the legendary status and like, living here, boats, all that. But there's also like, you might just want to go try something new at this stage of his career.
So like to me, there's like a multiple layers to this. There's obviously the emotional component, which is real, right? And like, hey, I helped build this and yada. What's the role that they envision for him regardless? Because I have a hard time thinking, let's say they make no big moves, hypothetically, no big moves. Podziemski, Moody, we're prioritizing them and you're going to accept that. I have a hard time that the coach sticks to that plan for a long time and that he's willing to accept that. Is role a big part of all of this?
Yeah, I think it's like contentness within. It's not like, okay, you're guaranteed to be a 6-man. You're guaranteed it's going to be 22 to 24 minutes a night, but it's definitely the idea of like you're coming back to certain nights you're playing smaller minutes, certain nights you're being minimized, certain stretches of games. As if we're talking about multi-year type deals, like, what is he right now? 34? Like by the time you're 37, you maybe are shifting more towards the Andre Iguodala, style role, especially if Moses Moody is in year 6 and Podziemski's in year 4. I think there's a bigger picture view of it that the finances obviously also play into. It's there's the up top situation too with the fact that I don't think that they have shown the love to him financially that he necessarily thought was coming. And it's not just like, strict dollars and cents on the table. It's literally just like conversations about my future. It's just been very much over the last couple of years, like, we'll get to it when we get to it.
Wow.
Like, I mean, it's what's happening right now. Yep. It's what's happening.
Not to defend the Warriors, but like with the modern CBA changing after the Wiggins deal was the extent, like they extended Poole and Wiggins, and then the CBA changed 6 months later. Like, can we really fault the Warriors for like, hey, we got to like pump the brakes here because we don't really understand this new CBA?
No, you don't have to fault the Warriors. I think it's very reasonable the tack they're taking right now. Like, your guys, I'm sure, are going to ask me plenty about the Paul George situation.
Yep.
Like, yeah, if you have a chance at Paul George or other big fish this week, like, go after it. Hey, by the way, remember the LeBron James, like, jaded chase towards the deadline? Who might have been in that deal?
Yep. Klay Thompson. Yeah, I heard it was Klay Thompson.
So the point would be like, yeah, we could sit here and argue from a basketball perspective why you definitely would like, go down these roads, but also like Klay Thompson knows what that means for him.
Right.
Like what's going on right now, all these like big fish that the Warriors are chasing and various deals and the way they affect aprons and money, there's chances if they succeed in what they're trying to do, he's gone regardless. Right.
Yep.
This is a business. Klay Thompson has representatives. Klay Thompson has smart people, and Klay Thompson is smart himself about the business. He knows that they're literally saying, hey, we hope we succeed in some things that might mean you're gone. So he can just sit back and go, how about I just make the choice for you? You know what I mean? I'm not saying it's over. I do not want that out there, but this is what has happened to this point. And some of the sequencing of this offseason, the Chris Paul guarantee date being Friday, which is before free agency, that has forced the Warriors' hand to prioritize some other stuff. So some of it's just timing. And again, it's timing with when he's extension eligible compared to when Poole was, when Wiggins was, when Draymond was. Maybe if Klay, if Klay was just had a player option for this past year instead of when he signed that full max back after the ACL, he did no player options. Yep. Had he got a player option then and had more leverage last summer, he probably would have leveraged his way into a longer term deal at the time. He was coming off leading the league in threes. This is when he's up. This is a bad time for him to be up. And that's not even just with the Warriors, right? That's with the market in general.
Yep.
But it's also just led to, it's a lot of factors leading to this moment, including the fact that they were the 10 seed last year. And now the second apron's kicking in and now the money. And it's just a lot of stuff that if 10 days from now, we are telling the story of a breakup, a very surprising breakup, I think, to a lot of people, that it's all part of it.
Anthony Slater live in studio here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game, our 95.7 The Game insider and insider for The Athletic, covers the Golden State Warriors. Klay Thompson came off the bench, and he came off the bench the day before the All-Star break in Utah. And he lit it up in that first half, and I know there was some reluctancy to do that. over those 14 games, he played well off the bench. But behind the scenes, how was he feeling? Because he told us on front end, I'm loving it. I'm getting to watch the game flow, blah, blah, blah. But was that just lip service saying, you know what? I'll roll with it right now. I know I'm out of here because I don't think Pods or Moody should be starting over me.
Do you guys remember the game before he got benched?
Was it the Brooklyn game? Or no, was it Clippers? Was it Clippers?
So it was a home Clippers game.
Yep.
They lost.
Yep.
He got benched down the stretch, which wasn't the first time. It was maybe like the fifth time or something like that. He was frustrated over there on the bench as they were, by the way, blowing a lead. Remember? Another one of those big, bad blown leads. And he's over there watching the team kind of screw up at the end, and he's not on the court. He's not particularly happy about it. But then they do put him in with 30 seconds left. Remember, he commits the foul that Steve is up in arms, why'd you commit that foul? They benched him the next day. It was right before the All-Star break. The first game, last game before the All-Star break, as you said. That was a turbulent time around them for various reasons, right? That was a horrible loss. Klay made a huge mistake. There was already should Klay be starting? Should he not be? The post game was relatively awkward. Steve's no, that was a no foul situation. Right. We knew not to foul. He fouled. That wasn't which I don't think led into the great conversation about coming off the bench. Obviously, he accepted it. He came out that night, was old school,
he lit it up.
Yeah.
He did the halftime interview with Vincent Buki.
What did he have at half that night?
20 plus.
Yeah.
It was unreal.
And then, and this is Klay in a lot of ways, where sometimes he kind of has these moments, grumpy moments, responses to stuff, especially because he has this deep competitive fire within him. And then he maybe a day or two later gives a press conference where you're like, wow, that was really introspective and, egoless, blaming himself. Hey, I shouldn't have handled it this way. Hey, I shouldn't have said that. Hey, how about Manu Ginobili? He even mentioned Manu that night. So there's always a back and forth with that, I think, with him emotionally. But how did he handle it? He played really well off the bench, but I do know one of the points he continued to make during that stretch. I remember he did it in Washington. The same time Chris Paul comes back in Washington, he's back. They both, I remember they both had interesting quotes that night, but Klay's was basically look, if I'm getting 25 to 30 minutes regardless, I guess it doesn't really matter if I'm coming off the bench. I'm basically still playing starter minutes. And that's the truth. Yep. You look down the stretch of the season, he was playing, starter minutes. He was still third, fourth on the team in minutes played. So I think that matters to him more than I just don't think he wants to be a 18-minute per night player.
Right.
Just closing is a closing, because that felt every time that he was on the bench when he was closing, it just felt body language wise, which is fair or unfair, but that's all we see on television.
Well, see, I don't think it's just the closing. I think it's the fact too that you're seeing a rookie in Brandon Podziemski who had a solid rookie season, first team all rookie, but Klay's probably thinking, I'm better than that guy. I should be closing. I've closed with these guys in finals games, and Pods is closing, and he's never been here before, and he's goofing around, and then all of a sudden, Klay started again at the end of the year because Pods hit that little rookie wall for a second.
This, to me, is where their really bad starts over the last two seasons really snowballed on both seasons, where you could have made choices in the bigger picture, protective of Klay or the rookies, James Wiseman, if we went back a couple of years ago, you could have made rotation decisions that had the bigger picture in mind had you not been chasing the standings the entire season, where one loss felt big. That's why I remember they went to 3-7 two seasons ago, and then they're like, look, we got to bench James Wiseman. And I know the fan base was up in arms because it was why is Anthony Lamb on the floor at times over Kuminga, this or that? And Steve's explanation was always look, we have to win tonight.
Right.
Anthony Lamb's plus minus is good. He connects the lineups, makes the ball flow. And the coaching staff's belief was we have a better chance to beat the Pelicans tonight, whoever, if he's playing 20 minutes over, Kuminga, Wiseman, whoever. And part of that was because they just had to, these last two seasons, they've had to win every night because they've gotten behind so much.
So hypothetically, he walks into that locker room, Klay Thompson, next year, a similar locker room to this year. How's he received? How are his relationships with the coach, the coaching staff, Steph, Draymond, everyone?
We'll see. I mean, I think if he decides to sign back with the Warriors, I think a lot of the deeper conversations will have been had.
Right.
You know what I mean? And again, I think part of what's going on right now is him deciding do I want that? But I think if he does decide, yes, I want that, I think that's because he's will, come to feel comfortable about the situation he's walking back into, or the situation he doesn't have available to him necessarily in the outside world. But I don't think this isn't to say there's like some deeply fractured, Warriors don't want him back. I think they do, but again, I think they're driving a little bit more of a harder line and saying like, if you come back, it's for this money, this, more of an unknown role. It's not like, hey, you're playing this role, but it's like, hey, you're guaranteed nothing. And he just got to decide if he's okay with that. And if he does decide he's okay with that, I do think they'll almost hold him to that. Hey, you decided you wanted to come back. But again, there's so much going on.
That'd be tough for Klay. I can't envision that. Like, hey, yeah, I agree to everything. I'm coming back with a lesser role. And then you go out there and you're seeing Pods and you're seeing Moody. And then if they do take a jump, great. But if they don't and the Warriors are still scuffling around 500, when does Klay all of a sudden like, I need to play 30? And then all of a sudden he starts shot hunting again, because he gets into that mode where he's like, well, nobody's getting theirs. We're struggling. I'm going to try to get mine. That's a sticky situation. I don't know if the Warriors should sign up for that.
Well, I think there would be an understanding within all these conversations that also like, there's also nothing gifted to the young guys either. No. Like if I come to camp and I'm, looking good and, hitting, Klay still, even this version of Klay goes on like month-long stretches where he's like the best shooter in the league. 22 a game on like 44% from three, high volume. I mean, you go look at his season numbers last year, even with that horrible start, it's still like high level 3 and, half D. Like he's kind of become more of like a 3-4 on the defensive end. You want him on bigger wings, but like, if he's like, by the end of last season, 0-10 aside, the 0-10 to Sacramento aside, he was one of their top 5-6 best players in the last month, 2 months. Like,
I'm glad you said that, not me, because I'm the Klay apologist. Let me ask you this. If Klay had the same deal from the Warriors and the Orlando Magic, which deal do you think he's taking? Is he staying in the Bay Area, or would he go down to Orlando?
I don't think he's going to Orlando.
You think that's dead?
Yeah, I do. I guess it could all revive. It seems like Orlando's going in a different direction.
It sounds like they're going to the KCP direction. From what I'm hearing, Contavious Caldwell-Pope could be an option for Orlando after they miss out on Malik Monk. Yeah, you heard the same thing, huh? You heard the same thing?
You said it. You said it.
No, you don't want to touch that.
Where's Klay's landing spots now?
I think that still has to materialize. I think the Paul George domino is massive here. Not just obviously, maybe the Warriors get him, but like, does he go back to the Clippers and then Philly's got a bunch of cap space? Does he go to Philly and then, the Clippers are in scramble mode and are trying to reconfigure rosters? If there's, a lot of times what happens as you go into the market, suddenly you'll see a team trade a bunch of like a $17 million player and a $10 million player to Washington and San Antonio and give them picks because it's like, why are they doing that? Oh, they're clearing cap space for somebody.
Right.
So there could be I'll just say this, there could be some surprising landing spots out there for Klay Thompson. I'm not trying to name any teams right now, but there's a lot is in the air right now.
What does Steph Curry want? What does he want with this team right now? Because we haven't heard from him. And I think a lot of this revolves around, obviously, what he wants. Like, has he made his preference on who he wants, irregardless of Klay? Has he made his preference on who he wants on this roster?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's in the bring Klay back camp for sure. He's like, I think, probably the most vocal. If we're just talking Klay, if we're talking just bigger picture, I mean, he just, he wants a better team, but he's not just, at least in my opinion, or in my understanding, he's not just like, flipping tables, like, if you don't do this, like, I'm asking out type thing. I don't expect that, but, he's in on these bigger picture conversations. He's communicative with Mike Dunleavy, and, we'll see what gets done. At some point, I'm sure we're going to get into the Paul George conversation.
Yeah,
I tend to think he's interested in that possibility, and if calls can legally be made, I'm sure he will, pick up the phone. He's a converter. If you know him, or if he wants to talk to you, he'll talk to you on the phone.
Hey, listen, they follow each other on Instagram, so maybe the DMs are wide open for Paul George and Stephen Curry. How does Draymond feel about Klay? Because he's part of the big three as well.
Yeah,
and he's here. How's he feel about bringing Klay back? Does he want Klay?
How does Klay feel about him?
Look, I think Draymond, I assume, would love to have Klay back, but I think Draymond's, wants this team to be good like Steph wants this team to be good. And we will see. As far as their relationship, I mean, I think it's fine. I think there's a deep level of respect for what both have meant to each other over the years. I know we talked even last time I was on about the press conference that Draymond had after the season that I think just struck a chord in a sense of like Klay. We talked about it at the time, but Klay doesn't like that. I guess storyline that he owes the Warriors something because basically they paid him for 2 seasons not to play because I think it's a fair point on his side that like how did I tear my ACL again?
Yeah,
you mean Game 6 of the finals? He was probably the best player on the floor.
I thought we were going back to Toronto, Anthony. He hit that 3 from 26 feet. I said, all right, Toronto, we go.
And then, by the way, demanded to come out of the Oracle locker room to shoot the free throws. Tried to get back on the defensive end before Steve Kerr had to call timeout. And as he's leaving the floor with a torn ACL, is telling Steve, give me 2 minutes. I'll be ready to start the fourth. That is were you guys in Oracle that night?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
I was waiting to do the post-game show at the studio watching the game.
I was there, Anthony. It was surreal.
History still matters, right?
Of course.
And that's why, within all these conversations, sure, we can cold-heartedly look at if you could get a Paul George. Ooh, can you get in on a Laurie Markkinen right now? Or, what pieces would make sense? Sure. Yeah, leave Klay to the side right now, because he's, at this point, not on their level of player. Yeah, but Klay Thompson knows who he has been to this area.
And I can't believe it, though. And I've been saying this to him, blue in face. I know there's some clunky moments, a lot of clunky moments, but 2 seasons ago, he leads the league in threes, and made threes, and he shoots 41% from 3. I think that's good, right? 41% from 3.
But most of our heroes don't stay on their team forever. Chris
They don't
Mullin,
stay. No, I hear that. No. That's not my point, Shasky.
Rice.
That's not my point, Shasky. My point is, the conversation around Klay is that he's washed, he's done, he's cooked.
Overly
He
aggressive.
just led the league and made threes, and last year came off the bench, shot 42% from 3 off the bench, and then shot 38, 39 from 3.
But the question isn't. The question isn't.
So that was my thing. No. Anthony brought up history.
Yeah.
So it's the history over the last 2 years has even been skewed to where it's he's just not a serviceable player. Any NBA player will tell you 19 points a game is. 19 points a game in the NBA is the toughest league in the world.
I know, but using the video game analogy, going from a 99 to an 85 or an 81 or whatever is a precipitous drop-off in your own mind and in the fans' mind, and so it's tough to come to an acceptance with that. Here's
it's tough to hear that he's washed when he has those type of numbers. That's my whole point.
He's not washed. Is there any scenario where it's Steph, Draymond, Klay, and someone like Paul George?
Paul George might be a little bit difficult because of the money he would command, because that's what's going on with Paul George. Right? He's searching for his max. And
that's why I'm asking. Is there any way?
Well, sure. The way is Klay on we're talking a mid-level type rate. At that point, because this is where it gets tricky, and we almost all have to get our calculators and the CBA notes out because. This Mikal Bridges trade that just happened yesterday just brought up a new rule that I'm learning now with this first apron, second apron, where this is going to be a very long-winded way to get there. But the fact that the Knicks traded Bogdanovich, who makes less than Mikal Bridges, for Mikal Bridges, they're technically now locked, hard capped at the first apron, not the second apron, because if you make a trade where you're bringing in more money than you give out, you get locked in at the first apron, which is way lower. Whereas technically now the Nets are locked in at the second apron. So making a trade for Paul George at minimum would lock them into the second apron. If they are bringing in more money, then that would actually lock them in at the first apron. And again, I don't even want to confuse all the listeners. I'm confusing myself almost because these are all new rules. The CBA was already too complicated, but there's all these new rules that Mike Dunleavy was talking at the press conference the other day. They just brought in a new cap guy from Detroit, John Phelps. He's replacing Anzi Salah, who went to Atlanta.
After buying out Monty?
Yeah. And he's basically saying, I got to hit up John 20 times a day right now to be is this legal, this illegal? And by the way, stuff can be legal right now in June that it's July 1st when it triggers, but a lot of these trades, even if you agree to them and they're announced or they're reported, won't actually be able to go down until July. So the new rules will be under, I guess, the situation. So to answer your question, I think it would be very hard to get a Paul George in and have Klay back because of the money situation. But the way to potentially do that is Klay coming back on a real discount. And I guess my overall point is like, I think if Klay knows he's taking a discount, I'm not sure he'd want it to be with the Warriors. We'll see. Yeah. Again, I'm qualifying everything.
Yeah.
Well, because like there's so much going on in the league right now.
Let's get into Paul George on the other side. Let's dive deeper into it. We'll play some sound from Windhorst, play some sound from CJ McCollum. The voice you hear is Anthony Slater, our 95.7 Game Insider. He's going to be hanging out with us until 10 a.m. here on the Morning Roast. And that's all coming up because the NBA draft is today. The first round starts at 5 p.m. Wednesday, and the second round begins tomorrow at 1 p.m. I'm so confused with the draft now. We'll be live at Warriors headquarters both days with Willard and Dibs from Thrive City starting today at 2 p.m., then Steiny and Goo tomorrow at 10 a.m. And that's what's coming up on the game, brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week to get ready.
This is Klay Thompson, and you are listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. It better not be roasting me if I'm giving them all these intros.
Who said that? Oh, absolutely not. Nobody's roasting. Was that James Kincaid? By the way, Klay Thompson. Will he be a Warrior by next week? We'll see. We'll see about that. We have Anthony Slater live in studio, our 95.7 The Game insider. Does a terrific job for The Athletic. One of my favorite reads, breaks down the game very well, teaches everybody something with his clips inside of his articles. We're talking to him about the Warriors offseason here. We got into Klay Thompson. By the way, if you're looking for more Giants talk, listen to the Garlic Fries and Baseball
I was going to say, no Giants.
Yeah.
No Giants.
Yeah,
I mean, with 2 in a row, right?
2 in a row.
They won last
no starting
time.
pitchers. Yeah, with no starters.
How does my 12U team have more starters than the San Francisco Giants with a $200 million payroll? How?
I saw Blake Snell out in Sacramento, the area I live, the other day.
Complaining about the Giants pushing him to actually earn his money?
I mean, he almost got out of the second.
That guy, dude. That guy. I mean, geez
30 million, baby. What is it, 32, 33?
Missile Snell, who throws it like 3 feet in front of home plate, drives me nuts.
Boy, he has 2 Cy Youngs.
2 Cy Youngs. Oh,
yeah, and a couple mediocre seasons packed in between.
That trust me, that wasn't the conversation when he signed.
I know it wasn't, because I remember coming on one of the weekly hits mid-season, and this was right after they got Soler, and I think I said something about the Guardians, and he was like, "Are you kidding me, Soler? We 40 home runs, Cy Young."
My God, I'm sitting here lukewarm, but I'm the hater.
Anthony. Like Wall Street, stocks go up and they go down. And so when I present it with new information, I would be a fool not to pivot. I have a saying. It's called pivot, don't panic.
I believe I mentioned, that might be good enough for like the 3rd wild card. And you're like, the Diamondbacks came out of that. Which I guess it's a fact.
Factually correct. The Diamondbacks do have a ton of injuries now.
And the Giants are still in the race, right? They're not mathematically out of it.
I mean, that NL.
Oh, by the way, Giants, Garlic Fries and Baseball guys, Joe Shasky, Sam Lovett, best Giants talk in the Bay Area all season long. Here, in-depth analysis and insights, as well as exclusive interviews with players. New episode available now. Subscribe today on iTunes, Spotify, and the free Odyssey app. All right, Brian Windhorst said this morning on Get Up about Paul George.
Paul George, frankly, wants 4 years. He wants a full-out max. And there are a number of teams out there, I am told, that are prepared to give it to him, who are prepared to trade for him. One of those teams potentially is up the coast in Golden State. Golden State is big fish hunting. Remember, last trade deadline, they put a call in about LeBron James. They are sniffing around big deals. If Paul George is willing to leave, they would like to be an option for him. But any of these places that Paul would need to go via trade would have to get worked out with the Clippers and would have to get worked out by Saturday. The Clippers, I think, are in a position where they kind of want to call Paul's bluff that he would actually want to leave his hometown of LA. So that's one of the most interesting things to watch in terms of stare downs between now and this weekend.
So Paul George, and he mentioned the Lakers and how the Warriors were big game hunting with LeBron James, and that is factual. And I've heard LeBron James approved the damn trade, and the Lakers like, hell no, we're not trading you up there to go to state right now. We're not going to do that.
Is Bonte getting aggregated today?
No, don't quote me on this.
I wanted it.
Don't quote me on it.
That was what I wanted.
I didn't trust me.
Business standpoint.
Listen, I just heard from what I heard.
I just hope it's him getting
aggravated.
No, don't aggravate me on that. But I heard that LeBron's accepted it.
You didn't hear what happened? Bonte just got new representation. Clutch. Ooh, he's going to be on the JJ pod.
Boy.
Hi, I'm Bonte Hill, and your new Laker coach, JJ Redick.
What is it? The 3 guys and what is it? What is the podcast? A weird name.
Old man and
the 3. Well, it's kind of weird. Kind of weird name. He's not going to podcast anymore.
We know nothing about weird names.
But to that point, LeBron James and the Lakers, the Warriors did look after it, and I heard Klay was going to be part of the deal, but it didn't happen or whatnot. Slater kind of hinted at it. He hinted at it. Don't quote me on that. Don't put that out there. Do not put that out there.
There's a difference between hinting and saying. I've learned it over the years.
So anyway, Paul George.
Yeah.
Your thoughts, Anthony?
He's appealing for a few reasons. Number one, he's Paul George, right? He's very good. But 2, like you saw the price tag for Mikal Bridges. Well, part of the reason it was so high is because Mikal Bridges has 2-3 years left on his deal, right? He's not, he's locked into his team. Paul George is not locked into the Clippers. He can leave the Clippers this weekend, essentially. Whereas, so that makes the trade price much lower because Paul George has an insane amount of leverage in this situation. He can decide where he wants to go. Now, the Clippers have to play ball if he wants to go to a place that doesn't have cap space, right? He could just go, hey, I'm going to Philly, and you're getting absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
But But if he wants to go to the Warriors, theoretically, he could tell the Clippers, like, hey, I'm opt in and trade me to the Warriors before my deadline. Like, let's agree to that, or I will leave anyways. So that means that the Clippers cannot just suddenly demand, oh, give us all your picks, give us all your best players, give us this, give us that. It's almost like he's a free agent. It's what Chris Paul did to the Clippers back when he went to Houston. Go look at the package Houston got. Like, it wasn't that good. It was like Pat Bev, like, a pick or two, some salary filler. Like, you got to match salaries and all that, especially with all these apron rules. So it's not nothing. Like, there would be things going out from the Warriors, but it's like, it is not some crazy bidding war where let's say.
It's not the OKC deal, 7 firsts or whatever.
So you're saying that theoretically, it's a possibility that CP3, Andrew Wiggins, and maybe a couple picks, you can go get.
Yeah, I mean, this is where the Chris Paul salary matters here. That's where his.
If they're going to accept that, give me Paul George right now.
Well,
I just don't believe the Clippers would do that. But if they did,
my guy,
if they did,
come on to my side of the boat.
No. I was already on the side. I just wasn't on the side of giving up everything and 5 first-round picks for Paul George. I'm not doing that.
But this is like Paul George is running this situation.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like, that is what is very different. Like, let's say, a Lauri Markkanen is of it. I'm not saying that, but like, let's say, sure, he's very appealing. Lauri Markkanen is not running that situation. The Utah Jazz are running that situation. You got, like, Paul George has to want to come. And then, I think, like, the Clippers do have some level of power in the sense that, like, the Warriors, he could say, hey, fine, Clippers, you're not doing what I want. Well, then I'm walking. He can't just then walk to the Warriors. He basically would need the Sixers to scare the Clippers enough, right? Or another cap space team, because part of what's going on right now is he's trying to get his full max.
Yeah, he's posturing. But you can only have, my understanding is you can only have 5 years on a contract in the NBA currently. So the maximum you can have under the new CBA is 5 years. So if he opts in, a 4-year extension would give him the total of 5 years on his deal. Am I reading this?
Yeah, and again, right? We're getting.
I know. I've done all my studying.
I believe his opt-in and max is for like $220.
Yeah,
it's a little over $50 a year, and these numbers are going crazy.
No, I know they are, but that's not the question.
It's monopoly money.
It's all monopoly money.
Would the Clippers do that though? Would they want to do business with the Warriors?
Would Kuminga have to be a part of that deal? Is the question that I have.
No, I mean, I'm not saying we're not at the stage, at least from my understanding, it's not at the stage that they're, you're talking about who, what will get it done. But like, there is a lack of leverage that the Clippers have. It's why, I actually think it was important last night that for the Warriors that the Knicks went the Bridges route, because the Knicks were a very rumored team in this Paul George mix too. And like, obviously that's off the table, right? They made their big move. But yeah, I don't think it would have to be some overwhelming package. The thing is, you just have to have Paul George want to come to the Warriors. And I think we all know, like, Paul George, it seemed to be his preference would be stay
West Coast. Yeah.
But not just West Coast, LA, right?
Yeah.
Like, I think if the Clippers full maxed him, especially full max extension back when Kawhi signed the extension, he'd probably just be locked into the Clippers. There are people who are maybe more connected. Windhorst is a great example. He was talking today. I know you guys played the clip. Like, he would have a better feeling than I currently have on like how gone it is between Paul George and the Clippers, or not gone. If the Clippers feel enough pressure here, may they just say, hey, you know what? We didn't want to full max you. We will. And then he stays. I don't know. I tend to think his preference would be LA.
Yeah.
But I don't know that for sure.
Wow. If the Clippers, they accepted Chris Paul and Wiggins, oh my God, I'd do that in a heartbeat. But would the Clippers really do business with Steve Ballmer and company, knowing that Jerry West just passed away? You know how he felt about Joe Lacob in his later days. It was not a good breakup between
Knicks
Jerry West and the Warriors.
Made a trade last night.
They did make a trade last night.
Is there really that much like animosity between the Clippers?
Oh, the Elton Brand deal back in 2009 when they signed the offer sheet and they took Baron Davis from us and we took Corey Maggette. This is going way back. You probably don't even know what I'm talking about.
The truth is the Clippers need, if like Paul George is leaving the Clippers,
they need something in return.
It's better than nothing, right?
Yeah.
Especially given where they are financially.
Yes, he could tell them nothing. Now, like, that does make some of these salaries like a little bit more unpalatable for the Clippers. Like, they don't want to necessarily take on big money, but I guess part of the appeal of Chris Paul is like, it's an expiring. It's 1 year, it's 30, it's expiring though. And there's ways for them to pivot. We'll see, but that is
James
why
Harden over Paul George, unbelievable.
I'm not sure they're picking.
They pick it, but
Paul George is picking.
Paul George is picking.
Yeah, I think it's Paul George.
That's what I
suspect. They're gonna end up with James Harden and Kawhi. Oh,
but it's either you get nothing.
No, I know. I understand that. I understand.
By the way, there's a chance if Paul leaves, like maybe they just pivot off Harden and like they have to reset. You know, like there's a lot going on, but you know. That could open up a potential Klay Thompson landing spot, and you know what I mean.
With the Clippers,
we'll
and he
see.
goes back home to LA.
Again, I'm just this is such a spitball time of year. I don't want it to come out.
Yeah, no doubt.
We're reporting that exclusively here on 95.7 Game.
Now with Sacramento, if the price is lowered, with the Kings want to get in on the mix.
I know.
Yeah, you know, Sacramento, we've reported.
I'm never talking Warriors, but I mean, come on, there's another team you may have to compete with. That's all I'm saying.
Oh yeah, no, I might
if
be
the
up a
price
golden
is
one
down,
tonight.
who would be asking?
Yeah.
Paul George is hitting up Slater. So what do you think of the G1 Center?
The Kings are very active right now. They were really close to getting Alex Caruso last week for the 13th pick. The 13th pick is on the table. You should read about that in The Athletic. We reported.
Yeah, I know you did.
I don't click on Kings content though.
This was spicy Kings content.
It's really good content.
And as I think the point that Bonte's trying to make is like all of it intertwines right now.
No, I hear
in
you.
The league.
Yeah.
You know, again, like
connectivity.
You may not think the Knicks Nets trade matter to the Warriors, but you know, for various reasons, I think it kind of does.
Well, and I'm glad you brought that up because
hey, Shasky, real quick, PG did play in Oklahoma City and Indiana. He loves small markets. He's accustomed to that.
Sure, I just
had no problem with this.
This isn't Kings talk, so I don't care about the Kings. But here's what I would say to you. So you're asking about connectivity. When I'm reading the articles about the long form articles about the Bridges trade, the thing that stuck out to me was Memphis was involved and Utah was involved. And I said, well, then that probably means they're building around Lauri Markkanen, not trading Lauri Markkanen, though. Is that up in the air as well? What's going on there?
Yeah, again, everything's up in the air. Danny Ainge is pretty tight, you know, holds it pretty tight to the vest, a little bit like Oklahoma City in a sense. Like, did you see Giddey for Caruso coming last week?
I saw Giddey going after that playoffs. It just felt like he was the odd man out.
For sure, but there wasn't any.
Agreed.
You know,
I had no idea Chicago's in the mix.
I didn't know
Chicago. A lot of there's so much conversation around this time of year, and teams may want to do one thing and they may decide they have to pivot to the other. I don't know. Like, if Markkanen is to be traded, it would, in my opinion, be a ridiculous haul, right? Considering the contract he's on, what he's become as a player. I couldn't imagine, if we're just talking Warriors, like, I'm not like they would certainly be interested. That would be the type of deal where like a lot of the assets,
as in Kuminga,
I would imagine.
Yeah, I would imagine
if you're Utah
and you're Danny Ainge too. Yeah. Danny Ainge is a stickler for picks, and he's gonna hold out.
So let's just look at like the Thunder as an example. What do the Thunder need? Right, they need like a kind of a taller, bigger shooter who can rebound a little bit, can help, you know, protect the lane with Chet Holmgren, but can kind of keep their flowing offense going. They have enough space and money to be maneuverable. Like, is Lauri Markkanen not perfect for that, like, final piece in Oklahoma City?
Oh, no.
Right?
I think a lot of guys fit well in Oklahoma City. But
for sure.
Your point is well taken.
So that's point number one. Point number two is, imagine the trade package that the Thunder
they would have a tremendous package. I mean, they have Isaiah Joe, who they can opt into $3 more million.
Isaiah Joe is like the little, like, you know, Hershey's Kiss on the top.
I'm just saying, like, they have a player like that who's just a shooter, a raw shooter.
Jason Wallace.
Yeah, they've got a lot of pieces.
He did play well.
The other Jalen Williams, if they wanted to move off him.
Arkansas Jalen Williams.
They have, every first round pick imaginable.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, they have
the Warriors don't
have 9 picks, 9 guaranteed first round picks over the next 6 years. They could be up to like 14 or 15.
They have the 12th pick tonight.
Wow. So
this draft feels like an afterthought, though.
It does, but there's going to be a lot of movement possibly.
There's the one thing is, like, there's enough like player. There's like, you don't want the first pick in this draft. It's like really bad.
Atlanta.
Yeah, I know. Terrible year for that. But it's basically, you know, as you get closer and you study this draft a little bit more, I mean, what people say is like, this is a draft that basically starts like it's starting at the 7th pick. But after that, it's like still a bunch of, you know, possible rotation players. And if you just get a, you know, I know the Kings are dealing with it tonight. They got the 13th pick. I think if it gets to 13 and theoretically, let's say the Wizards really like somebody that's fallen to 13, it's theoretically possible they could flip 13 to Washington for Kuzma, you know, with some filler. Because there's a lot of guys that I think these front offices, depending on who falls, who doesn't, will believe, oh, you know, that I do like that guy. That guy we had 4th on the board and he's 13th. Zach Edey. I think there's probably front offices out there that think Zach Edey's like a starting center in this league, and he's probably going to be available late lottery.
Bronny.
Let me ask you about this. You brought up Atlanta. Would DeJounte Murray be on the move? And is that a guy that could fit in with the Golden State? Because I do want to go back to Paul George and ask you, where does that place the Warriors in the West, hypothetically, if they did get a Paul George and they didn't have to trade Kuminga? But what about DeJounte Murray? Is he on the block right now, Slater? What did you hear about him?
I think Atlanta might be the team tonight that has to choose where they're going. It maybe doesn't necessarily have to be tonight, but the team over the next few weeks where they lucked into the first pick, right? They were 11th lottery odds, something like that. Now it's not, as we talked about, this ain't a Wemby year. If they lucked into Wemby, they probably just changing everything.
Right.
But you hear that they're gonna likely this summer move off one of Trae Young or DeJounte Murray. But I thought, and the league thought that they were going to trade DeJounte Murray at the deadline, and they just didn't like the offers. I think one of them is probably getting moved this summer, especially because they're bringing in this new first-round pick. I think they're going to kind of change who they are. The front office has shifted. I mean, as you mentioned, including they just, from what I understand, Onzi, who left the Warriors, part of the reason he left the Warriors is because he's getting a pretty high-ranking position there, probably, basically the number 2 there. And he's a smart guy, and a cap guy, legal guy. He'll put his imprints on the situation there. And I do think there's a good level of communication between the Warriors and the Hawks front office, and relationships matter in this league a lot. So if the Warriors want to get in the mix, I think they could. Now, I don't know. Trae Young doesn't fit here, right?
No.
Now, Murray, you could argue, right?
Better fit.
I actually like him alongside Steph. I don't think it's as good as Paul George, but I think it's not bad.
They weren't that. At the past deadline, they weren't that interested. They could have, he was available for the right price. You would have had to probably overpay, but I think you probably would have to now. They didn't show that much interest then. I'm not saying that can't change now.
Paul George, he comes here. I'm going because now it's the Clippers. If they're not asking for Jonathan Kuminga, then I'm really all in, and I don't care what the 2029 first round pick is. I really don't care right now because we're maximizing the Steph window. But where does that where does that place the Warriors in the Western Conference with just a Paul George? And I know you got to fill out the roster. You got to get other big. What are you going to do with Looney?
Dre,
are you going to keep GP2? Are you going to have TJD around? I don't know what the rest of the roster looks like, but does Paul George, does he add 7 wins to the Warriors win total? They won 46 last year.
I think just not screwing up at the end of the game should add a few wins.
His IQ is good.
Yeah, I like Paul George. Now, let's look last year. He had a good year last year. He played a lot of games. 74 games played last year, which is are you guaranteed to get that? But
it's the highest in a long time, Slate.
Yes,
He's 55, 56, 54.
23 per game, 48%, 41% from 3, 90% from the line. He's a smooth player, can defend, right? That's the big thing. Yeah, he's what they need. Yes, they're a significantly better team. Do they leap ahead of the Nuggets? Well, if the Nuggets lose KCP, as our friend over here was indicating, is possible.
Well, Orlando, I'm just trying to connect the dots. That's all. I don't know anything. I'm just trying to connect the dots on what teams need.
Are you turning into Mad Duck? I don't know anybody. I haven't talked to anybody. But it's me about
I study the league. I study the league like Slate's. Not as much as Slate's. But I'm just saying, if Orlando's not in on Klay and there's another 2 guard at KCP, I'm like, well, damn, KCP might fit better with Jalen Suggs and Paolo Banchero. I don't know. Then maybe that's a move.
And that would hurt the Nuggets, which was my overall point. So maybe if the Nuggets are taking a little step back, I mean, the Mavericks just had a great run. They clearly, Luka being your 1A with Kyrie, as settled as Kyrie seems to be, lively on the rise. I think the Warriors would be considered, even with Paul George, theoretically, considered a tier below, but you're in the mix.
Yeah.
Right? You're in the mix.
Paul George.
What are the chances that Kuminga, Moody, TJD, and Pods are all on this team to start the season?
Pretty good. But if a big trade happened, I think at least one of them's in it. And I think Moody was relatively available at the deadline. They were looking to make smaller moves at the deadline. They were trying to get in on Caruso. I think it's possible Moody might have moved in that deal. It's interesting because I think they probably value and covet the future of Podziemski and Trace Jackson Davis more right now than maybe the market thirst for them would be.
They're
right?
higher on them
They
than
wouldn't-
others.
Yeah, like I think, if a Jimmy Butler trade materialized, like Miami did love Podziemski at the draft. I think
Tyler Hero and Podziemski.
And the Warriors love Jaime Jaquez, right?
Yeah, right.
Well, they have like Caleb Martin could be on the move as an example. Like they've got a lot of weird pieces in Miami.
If there's just like a monster move that they feel like really vaults them into like really legitimately back in the mix, and the stickling point is one of their younger guys, particularly like the non-Kuminga group, I guess we could say.
Yeah.
I mean, they'll probably relent on that. You can't just protect everything.
Is Kuminga untradeable? Is he untouchable for the Golden State Warriors? Could he be had in the right move? Because I keep going back to the Clippers and Paul George. I'm like, man, if the Clippers, I know they don't have a lot of juice in this. I know Paul George holds all the cards, but damn, if I'm the Clippers, I'm thinking I can't even get Kuminga out of this guy. That's
okay. But what if you're like, Paul? Kuminga was the sticking point. We just can't do this trade. And he goes, all right, well, I'm opting out.
No doubt about it. No doubt about it. But it leads me to like, is Kuminga untouchable? Because I still think highly of Kuminga. I do.
Yeah, I mean, well, you should. Like, he's a good player. The league thinks highly enough of Kuminga that like there's a reason extension talks might get a little tricky because I think if he goes to restricted free agency, like literally this time next year, he might be a restricted free agent. That the league could show you how highly.
What's his value today? Because they have to make a decision by October 21st, give or take.
Yeah.
On an extension, 30. I mean,
those talks won't even happen.
Get $55 million was like wow.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think we're talking at least the like a 9-figure type multi-year deal, right? In the 100 something, X years for $100 million, 4 years for $100+ million. That'll be a varying. We'll see where that goes, and negotiations matter. I mean, it's what happened to Poole. Poole's market rose. Poole's market rose a lot because it's interesting you mentioned Scotty Barnes. When Tyler Hero signed that deal, I was actually in Japan around the Warriors at the time, and I remember them being like, "Ooh, that Hero deal," like that really like took a lot of their leverage away. Because it's just like at the time, I mean, Poole had just helped them win a title. At that point, I think Poole's reputation and upside because of what he meant to a winning environment was like, you got to go over Tyler Hero for him. And they did go over Tyler Hero for him.
Do they view the Kuminga situation dramatically different? Or I guess, I
think they'll be more careful.
That's okay. Because I'm discerning, and we've had this discussion. I'm like, look, I want to keep Kuminga, but like, wow, extending him at $30 million after what just happened with Jordan Poole. And there's so many reasons why, like, I would be a little worried. I just would. I'm not saying I wouldn't do it. I'm just saying I'm reluctant.
It's always a worry with a young player, right? It's always a worry. He had the knee tendonitis and he missed some time late in the season. But on the flip side, I think about it like this. Boy, if I got him at $30 million a year, that could be a huge bargain in 2 years. Having Jonathan Kuminga at 30 a year.
With the Barnes deal. Like, I don't know. And the cap going bigger next year. Like, I don't know.
There's a lot of things going
is.
on now. I think what matters, and again, those talks won't happen until like
they figure
what their roster looks like in a couple weeks. They don't know what their roster is going to look like, and not only their roster, but their future money commitments. Right? If Paul George theoretically came in, and if he came in, it would very likely be with that 4 for $221. Like suddenly they're a little bit more handcuffed long term financially.
What about Steph getting an extension? Does that give them any? All Steph extensions, because he is extension eligible this offseason. Is that even on the table? Is that something they're just going to wait and go through? Does it give them any relief down the board? I think
it'll at least be like thought about a little later in the summer. Again, I think there's so many dominoes here and like where this franchise is going and like what's Steph's interest in necessarily locking up long term. Now it gets him another year of like insane money, but also, he just like we reported with De'Aaron Fox in Sacramento a little bit, you as a player still want to hold a little bit of a leverage card over a team where, if Steph theoretically signed an extension and then the Warriors get through the next few weeks and, they just didn't find a trade they liked and they're like, we want to protect the picks. We want to protect the youth. Yeah, we might be the 9th seed again next year. We want to get out of the tax. Right. We want to get out of the tax entirely. Right. It just seems like that reset. Then Steph would have lost a little bit of his leverage. It's a leverage league. So
yeah, no doubt.
I think a Steph extension may get talked about later when a lot of dust just needs to settle clear over the next few weeks.
Because he's got 2 left and then he can get 3 more. Again, the whole, because I'm reading
there's
about
the
this
over 38 rule.
Yes.
So again, like, gosh, so many.
The rules are unreal.
Well, they're changing, too.
Yeah,
That's
they're
the problem.
unreal.
It's a math equation. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Don't forget that you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter streams. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Anthony Slater, live in studio here on the Morning Roast. He'll be here for the next hour. He's been here for an hour already, breaking down the Golden State Warriors offseason here. And I want to get back to this. I want to get back to Kuminga because we were talking about Klay Thompson earlier and their relationships with the coaching staff and the players or whatnot. Now we know Kuminga. He's gone to the media not once, not twice, but 3 times. And the last time he went to the media.
Where'd you read about that?
The Athletic, baby. Anthony Slater says, Sharadia, baby. Let's go. Anthony Slater, breaking news. Aggregate that one.
It's really the only publication I read outside of 957thegame.com.
You lie. He just asked me for my Sporty Green password last. No, I'm kidding.
I've hit my limit on SF Gate, click-ons.
Yeah. Well, they like to aggregate the wrong things on this show. I got a problem with Alexander Simon, the editor of SF Gate.
They had a post yesterday, real quick, about like the hottest cocktail bar in San Francisco that I had never heard of.
Oh, yeah.
That only serves non-alcoholic drinks. Newsflash, whoever the moron is that just got here from wherever, writing for the Chronicle, no one's ever heard of that bar.
Leave that one alone.
No, I'll tell that to their face. The Chronicle used to be respected.
I'm hitting the off button on my mic.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave that alone. I still subscribe to the Chronicle.
I'm telling you, I said it.
The Chronicle's my hometown paper. I read the Athletic first, then the Chronicle. I got love for the Chronicle.
Don't get me started on food reviews.
Kuminga's relationship. How's his relationship with Steve Kerr? Has it been repaired? How's he feel his standing is with the Golden State Warriors? Does he feel like he's in good standing with the ownership group, with the team, with the players? How's he feel right now? Because there was a lot of drama with Kuminga early on in the season.
Yeah, I mean, I think Kuminga's desire at that point was very easy to understand. It was like, I believe I am a 30-plus minute per game player in the NBA. I believe I'm good enough for that at this point. And, even if there was arguments year 1, year 2, he hadn't got there. I think by year 3, it was pretty clear, I don't know, this guy can help winning. He does stuff that this team didn't have, right? Downhill, led the team in paint points, dunks. Mm-hmm. Didn't he have the most dunks for the franchise for a season? There was just stuff he did that you need on the floor. And then obviously it came to a head and when he got benched for the last 18 minutes of that Nuggets game that ended with the Jokic bank. And then, we come out with the report the next day in the middle of a back-to-back. That was what I remember. The crazy part of that time. And that day, they had, Kuminga and Steve had a meeting in the office that, Kuminga was very honest about afterwards. And I think admitted that maybe he wasn't as great as the communication. I think Steve, in a kind of winding way, admitted maybe that conversation needed to happen earlier. And then I believe Kuminga went out that night, it was career high in minutes the next game, and then he was starting. And I do think the relationship, you use as the relationship repaired. I think the big thing is he's playing more. That's all. It wasn't some deep personal, back and forth this or that. It was just play me.
Yep.
But at the expense of who? And I think that was and at what position and at what times.
And we should get to that. But I think at the time, it was also very important for him because he's extension eligible this summer. There's a lot of money on the line for him now and into the future. So as we look towards the future, 2 things. Number one, playing time next year will matter. But also, Steve said it in his post-game, in his exit interview. He doesn't think Kuminga at this stage has shown he's a small forward, which may sound like a small comment, but I think it's massive as we talk about lineup combinations and the way they refit this roster next year. Because late in the season, Kuminga gets the knee tendonitis. Yes, that happened. What also happened is Trace Jackson-Davis stepped into the starting lineup. They were much better defensively with Trace and Draymond. Draymond would have quotes about how he loves having a backline center so he can play free safety. He's not the rim protector. And by the Kings game, by late in the season, they were bringing Kuminga off the bench. Now, still playing good minutes, but if you're going into next season with Kuminga, Wiggins, Draymond, Trace, there's the minute pie is kind of getting crowded there.
I don't love the spacing with Draymond and TJD and Kuminga on the floor together. If you don't have the spacing of the shooting, the lane gets clogged. Yep. I mean, really, the only exciting part of that game was the 3 consecutive buckets. I'm talking about the playing game for Kuminga. That was it. That was literally the most exciting part of the game. And he's a guy that gets to the free throw line on a team that doesn't get to the free throw line a whole lot.
Where's he at defensively, in your opinion, JK?
I think he has a lot of tools defensively, and I think there are moments and games, especially I would say even his first couple of years, where like, I can remember they're like, hey, guard LaMelo Ball for this game. And he was like, yeah, lock into that assignment. I think if he's hounding you on ball and he's like really into the possession, he's difficult to get by and score on. He's great laterally, long, athletic, competitive, especially in like a one-on-one setting. He has his team defensive issues, rotation issues. I think
awareness off ball is a problem.
Yeah,
for him.
and just like desire on a possession by possession basis to like make sure the team defense is as good as it can be. You know, it's like he loves to block a shot. He loves to, lock a guy up. And remember Jordan Clarkson when he locked him up and got Clarkson so mad. Clarkson was like,
Carson's ready to fight. Yeah, he squared up on him.
Like he can do a lot of that stuff, which they need, by the way. They need point of attack, good defense. But, defensive rating with a player on the floor matters in the sense of like it's what they like about Podziemski, right? It's just like it's like assignment stuff. Although they say Podziemski gambles too much, but
he has poor lateral movements.
Yeah,
he comes flying up sometimes.
One of the things with Kuminga, I'd say over the long term, is like Kuminga, like really, and I think it's understandable considering the skill set he not only possesses, but I think can grow into. Like he wants to be like a star wing scorer.
So what does Kerr view him as then? Because you said
a four right now,
a power forward, and like Kuminga's trying to, I think, get to the point where, like, by year 5, year 6, year 7, you're talking all-star.
So how do they navigate that next year in terms of a starting lineup if Draymond's going to be your 4 alongside TJ?
It's a great question, and it's going to depend on how the roster. Yeah,
it's how the roster fits. Like we don't know what the roster is going to look like in a couple weeks.
Wouldn't you imagine, like theoretically, you would view Kuminga as like if Wiggins is gone this summer, like Kuminga's your starting 3, right? You would just see him. Yeah, that's a starting spot.
Or if it's Paul George.
Yes.
Yeah. Maybe it's Paul George and he's at the 4, but Draymond at the small ball 5, something that maybe is not sustainable.
That's why suddenly Wiggins and Kuminga worked all of a sudden last year. Why did it happen? Because Draymond stepped in and was the center. But, there's also an argument, and Draymond might make it at times defensively, that he doesn't want to just be the small ball center. He loved playing with Andrew Bogut. He loved having Zaza Pachulia
he likes to be the help
him.
defender.
Yeah, and just like he says it, and especially the last couple seasons dealing with the back. It's like when I'm guarding the center, and like Jonas Valanciunas is trying to get every single offensive rebound, and I just got to step in and box. Like my job is to box Jonas Valanciunas out for a quarter. It's like that's a little bit taxing.
All right, real quick, 2 quick ones before we hit the break.
And line them up, 888-957-9570. Ask Slater anything Warrior-related.
Ask him anything. 888-957-9570, all about the Warriors right now with Anthony Slater and the NBA. If you got an NBA question, ask Slates. He's tapped in, but more so on the Warriors. The Warriors Twitter account at 9 o'clock just tweeted out the Kings. Yeah. The Warriors Twitter account, go to State Warriors, it's at Warriors, just tweeted out a big statement coming soon with eyes emoji. So I don't know what they're doing.
What?
They're teasing the fan base, but a big statement coming soon. That's
Rick
from the
Barry
Go to State Warriors.
statue doing the underhand, free throw.
Maybe that. But 2, if you do acquire Paul George,
uniform.
Who's the best fit with Paul George? Would it be Andrew Wiggins or would it be JK?
Let me just say that even if a Paul George trade were to happen or any big trade were to happen, not only would it not be hinted at, in my opinion, by the Warriors Twitter account because of tampering rules, number one, and also just like
this is uniform statute related.
The legal rules of the league.
We're having a hot dog
They literally
contest.
wouldn't even be able to acknowledge it until like July 6th.
Exactly.
I mean, I know it's just more so getting the fans like big statement. What's going on? It's like, hey fans, it's not a trade. Trust me, it's not that. We'll get that from Slater or Shams or Woj or whatnot. But I do wonder about the fit. Wiggins. Do you think Wiggins is just basically done here? That they're actively trying to get no. There's an avenue for him to be back next season.
Sure. Yeah. If they don't like what they have now, like, could he be moved? Sure. Yeah, he could. But like, I don't like done is no. I don't.
I'm done.
Okay, that's fine.
You're not Mike Dunleavy.
Well, I'm just telling you, like, me and a lot of the film are done.
But then what if he does come back and they have to trade Kuminga for Paul George?
You're also dumb, but if he shoots like 40% from 3 and like guards well and looks like in shape and motivated in the first month.
It's a lot of ifs.
But Mr. Jorge Soler is the GOAT this summer. Like new information could change your mind.
Yeah, it could change your mind. You'll pivot.
The fact that they squeezed the Cody Ross run out of him, I'm shocked that it happened. Yeah. I'm thankful from what Wiggins gave, but the hollow invisible man is going to go invisible again at some point. Like, I know it's coming.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, that's fair. Like, his contract's actually not that bad. But it's also like when they signed it, it was viewed as like incredibly team friendly. Obviously, that has changed.
Oh yeah.
So I mean, again, I think for the right move for the right return, he certainly would be available this summer. They talked about him plenty last season leading up to the deadline, but also I don't think they're like, oh, we got to get off his.
No, but do the players do the players trust him to be ready to go all year this year?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. You kind of have to if he's on the team. I don't know. There's no demand that he has to be gone. I mean, he is still at the start of a big game next season, depending on who they bring in. Paul George could change this, but let's say they have relatively the same roster next year, and they play the Mavericks on opening night. He's guarding Luka. He's guarding Luka most of the game. He's guarding Luka for 36 minutes. He's their best option on Luka. He was great on Luka in that playoff run. Again, I know that playoff run is not indicative of what you can expect moving forward, but if he's suddenly just off the roster for not a good return, you lose your best individual defender.
We agree with.
It's point of attack. Yeah,
that
you're
we
right.
agree with. But I'm just saying,
he's making $26 million next year. That's really not that bad.
A lot of people think that's a bargain too, and the Warriors thought it was a big time bargain considering what other players around the league got paid. So I'm kind of with you there.
You
Slates.
do need a lot more from him to go to get back to the next level for sure. And I understand anybody who's not trusting you're going to get that, but I'm just saying they're not just oh my gosh, we have to get off.
Anthony Slater live in studio. This has been a lot of fun. That hour flew by. We got about 40 minutes left with Slates here on the Morning Roast. Line them up. I see your calls right now. 888-957-9570 is the number. Ask Anthony Slater anything Warriors related. If you want to sneak in another NBA call, that's fine too. But Anthony Slater's live in studio to answer the questions as we break down this offseason.
Yeah, I'm excited. The guy knows more than anybody about these topics. And I'm getting some great feedback about my suggestion, the Rick Barry statue. Scooter is saying that that's the best part of this entire hour and a half.
Oh, yeah. Scooter Barry. Shout out to Scooter Barry. Yeah, the Rick Barry statue should have been up. You're a big statue guy, but it'll come up at some point.
I want that statue.
It'll come up at some point. Come on. Rick Barry should have a statue.
Can you do a statue of a current player? Could they do a Steph Curry statue?
So, for example, I actually think that there are certain players that, Derek Jeter, I thought could have had a statue while he was playing. Steph absolutely can have one while he's playing.
Yeah. Get the statues up. They got the little walk with the plaques right there. Rick Barry's 24, Chris Mullin, Nate Thurman, all that. But yeah, statue would be cool. All right, what's coming up? More with Anthony Slater, brought to you by KTVU, Fox 2 streaming app. KTVU's Fox Local streaming app for your connected TV, live stream mornings on 2, the 10 o'clock news, and all Fox 2 newscasts, plus watch Like It or Not, and more. Fox Local, free and easy to use, no subscription required.
Warriors Offseason Summit with all the hosts Monday, July 8th at Fremont Bank. The address is 39150 Fremont Boulevard in Fremont. Space is limited, so if you want to be there with
Now back to the morning roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. Take it away, Bonte.
Funny text here from the 650 Xfinity mobile text line. Slater could answer it. He could answer it. Does Slater have any worry of missing breaking news while on the show? No, because he could just walk out the studio and start typing right away.
Also, I have my cell phone right here if anybody's watching online, and my laptop right here, so I can still communicate with people.
There you go.
Put out the breaking news. Morning Roast is back. We're number one.
Well, he's got aggregated already. Anthony Slater showed
did
me
he?
the NBA Central account.
Oh, I like that account.
It is, I don't, because they aggregate you and just don't give you credit for anything. Not affiliated with the National Basketball Association. Contact info@ballcentral.com. So already 16 minutes ago, Moses Moody could be one of the young players going to say packages in a deal per Anthony Slater. If a big trade happened, at least one of them is in the deal. Moses Moody was relatively available at the deadline. They were looking to make smaller moves at the deadline. They were trying to get in on Alex Caruso, so it's possibly Moody might have been moved in that deal.
I think you just re-aggregated aggregation from your own show.
I know.
That's wild.
It's kind of wild, right? That's what we do.
It's inception.
That's what kind of do. That's what we do.
2024 is a weird place.
Come on, man. NBA said that they're always aggregating something. All these accounts.
This is like their Super Bowl season.
Oh, they're loving it. But you gotta stay away from Butt Crack Sports though, because they'll start tweeting stuff.
I believe they reported the Paul George trade already.
They follow me. I'll follow them. I don't know why. I'm just like, man.
There was one day where we had read something from Butt Crack Sports.
I know what it was. It was
Desmond Bain.
Yeah,
was
Andre Iguodala.
And it was talking about Andre Iguodala's muscles and how his muscles were fake and his were real.
He had muscle.
This is the height of the Grizzly versus Warriors beef.
He had bicep implants or something like that. So I read it on there like a serious account.
It was so
and
funny.
it went for an hour, and I was like, yeah, man, like they're talking trash. And I started hyping up. I said biceps, and I started getting into weight room stuff. And they was like, yo, that's a fake account. It's like, oops. My bad. Anyway.
The more you know.
The more you know. Warriors all-season summit details. We got a summit July 8th, and hopefully some of the dust is settled with the Golden State Warriors from 4 to 6 p.m. from Fremont Bank, 39150 Fremont Boulevard in Fremont, California. Space is limited right now, so go to 957thegame.com to reserve your spot. Willard Diz will get the party started at 2 p.m. We'll join the show. All the hosts will be there from 4 to 6 as we talk Warriors basketball. All right, we got a lot of calls here. 888-957-9570. A lot of juice on the Paul. Here's the latest with Paul George. Brian Windhorst this morning on Get Up said this about Paul George.
Paul George, frankly, wants 4 years. He wants a full-out max. And there are a number of teams out there, I am told, that are prepared to give it to him, who are prepared to trade for him. One of those teams potentially is up the coast in Golden State. Golden State is big fish hunting. Remember, last trade deadline, they put a call in about LeBron James. They are sniffing around big deals. If Paul George is willing to leave, they would like to be an option for him. But any of these places that Paul would need to go via trade would have to get worked out with the Clippers and would have to get worked out by Saturday. The Clippers, I think, are in a position where they kind of want to call Paul's bluff that he would actually want to leave his hometown of LA. So that's one of the most interesting things to watch in terms of stare downs between now and this weekend.
That's the latest with Paul George, Anthony. That's the latest.
Yeah, this weekend, prior to June 30th, right, which is free agency, is June 28th, which is the Chris Paul deadline, as you guys are well aware. And I believe June 29th is Paul George's opt-in or opt-out. Like, that's a big date. That is a big date. Whereas, like, Chris Paul, I could see theoretically getting moved back by both sides. Paul George, I think, like, that's not getting moved back, I wouldn't imagine. So, like, I think you'll know, like, if Paul George opts out and goes into free agency, that basically takes the Warriors off the board.
Yes.
So, like, you almost gonna know on this at least, an hour from now theoretically, but also I think by the 29th you almost would have to know if the Warriors are in or out on this.
By the way, CP3, I haven't talked much about him. Did you have fun covering him this past season?
Yes.
Professional, right?
Extremely professional, extremely talkative, and just, interesting, and like so many touch points in the league. You talk to him about some of the guys he's played with, some of the guys he's played against, and his long career, and and like, nobody in that locker room had anything bad to say about the way he handled the season, even though, and he'd be honest about it, like he still thought he was, he still thinks he's at the level he can be like 30 minutes a night, starting point guard, 74 games in a season, really have his grips on a team. Like, he still believes that. But even though he believed that, he accepted the role he was given this season, and he didn't he would tell you he believed this, but it wasn't like, oh, I'm rattling the tables, or I'm demanding this or that. So, and even through this process, from what I've gathered, he's made it clear, look, I understand the contract I signed. I signed it. I was the one that agreed to have a $30 million non-guarantee, which kind of puts his future in the wind. And he's been, as long as you communicate with me and we figure it out, he's been working with them through this process. And from my understanding, will continue to work through wherever this goes.
2 points on Chris Paul. Everyone talks about how much of a genius he is in terms of facilitating in the half court. He has facilitated $390 million of career earnings off the court, or I guess in part what he's done on the court. And I can't even imagine how much he's made from State Farm, Allstate, whatever one of the states that he's,
State Farm insurance.
Yeah, there you go. This man understands the CBA as well as anyone and how to get his. So the fact that he's negotiating right now, I think if they can strike a deal, he's going to find a way to get that $30 million this year. That's number one. Number two, I can't unsee the fact that we talked, all of us, and I guess the Warriors as well. They got him for the playoffs. They got him for the big moments, and he was the second guard to come off the bench in both the first half and second half against Sacramento in the play-in game.
Be honest about why they got him, though. Why did they get him?
Well, they got him because of the flexibility of the Jordan contract. Poole trade. But I'm just telling you what they told me.
They got him to get off the Jordan Poole.
Yeah, no, I understand that. And they also had to staple a pick to Jordan Poole to be able to unload
Top 20 protected, which is important, by the way, right now, because you can trade the 1 through 20 part of that pick still.
But and look, I like Podziemski, but it was the do or die. And I wanted to see an all-time player have a little more of an imprint on the season on the line. That's all.
So you're saying they should have played him more in that Kings game?
I would have gone to him before I would have went to Podziemski. And maybe I'm the only one with this opinion, but if your season's on the line, I'm going to go to the first ballot Hall of Famer before Podziemski.
I think that's fair. I also think there was a point late in the season, and there was certainly a lot of pivot points throughout the season where they decided to go younger. And I think as we're speaking right now, it's probably more important to their future that Podziemski got those minutes than Chris Paul, because who's a part of their future. Now, I would say that more I think there was thinking if they did make the playoffs, which they thought they were going to and would have if they had won those games, that getting Jonathan Kuminga a playoff series, getting Podziemski, getting Trace Jackson-Davis, 6 games of a high-intensity playoff series would have really helped. Now, the fact is they lost that game.
Yeah, it was a do-or-die
If Chris
moment.
Paul plays, I don't know what he even played that night. I don't remember the exact number, but let's say he played 28 minutes instead of whatever he finished at. Do they win that game? Probably not. The Kings Kings rolled them.
No question.
It was not pretty.
But again, you can't tell me all year at a podium, hey, we got him for these clutch moments.
I mean, you got to see you saw how it played out though late in the year. Podziemski was finishing games, and Chris Paul was coming out. You check in, check out, check in, check out.
And I'd say
how it went.
2 things. A lot of times stuff that's said at the podium is said for a reason at the podium.
I get that.
Number one. Number two, they said a lot of the right things about Chris Paul, but also by the end of the season, including in the exit interviews, both sides, Steve Kerr included, Chris even himself, were the fit wasn't as good as we thought it was going to be. And I think we all learned that as we watched. Wow, these lineups are too small.
Yeah.
Chris Paul can't have his grasp on a team like he normally would, playing these little backup point guard minutes. You put him on the floor with Steph, he was amendable. He really tried to work within the flow and offense and off ball and this and that, but the defense was a problem on the other end. And it wasn't a great fit.
And we kind of figured that, right?
And by the way,
I agree. I'm just saying, I would have gone to again. I'm just as we close the book on CB3. It's very simple. I'd have played the first ballot Hall of Famer before the 20-year-old a couple of more minutes in that game and stabilize that game early on. Maybe you end up still getting blown out. Why have a Hall of Famer on your team if you're not going to use them?
Yeah, I just think by that point in the season they had you know what else you were doing? You were starting Trace Jackson-Davis over Kevon Looney, and if you're Kevon Looney literally a year prior was
Looney had not played well at all.
That's fine, but a year prior Looney had dragged Sabonis all over the floor.
No doubt.
Yeah, and Looney, by the way, in the playing game, they had a quick hook for TJD and was going to Looney because there was TJD's not ready for that moment. And he played well. They played as well as they could.
Wasn't that what that entire season was about last year? Was there was nights where you're like, why are you staying with the veterans?
Yes.
You need to go to the youth. And then there was nights where, and he's making the argument now, maybe you're like, why are you sticking too much with the youth? Go to the veterans. It was
Anthony,
tough.
We took a lot of calls where a lot of people said, would you rather be the 7 seed, 8 seed, or see what you have with the youngsters? A lot of people said, we want to see what we have with the youngsters. Forget the 7, 8 seed. Let's see what the future looks like. And that's what we saw. We saw a glimpse of the future. So I understood. I'm with Shasky. Yeah, I would have played Chris Paul before Podziemski, but I understand why they went the other direction. And they were going that direction anyway the last month of the season. Podziemski was finishing a lot of games. All right, let's take some calls, man. We got full phone lines here. Anthony Slater. No, not Austin Slater. Anthony Slater, because he can hit lefties and righties. He's not a platoon guy. Actually, you do platoon. You do platoon. Just on an NBA beat a little bit.
All right, if we're taking a call.
You like that?
I don't view you that way. I view you as an everyday premier number 3 hitter. Actually, in modern baseball, you bat 2, and so I would probably put you there. And you're in the lineup every day. Permanent marker, not pencil.
Yeah, you're a 5-tool player, Anthony.
2 hitter? Average. 2 hitters
hit
now?
For average.
Your best hitter hits 2 now?
Well, yes, absolutely.
On some teams.
Absolutely.
On some teams.
I don't know, something like Schwarber's leading off in Philly.
Well, but he's not. I don't consider him their best player. Period.
Well, Harper's batting 3rd or 4th?
Yeah, but they're a very unique team. Trey Turner can't field the ball. We don't even have to talk about that. He's their liability at shortstop.
Ooh. Oh, come on. You take Trey Turner in a heartbeat.
He led baseball in errors last year.
He also hit 27 home runs.
I know.
And stole a lot of bases. And had a lot of RBIs. The hell with the errors. Give me Trey Turner right now.
Big Brett Wisely guy.
Yeah, you can talk about errors. Like we didn't just watch Marco Luciano and Brett Wisely and Casey Schmidt. Trey Turner. I will take him right now.
That's the
Pay him
rhetoric in
$400
Philly.
million to bring him here.
Telling you what
the shortstops we're watching right now, he could have an error every game as long as he's hitting. Let's go to Stephen in Oakland. Stephen in Oakland, what's happening?
You missed like a month.
Hey, Anthony. One of the comments that really stuck out to me was that you mentioned history. One of the things that I noticed about the Warriors in terms of our history is that, we play horrible when Draymond isn't playing, and like Sid said, if Draymond was playing, we would have been a much better team. Andrew Wiggins was an all-star starting player, but a lot of people don't realize the history that a K-pop artist was the reason why he got the fan votes to be a starter. And also a lot of people don't know it's our history in terms of our splits with playoff teams, but they ignore the fact from November 8th to November 22nd, we played the Minnesota Timberwolves and the Thunder 4 times in a 4-game stretch, and we lost all those games when we were one of the worst teams at the beginning of the season. So looking at our history, I wanted you to answer, what is it about our history that gives you promise and optimism for the future?
Well, part of that history of that Minnesota Thunder sequence you're talking about was Draymond choking Rudy Gobert in the first game and getting ejected. And by the way, getting Klay Thompson ejected at the same time. Remember that?
That was the second game. Remember the first game, he started talking trash to Anthony Edwards, and he started cooking. And I don't believe Steph Curry played in that game, right?
My mom calls that the drag, where he choked and dragged him. She goes, that reminded me of you and your brother growing up.
Yeah, and then the Thunder game was the first of those devastating Thunder late game issues where they let
3.
Well, the foul up 3 was OKC. The game he's talking about was when they let Chet do the turnaround over
and
Wiggins.
And CP3 blew the switch.
Yeah. So I mean, there's a lot of games last season that they could have had back and probably should have had a 4 or 5 game better record. I think your general point is you're asking what the history tells us about like next season. I mean, it probably says that the dynasty's over, and like I don't think they're vaulting back into contention. I think Paul George would make things more interesting. It's more realistic, but the truth is they're probably entering a little bit of a transition phase, slowly out of the Steph Curry era.
But if you say that the dynasty's over, we don't know. Like we'll see 3-4 years from now. But if we were to say they never win anything of significance again, they don't advance in the playoffs out of the first or second round, what did kill the dynasty?
Age, injuries and age, I think. I mean, it's just like, like Nikola Jokic and the Nuggets are just like, it's their time. They have all mid-prime players. Look at what 2 years ago, they beat the Celtics in the finals, and that felt surprising at the time, but part of the reason they beat them was because it was like, Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown and that core is not quite ready. They don't have like necessarily the help or the battle scars that they needed. even if the Warriors get Paul George, or like Steph has it still like really holds off, his late prime and is still like a guy next season. If they somehow got through the West, which like that is a bear to get through that, and they got this Celtics team we just saw in the finals, like their best players, the Warriors' best players, the players they're trying to build around, I think have just aged out while the better young players in the league have aged into their mid primes. That's why the dynasty has ended, right? I mean, there's like smaller move. I mean, if I would say like maybe if they drafted the 2nd overall pick, the 7th overall pick, and the 14th overall pick collectively better, maybe there would be more of a realistic extension of the dynasty. If instead of James Wiseman, they landed Anthony Edwards in that draft, or
right.
Like, they had Jordan Poole, who was ascending, and I know we want to put it all on Jordan Poole, but like there is another, like, yes, age is absolutely undeniable. Father Time, undefeated. There was some self-sabotage simultaneously.
For sure. But I mean, that's part of it.
It's just never going away. It's just.
Are you asking about the punch?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. He's trying to tiptoe around it. I know,
Guru. I'm talking about the punch.
Well, Guru always says not to go Hawaiian on you, but let's talk about the punch. It's a good. It's
a great line.
Good. It's one of his best lines ever.
It is.
Yeah, Slater's looking like Hawaiian punch. I didn't tweet that.
I'll just say this: if that didn't happen, I don't think they win the title that year.
No, but they had something going with a young player, and then immediately had to staple a first-round pick and get him the hell out of Dodge. The guy was tripping over himself. Look, he's culpable as well, but like what he turned into, he was going like Batman Robin, and all of a sudden like lost all his superpowers.
Yeah, I mean, Draymond Green has had some culpability in how the last 2 seasons have gone. There's no question about that. And if the suspensions and the punch and all that hadn't have happened over the last few years, maybe they advance a little further in the playoffs. Maybe they make the playoffs this season. But in general, to your overall question of like, why is the dynasty fading? It's because they're fading.
That I agree with.
Let's take RJ in Fairfield. It's been a long time since we heard from RJ. Happy belated Father's Day, RJ, and you as well, Anthony Slater. RJ in Fairfield, what's happening? By the way, Sacramento Kings, apparently, I'm not going to read this one because it's, never mind. RJ in Fairfield, what's happening? We may have had this guy on the show the other day.
What's up, Anthony? Hey, I've got a question, man. Looking at the Warriors season last year, they need a lot of help. I mean, a lot of help. And I think there's pieces in the Sacramento Kings bench, such as Kevin Huerter, Trey Lyles, Donovan Mitchell, take Harrison Barnes. Do you see a potential trade with the Warriors? Because, I mean, I ain't going to lie. The Kings could use, what's his name, Wiggins. We can use Moody. So I really want those guys. And do you see a potential trade with them for the Sacramento Dynasty Killers?
I mean, the Kings are aggressive right now, and the Warriors are.
I love RJ.
They did, potentially.
They didn't put Lonnie Walker right next to him. I mean, come on, really? They want a play-in game.
You're right, because Warriors probably would have done the same thing as the Kings and walked into New Orleans and got
destroyed.
And then what happened to those same Pelicans? They went into Oklahoma City and got whacked. I think the Thunder
Austin
was whacking
Reeves
who
destroyed the Warriors the year before.
Right.
Yes.
So, I mean, come on.
To his overall point, I think the Kings and Warriors could make an intriguing trade partner. There was a level of Sacramento is like really looking around right now. Like they feel like they really need rotation upgrades. Huerter's clearly been available. Yep. Barnes, both of them were very available with Davion Mitchell at the deadline for Siakam. They were closer than the Warriors were to any type of Siakam move. They, from my understanding, were really close to a Siakam move.
Siakam and Sabonis, that's interesting.
Yeah. And so like the guys he mentioned, a Huerter, a Wiggins, even theoretically a Trey Lyles, could be obtainable. And I think the names he mentioned, like a Wiggins and Moody, like those are guys that the Kings would be interested in. And Wiggins does a lot of stuff I do think the Kings really need, which is like, defense, kind of, it's like they would view that, I would assume, as an upgrade over Harrison Barnes. But, do you guys think
I don't want
Kevin Huerter, a Barnes, the Lyles, like moves the needle enough for the Warriors.
Absolutely not.
Unless they're going to get flipped somewhere else, you know? Like
I don't see that.
No, I'm out. I like Trey Lyles, though. Like, individually, I would think that Trey Lyles is a nice fit.
Shooting bigger rebounds.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I like him individually.
I thought he was big. I thought Sacramento didn't go to it enough in that Game 7 against the Warriors a couple seasons ago when they went to that small lineup. And in Game 6, Trey Lyles was cooking. They kept Looney on the perimeter. They were going pick and pop. They were bombing threes left and right. I thought the Warriors were in trouble in Game 7, and then 50 happened from Stephen Curry. Let's go to Malik in Union City. Malik, what's happening?
Hey, how's it going, fellas? Good morning. Hey, Mr. Slater.
Yep.
This has been a big point of contention with Warriors fans for probably the past 3 years, and it's getting a big man. Something concerning that I haven't heard among the Paul George and Klay Thompson, rhetoric and rumors is anything about any of the available or rumored to be available bigs in trades or free agency like Clint Capella, Brook Lopez, Walker Kessler, things like that. So can you tell me a little bit about what the Warriors' plans for a center would be if they're thinking about trading for anybody, if not, anything linked, and if they believe TJD is a starting center, hopefully a backup center, but what their thought process is on TJD.
Yeah, as far as TJD goes, I mean, what they love about Trayce Jackson-Davis is he's making $1.8 million next year, and he's under contract control for 3 more seasons. So into his age 26 season, he'll only be making 2.4. So I think there's a lot of internal hope and belief, that he is, starting backup. We'll see. Depends on what Draymond plays, but Trayce Jackson-Davis can give a good NBA rotation 25 to 30 minutes. He can rim protect. He can score efficiently. What Trayce Jackson-Davis doesn't give them is a stretch big option. And I do think they need and have kicked around the idea of a stretch big. Now, I don't think, from my understanding, they don't want to pay big money for a big. Right. They don't want to have the big salary slot. Obviously, right now, if it was a Paul George, you have one big money thing that you can do. They've mostly tried to stay cheap in the big man realm. And this goes back to the Durant era, right? The Zazas, the JaVales. Like, they think they can get good center production at the cheap. Now, I think, part of where they failed the last 2 years, where they didn't fail in the championship season, was they got Otto Porter on the minimum. And sometimes big doesn't have to be a center, right? That was a guy who could rebound, and he could shoot the three, and he could fit lineups. And then they tried with JaMychal Green. It didn't work. They tried with Dario Saric. Looked like it was a really good signing. Didn't really work. They'll probably try again on the minimum market. You mentioned the name Brook Lopez. I've thought that's an intriguing potential trade candidate that's maybe lower down the pecking order of what they're trying to do. But, could it Andrew Wiggins for Brook Lopez?
I like Brook Lopez.
I do like him too.
But I don't know how much he's moving the needle. I do. I've always liked him more. And I can't unsee the Warriors just absolutely cooking him that one Saturday night.
Our boy Tim in Raleigh, North Carolina, always calls in the biggest Kuminga fan out there. He brought up a name, and I'll go back to the draft when Jordan Poole was drafted, and Alan Smilekich. And Slater, you'll remember this. As the 40th pick came around, or the 41st pick, there was a lot of bull.
They were at the Cannabis Club.
Talk about not moving the needle.
Talk about not moving the needle. But for Warrior fans, Bo's a name that always pops up. A cheap shooting big. I'm saying, man. You brought up the cheap stuff. That's a guy who you can get on the cheap. I don't know if that, trust me, it's not moving the needle.
I was going to say, he was on the Suns last year. I don't know if anybody remembered because he was barely playing. He was on that Suns team that got swept.
The only thing we remember is this picture from Media Day.
I mean, Drew Eubanks was playing over him last year. It's just not happening, I don't think. And I don't mean it's not the Warriors aren't necessarily trying. It's just Bull is not going to be an impact player in the league, I don't think.
Yeah, we agree. What about a reunion with James Wiseman?
He's available. I am curious where James goes this summer. Because I do think there's upside still in there. But if you're asking really about the Warriors, there's probably a little bit too much personal history. If I was advising James Wiseman, I'd say don't go chasing your ghosts.
Yeah, don't stay away. I'm with you.
I mean, go to a fan base that doesn't have.
Don't come here.
So let me ask you this one.
Wiseman.
What do they do with GP2?
Yeah, I was going to ask that.
I think, number one, he's potential of a trade building chip from a salary perspective. If you need that money to get a deal done, him or Looney's at this point, obviously that's movable. So either of him or Looney could be traded, but I also think they view like he's still win available, and I understand that's, he played 44 games last year. Like he still can do a lot of stuff. Like he was one of their best plus minus guys last year. All the lineups he's in, like when he's on the court, it's like, oh man, this game is moving differently. Right. And they need point of attack defense.
Yep.
Particularly in the West. Let's say again you play a Mavericks team in the playoffs next year. If Gary Payton's healthy, he's getting a shift on Kyrie. He's getting a shift on Luka. So I mean, if you have him around at $9 million, you just hope he's healthy at the right time and you play him in spurts. But you also aren't unwilling to trade him if you need to.
Right. Let's play this song from Stephen A. Smith. We'll get back to the lines in a second. Anthony Slater live in studio. Terrific job for these 2 hours here. Stephen A. Smith, a name that you're familiar with, Anthony, when you were out in Oklahoma City. Here's Stephen A. Smith on First Take about Kevin Durant.
Pay no attention to what Phoenix is saying. They want out of Kevin Durant right now. They want out of Kevin Durant right now. Also, Houston doesn't want Kevin Durant. Ime Udoka may want him, but organizationally, they know that they are not there yet. So their plans are more long range, and they would prefer a Devin Booker, who they know it's a slim chance they'll get, but that would be their preference.
I don't know if I could take Stephen A. seriously.
I love the way he delivers it. It's the content.
Great.
It's the way he delivers
it. But we've talked to Eddie Johnson. He said KD's going nowhere. Shane Young covers the Suns for Forbes magazine or Forbes. He said KD's not going anywhere. Everything I hear is that KD's not going anywhere, and yet I keep hearing KD. Oh, what about KD? What about KD? I keep hearing he's not available. Anthony Slater.
Yeah, again, from my understanding, Phoenix, because of how they've backed themselves into a corner, especially with the Beal deal. Now the second apron dropping on their head, and their lack of assets, and I just think they are still trying to prove to themselves that they can win with this core, even if it's outside looking in. You're I just don't see a rebuilding path for them. And again, from my understanding is it does sound like they want to go into the season with Durant, with that core, obviously hope to try to build around it with the limited tools they have. And if it blows up, then maybe, by deadline or something. But again, I wouldn't be too stunned if a bomb drops and he gets traded to Houston. But I will say this, I've heard some Houston noise with him. And Woj put out last night the Houston noise. And he's pretty careful with that stuff. So I assume the question is kind of a little bit Warriors related. I would be stunned if that reunion happened.
And the ship is sailed with Kevin Durant coming here, right? Coming back to the Bay Area.
You would think, it's like I cover another team in Oklahoma City where I've kind of thought that too, but that's the one. I mean, again, that's probably the romantic, younger beat writer side of me. But if he's going to do a reunion, I think I'm really going home. I think that's where he can kind of round out the career. And by the way, would have a pretty solid supporting cast.
No doubt. You talk about a finals contender. No doubt was SGA company.
The Stephen A. question is the most important, though. Have you ever seen Bonte roll into the Chase Center the way Stephen A. Smith rolls into finals games?
Not even close.
At halftime, he'll be, wandering around with that
finger gunning.
Vince McMahon. Yes, to answer your question.
Stop it. Hey, no watermarks on my videos or anything like that. The little ESPN watermark that Stephen A. had walking in, that was too much. He's on another level.
The house that Bonte built is what they're calling Chase Center.
Okay. What's the Oracle now? Does he even go to Giants games?
Oh, no, he goes.
I've been with the first game of the season was when Aaron Judge hit 2 home runs and I gave him a standing ovation.
You know what his nickname is?
Standing O. And then I went to a day game with Logan Webb, and they beat the Astros. Okay. But I'm not gonna. I don't got time, man. I got a baby at home.
We might be going tomorrow.
No, I actually have to cancel on that. I have to get a haircut.
Oh, Lubman, you just got dropped on live radio.
Well, I had to get a haircut.
Wait a minute.
I get you the credential.
I would have been able to go. I would have got my hair cut earlier, right after the show. However,
butts for candies and nuts.
We have an all-staff meeting tomorrow here at Odyssey at 11 o'clock. So,
Oh, of course, blame the CEO.
I'm going to blame the CEO. I'm going to tell him when he comes in, David Field, You're the reason why I'm not going to Giants Cubs today.
You're the reason I'm stiffing my producer. I'm going to stand behind you with all wide-eyed
Well,
and
I don't
sad.
think I would have caved down with you. I went to the bleachers or
It's
something.
the last time I get you a credential.
Let's go to Charlie in New York City. I'm trying to make it. But the all staff meeting, man. Got to be there. It's mandatory. Can we do it on Zoom? Maybe we'll do it on Zoom. Charlie in New York. What's up?
Hey, what's up? What's up, guys? What's up, Anthony? All these rumors lately with PG-13 and Butler from Miami. I am scared. You know what? If they go into next season, assuming Klay comes back with 4 starters in their mid-30s, why aren't they? Or have you heard anything? Why not maybe package something with the Pelicans for Brandon Ingram, who's a lot younger? He's a 2010 guy. And maybe you can acquire him with some kind of package, obviously with some assets, but with Wiggins, and not have to give up on Kuminga. Or I'm not as crazy about a Zach LaVine, but he's younger. These guys in their mid-30s, given a PG-13 a 4-year contract at his age, or Jimmy Butler, I don't like that idea at all. So what about one of these, I guess, quote unquote, lesser stars like Ingram or someone of that ilk?
Yeah, I can go one by one there. To the LaVine question, I mean, I think a lot of the league is just really turned off by the contract. He, over the next 3 seasons, is making $43 million, $45 million, $48 million. I believe it's like 3 years, 137, something like that. For a guy who played 25 games last year. Knee issues, it's to the point, and we reported this about the Kings, who have also been kind of rumored in the LaVine world, but that you'd almost need to be incentivized. Like, stuff would have to come with Zach LaVine.
You're stapling things to it.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's like it would be high risk, potentially high reward. Like, I could hear that argument because, if he gets back and he's healthy, he's scoring 25 a game, like, he could jolt you a little bit, but it's risky, and it's particularly risky from a financial perspective. To the Brandon Ingram thing, I mean, I've reported on it, but I get a very lukewarm feeling about, the idea of trading for Brandon Ingram with the Warriors, his fit.
What about Zion?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I'm sure they'd be interested in that.
No, is he going to be on the move? Is there any?
I don't believe so.
David Griffin's not going to do that.
Okay, I
don't think so. Although
a boy can dream.
Like the Pelicans' future feels very in the air.
Yep.
But it seems to me, especially with the other thing about Brandon Ingram, he's coming like Paul George, saying extension time. He's got 1 more year left on his deal. It's a big money extension. He is younger. To the overall point that was being made by the caller, I think you would prefer a mid-prime player. You'd prefer Giannis, Anthony Edwards if we're really getting into it. But those aren't that available right now. And the ones that are, the mid-prime ones that are like a Zach LaVine who comes with a contract that looks bad, or an Ingram who I think there's just skepticism that he is that level player. Did you see what Lou Dort did to him in that first round?
Oh, it was nasty.
The torture chamber.
The torture chamber's no joke, man.
Now you got him and Caruso?
That's going to be nasty. Did Ingram and Kurt get along well in the FIBA's World Championships?
He just went away from him. He benched him. He, Kurt's still trying to kind of play his style. So get along would probably
stretch. But
at least I don't know enough to say personality wise. But he went if you just coaches tell you a lot with how they deploy their rotations. He completely minimized Brandon Ingram's role and went away from him.
Well, right now we're kind of minimizing Fast Five. So,
I mean. All right, I'll start because I have a question for Slates. Xfinity Fast Five. Xfinity Fast Five.
Hospitality.
I know, it's unbelievable.
Hospitality. Wow.
Slater, entertain this theory that I've seen texted into the show, commented on the show left and right. Any rumor, any validity to the rumor of a back room, hush-hush, quiet meeting between Giannis and Steph?
Where is this coming from?
The text line.
Xfinity Mobile text line, where Shasky gets all the sources from.
Jim from Walnut Creek.
Sources,
He was at I don't know, name a eatery in Walnut
House of Prime
Creek.
Rib,
Same
right
guy who told us that Bryce Harper was coming to the Giants.
I would be stunned if Giannis was on the move at this point. He signed a 3-year, $186 million extension last summer. That's a lot of contract control from Milwaukee. I think it's getting run back, but if there's any possible way that they could jump into that world, they would obviously do it. But do I see it happening this summer? No, I don't.
510. Forget Brandon Ingram. Can we talk about getting a different Pelican? Trey Murphy III. Oh, that would be great.
I mean,
and
I'd
by the
love
way,
him.
Trey Murphy III was out here for the pre-draft
Why would they give
workouts.
him up?
Heard he was out here for like 3 days, and he wanted to be here, and there were some disagreements about whether to go, and they drafted Moody, of course. Trey Murphy III, man, is a baller, but I don't think he's on the move.
No, he's a really good young player that that a team that wants to contend plans to, by the way, start over Brandon Ingram, it seems. That's why Brandon Ingram's available. So, I mean, that's the thing. We can keep going down the list of great young players in the league. Ooh, Jaden McDaniels.
Oh, man, that sounds great. It sounds great. Sounds great. Question, San Jose Jazz fan. Are you in on the Euros and Copa? Euro 2024 and Copa. Are you a big soccer guy, Anthony Slater? Wow.
No, I'm not.
Wow.
I'm with you. You're a baseball guy. That's why I like you.
There you go. Yeah, I'm just, no. I mean, I like nothing against it. Like, there's just like a sports limit I can get to.
Yeah, it's called fan width.
Yeah.
I only have so much fan width.
Well, no,
I watched 0 minutes of the NHL playoffs. I'm sure they were awesome. It seemed like it was awesome.
Oh, it was awesome. You don't watch tennis? French Open, U.S. Open? Come on, Slate.
If there's a big time like final matchup with I'll dip into that a little bit more.
Over under JJ Redick 1.5 years as Laker coach.
I would say over. I think I'm guessing, but I'm gonna say over.
I thought it was unbecoming to have him swear so much at the press conference. I thought it was a really bad look for him and the organization.
That's a sports radio take.
No, you need to be presidential. Like when you're standing in front of you're a $7 billion corporation. You can't be flippantly swearing left and right.
Yeah, you can do what the hell you want to do. You're the head coach of the Lakers.
You can do what you want to do. Number one. Number two, there were some people that were like, yeah, they need a little.
Right.
I said that with Mike Singletary, and I was wrong.
Yeah, no, that was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you get the fastest internet to all of your devices. Anthony Slater, thanks so much, man. That was a lot of fun. We got some clarity. And now the dust will settle. We'll get you back on probably next week, and we'll try to book you right now before all the other shows try to book you. But I know you would like to be booked by all 3 shows. Means more money in your pocket. I'm trying to get you paid, Slater.
Once again,
get you paid.
He said it, I didn't.
I'm trying to get Anthony Slater paid. Hey, boss man. Hey, boss man. You see why Anthony Slater's worth it? We just did 2 hours live in studio. And the stream is hitting right now on YouTube. All right, have a good day, everybody.
NBA.
tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Diamond, you're doing a great job.
And I'm not going to hold the players accountable.
Together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
I tell you what.
What you got?
We got action.
We do.
We got action in the Bay. Pop, pop. I'll just start out with what they call a lead. Brian Windhorst, ESPN, reporting the Warriors. They want in on Paul George in a big way, and they're even prepared, Guru, to max him out for 4 years.
And my heart just quivered. Because you have to do something. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over, expecting different results. Write that down. And I'm just excited if they pull something off like this to see if it works. And what really just melts my heart is the fact that they're really doing this because they know Steph and Dre and Steve Kerr got a few more years left at this thing, Steiny, and I'm not mad. If they pull this off and it's PG-13, your boy's all in, and it'll be the easiest basketball he's ever played.
Who?
Paul George.
Oh, yeah, it'll be easier than with Kawhi Leonard. Okay.
Yeah.
Here's Brian Windhorst, just so you guys can hear it for yourself.
Paul George, frankly, wants 4 years. He wants a full-out max. And there are a number of teams out there, I am told, that are prepared to give it to him, who are prepared to trade for him. One of those teams potentially is up the coast in Golden State. Golden State is big fish hunting. Remember, last trade deadline, they put a call in about LeBron James. They are sniffing around big deals. If Paul George is willing to leave, they would like to be an option for him. But any of these places that Paul would need to go via trade would have to get worked out with the Clippers and would have to get worked out by Saturday. The Clippers, I think, are in a position where they kind of want to call Paul's bluff that he would actually want to leave his hometown of LA. So that's one of the most interesting things to watch in terms of stare downs between now and this weekend.
Wow.
What do you think, Goo?
Man, Paul George was on his podcast, I believe, a week ago or a few days ago, and he said, it's not just about winning. He wants to go and play a great brand of basketball. So we'll see. And I'm telling you, Steiny, the Warriors, if they run it back, I'm going to be excited either way, but I'll be hella excited if somehow they can add the quality of PG-13 to go with Steph. And PG-13 at his age, Steiny, can still play D, can do a lot of things, man. So let's see, because everything around the league is popping off. You're watching the Knicks do what they do and all these other moves. Why not us? Shout out Kendrick. Not like us, but why not us?
Look, you guys know the deal. 888-957-9570 is the number. This looks like it has legs. Windhorst, as far as I'm concerned, is the real deal. But there's somebody else, too, that's reporting similar things, and that's Mark Stein, formerly of the Dallas Morning News. Mark Stein says that the Warriors are also in on Paul George, that they may be a player for Paul George. All right, Paul George, 34 years old.
He's too old.
No, I can hear him saying it now.
Listen, if this is the way they're going to go, this is the way they're going to go. I have this written down, Goo. Of Jimmy Butler, these are the guys we've been talking about. Of Jimmy Butler, Paul George, and Kevin Durant, let's say. Hell, I'll throw DeRozan in there because he's 35.
All right. DeMar.
Which one would you want out of those four?
Number one would be Kevin Durant. And it's Kevin Durant because they have rapport. They've done it. I think he could hit the ground running. I'll leave that there. And then number two would be Jimmy Butler for the mentals, assuming health. And I'm assuming health on all of them. And three would be PG-13, Steiny. And he wouldn't come here being a one. That one is still Steph and what he brings and the focus that the defense would have to, use on him. And PG could eat from what he does. And then with Draymond Green being able to facilitate. So that would be my order. But either one of these guys gets me excited and aroused. So I'm ready, Stoney. I'm ready for some basketball whoopee.
Well, I'm
give it to me now.
I mean, I'm not gung-ho on an older guy.
Boy.
But if you're gonna if you're gonna give me an older guy, I like Paul George among these names. I do.
Man, you think it could happen?
It feels like it's possible.
So when do we find out about CP3 and that component of if they're going to is that Friday?
If they don't push the deadline back, it's Friday.
Okay. If they don't push it back, we'll find out by Friday.
Correct.
All right. Shout out Cube.
Paul George, ladies and gentlemen, has missed 36% of his games the last 5 years. The last 5 years, he's missed 34, 28, 51, 26. Last year, he played 74 games.
Okay, I like that. That's the most recent.
That scares me.
Yeah. Everything scares you, though,
not
if you're
a young
over
player.
34.
No, young player. Yes, you're right.
Yeah.
It does.
I'm scared of Willard.
In this day and age,
Right.
it absolutely does. But
Willard and Diaz from Chase today.
That's a good call.
Yep.
So the other thing, if the Warriors if they were to acquire Paul George, I don't know what it would mean for Jonathan Kuminga, because I don't see how they, in theory, I guess they could pay Paul George $50+ million and then extend Kuminga this year, but then they're going to have to do something next year, because I don't see how they can have 225. I mean,
but what if you just deal with that next year? But I hear you.
Well, it's not like football, like the 49ers.
Yeah.
I feel like I guess if you get Paul George in here, you may have to do something with Wiggins, obviously. That's going to impact the Kuminga extension or not. I got to believe Klay's done, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they can put this thing together somehow. I don't know. But the centerpiece is Paul George.
Well, how could Klay start if Paul George was a Warrior? Like, if I believe Klay, his role is a big part of this too, and that equals his ego. I don't think there's a scenario, Stoney, to where the Warriors would bring in PG-13 and Klay be able to start. Now, Klay might be like, "Goo, what are you talking about? As long as they give me the right amount of money, I'm here." But Stoney, if they get PG-13, I'm assuming Klay's gone.
Yeah, I would too, but I kind of think Klay's gone anyway. But couldn't you just, in theory, if you move Wiggins, just have Steph, Klay, Paul George, Draymond, and
TJD,
and somebody else? Yeah.
So is there a scenario in your mind right now, as you have your lovely Golf Wednesday sweater on, could they get Paul George and keep Kuminga?
I don't see how long term. Now, if they extend Kuminga this offseason, and he makes 30+ million, the 30+ doesn't kick in next year. It kicks in the year after.
Wow.
But I mean, are they really going to have Steph at 55, Paul George at 55, Wiggins at 25, Draymond at 25, Kuminga at 30?
No, they're not.
They can't do that. 888-957-9570 is the number. Here's the other thing. If you get Paul George and you're looking at what the Knicks did yesterday, Knicks got Mikal Bridges, another guy who was coveted. Everybody would have loved to see Mikal Bridges on the Warriors. There's no doubt. What a fit he would have been. Would you give up 4 unprotected picks for Mikal Bridges? Because that's what it took to get him. 4 unprotected first-round picks. I mean, I guess you would say, well, if the Knicks can do it, we can do it. I don't know.
You know me, Steiny.
Yeah, I'm out.
I want what I want, and the hell, tomorrow's not promised.
There's a difference between the Knicks and the Warriors,
no doubt.
Though,
and they've been stacking. They got picks still, too.
Well, the Knicks are younger.
Yeah.
I mean, they're a younger team. 888-957-9570 is the number. The NBA draft is today, the first round. Warriors do not have a pick. That'll come tomorrow at 52, unless, of course, they jump in to the first round. Who knows? 888-957-9570 is the number. Paul George is in the Warriors' crosshairs. Do you like it? Do you like it? 888-957-9570. Let's hit up. Let's go to Eric. Eric's in Oakland. What's up, Eric? How you doing, man?
Yo, what's up, 95.7 The Game? Guru Steiny.
Yeah. What up, baby?
Yeah, man. Yeah, we out here, man. We out here. Look, man, I'm saying no to trading for Paul George.
Oh.
Why are we trading our guys that we drafted that won championships for a high-priced free agent, though? You know what I mean? There's other free agents out there that they could bring in that will help the squad, like a Nick Claxton. They need a bully to go alongside Draymond so we can start beating some of these squads up, like Denver and Minnesota, who got an element of softness to them. And when you look at the Warriors roster currently and you look at some of the teams that were in the playoffs this year, you go, man, they could still man up on these boys and win one. You know what I'm saying? And Paul George is not a great outside shooter. He can drive to the bucket and get you some easy points. However, we got guys that could do that already. Let our youngsters do that, man. You keep every guy that you drafted that brought you a championship. These Warriors were bottom feeders before these guys came along, and I'm going to emphasize this. I'm going to continue to emphasize this. You bring all big three back. Dre, Klay, Steph, until the wheels fall off. You understand me? And, yeah.
Let me leave you with this. I don't know what you got planned today. I hear you. I love the energy. But turn on the playing game against Sacramento. That will change your mind. I keep watching it. So everything you're saying, it didn't manifest. Something's wrong. We don't have a Paul George.
Well, you go get Nick Claxton, man. You get some guys down low that can play bully ball along with Dre, man. And our guards that we all.
I don't know if you caught the great. I need to quit doing that. CJ McCollum. He was on Get Up this morning.
I have the sound.
So I'm asking the great Rich Mitchell.
So you,
Evan, since I've been back,
if you know that we have the sound, we can just play CJ McCollum, or you can try to interpret what he said that we have in our.
I admit I'm Robin and Pittman, and I like that.
What does that mean?
I don't call the plays, and when you were gone for a week, boy. I didn't know we had that sound. How about that? And that's on me. Yeah, I didn't know we had that. A source just texted me saying, I won't blow you just play it.
I'll tell you what, we could have a fun time. Why don't you tell everybody what you think CJ McCollum said?
Okay, somebody in the NBA just texted me that he said, if the Warriors pull this off, this would be the biggest move of free agency thus far.
All right, let's see if that's what CJ McCollum said. Where was this, by the way?
Get Up on Get Up. Yeah.
Get up, stand up. Stand up for your right. You don't even know who that is.
Bob Marley. I'm sorry.
Talking to Evan. All right, CJ McCollum. Last I checked, he was still in the league, but he's commenting.
He has to decide what matters most.
Paul George.
Does he want to be in LA? He's from there. I know the family dynamics of being closer to home, what that means. Does he want to continue to play alongside Kawhi and bet on health? Obviously, James probably coming back as well. Does he want to explore living on the East Coast? You know, I've been in New York a little while. It's nice here. It's nice outside of New York in some of the surrounding cities. Does he want to explore that? Does he want to explore seeing what happens with Klay, whether he leaves or stays? So I think he has to kind of figure out what his priorities are and who he wants to kind of play alongside as he gets closer to the latter part of his career.
Can I ask you something? If it's about winning, it would be where?
To the Bay. Him, Steph, Dre, together.
You like that better than Maxey, him, and Joel?
Well, the health. We talk about health.
Okay.
Wow. Funny, he's talking about Joel Embiid's health.
Man.
What about Paul George's health?
I guess 74 games last year.
Man.
Recency bias. He said the Bay, Steiny. Man, if I'm Dre and Steph, Steiny, and we've done this before, last year was bad. Again, this is no slight to any of the young players that might be included in this package to get Paul George, but that's the way that it looks like the Warriors are going to go to get that. Yeah, we know they're older, Steiny, but they can bring immediate impact, and we'd rather go that route than waiting for the eggs to hatch and our guys then being really older.
Yeah, I mean, to me, the only thing I disagree with is the premise that if you get Paul George, you automatically have action again. Yeah. I mean, it's going to be different, and he's a hell of a player, and it could work. But are they just Paul George away? And then the question is, it's easy to say you want Paul George, but what does it, I guess the question I have to Warrior fans too is, does it really, if you can get Paul George, does it really matter who you're giving up? I mean, I got to believe that it's going to be tough to keep Kuminga if you get Paul George.
You would think.
Now, I understand that maybe there's some wiggle room because you could extend Kuminga and it doesn't kick in till next year. But what if you pull a 49ers with Jonathan Kuminga and you just say, hey, Jonathan, you're not getting extended this year. We're going to play it out, and next year you're still restricted.
Oh, man.
So we could match any salary. That might be the way to go with Kuminga if you can get Paul George in here.
But I don't think you get the best Kuminga with that, Steiny.
What's that?
Kind of sticking it to him.
I know. That would have to be something that you take into consideration. 888-957-9570 is the number. Paul George. Warriors have interest in Paul George. There's some veterans out there. Jimmy Butler. Apparently he's going to be traded.
Man.
Kevin Durant.
KD.
According to Stephen A. Smith, the Suns are going to trade Kevin Durant. I just threw DeMar DeRozan in there. He's also a free agent. 888-957-9570. Is this, are you liking what you're sniffing here with the Warriors in the direction that they look like they'd like to go in?
Yes. You know I am, Steiny. We'll be out at Chase after Willard and Dibbs are out there today, the second part of the draft. This is what I'm talking about. This is poker. Kenny Rogers, Steiny, the gambler, all in. Let's go. And it may not work, but you feel it. You think it could. And what you just said about action, Steiny, the reality is this team didn't even qualify for the offs.
Exactly. Let's go to Mac. Mac Zach.
Oh.
Mac Zach in Oakland. What's up, Mac Zach? How you doing, man? Mac Zach in Oakland. Mac Zach is in Oakland. What's up, Mac Zach? How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good. Thanks for taking my call,
Sure.
fellas. I heard something interesting this morning on First Take. I don't know if it just slipped through the cracks or whatever, but what would the acquiring Hartenstein and who would you give up in order to get him from New York?
Well, I got to look at New York's got to be figuring some stuff out. Anunoby opted out, so he's a free agent.
But they still got interest trying to make it happen.
I'm sure, but they got to pay Hartenstein too. So I don't know.
But don't we have our Hartenstein with TJD? I know he's not this tall, but you know what I mean. Like, what's not to like about the center position for the Warriors right now with TJD and Looney as the backup?
Well, Hartenstein's better, I would think, than TJD. Maybe not down the line, but I mean, the other thing is if you get Paul George, maybe you actually try to get older in other spots because it's going to be your last chance or one of your last chances. I'll tell you what is, I mean, hey, listen, you think about it. The Warriors, are they really going to acquire Paul George?
Oh, boy.
And max him out for 4 years? Wow.
I think
he's 30. He's almost 35. Hold on. Let me see. Yeah. Let me look here.
So it'd be 38.
He just turned 34.
He just turned 34.
Right. So it'd be
So he'll be 38. That is scary as hell.
But Steiny, you keep looking at these athletes like they're fat and big boned.
No, I'm looking at he's missed 1 out of every 3 games in the past 5 years.
Right.
And you know what? It's funny. I know you're going to say I'm just saying this. I don't like the fact that he played 74 games last year.
I was going to say, well, what if it was 64 this year? You probably 65. You call that a win? If he could build something.
Then what about the next year and the next year?
And you can't get that satisfaction in life now.
No,
Steiny.
but you better be damn well prepared if you're going to pay Paul George for 4 years. I mean,
I hear you. I got you.
And
well,
he
it's the
gets
same
hurt
with
now.
Draymond. It's the same with Draymond Green when you gave him 4. That was a risk too. Yeah.
But don't you get it? If you're signing these guys to long-term contracts and they're old,
yes,
it's like
all right.
the risk is significantly greater that something could happen.
Yeah.
888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Saul. Saul is in Walnut Creek. Hey, Saul, how you doing?
Hey, guys, I'm doing well. Listening to your show, driving to the airport right now, but I'm thinking you guys are talking a lot about the contracts, a year, 2 years from now with Paul George and Kuminga, but I think the fact of the matter is that, once the current roster just does not work, okay? Once Steph is gone, and we need to be honest with ourselves as Warriors fans.
Okay.
But 2 years from now, this Warriors team is done. Once Steph is no longer playing at that level, they won't be competing for championships. They won't be a contender, and we need to stop with this two-timeline, crap that the front office is doing, and it's what's screwed this team the last few years. And we're lucky we got a ship in 2022. The Warriors have two choices. They can try to contend with Steph, or they need to start over.
Right.
And I don't
that's fair.
I don't think that, currently they have all these young guys, all these young guys with a lot of potential who don't, but the thing is they don't have, the older guys aren't good enough to carry,
I know.
The Celtics essentially,
The Warriors core right now is not good enough to carry the young guys where they're at their career, and the young guys aren't ready yet to carry a big part of the mantle, right?
So the Warriors have to sell. They have to sell the farm. I'd say sell everything if you can keep Kuminga. Kuminga's the only one I'd say.
Gotcha.
The only young guy with star potential. Pods is really good. I don't think he could be like an all NBA caliber player. I think Kuminga is the only one in that group who has that type of. So I'd say sell the farm if you can get a star alongside Steph, and I'd worry about the contract stuff later. I think we need to realize that once Steph is done, the Warriors.
All right, thanks, Saul. You're breaking up anyway.
Have a nice trip. I'll say this, Donnie. You and Evan tell me what you think, and the listeners. I think the Warriors need Paul George more than Paul George needs the Warriors, and that's why they would extend him. Like they're going all in because they know and they see the handwriting on the wall. And you guys just said it so eloquently in regard to where the youngsters and where the OGs are at. Steiny, I feel like the Warriors, unlike the Giants, need to go big game hunting and not to overpay, but do some things to make you scratch your head, and extending Paul George would be one of them. But in the meantime, on the court, I think you get back into the field. You get back into the race.
888-957-9570 is the number. A couple texts on the Xfinity mobile text line. You would jump in there. 888-957-9570. Also, that's the phone number if you want to chat us up. 650. Stop talking about Trace Jackson Davis like he's Anthony Davis. All right. 925 just says no. Then the 209 says no to Paul George. He's crystal, meaning he's brittle.
74 games, baby.
And then, of course, the 916 sticking it to me. Steiny, of course, hating on any potential moves the Warriors make. Not exactly true.
No, you said you're okay with Paul George.
If you're going in that direction, which I don't like.
Right.
Go ahead. And I think Paul George is the most well-rounded of those kind of veteran players.
But they need to do
I wouldn't do it.
Yeah, I would.
36%. He's been plagued by injury.
But yet you won't give him credit for the recent year of 74.
Okay, at 74, that scares me.
Like that, everything does when it comes. The age scares you.
I mean, the bottom line is he's going to have to be healthy for this thing to work. 888-957-9570 is the number. Going to be a fun day. A lot of news trickling in, and we'll see how realistic the Paul George possibility is. NBA Draft Day is almost here, Warrior fans, and Steiny and Guru, we are going to be live at Chase Center on Thursday for Day 2 and Golden State's 52nd overall pick. Steiny and Guru live at Chase Center. That's tomorrow on 95.7 The Game. 888-957-9570. What do you think about Paul George becoming a Golden State Warrior?
I can honestly say I'm sort of built for this.
mean, we have a standard. It's pretty evident that if things stay the same, that's the definition of insanity, right? Keep doing the same thing, expecting a different result. So
now back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Well, I thought they were a 54-win team if Draymond would have just not got suspended. Yeah. Was that from after the season, Evan? That was Steph Curry, by the way. He plays for the Warriors.
That was his definition of insanity quote.
Gotcha.
I think around the trade deadline.
All right.
When he was irritated, Evan.
Here we go. You ready? Warrior fans, if you're just waking up, how does this make you feel? Brian Windhorst, ESPN. Take a listen.
Paul George, frankly, wants 4 years. He wants a full-out max. And there are a number of teams out there, I am told, that are prepared to give it to him, who are prepared to trade for him. One of those teams potentially is up the coast in Golden State.
Yay!
Golden State is big fish hunting. Remember, last trade deadline, they put a call in about LeBron James. They are sniffing around big deals. If Paul George is willing to leave, they would like to be an option for him. But any of these places that Paul would need to go via trade would have to get worked out with the Clippers and would have to get worked out by Saturday. The Clippers, I think, are in a position where they kind of want to call Paul's bluff that he would actually want to leave his hometown of LA. So that's one of the most interesting things to watch in terms of stare downs between now and this weekend.
All right, that was Brian Windhorst, ESPN. Paul George has an opt-out. The talk is he may opt in, then demand a trade. At that point, the team that acquires him can extend him. But he's not going to go to a place that won't extend him. So if the Golden State Warriors plan on extending him and he wants to go to the Warriors, then it looks like the Clippers and the Warriors have to try to make a deal, make a trade.
To the Bay, man.
But the thing is, if the Clippers don't have an interest in what the Warriors have, then it's going to be tricky. Then they're either going to need to get a third team involved or, I don't know. Paul George would have to opt out and the Warriors would have to figure out a way to acquire him. But I don't know how that would work. They're up against it money-wise.
No doubt. And the Clippers getting the new arena this season, Steiny, I believe in Inglewood. And why wouldn't you want Jonathan Kuminga to be a part of your future if you're going to get off of Paul George or let him go?
888-957-9570. This from the Xfinity Mobile text line. If you're thinking about going after and extending Paul George, you have to bring Klay Thompson back. And the only team this thing needs is a couple legit 7-footers. They have everything else. If Klay Thompson, he wants Klay Thompson to stay if Paul George comes. Why would the Warriors have to give anything up for Paul George? He can opt out of his contract. Well, the problem is that then do the Warriors have enough money to pay him if he's just a free agent? Let's go to Rick. Rick's in San Carlos. Hey, Rick, how you doing?
Doing good. How you guys doing?
Doing well.
Doing well. Okay. I got just one question for you. How sure are we that the addition of PG-13 will outweigh the young players we're going to lose in the trade? And everyone seems to be weighing this deal as if the young guys are static. And so how are we sure that these guys won't show huge improvement from last year?
Yeah. Hey, what do you think, Rick? Because I don't know how good these guys are going to be. I don't. But I think you're right. And I've been telling people this, and a lot of people disagree with me. I do worry about this team in a couple years. How much do you worry about this team in a couple years?
Yeah. I mean, I understand we got to go for a run or try to make things happen. I don't think we need to stay completely the way we were last year. I'm just hoping for small improvements, maybe not small, medium improvements. I don't know that sinking all of our chips all in on one guy is the way we're going to do it.
Yeah. Well, bird in the hand is better than three in the bush, and I think Paul George, Steiny, is better than any of our young guys. So that's why I'd be willing to do it.
Certainly is right now.
Yeah.
I think everyone would. I think everyone would agree with that.
But real quick, the reality of this situation is everybody knows this thing is not. It's almost it's the Steph Curry era, Steiny. As much as I love it, and I'm maximizing every moment that we have left. It's not going to be here forever. And if you look at it through that prism, you understand. Don't worry about 4 or 5 years from now. If you're a fan, Joe Lacob and Kirk Lacob and company and Mike, they'll do that. But right now, it's about, the big three or big two and trying to maximize that and what's left of it.
Okay. I mean, that's the way to attack it, approach it. I mean,
because I don't want to jump off a cliff thinking about the after Steph.
Talk to me after Steph if you stink with no picks.
But you stunk with Steph technically because you didn't make the playoffs.
Well, and that's we could go in circles on this.
That's a nightmare.
Right. So in other words, this guy's so great, Steph Curry, you didn't make the playoffs, but one guy's going to make it into a championship contender.
Well, the whole premise on that, Steiny, is you're giving him help.
When did we start talking about giving number ones help?
Well, LeBron's always had help. LeBron's always had Kyrie. He's had Anthony Davis. Nothing wrong with a little help. You help me, I help you.
And Bird and Magic.
We're in that culture now in the league. Everybody's got help.
That's true. Yeah, you're right.
Anthony Edwards needs more help.
You just say Magic didn't have help?
No, he never begged for it.
It sounded like
he never begged for it.
Oh, boy.
Where's the other one I wanted to talk about here? Oh, so remember what do you make of this, Goo? Remember last year, the second the Warriors season was over. Oh, we got to have Draymond back. Steve Kerr. Oh, we got to have Draymond. Got to have Draymond.
Went on his podcast.
Can't win without him. Yep. Well, where's that been with Klay Thompson? Oh, take a listen. Steve Kerr.
This is the way it works in the NBA and any professional sport. There's just going to be difficult moments, uncomfortable moments where money is involved, contracts, respect, however you want to put it. What I do know is that Klay has been such an integral part of everything around here. Obviously, multi-time champion, but even more than that, just someone who has such a great connection with the Bay Area, with the franchise, with his teammates. And so we want Klay back desperately. I want him back desperately. We will have our conversations and he's got to make whatever decision he makes. But we really want him back. He's Klay Thompson.
I hear you talking, Coach. I love you to death, but money talks. Shout out Charlie Sheen and Chris Tucker. And Steiny, if you really want him back, the powers to be, it wouldn't be this quiet or crickets on the home front, right?
My question is, do you believe him? Do you really believe?
I believe his heart wants him back.
I don't believe they want him back desperately.
Oh, all right. Wow.
I don't.
Yeah. Well, because then he would have his money.
Exactly.
You're right.
Exactly.
I'll meet you there.
He would have done what Malik Monk did. Yeah. He would have signed an extension.
When do you think we really find out, Steiny, that it's over?
What is over?
If I see you by Monday, are
July
you like
2nd?
Oh, so you okay? Well,
I actually do think something will happen pretty fast with Klay.
He's got to be seething, man.
Well, if he's seething, that means the Warriors haven't. If he's seething, it means the Warriors don't want him back, which means Steve Kerr's not telling the truth. Like, there's no reason for Klay Thompson to seethe if the Warriors are showing him that they desperately want him back.
Wow.
Clearly, they're not. Look, here, I believe the Warriors are just saying the right things about Klay. I don't think they desperately want him back. What about you guys? 888-957-9570.
I ain't mad at you on that one.
Paul George is the big name. That's I know what I wanted to throw at you. See, this is where I just want to get a feel for Warrior fans and how many of them are like me and are just, worry about down the line, and how many are kind of like you who are, it's all about the present. And here's what I mean. I'm going to use this generally.
Right.
The New York Knicks just got Mikal Bridges.
Damn.
Really good player. They gave up 4 unprotected number 1 picks for him. If I tell you in 2 days that the Warriors have acquired Paul George, and it cost them 2 of their young players, let's say Kuminga and Moody, and they gave up a couple first-round unprotected picks in 26 and 28, would you be willing to do that deal? Would you be willing to take on a Paul George, pay him for 4 years, and know that you're going to give some unprotected picks to the LA Clippers?
Sonny, you'll be proud of me. The Knicks are different because they're younger. So I say that to take you down the avenue of they could last longer by tricking those picks off because they're kind of still in their prime, a lot of their guys. But here in Golden State, it would hurt because you feel like that window is not going to be open for a long time, so you'll feel the brunt of losing those picks. But when it's all said and done, what just transpired last season cannot happen again, and I think Paul George is worth it. And when Curry and Dre are gone, that'll be what we call the total rebuild, and we'll deal with it then. So I would be willing to meet that price, Donnie.
You know, you say we'll deal with it then, but if you're dealing with 2 straight 25-win years, you're not going to be happy. You're just not. And you're like, let's not kid ourselves. If the Warriors are a 25-win team 2 or 3 years down the line, but they didn't win a title this year, I don't think we're going to be saying, well, it's still fine. We had to do that for Curry. When you're winning 25, 26 games, we're going to be pissed.
Even when, let's say they don't win another title, you sit back and think of 4 parades. You don't think a fan, even the diehardest of them all, be like, you know what, we're cool. We're cool.
Dublin Marge on the YouTube chat, it's not the same deal. The Knicks have more picks and Mikal Bridges is younger. So I think what Dublin Marge is saying is it wouldn't take 4. Fair enough. That's why I threw 2 out there. But there have been a lot of deals over the last year where teams are parting with those first rounders. Yeah. So 888-957-9570. Are you for the Golden State Warriors getting Paul George? It's that simple. Because they're in on him, according to multiple reports. Or is it something that, as Evan Giddings would say, boy, you hate to see it. You hate to see him going after Paul George.
Well, what I hate to see, using Evan's line, is him not make the playoffs. Go through what we just went through.
Well, again,
I still haven't gotten over it. How weird and awkward was it?
But okay, so this is what I don't.
It can't happen again.
Why not?
Steph Curry's watch.
Why not?
Because then something went wrong. Some calculations, something went wrong.
Okay, you went into this season thinking they could win a title.
Yes,
I did. They didn't even make the playoffs. Now you're sitting here. They're in a tricky spot. They're in a very tricky spot. But you're like it's possible they might not make the playoffs.
Right, but I'm being real.
But I am being real too. Like,
it was tricky why they didn't make the playoffs if you really feel that Draymond's absence in regard to his suspensions threw everything off. That's a reality.
Okay.
And I get both, somebody saying, "Goo, that ain't," but it is. And that's why I feel like this team, it's not indicative of who they really were, man. Yeah, they got 10th. They earned every part of it. But there was some fluke stuff, I believe, that won't happen again with Draymond being on his best behavior, man.
Like, do you realize how ludicrous that sounds?
And they signed him up. They signed up for this, so it's not just me doing it, man.
So
they did it.
That's fine. But do you, you're really going to sit there and say, Draymond will be on his best behavior?
Now, I'm not saying
I can't
getting thrown out of the game or getting suspended. That's going to happen. But I'm talking about missing a chunk of the season like he did this last. That's over.
Why would you think that, though?
Because he's got to grow up, and they didn't make the playoffs, and somebody should be, hey, dude,
okay, that'll
behind
work.
closed doors,
yeah, that'll work.
Your ass is the reason we didn't make it.
That'll work.
We can sit here and blame Klay and Wiggins. Your ass is the reason we didn't make it. You can't do that again.
Okay. You know what?
You
guys are right. I'll be a good boy. I mean, come on.
But that's what they signed up for.
This is where I differ from other people too. I don't think guys get a 4-year contract and then say, okay, I'm going to be on my best behavior. I think they say, I got a 4-year contract. I'm set. Wow. I'm set.
So
it's my last deal.
Up?
Well, the stakes are a lot lower.
And when you come at me, I go with the team.
Why did Draymond Okay.
Like, they signed up for. You're right.
So you're not going to hold Draymond accountable?
No, I'm saying I think the shenanigans are over. I think there is a pulse, Steiny, to where he's looking around saying, you know what, doing podcasts, being on TNT. I don't think I thought the joke was on him when he was going at Gobert because his team wasn't in the playoffs and he had a lot to do with that. But I think highly of the player, and Steiny, I think he's going to grow up, man. And Horace Bird on the YouTube chat telling me, Guru, you're way off. For what? I'm not trusting the guy.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are trusting the guy. And I feel like he may not get suspended. I'm willing to say, you know what? He may not get suspended. But I'm not willing to say, well, he will definitely be on his best behavior. I mean, how stupid do you think I am?
I'm not Nostradamus. I'm hoping that, and that's what
he's
Joe
0 for 2.
Yeah.
He's 0 for 2.
Well,
he punched a guy 2 years ago, and he got suspended for 27
you're
games.
talking to me, the listeners, and the organization because they're doing the same thing I'm doing, buddy. Is hoping this man can contain himself.
Well, but that's the point. If I am the Golden State Warriors, as of right now, I'll be damned if I'm looking at the next 3 years saying, well, Draymond's just going to play 70, 75 games a year. Like, you have to allow for the fact that he might not, I think. 888-957-9570 is the number. Paul George, in or out? In or out on Paul George? It's that simple. You like Paul George, the player. Michigan man, he's in the city. What's up, Michigan man? How you doing, man?
Hey, how you guys doing, Steiny Goo? Nice to hear you back, too.
Right on,
all
man.
Healthy.
Yes, sir.
Feeling good, being yourself. The only thing is, I think you're still on some of those meds, and it's doing some things to your head.
Who, me or Goo?
Me.
What in the world are you talking about signing PG to $200 million when he's 35 years old? What are you doing?
Trying to win a chip.
Well, giving PG $200 million when he averages 55 games a year for 5 years, that's a worse deal than Draymond's deal. You're complaining about Draymond's deal being a bad deal that screwed everything up. This is even worse.
Listen, I love you. I just don't like you guys, you and Steiny, and you in particular, both of you, coming at me as if this is my decision. You guys got to keep this same energy and put that bad boy to Joe Lacob and Mike Dunleavy because they are the ones that are going to pull the trigger if this happens. But from a basketball standpoint, it's not your money. I'm worried about next season, and Paul George in a Warrior uniform makes them more competitive than the Warriors that we saw last year.
According to you.
Yeah.
That's your opinion.
No, that's a fact.
No,
There's
it's
no
not.
way Paul George comes here, Steiny, and they miss the playoffs. There's no way.
Are you crazy?
This team is devoid of talent, and Paul George will make them better. Quit worrying about tomorrow and 5 years from now, and none of us might be around. Let's worry about next year, and Paul George helps us. Quit living like that, because you don't know if you're going to be around. Cash in the chip. Let's go. They didn't make the playoffs, and people picking the phone up like the Warriors is their checkbook. We want to make the playoffs, and Paul George, it helps us do that. Let's go.
Yeah, you think it does.
It does. You're worried about that. We don't know what's going to happen. Draymond, they signed up for the Draymond experience. They got to hope he keeps himself in check. We cannot sit here and not go outside when it's sunny waiting on the rain. You got to go live.
Before the season started, you thought the Warriors were going to make the playoffs, right?
I did.
They didn't. So I don't care that you think they're going to make the playoffs
and
for sure.
I don't care if you don't care.
Well, I'm just saying.
I'm just telling you how I feel, and the Warriors feel. Maybe Paul George can help them be a better basketball team.
Thank you. You just said maybe. That's what I wanted to hear. Well, then don't say there's no way they miss the playoffs if they get Paul George. I mean, guys could get hurt. Like, and I'm just going to tell you, like, is Paul George is a hell of a player. I don't know how it would work. And I'm not, like, if you're asking me, Steiny, do you think the Warriors will make the playoffs with Paul George? I'd be like, yeah, probably.
Right.
But who knows?
And that's why, I'm doing what you do. You're right. But you feel better about it?
Do you? I don't necessarily feel better getting older. I don't.
But okay, go ahead.
No, I understand the direction they're going in, but to me, and again, if you're asking me to take on a 34, 35-year-old player, I'd probably say, fine, bring on Paul George. I don't like the idea. I think
because their options are really limited right now, Steiny.
They
to be
are
honest.
okay. Well, then, but Mike Dunleavy was at the podium yesterday and talked about patience. So,
and then we get this report. You know, if accurate, that they're going big. I don't know why he said fish. Big game hunting.
I'm sure they probably are. 888-957-9570 is the number. Are you as adamant as Goo about getting Paul George in here?
And I started you. It's so funny, man. You're a master at what? It's 50-50, but you're 50-50. You have the energy like it's 90-10. And I'm just saying, you're right. There's a possibility they can bring in Paul George Butler and not make the offs. It's highly unlikely.
I disagree.
But I would feel better about my Warriors and our Warriors if they make a move like this.
That's fine.
And I think you and a lot of people are leaving Steph and Dre and that championship pedigree. You're kind of leaving them for dead. If they get a caliber player of a Paul George, PG-13, I'm not saying where they can go, but they'll be a problem.
You think they will. You thought they were going to win a title a year ago today.
I'll own that.
And they didn't make the playoffs.
And I'm not by myself.
I mean, oh my God. The thought of next year, like, what if you know who Paul George might be? You know who he might be?
Give it to me.
Blake Snell. He might be Blake Snell.
And that would be bad.
Well, you don't just trade for Paul George without worrying about the future. You
Denver
have
had
to.
a great text on the chat. The Curry window should be the agenda. And I think that's what this move signals.
There's also a super chat. Thanks to Ion for $10 saying, Goo, you're on fire.
Oh, boy. I'm just happy. I don't know what I'm happy for. There's no baby yet. We might be pregnant, but hopefully something happens and they get a player. And if he's Paul George, I'm excited. And you know what, Steiny? I'm one of those dudes. It may not work, but I know, unlike the Giants, they tried.
Right, but if it doesn't work, you're going to come back in 2 years and be super pissed and not acknowledge what they did a year or two before to put him in that position, and you will hold it against them at that time for something that you agree with them doing now, I think.
I think you've been with me 6 years. I don't live like that.
If they are not a good team in a couple years with no draft picks and no Steph Curry, you're going to hold it against them. You're going to hold it against the Warriors.
Dynasty. I'm kind of expecting that, and that's why I'm all in, ready to get naked and jump in the pool, because let's throw everything at this last chance. And when that day comes, Steiny, we had a good run.
Okay. I know. That's what Goo wants. I'm not saying I don't want it. It is obviously an avenue they're thinking of going down. I'll probably repeat this a lot over the summer. I hate the idea of having 3 or 4 guys on this team that you're counting on more than any other players on the team to make it through a whole year and the playoffs. We saw what a grind those are. And I just think it's unrealistic to think that 3 35-year-olds are going to be able to last that long and play at that high a level for the entire season. 888-957-9570 is the number. The NBA draft is today. First round starts at 5 p.m. On Wednesday, and the second round begins at 1 o'clock on Thursday. We are going to be live tomorrow at Warriors headquarters. Willard and Dibbs, they are there at 2 o'clock today at Thrive City if you want to go down and check them out. Willard and Dibbs at Thrive City today. Steiny and Goo tomorrow. 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. That segment sponsored by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week to get ready for the 4th of July.
Steph he'll break out in pimples. Time for the legal.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
What's up, Steiny? As Phil on Mike would say.
Warriors are up. Warriors are interested in Paul George. I don't think there's any doubt about that. Multiple outlets reporting. The question is, can they get him?
Is there...
And do you want him?
Okay. Because I told you, the Stark brothers, friends of mine, Phil and Pete Stark, they're out. Paul George, around town, Steiny, doesn't carry the weight that I think you think. I know hoop, so I know he can help. He's not here to be a one, but a lot of people are down on the... They feel like he has some Andrew Wiggins to his mental game. You know, I think Paul George in this setting would be the best version of himself. Just my 2 cents.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure.
And he
was playing with two superstars in L.A.
And one
I don't know
would leave at the most important time.
Okay, so he was still
as much
playing,
as I love Kawhi.
He was still playing with Harden. That's pretty easy. But just have to stand in the corner.
But the caveat is, what if he would have kept playing with Kawhi and he'd been healthy? They might have really did something. That's why it's like, it hurt.
But why didn't they do something?
Because he got hurt.
Because they're freaking old. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Goose all in. I'm scared.
But I got one quick thing to ask you.
I'm scared.
We heard Wendy. Do you and Evan and the listeners think maybe there's more on the list than just Paul George?
Yeah.
Right now it's Paul George, and I get it. But do you think there could be some other names or D for plan Bs and Cs?
I do. Take a listen to your favorite, Goo, Stephen A.
Pay no attention to what Phoenix is saying. They want out of Kevin Durant right now. They want out of Kevin Durant right now. Also, Houston doesn't want Kevin Durant. Ime Udoka may want him. But organizationally, they know that they are not there yet. So their plans are more long range. And they would prefer a Devin Booker, who they know it's a slim chance they'll get, but that would be their preference.
All right, so Kevin Durant, according to Stephen A. Smith, available. I mean, just in a vacuum, would you rather have Durant or Paul George?
Durant.
Would you?
Yeah, but Wendy, I was watching that program this morning.
Yeah.
Program, as my dad Norm would say. And Wendy said that Booker and Kevin Durant are a week away from working out with Team USA, and they're so excited to get back and play and then focus on next year, too. So I don't...
That doesn't mean anything
to
me.
Well, it's like the Jordan Poole with Mike Dunleavy. That's a scar.
Well, I mean...
Like Denzel in Glory.
I don't see... Well, you can... I just don't get the Team USA.
Well, they're getting ready to work out, but they're fired up.
They're also getting ready to be traded. Like, they can be you can work out in the summer.
Like, how can you have a Booker, Durant, and Beal and get swept? They did, but that was dumb. They had no point guard. That was stupid. In Fitt's voice.
Yeah. 888-957-9570. Let's go to Grandpa Daddy.
Our guy.
Haven't heard from Grandpa in a while. What's up, Chief?
He calls Willard and Dibs.
Yeah.
Hey, wait, I'm calling you guys now because I love you too, players. Man, good show. Hey, Steiny.
Yeah.
You guys are introduced correctly. He brings the pragmatism. Steiny brings the logic. Guru brings the passion. Guru, that last exchange, man, I got to give it. Steiny, you are right, but Guru is too. Guru, man, I love you, dog. You brought that in because Steiny, he got a point. We may not be alive next year.
Oh, that's so bad.
You know what I'm saying?
That's so bad.
But Steiny, wait, Steiny,
Grandpa,
Steiny.
okay.
Wait, please, give me a minute.
Yeah, sure, I will.
But what he's saying, man, is let's throw it in right now, man. They Laker and them, they got money. They gonna make it better in the 2-3 years, man. They got another plan, man. Do whatever you can, and let's make it happen now, brother. And check this out. Hey, round 2, my nephew, man, look him up. He might be going through round 2. He might be going. He got a call. He got a call from the Jazz, and Sack. And I was like, oh, my God, man.
What's his name?
No, he's a 6 foot. Ezra, Ezra Mignon, Manjon, out of Vanderbilt.
Wow.
He a 6 foot guard. He a 6 foot guard, but he got moves. He can take it to the rack. He got a 3-pointer. He's live. He's live from 25 and dirty from 30. Looking highlights on YouTube. Just type in Ezra Mignon.
Okay.
As I like to say these days, noted.
What if the Warriors drafted him? Wow.
So according to your guys' theory in real life would be, hey, you know what? Matt Steinmetz, I'm 59 years old. You know what? I'm probably not going to live till 70. What the hell? I'm going to just spend all my money now. Why not?
Kyle Shanahan told you a few years ago, we're all not going to, we might be wiped out.
Let me spend every cent that I might need in 10 years.
It's not to that extent.
Tomorrow's not promised. Let's empty those bank accounts, everybody.
You know what we mean, Stoney. If you got something and you really want it and you got a job, God darn it, go get it. And Paul George is that.
This is where I do have my finger on the pulse of fans because I know in 3 years you're going to be mad. Let's go to Matt. Matt's in Larkspur. What's up, Matt? How you doing, my man? You like Paul George?
How you guys doing?
Hey.
Love the passion.
Sure.
My son and I were watching the playoff games this year in the NBA, and after every game we turn around and say, the league is getting younger. The Warriors have to get younger. How many uncontested layups in transition by the other team did we watch this year and go, nobody got back on defense? So I think the direction we have to go is we have to get younger. Thanks, guys.
Appreciate it.
That's a great call, Steiny. And let me take a crack at it.
Yeah.
You can get younger or you can get better. I want to get better because I know there's a window.
Well, the Warriors have 4 young players who will get better, I think.
But are we a playoff team?
Maybe.
Without these moves of bringing in more top-tier talent?
Maybe.
I'm trying to get better and older before I'm trying to get younger and less talented. So I'll deal with the future, Steiny, because you're right. It's coming. The bill's going to come
You're not going to deal with the future. I guarantee you. You're going to be like, I'm not watching this team.
Oh, my gosh, Steiny.
I'm talking about in 3 years, you ain't going to be watching the Warriors if they're decimated.
It's almost like you'd proudly be watching because you know there's a transition of the cost of the dynasty. That's a book title. The price of a dynasty.
It's too long of a title. Oh, it's just the price of a dynasty? Well, you had...
By Darrell L. Johnson the first.
707. You aren't counting on just those 3 guys. Kuminga and Podziemski will be the keys to this squad. Well, are they good or are they not good? Kuminga and Podziemski.
Well, they're good, but
they're not good enough for you.
No, the team didn't make the playoffs, and everybody gets some of that.
So you're going to blame a rookie, Brandon Podziemski?
You are incredible.
Seriously.
No, I'm saying everybody has a hand. And the last person I'm blaming is 30. He had no offensive help.
Yeah, he had a bad second half. Yeah.
If you see him, you wouldn't tell him.
You know, what are you kidding?
I don't know. I was having a joke.
I wouldn't say bad. I'd be like, Steph, you are the greatest shooter of all time.
Last time we saw him, you pulled out that list.
You and I have some history, but how you feeling, Steph?
The best thing that happened to my career. You owe him. Who? Steph. Look where you're at now. Look who you work with. Evan and Goo.
You know what? I'm starting to figure out this guy. Oh, I owe Steph Curry something. Mm. Yeah, just like Joe Lacob owes Curry something.
Oh, boy.
I owe Curry nothing.
But just the sound of that.
Zero. I'm the only guy that told it like it was about him, and he respects it. Mm-hmm. I love Curry.
And that's why you owe him.
There you go. Oh, boy. I am excited. I just hope something happens. I hope this is not the Giants. Larry Krueger tweet on line 1. Well, actually, my source is saying Judge is coming to town. Like, I hope something happens.
Well, I'm going to tell you right now, if nothing happens, you're still going to, you're going to be okay.
The Fitz model, yeah.
No, I mean, if they don't get Paul George, they don't get Durant. I mean,
run it back.
They're not in your mind, as long as the Warriors try, they're going to get credit. But the Giants, because they haven't got a track record, they can't just try. Like, what I'm saying is, if the Warriors, nothing happens this week, maybe Klay comes back, they make a marginal move, what are we going to say?
At least they tried. Fitz said last week on our show. Like, that is me, Steiny.
Well, which is you? Are they 54-win team, or do they need to get Paul George?
Listen, if you tell me the Fitz model, I don't think that could get you a championship. I'll root for it, but I think if you make this transaction and get Paul George, that puts you back in the mix to at least trying to get you to the Western Conference Finals. So either way, we win, Steiny, technically, because I do believe thoroughly. I'm telling you, every part of me, Draymond doesn't get suspended. The reality is they're not really talent-wise a 10th seed in the West.
How good can this team be if essentially Steph becomes the player he was after the All-Star break?
Then we're in trouble because there is unless Kuminga takes another hell of a jump, or Pods or Moody, but that is something that was, Steiny, I believe we would be more fighting for the playoffs again with that model. Now that's sobering right there.
I mean, I really do. Listen, Steph Curry's a marvel. I mean, I'm serious. But how long can we expect him to play at the level he played at a year or two ago? Like, how? I mean,
I gotta believe at least a season or two more.
Well, he dropped last season. So what
is
if
there
that's
any part of you where I say, Steiny, he's older now, he needs more help, and that's why he fell off at the end? Is there any merit to that?
Probably, but then you're.
I got to bring the ball up. I got to do every darn thing. When you get older, bringing the ball up takes something from you, Steiny.
Exactly. I know, and that's why, I don't think of it as, well, Steph needs more help. Does he need more help? Yeah, but he's 36. Yeah. Like, he's 36.
But it's a good 36, Steiny.
Was it a good 36 after the All-Star break?
But I'll tell you what. At the All-Star break, you wouldn't have said,
You're right.
You know what I mean? You'd be like, everything is cool.
That's the second half of the season. He wore down. He was gassed.
They got whooped at home by Toronto and Austin and San Jose and New Orleans, where they were booing, Steiny. That was the first half. I'm just saying.
Let's go to
19 and 10.
Oh?
19 and 10.
Well, tell me what that means.
That was the record.
Wow.
When Curry performed horribly.
Oh, good. You know what? Hopefully he'll get really lousy next year, and they'll be even better then. So if he takes another step back, they'll be 25-7.
No, but that goes against your, hey, Goo, how are they if he's...
How they play? They'd be a good team all year. I don't care if they went 19 and 10 against Charlotte.
That does bother me, the record
it should bother you, because they ain't a good team. They weren't last year. They couldn't.
And that's why Wendy's saying they're aggressive now.
Beat a good team.
Yeah, I can't.
Beat Indiana on the road. Philly. Team in the conference finals.
Yeah, you've one game.
Well, 1-2-2. Well, we're just going to play the schedule game because that's all we're going to do. I mean, we're just going to talk about who they didn't beat, and
I mean, you can they beat me. They went 1-1 against Indiana. You're right.
Also went 1-1 against Boston.
I was just going there.
And listen,
beat Boston.
They went 1-1 against Boston. They're as good as Boston. I mean, they're right there with Boston, right?
No, but you're making it sound like they're Memphis. No, like they're San Antonio.
I'm making it sound like any team they played 4 times that was good, they couldn't get over on them. Like, when you're playing Boston once at home, once on the road, you got a shot to win that game at home. But if you're playing really good teams 4 times, I just think it's show me the teams that they beat 3 out of 4. Let's go to Sean in San Jose. Hey, Sean, what's going on?
Hey, guys. I just want to say, first things first, we can't run it back, right? I mean, that would be so depressing. With only minor changes, it's not going to be enough. And we're never going to get another generational talent like Steph, a top 10 all-time potentially player. It's just not going to happen again. We'd be so lucky for that to happen again.
All right.
Paul George, it doesn't have to be Paul George, but he would be a very impactful player. His last season, he had another great season, even though he's old. Two main drawbacks I see are he is kind of glass. I agree, but we got to shoot for the moon. We're not going to be complacent and get far, right? So we take the risk, and I think most fans would be, appreciative of taking that risk, right?
You know what, Sean? Thanks for the call. I agree. Do you think would most Warrior fans be on board if they acquired Paul George, but cost them a couple young guys?
How many? Let's ask those same people, that same audience, were you okay with the team not making the playoffs? So I got to believe, Stan, it would be 80-20.
Well, I'm not going to let you use both arguments. You can't say,
that's my partner.
Well, this isn't a team that made the playoffs, so we got to make changes, and then say, well, they're 54 with Draymond. Which one are they?
No, I win because the default is running it back. And Draymond, like that's a reality. I believe that. But if that's the portfolio they go with, but if they make a move, I'm more excited about that than, the default plan of running it back and Draymond not getting suspended. That's why I think, Steiny, you're saying I'm trying to have it both ways. This team is not as far off as we think.
Well, that's your opinion.
Yeah,
I get it.
This thing ain't over. It ain't dead. We need the right moves here.
How are they going to leapfrog 9 teams in the Western Conference with a core that's declining? It's a core that's declining.
Well, availability is one part of how you do that. And that's number 23.
Well, Steph and Klay were healthy last year. They were healthy. Let's go to Dennis. Dennis is in the city. Hey.
How's it going, guys?
Hey, Dynamite.
Hello. Good. Hey, Guru, I love your passion, but you're thinking with your heart, not your head. These guys are done. I've been saying that for a while. In fact, I'm a huge Warrior fan. I told you guys before I was a ball boy in the 60s. I'm a huge Warrior fan. I'm a huge Steph fan, but they need to trade him. I'd love to see them trade him tonight for young players or picks or whatever.
Wow.
Paul George is not going to do anything for the Warriors. Guru, look at his stats of how many games he's played over. Last year was the first year that he played significant amount of time. All the 4 years before that, he was averaging about maybe 50 games a year. So if they make the playoffs, believe me, they'll have nothing left in the tank once they get there.
Let's say you're right. Okay. Let's say you're right. Let me just ask you this question. Let's say you're right. Why do you think the Warriors are in on Paul George? Why do you think what's behind it?
Well, that's what they're saying, but I don't know what's behind it. I don't know. I would disagree with them, but I don't think that they're that stupid, and I don't think that they'll make a play for him. I really don't. I mean, that would be crazy. It'd be mortgaging your future. And like I said, if they did get Paul George, they would. The only way the Warriors compete is if they could get a young Kevin Durant, not the current Kevin Durant. You know what I mean? Yeah. They need somebody like that to help them because they don't have enough pieces. They need to start rebuilding this team. Look what happened to the San Antonio Spurs. They let that roster get old, and now they've been rebuilding for how long?
Yeah. I just don't think you can have a future with Steph Curry, Steiny.
What's that?
When you have a player like with the caliber of Steph Curry, I don't think you can have a future until he's done.
Okay.
You know what I mean? That's just how I feel.
I'm with Dennis. And here's what I mean by that. The Warriors are going to do whatever they're going to do. And you asked a good question. Why are they in on Paul George? Well, I would say it's part desperation, to be quite honest.
No doubt.
However, this is the question that I kind of want to ask Joe Lacob, Mike Dunleavy, and Warrior fans. And it's this. If you get Paul George, it's going to cost you something. I don't know what it's going to cost you. It'll likely cost you Kuminga at least a year from now. I would think. Maybe not. Nevertheless, it'll probably cost you a couple first-round picks down the line. Mm-hmm. And this is kind of how I started the show.
Are you really telling me that the Golden State Warriors are going to acquire Paul George, give him a 4-year contract for $220 million? I forget the money. Money's the money. You're going to really give Paul George a 4-year deal? That scares me S-less. I mean, it just does. Like,
I believe you.
And I'm not saying they should, they shouldn't. That would be unbelievable in a way. And maybe they would make them better next year. Evan. So, what about it's got nothing.
That's the greatest. Go ahead, Steiny. People are doing it.
It's got nothing to do. Take out my perceived negativity. Okay?
Noted.
Okay. And I say to you, Paul George, is it? Evan, do you really think the Warriors are going to get Paul George and then they're going to give him 4 years at $220? I mean, do you think they would do that, Evan?
In a way, because if they do get Paul George, like I just believe if a team really wanted Paul George, that there's other teams that could put together a better package than the Warriors. So in a way, if they got him, it's because they are desperate.
And I think all three
more
of us
desperate
agree.
than other teams.
Mm-hmm. I got something for you guys here.
Now they're desperate. They're not a 54-win team with Draymond. Okay, that's fine.
No, that's going to take care of itself, the win total.
Yeah.
Look, there's nobody can deny right now not making the playoffs. Curry's clock and Draymond's clock ticking. Their careers winding down. They're operating and not making the playoffs. They're operating from a spot of desperation. Let me read this.
That's when you make mistakes.
Yeah. Well,
the other thing is I think people are being naive to what it would look like if it doesn't work. And the idea that you're not thinking, let me ask you this. If you're going to get Paul George and give him 4 years, Goo, is any part of your equation, he's got to stay healthy? Or he just no, let's get him, and if he gets hurt, well, we try.
He's got to stay healthy.
And
they're doing that now if they stand pat with your best player.
What were you going to say about that?
Movid, Z82. Guru, let Steiny be the idiot. Why do you always have to take the idiot take? So I had to read that to get back at him. But this is people, if you're coming at me, you're coming at the Warriors if these reports are true. They feel like they need, and I got to give Willard some love just on this take.
Why?
He said this months ago.
Hell with him.
The answer is not in the building.
It's blowing in the wind. That's...
But the whole thing about games played could apply to a ton of players. For example, OG Anunoby's played. He hasn't played more than 70 games in his entire career. But he's in his prime. If the Warriors could get OG Anunoby, it'd do that in a heartbeat.
Yeah, I operate under the premise that older guys get hurt more than younger guys.
Well, Anunoby gets hurt more than all the guys we're talking about.
No, I get that. But you're picking out one player. I'm
saying that there are players like that in which it applies. The only player that is a surefire start every single game is the guy who just got traded to the Knicks, Mikal Bridges.
Injuries can happen at any time.
No,
there's no doubt about it. But
that applies to every player, not just.
But it applies to 34, 35, 36-year-olds to a larger extent. Would you really go into the season with a core that old saying, well, we have as much chance of not getting hurt as a younger team?
No, but I think you try and figure out how many games you can expect those players to play. Curry had to play more games last year because I think he pushed it because the team wasn't very good.
And you're at the end of a dynasty, Steiny. You don't got a lot of choices.
Exactly. So don't make big mistakes right now because it's going to set you back longer. 888-957-9570 is the number. Download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union for a low-rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer.
NBA free agency is
here and not go outside when it's sunny waiting on the rain. You gotta go live.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Guru wants Paul George.
I'm good now.
Hey, what do you think of the Warriors' new logo?
New logo?
They got a new logo.
Uniforms?
There is no...
The Warriors have a new secondary logo.
Oh, boy.
So I have more uniform/logo info than you?
Boy. And I follow Frank Lucas on Twitter, the uniform guy, Paul Lucas.
I'm looking at an email at 10 o'clock. Warriors unveil new secondary logo.
Oh, describe it to me before I see it.
It has the W for Warriors.
Yeah.
But it looks like a basket, like a rim with a net. Are you looking at it?
Yeah.
Oh.
Nah, not there. What do you think, Evan? It's paying tribute to the Bay Bridge.
I don't have a strong opinion.
Where's the cars for the sideshow? Dude, I like the uniform. I ain't mad, Stat. It'll grow on us.
It seems kind of redundant.
Well, I understand that because every team now has 14 logos.
Yeah.
All right. Good stuff.
Where'd you get that from?
I said I got an email at 10 o'clock.
Okay, got you.
You're not on the Warriors mailing list?
No. What else do you get?
Do you have an email address?
Yeah.
Sign up.
Did you see which player was featured in the unveiling?
Oh, I could guess.
I already know.
He'll be on with Willard and Dibs later today from Chase.
Yeah,
There's no doubt.
Our guy that you said you couldn't wear that hair in the military. That's how it went, right?
How come? Why am I?
He loves us. I didn't say he got mad at me. Sonny, stop.
Pods likes
He gave you a look like. Then you warmed him up because you had to, but he's.
See, you're the kind of guy that thinks that it's my fault that I was buttering up a supposed John Fogerty.
Oh no, you were in your bag.
I'll tell you what, did he hang me out to dry on that one?
And you know the cold part is we never got him on. Like
either of
brought
them.
him back on. Like it's still open invite.
We'll have TJD live from Chase Center tomorrow.
Oh, he's feeling good.
Well, and, hey, you know what? I mean, that's great.
Yeah.
Second round pick. Who cares? Tell him about the other guests we're going to have tomorrow. This one, I'm looking forward to.
Yeah.
10:30 a.m. Kirk Lacob.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. Putting him through the ringer tomorrow.
Hey, you better be on your best behavior.
Dude, I'm looking at these pants with the W on the...
oh, yeah.
Oh, God, sweet. Warrior sweet.
Let's go to Carlos in San Francisco. Hey, Los, how you doing, man?
What's up, man? How's it going?
Hey.
Doing well.
I'm good. No, I've been listening to your show. I'm a new listener. It just started. I'm over here driving for work and shit, so I've been listening.
Thank you.
I was agreeing with y'all saying. I think I'm agreeing with both of y'all, but I'm kind of in the middle. I have a question. I know it's Steph window. We got to maximize it, but I think we got to run it back. You know, I think Draymond. You know, he's had his missteps, I guess we can call them. But I mean, with him on the floor, I think we're a better team. We've shown that for years now. I don't think it's time to blow it up. I like Kuminga. I know he got his missteps too, but I think we got to ride it with the same team and run it back. Like you guys say, 54-team win. The league is up and down. Last year, we 9 seed. We barely made it. A couple years ago, like you're talking about the other day, we would have been a 6 seed, 7 seed. I think you can't blow it up yet, man. I think it's too early.
All right,
I don't think it's worth it.
So
all that money to get Paul George.
So you're out on Paul George, essentially.
Yeah, I mean, even
Gotcha.
like Dennis said earlier, what we really would want is the young KD again, but that's not going to happen. And I don't think there's enough. I don't think there's a talent like that. You know, like you guys are saying, Paul George he's good. He's 32 though, 4 years. You really want to have Paul George on the roster, paying him $200 million until he's 36? Can you guarantee us 475 game season?
Good questions, Los. Yeah. Those are more for Daryl the Guru Johnson than me. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm for the immediate, Steiny.
Yeah, I know it. 888-957-9570. I'm kind of putting it this way because I'm not saying they should do it. Oh, go.
Little piece of NBA news. This is from Shams Charania. The Miami Heat and Bam Adebayo have reached a 3-year, $166 million maximum contract extension.
Wow. Unbelievable.
Man, this is amazing. He's a good player.
He's a good player.
But man,
Team USA.
Too Short said it, the great rapper from the town.
What did he say?
Don't hate the player, hate the game. Like,
no, I don't hate either.
No, I'm just, this is why these parents got kids in 24-hour fitness paying dudes that don't even know how to train money to get little Johnny and Susan to get a check like this. Good God. What if you're Barnes from Toronto, Scotty Barnes?
You're rich.
I mean, generational rich. I mean, good 4 times.
Yeah, here's what I always like to do, Google.
We got to start paying the doctors, the police.
They get paid plenty.
Please.
Police get pensions. That's all you need to know about cops. They got it made.
Steiny, stop.
Dude, seriously.
I'm watching these videos. They ain't even getting out the car.
I'm kidding about
stuff. Go ahead.
I'm kidding about they have it easy. But
yeah.
if you put in your time and
but you know what I mean.
Police can retire.
What about teachers? The most important position in life is teaching the youth, and we're cheaping them. It's out of control. Good job, Bam. It's out of control.
Both my parents were teachers, so it's a very sensitive topic.
Back then, they were getting paid respectably. Back then, teachers, that was a good living.
Barely.
Yeah.
Barely. My parents
now you got to have another job.
My parents still worked in the summer. They worked. My dad worked at a mushroom farm when he was teaching at Muhlenberg High School. Mushroom farm, working in the dark, 90 degrees in Temple, Pennsylvania.
But you had a good upbringing.
And he passed that work ethic on to his son.
Yeah, Mikey, your brother.
It's Bob. It's Bob. Here's the way I'm putting it to Warrior fans. Like, the Warriors really got to acquire Paul George and give him a 4-year deal? That to me would be a question for that is a wow.
Would you go out and buy a ticket or season tickets or just be more excited as a Warrior fan if that news broke as opposed to a team that didn't make the playoffs running it back saying, hey, we don't know how good our young players are. We like them, but come out and see us.
Well, first of all,
those are to me just the exact opposite ends of
and they are to me too, because you're essentially what you're talking about is winning the press conference. You're talking about all the excitement.
Yeah.
Would Paul George create more excitement? Okay, maybe. What does that mean? You're selling out every game anyway. But you got to win.
Yeah, that's what I'm just making the playoffs, Donnie.
Well, I'm not assuming Paul George equals winning.
And Steph, I like it. A guy that can defend, pass, create his own shot, shoot the three. What box doesn't he check outside he's not a champ? Durant wasn't a champ when he came here. Guess how that worked out?
The box he doesn't check for me is
age.
Well, but just direction-wise. He doesn't fit the direction.
They got a Steph. I love that. They got a. I'm interrupting. They got a Steph Curry direction. You can't have it both ways.
I don't want it both ways.
They got Curry. They've won. They got to the greatest heights. They've been a dynasty.
That's right.
Now
move on. Move on, Joe.
Yeah, it's not that easy, man.
Well, it is that easy. And I'm not saying trade Curry, but I'm also not saying don't wreck the next 5 years with a wish, with a hope. That's all. Let's go to Riff Raff in Daly City. Hey, Riff Raff, how you doing, man?
Hey, man, how you guys doing?
Hey.
Doing well.
Yeah, my wife's Asian. She calls you guys yin and yang, man. You guys are great.
I think
Tell her hello.
That's okay to say.
Ebony and Ivory.
Yeah. Okay.
Absolutely. Hey, I'll make it real quick. I'm 65 years old. Sports dynasties die, and they die ugly. And typically what happens is the team is not very good for a long time. I've seen it with the Oakland A's a few times, the Niners, the Giants. And it's happening with the Warriors. And what doesn't get brought up a lot is not just their athletic age, but the fact that these guys played in the June 5 years in a row. It takes its wear and tear. And there's no load management in the playoffs. These guys are worn out. God love them. The fourth championship was their swan song, I believe, and their last hurrah was when they got beat up by the Lakers a couple of years ago. At this point, they don't have any young superstars coming up, I don't see. And outside of getting the Joker and Ant-Man, which isn't going to happen, I really think it's over, and let's just enjoy it, man. So you guys tell me what you think. Love y'all.
Appreciate it.
I would ask, go ahead, Sally. How do you enjoy when watching Steph Curry and Draymond Green and Steve Kerr walk up?
Draymond Green. I don't care about Draymond Green.
I don't know him anything. Them not winning. That's what I'm asking.
Well, my thing is this. They won 46 games. Okay, they were either 10th or whatever. 46 games. All right. I think if you continue to kick the can down the road, Paul George, you risk being lousy for years. They won 46 games. Like, people say, oh, well, what do you want, Steiny? What do you want? They have a declining and an aging core. They won 46 games last year with that core and with a group of youngsters who are young, and we don't know what they're going to be. I actually see a light at the end of the tunnel where if they would just keep creeping up a little, maybe when Steph Curry retires, they won't have 3 years decimated. That's what I'm advocating. Because I think if you go all in on Paul George or somebody like that, and you give up picks down the road, I think I don't know if you're inviting 2 or 3 years of really tough sledding, but I actually do look at this team. Okay, they won 46 games. They got 4 young guys who were in the rotation. How about if they play a little more next year? And maybe they'll get better more than the old guys get worse. And that's how you're better. And of course you try to do something around the edges. They get a big guy, something like that.
Let me read
I know
this
that's
to you.
not exciting to you.
No, it's not.
I know it isn't. I get it.
No,
I get it.
Look, how can I be mad at it? It's how you feel, but Steiny, it feels like it's coming from a guy that's reserved that, you know what? We ain't got a chance.
So because they have a 1% chance, you are good. Like, it's like you're making a bet that you're pretty sure you're going to lose. It's going to have ramifications down the line. It just feels desperate.
Well, let me read this to you.
And I don't like. Here's the thing.
It's signed to you, but go ahead.
Here's what I think. If you're really going to go out and get Paul George and sign him to 4 years, that to me sounds desperate. I don't think they're desperate right now. Like, I don't think they should feel like they're in a desperate position.
But they shouldn't feel good about not making the playoffs. Because that's the reality of it.
Go into the offseason, try to get better.
But the offseason just started, and yet every outlet has the Warriors going big game hunting.
Right, and it looks like to me that feels like they're trying to make a desperate move in the hope that they'll catch lightning in a bottle with a hell of a veteran team.
It's interesting you say that because regardless of what happens, Steiny, the rat on the table brought to you by Atco is Steph and Dre's time is ticking. Regardless of if you stand pat, that's the rat on the table. So I guess it's about how do you want that to look? How do you want to feel about that? And do you owe Steph and Dre every opportunity to get you get a veteran in here that on paper you feel better about their chances of trying to make some noise as opposed to doing what you're talking about, letting the youngsters, grow. And if I'm Steph or Dre, I'm looking around like, man, this ain't how we envisioned it.
Well, you know what? Like, who are Steph and Dre who are declining to scoff at the 4 guys who are getting better? Especially Draymond.
Hey, I love that word scoff, but what if they're not scoffing? What if they're looking around like, can you get us some more seasoned guys like a Paul George?
Okay, yeah,
well,
go get him.
It's going to cost us something, but you won't be around when we have to pay it.
Exactly.
Sean John, Steiny, real quick. Steiny, the next 5 years from the YouTube chat is a wish and a hope regardless of the way the team goes. If you're being honest, why not go all in with the best players? because in history, who's still good? Who's still going to be around? And I kind of...
Again, the cost is too great to acquire. You're going to acquire Paul George at 34. You know what? You're going to do, here's what it's kind of like. You're going to do what every team didn't do when the 49ers dangled Brandon Ayuk. You wanted that team to give up something, and then they must pay him. That's the way I look at Paul George. It's like, okay, you get him. Now you lose picks and a couple players, and you have to pay him. Wow. Woo! That's risky to me. That's all. That to me sounds risky. So what's my solution, Steiny? What's your solution for it? I told you what I would do. I try to be better than a 46-win team next year, and I try to make some moves around the edges, but by and large, I don't think there's going to be a great move out there. 888-957-9570. Let's go to Parker is in San Francisco. Hey, Parker, how you doing?
Good, man. I just wanted to say a couple quick things.
Yeah.
First of all, I think Guru is completely right. I kind of think you're wrong, Simon. There's nothing really. It's not draft picks or prospects. It's just one. There's no prospects on our team that are actually good. Like Jonathan Kuminga is not getting game plan for. Moses Moody isn't getting game plan for. You can give these guys up. I think the front office is just afraid because they completely missed on Wiseman. And if Joe Lacob has to admit that he missed on Kuminga and Wiseman, he's going to have to admit that he doesn't know what he's doing as far as the draft goes. So I don't think you're not giving up picks and the prospects. Just give up one or the other, and Paul George is worth it. They didn't have a scoring wing. They didn't have a defender last year. Steph Curry's still one of the top 5 players in the NBA. Like I don't think this is a all-in type of move. It's just one or the other, and I just don't know why the fan base is so attached to these players that really haven't really shown anything.
Good call, Parker. I agree.
Steph Curry's not a top 5 player.
All right, top 10.
Okay, fine.
Yeah,
but that's important. Because the top 5 players go to the postseason. Embiid goes to the postseason. Doncic goes to the postseason. Jokic goes to the postseason.
Well, they have more help. So much
they have more help.
And well, he was missing a guy for umpteen games, too. You're right. You know what I mean? So like that, I know it's ridiculous, but it matters. We're putting that, and guess what? Let's just say your name was Tony. You would be somewhere saying, you know what, that damn Steph Curry didn't get his team in the playoffs. You would be right. But if you don't bring up, his right-hand man wasn't around for 25, like that matters though, man. Or
Right.
Steph has to pay the price of that.
Yeah, that's right. That's called being a superstar. 707 925 Steiny. I'm just going to be honest with you. This is where I
can't wait to hear it.
We can do it with a smile, but we disagree. Steiny, a 1% chance? You're joking, right? Curry and the Warriors in the playoffs have a puncher's chance against anyone. Steiny, you also said the Warriors were done a few years ago when they went on to, okay. Again, and so did Joe Lacob and Bob Myers. They didn't think they were going to win in 2022. Okay. All right. You haven't made the playoffs in 3 or 5 years, but like that, but you'll definitely make it next year. You're definitely going to make the playoffs next year. Why? I don't know why. Why would you assume you're going to make the playoffs next year?
Because you got arguably a top 10 player, for some top 5. You got Draymond Green. And if you're healthy, Steiny, this team should make the playoffs. That's what
you know. What
even
Goo?
You were shocked. Well,
you know what? Goo?
I'm not going to speak for
Goo?
you. We all were. I couldn't believe they didn't make it. I couldn't believe they were teetering at the 10th, and Houston almost caught them. Like, what the F is going on around here? And the maddening part is I don't even know who to blame. But I do blame Draymond for his absence. That's number one.
Okay,
and then Klay's taking strays.
2 years in a row, they're essentially a 45-win team. 2 years in a row, 44 and 46.
Those are facts.
Well, so
but you can't celebrate the 46 when everybody around you got better too.
44 wins 2 years ago, 46 last year. Again, why? Forget Paul George. Why would you think this team's going to win 53 next year? And you know what? If you say, yeah, I don't know if they can.
Just saying availability for one.
Go get Paul George.
And I think or somebody like him. I think that's what they're doing.
We'll see. It's going to come at a hefty cost. 888-957-9570 is the number. Here is what we're talking about.
Paul George, frankly, wants 4 years. He wants a full-out max. And there are a number of teams out there, I am told, that are prepared to give it to him, who are prepared to trade for him. One of those teams potentially is up the coast in Golden State. Golden State is big fish hunting. Remember, last trade deadline, they put a call in about LeBron James. They are sniffing around big deals. If Paul George is willing to leave, they would like to be an option for him. But any of these places that Paul would need to go via trade would have to get worked out with the Clippers and would have to get worked out by Saturday. The Clippers, I think, are in a position where they kind of want to call Paul's bluff that he would actually want to leave his hometown of LA. So that's one of the most interesting things to watch in terms of stare downs between now and this weekend.
Wow, Wendy. And Steiny, I don't know Steve Ballmer, but I love him. I love his enthusiasm. I consider him a Joe Lacob, a guy that cares and is at every game. You're moving into a new building and you're going to say bye-bye to Paul George and break that up. It's
a good point.
I don't want to say I don't think it's going to happen, but if they're playing chicken or possum or what have you, I just don't see Ballmer saying bye-bye to Paul George, who may be the best out of the three you have in regard to Kawhi when you look at availability and Harden and just shape. So, but hey, maybe, and Paul George, good Lord, what if he came here with his podcast and Draymond? I didn't think about that.
Oh, yeah, they'd be first team all podcast. No doubt.
Evan, I didn't think about that.
No doubt.
The microphone gang.
888-957-9570 is the number. Technically, the offseason free agency hasn't started, but it really, really feels like it has. Couple texts from the Xfinity Mobile text line. Goo, I'm going to just throw these at you and tell me what you think. From the 925, this is not from me. This is from the 925. Do the Warriors beat the Timberwolves, Nuggets, or Mavericks in the playoffs with Paul George? Nope. That's the 925. And then this is one of those where, 707. Boston doesn't have a top 5 player, and they won it all with ease. Okay. Right. They might not. They have the 7th best player, the 11th best player, and the 19th best player. Like, they've got Tatum, Brown, and Drew Holiday.
Yeah.
He's a bad boy. Who's better than anybody the Warriors have outside Steph Curry. And some might say, I didn't say it. I'm not saying it, but Drew Holiday's a darn good.
He's a baller, man.
He's a Hall of Famer.
And it's a champ, but a 2-time champ.
Exactly.
If you're Milwaukee's #random, what the hell are you? You just gave the Celtics the chip.
You loved the trade when they made it. You love Damian Lillard going to Milwaukee.
Yeah, but I didn't think Dame was not going to touch a basketball.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Or say, you know what, I don't like it around here. I don't have friends.
You know, there's one of those, I know Evan was on Dame. That too.
Yeah.
Remember?
Things Evan said.
Damian Lillard and Giannis, order the rings.
No, I think
both
he
of
was
you
saying,
guys.
I had
I'm
Evan for
making it
Drew.
up.
Okay.
I'm just kidding. But I guarantee, but I don't have to speculate to know that I guarantee you love that trade from the Milwaukee point of view.
No, it was a case of Wild E. Coyote. It blew up in their face. By the way,
I hate to do this. It's Wile E. Coyote. It's not Wild E. It's Wiley Coyote, but it's Wile E. E is his middle initial, but it sounds like Wiley.
Well, you also thought that the Tasmanian Devil was in the Wiley Coyote and Roadrunner cartoon.
Remember that one? Oh, Steiny,
prove it.
Come on, man.
We all thinking of things that we remember.
For real, too. Thank you, Evan. Man.
888-957-9570 is the number. I don't know about you, but I'm having fun. 888-957-9570. I see Big Smoothie. I see Jesse. I'll get to you on the other side. Simple. You want Paul George? Oh, you do. You want to extend him for 4 years at $220? Oh, you do.
Real quick, somebody said LeBron James on here.
Okay. Yeah,
we act like Paul George is going to be the only addition.
That segment, they're going to get LeBron too, was brought to you by a Safeway. John Sally.
Warriors Offseason Summit with all the hosts Monday.
I owe Curry nothing.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I like this beat.
Well, that's funny.
I do.
My boy Vince just texted. He said, "How dare you correct me on Wild D Coyote when it's going down? It's
We're
just
gathering timber."
Yeah, he said you butchered that one.
I did,
and we let you go. I don't call you.
Cool.
I don't call you out on that.
You want me to correct you? You've told me that dozens of times over our 7-year career.
Some stuff is just let me believe it's Wild D.
And I would beg to differ that you let it slide on I'm gathering timber. It's been something you've laughed at me for 5 years.
Oh boy.
Anyway.
Dude, we got the summit on the 8th.
Yeah, let me take care of some business.
Leslie could be quiet. Good.
Warriors off-season summit. Yes, sir. We're having an off-season summit with all the hosts. It's when is it? Monday, July 8th, 4 to 6 p.m. Willard and Dibbs get the party started at 2. 2. So they get the party started at 2. Location, Fremont Bank, 39150 Fremont Boulevard in Fremont. Space is limited, so you got to go to 957thegame.com to reserve your spot now. Mm-hmm. 2.
So you got that thing's getting humongous. Before you can just show up, now you got to reserve a spot.
Well,
bang bang.
I think that
957 the game.
I think that might have just been added to make it sound like we have action. You know what I mean?
You ever prop stuff? just roll with it. Good God.
This is a funny one from the 831. Paul George, who's 32. I don't want him for 4 years. He's 34.
Gosh.
Jesse in Pleasant Hill.
Jesse's girl.
I'll always bring fresh flowers. Oh, shoot.
Hey.
Carly Simon.
Hey, guys.
Mm-hmm. What's up, Jess?
Hey, guys. Enjoy the show. Try to make this quick.
Hey, you don't have to.
Yeah, I think, I think everybody knows that PG's hitting the market, so the Warriors being interested doesn't seem like it's, any big news, but I think it seems like maybe what it does do is it puts out there that they're interested in moving significant pieces in the offseason. And then maybe, too, they're also interested in moving one of their core pieces in Klay, which they've been hesitant to do or at least publicly demonstrate. And so maybe, I think if they add PG, is that an improvement on Klay? Absolutely at the 2. They become better there, but they become weaker almost everywhere else in order to get PG. So I think they're probably, I would think, looking at their history, they're less interested in just making the playoffs. They're probably more interested in getting to a place where they're making a deep run in the playoffs.
No doubt.
And so maybe they're just trying to show their hand and say, like, hey, we're interested in a big move. So maybe it's not PG, maybe it's just to the league.
No, I
trying to.
Yeah, thanks, Jess. I kind of agree with you. And I also think that if you're completely realistic about all this, and you know where the Warriors are with the cap and the tax and the apron and all that stuff, it's true. It's one thing to say you're going big fish hunting, okay? Step 2 is to somehow get a deal done that works where you don't think you're giving up too much. The salaries have to match. The Clippers gotta want what you're giving back. Like, I kind of agree with Jesse. If I had a bet, and I could be wrong, but like this is one of those where, okay, I don't want to bet, but you're making me bet.
And I'm the person at the counter.
You're making me bet $100. Like I have to. I have no choice, but I don't want to. You have to. Okay. I have to? Yes, you have to. Okay, I have to. So I got to bet $100. I would bet that Paul George won't be a Warrior. I would bet that Kevin Durant won't be a Warrior. I'd bet that Jimmy Butler won't be a Warrior.
That's interesting. You know what, Stein?
Just because it's really going to be hard, even if they want to go in that direction. And I'm not totally convinced they do.
Well, I am convinced they are. I do believe they're trying. But again, it goes back to why I'd make that same bet, Steiny. I don't think Ballmer is saying bye to Paul George with them going into that new building. I believe that. I think the Clippers got something going, and hopefully he's given up and PG will be available. but I still get excited about that Durant sounder from Stephen A. if he's correct. So we'll see what it is. And I just got to put my foot down. I can, being the son of a hunter and a fisherman, it's not big game fishing. It's fishing. It's big game hunting. Is when you go for the big trophy deer or the bear. It's not big game fishing. It's big game hunting. And if you're going for the big fish, you're fishing. So don't say big game fishing anymore.
Did he say that?
Yeah, you've been saying it. Big game fishing. Wendy said it. It's not big. There's no such thing.
I don't know.
Paul George, frankly, wants 4 years. He wants a full-out max. And there are a number of teams out there, I am told, that are prepared to give it to him, who are prepared to trade for him. One of those teams potentially is up the coast in Golden State. Golden State is big fish hunting. Remember, last trade deadline, they put a call in about LeBron James. They are sniffing around big deals. If Paul George is willing to leave, they would like to be an option.
They're big fish hunting.
You don't hunt fish.
That counts.
You fish. No, it doesn't. It's worse than what I initially thought.
Have you ever heard of
big game hunting and it's fishing?
Have you ever heard of the phrase,
big hunting?
He's a big fish in a small pond?
All day.
Well, then big fish resonates. The Warriors
but
are looking for
hunt fish. He said big fish hunting. That's what he said. That's even worse. Yeah, he said big fish hunting.
Maybe he's shooting them. Like shooting fish in a barrel.
I wish he was on Twitter. Speaking of which, what's up with you? Evan every day has to in Halloween writing, and it sounds like Weenie because he's spelling Steiny, and it's not added. Come on, man. Just create a new one. Just start fresh.
No.
You're hurting the show in the station.
You know why I'm not going to start a new Twitter account? I'll be damned if I'm going to have less followers than any of you all for any period of time.
That guy. You care about that then.
Well, apparently I don't care too much because I'm not on.
But you got a built-in excuse. Hey, I got hacked.
You just reactivate your account. You don't have to start a new one.
Hey, okay. Evan, I told you
I want to defend you on this.
Evan, I told you this.
Oh, boy.
I went through the process. I told them this is what happened. They actually got back to me and was like, yeah, that's not what happened. And I'm like, no, it's what happened. They sent me an email. They basically said, they gave me the Mike Florio. The case is closed.
What did they say happened?
I don't know, but they just said the case is closed. 019432. That's
we need
what the number
Steiny, man. It's so weak.
Nobody.
Well, just because somebody denies your passport application doesn't mean that you just give up. I mean, you need to get somewhere.
You're one of your daughters, I'm sure, like just a genius on there. You can beat the system. But I'm just saying you're hurting the show and station. Some people won't tell you. I'll tell you.
So's Draymond Green with the Warriors. Nobody's getting rid of him.
They're rewarding them.
Okay, I got to tell you, I'm going to let everybody in a little secret. Like, I'm terrible with numbers. Like, hey, what number is it? What number did this guy? Whatever. So there's something that's come up on the Xfinity Mobile text line. I swear to God, I have no idea. They say, Goo, I guess, Paul George's number's 13.
Yeah.
And they say, well, he can't wear that for the Warriors. Why not? Who's got it? Like, I don't even know who's got it. Now why can't he wear 13?
Evan, you stumped the Goo. 13 on the Warriors would be. Is that
Guru? What number will Paul?
Oh, because it's retired.
Oh yeah,
it's Wilt Chamberlain.
Come on. Yeah. So I feel better now. Speaking of which,
I said we break it back out.
Yeah, the 1972 All-Star Game. If you haven't watched it, go YouTube it. To watch how the game was played is incredible.
All Paul George has to do is he says he likes White Russians and long nights, and then he'll be right back in, just like Wilt.
PG-13 single too. Action here in the Bay.
There's no action in Cowtown.
White Russian to drink.
When you're not our age, there is, Snotty. You make millions. He'll find it.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny along with Guru, Evan and Kay in the house. And the big news of the day is the Warriors have been linked to Paul George. And according to Brian Windhorst, they're prepared to acquire Paul George and give him a 4-year contract extension for $220 million.
It's what, and again, Wow. I didn't even let it breathe.
I mean, it is
it's what you do when you have a Steph Curry. You ain't trying to have tryouts. You're trying to win when you know he's still bringing something to the table. And you're right, Steiny. Is he 27? No, but he's still Billy Badass. He's still good. He's one of a kind. So you go get immediate help and you pay that bill later down the road. You kick the can down the road. But you cannot prepare for a team in 2027 right now, Steiny. You just can't. I'm speechless. I'm getting killed for forgetting Wilt's number. But I didn't know it either. He's a sixer. Oh my gosh, get this. So there's no way this is right. I got an email the other day from a guy, and it was entitled Diminishing Tone. Oh. Well, and I was like, oh boy, he's going to tell me that how I talked. It had nothing to do with you, which was... I fight my own battles. Tell him I'm good. No, this guy claimed that I diminished Wilt Chamberlain and Bob Cousy. Oh. And I'm like, those are two guys I would never diminish. No, I would. You prop up. But then I thought, I've never diminished Wilt Chamberlain, ever. I would never do that. It was unbelievable. I wonder if it was when we were having our top 5 or top 10. I think here's what it was. Yeah. He said, you called Bob Cousy an idiot. Oh. And then I remembered. I was going to reply to him, but I said, no, I'll take it on the air. And I've told you this. I've used this word to describe Curry. Where I come from, West Reading, Pennsylvania, it was a term of endearment we used. Idiot? Nitwit. That's worse than he's idiot. A nitwit. He's a nitwit. And that meant we like him. Nah, not where I'm from. But I know, not you where you're so from. Weird. Yeah. Pennsylvania. I'm just telling you. So I'm sure I did say, I see why there's Cousy dribbling around like a nitwit. So anyway, I didn't say idiot. I said nitwit. But which is idiot and harsher? No, it's not. Yeah. Not the way I use it. So you're off Twitter and random people are finding your email. What's going on? Maybe that's why you've been off. How are people finding your email to just get that to you? I think I might have it on my blog. Oh, okay.
Can we set up a separate inbox?
You got to get back on, Stoney. Seriously, man. No. Before Monday.
Pay me. Pay me to get back on.
Next Friday.
Yeah.
Let's go to...
Speaking of which, you haven't picked up any tabs lately, man. What? The Steiny back in 2020, you used to go grab them, fumble.
Maybe come to work one day, and I'll buy you a drink if we go out. How can I buy you a drink when you don't work?
I'm laughing because I picked him up yesterday.
I was sick.
Yeah.
And I don't mean that. Yeah, you've been picking them up. You've been holding on to that one, huh?
I didn't even know I had it until you actually said that I don't pick. By the way, somebody wants to know. They said, let me guess, the summit was originally scheduled for Thursday, but they had to change it.
Oh, wait, but it's just...
Marvin's on the Bay Bridge.
Big Marv.
Here's where Guru makes a joke about, are they having a sideshow?
It ain't a joke. I'm pissed off. Hey, what's up, Marv?
Hey, I think the Warriors are really thinking about, and you guys have to think about, do they really want Kuminga? I think he'll be an all-star, but do they really want him to be face of the franchise when he already dissed Kerr, and he actually dissed Steph and Draymond when he's been here, 3 years? And he said the person who's helped him the most was CP, who had only been there 3 or 4 months. Do they want to pay this guy all that money and then have him turn into Hassan Whiteside, all-star performance, and he got the bag, and he didn't perform?
Wow. That's something they're going to have to put into the equation.
Man, oh man, Stoney, and I'll tell you this. I think Kuminga needs to get with a guy like Handy to polish his already gifts that he has, but there's some gifts that he needs to work on, and dribbling's one of them, and just the whole IQ thing, Stoney. He's a raw, he is, man, but I don't know if he can be the guy he's going to be until Curry and Dre are out of here. He seems like a guy that needs to be empowered, like Iguodala was in Philly.
Well, and how did that work?
No doubt, but
Iguodala was twice the player Kuminga was because he was an all-around player. Like, can you envision in the near future Jonathan Kuminga making teammates better?
He possesses the talent to do so, but that's
I don't think he does. Can't pass.
But I've seen him do it.
Well, he's got of course he can make a pass once in a while.
Go to the rack and
I'm not sure I'd double team Kuminga.
Oh, that's wild, man.
In fact, if he wants to stand out by the 3-point line, I don't think he can make enough threes that he's ever guarded out there.
And when you get set on D is where that spin move he does, Stoney, and he spins into traffic, the guy waiting, the help defender. I'm like, man, you gotta add something else. Again, upside, but Stoney, I don't know if he can reach that while Steph and Dre are here. I don't.
Well, and to me, that is the ultimate. Be careful what you wish for, because you better think about what Kuminga's going to look like without those guys before you pay him.
Ooh,
a couple things here. 561 apparently. Paul George is married. According to the 561.
I didn't know that. Hey, I know he had a relationship with Doc Rivers' daughter and he cheated on her. And they were, and he coached him.
Stuff?
I love it.
You read Us magazine, don't you?
No, please. Wow. But anyway, Stoney, I'm excited. You're excited. The fans are.
About what?
Just free agency.
I'm not excited
because what happened this year can never happen again. And if we get in front of Steph we're going to see TJD tomorrow. I'm going to ask him as soon as that buzzer sounded in Sacramento, TJD, even though you had a great season, walk me through that ride home. Because that had to be the work. They
take their own cars to Sacramento.
That was not cool, man.
When you go to Sac, taking the bus is optional.
Yeah. But you know what I mean? You could be riding by yourself. Just your thought of, we're not a playoff team. I was listening to the
radio.
Please.
I live with these people. I love these people. They're part of my family.
We need a weekly with
They don't know who you are, Bob.
Fitz is a ledge.
Stop!
I love Fitz. The 707.
Somebody called me Magnum PI with this shirt. Tom Selleck was a heartthrob.
Well, his were.
I hated his lips.
A little more crisp. Yeah. There was one other good one here.
You got better hair, dude.
Wow. Little wrinkles.
JK was playing. This is an interesting point. Jonathan Kuminga was playing a lot of the season without Draymond. And according to the 415, he was the reason that the Warriors were anywhere close to the playoffs.
I'll give you that.
Because he was carrying them for a while.
He went on a binge, though, Stoney, and then it was about Dre's back. Can we connect Wiggins and Kuminga?
Carrying them.
Well, I'm just saying he was balling, man. I can't rob him of that.
Carrying.
Will you admit Moses Moody may be a little better than you thought a year or two ago?
No. Well, he is better because he's a young player who's improving. But what do you want me to get? What do you want to get me to say? Go ahead. That he's not just a guy?
Yeah.
Not willing to say that
yet. Exact.
Sorry. And you know what? Here's the other thing.
He's a jack of all trades, master of none.
Thank you. Those guys don't tend...
You don't think?
No, those guys don't tend to make an impact in the NBA. Got to have a skill. Got to have a specialty. What does he hang his hat on?
Bowen had one. And
that's right. But he did that better than anybody else in the league. What does Moses Moody hang his hat on?
He's smart, Steiny. I think he's smarter than you give him credit for.
What about
I think
the
athletic?
Smart.
I think he's more. Remember, we fought about just our definition of athletic.
And you were wrong.
I mean, how many times did we watch him go in there and flush on somebody?
He's an average NBA athlete, Moses Moody. He's average.
Now, you're tricking me because of the NBA, because there's so many.
Well, he's in the NBA.
Right, but...
I mean, if he's playing, in the marina, he's going to be the best
you're
athlete.
Just watching, ball coming off the rim, missed shot. Oh, Moses Moody put back. Like, everybody can't do that.
I believe
rebound.
He's an average NBA athlete.
Would you say that, Evan? Not putting you on the spot, just in regard to Moses Moody?
I think he's athletic. I don't think he's very quick, though.
And those are fast and quick are two different
playing
things.
Down the middle.
Yeah, no, I want to throw the water ball. Like
Absolutely
you started off so well for me, E. But I don't go to E to hammer home my point. If
Moses Moody.
Yeah, if he differs, I'm not like you. Read all the calls that agree with you.
That's not true.
Get some momentum.
It's not true. It just so happens that let's go to Vince in the city. What's up, Vince? Vince.
Hey, what's up? Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey.
So I know my brother was hitting me up about this earlier, too, about Paul George when the reports came out. You know, like, I get it. Paul George is an all-star. He's a great guy, good player and everything. But I don't know if he's necessarily a good fit for the team. I think a better fit, and this is just me personally, is I would like to see him try to make a move for DeAndre Ayton, because that's a big who can run the floor. He can fit more boxes than Paul George can. He's younger. And, I mean, he could be a bucket inside if you need a bucket inside, which we didn't have any of that last year. Plus, he can rebound, which we also didn't have much of last year because Kevon Looney used them all up in the 2022 finals. So, Paul George is old. He also seems to be hurt a lot. To me, I don't know if his availability is going to help the team. It's like having a bigger Chris Paul. To me, I could be tripping because he is a lockdown defender. That's, you know, he's proven that he can still defend. But I just feel like with his availability, it's not. I just think DeAndre Ayton would be more beneficial to the team than Paul George. I don't know what your guys' thoughts are.
Well, he just signed an extension, Steiny.
Not a huge Ayton guy.
When I watch him, I forget about him, but when I watch him, I'm like, God, how is this guy not good?
Chris M says, what was your specialty, Steiny? Oh, my competitiveness.
Stop it.
My competitiveness.
I'm being honest, I don't like that answer.
Too bad.
That's a given.
No.
I need something else.
No, I could shoot the, I almost said the S word. I could shoot the hell out of it.
Well, that's it.
And I saw the game a play ahead.
Oh, my God.
Great passer. Unbelievably cerebral. Could use both hands.
So why you think you didn't make it to?
Because I'm 6 foot and I'm white. It's not hard. Goodness gracious.
Oh, boy. The anger in that answer.
There's no anger. This is the
difference. Explain Steve Blake then.
Exactly.
Hey, Steve Blake had Steve Blake was good.
What about my boy Bobby Sura? Yeah,
Bobby Sura was in the dunk contest.
He was badass.
Luke Rittenauer.
That was Luke.
Great backup.
And what about Sacramento? Ferdette Jimmer. I liked him.
Of course you did. Because he scored, and that's all he did.
He did, boy.
He stunk. You know, he didn't make it in the NBA. just FYI.
No, but he's got Shanghai in the palm of his hands.
He is out there getting buckets.
This is the best line I've heard today on the YouTube chat. You know, I said, where does Moses Moody hang his hat?
I'm laughing.
Enrique Rivera, he hangs it on the front door of Steve Kerr's doghouse. That is pretty good. That's the kind of listener I like.
Yeah.
All right. NBA Draft Day almost here, Warrior fans, and Steiny and Guru. We're going to be live at Chase Center on Thursday. That's tomorrow. Day 2 of the NBA Draft. Warriors have the 52nd pick. Steiny and Guru at Chase Center this Thursday on 95.7 The Game. 888-957-9570. If you want to jump into the conversation, you want Paul George, you can have him. Do you want him?
Absolutely incredible.
NBA free agency.
Either one of these guys gets me excited and aroused.
Give me the meat.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
That's sophomoric. That's the humor we don't like.
It is funny. Is sophomoric humor different than pull your finger humor?
That is sophomoric. I'm not into. I like dry humor. Like the Moody hangs his hat on the dog. I like that stuff.
Do you like dad jokes?
Love them.
Yeah, me too.
I got a book in the back of the caddy. I never bring it in. I know the boss. Well, you guys having too much fun. He's never said that.
Give me the meat.
Dude, I got a history
go ahead.
of the number 2 picks for the Warriors, second round picks, just since you've been on the beat.
Oh, let me go out. Can we have some music? All right. So this is probably in the Lake of Myers era.
Well, whatever year you want to start, I got it all up.
How many second round picks have they had since basically Laker bought the team? What year are we going back to?
You give me the year and I'll tell you how many we've had.
Well, I'll just I'm going last 15 years.
All right, so
Draymond Green.
Yes, sir. You got it.
Trace Jackson Davis.
You got it.
Monte Ellis.
Keep going.
Justinian Jessup.
Keep going.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Guy Santos.
I was just looking at him. One you're never gonna guess. 2012.
Oh, yes, I will. Nemanja Nedovic.
I don't even know how to pronounce it.
No, I don't either.
All right, keep going.
Let's see. They drafted in the second round.
You didn't knock the few off.
Dumb Warrior fans think was actually going to contribute, but never made the team. Let's see.
Was Amari Spellman one of them, Gil?
He was drafted by the Hawks, I think.
Yeah.
Eric Paschal?
Yeah, you got him. And another guy with a great head of hair I thought was going to be the next.
Patrick Baldwin Jr.?
No, Nico Mangus. Nico!
Give me initials.
TM.
Yeah, I don't want to.
Tyrese Martin? Atlanta drafted him. He came to Atlanta, so yeah.
So he wouldn't fit.
Yeah.
Next question.
What else?
I think we cleaned it all up. Hold on.
How about Smilagic?
There's I don't see him on here, but he should be on here.
Well, I think they gave him a 4-year guaranteed deal.
Well, 2011 Charles Jenkins.
Dude. Charles Jenkins is the last guy who played in front of Steph Curry.
I'm out.
Charles Jenkins was a Mark Jackson special. Charles Jenkins would sub in for Steph Curry for defense. When Mark Jackson was the head coach.
Wow, man.
Those are facts.
Yeah. Mark's got a podcast. Yeah. I'm having trouble with it.
Gosh.
Yeah.
No kidding.
That's my guy.
Can I be honest with you? What's it about?
Him. No, Evan, it's a good part. It's just about his wisdom and basketball and all that stuff.
So it's
telling you to keep going if life's going. Yeah.
2-minute podcast.
He's a pretty good dude.
It's a 2-minute podcast.
I know you don't like him.
You're right. I don't.
And just
with all due respect.
Yeah. If
fighting
we want
for my life.
Like that JJ Redick, him being white, getting that job, and Sam Cassell can't get a job or an interview, Steiny, there's something there. Today's not the day, but that's the stuff I'm talking about. I'm not mad at Redick. Because black coaches have got you had no experience and here you go. I understand that. But it's like,
what about Doc Rivers?
Give me a case study on Sam Cassell.
But what
is he doing where he can't even garner an interview?
Maybe he's doing the same thing Patrick Ewing did, whatever that was.
Well, honestly, but what could it be? Especially when you played and you won. Like, you should be out of that.
What if he doesn't work hard?
You think Boston would have him employed?
That's where face. Look, in the NBA, if you don't want to work hard, that's where you end up as an assistant coach. Sorry, it's true. You know what they say about moving over 12 inches? The pressure rises.
I hadn't heard that.
Something like that.
I got Kenny.
Steiny, give us a Steve Logan story. I actually have a Steve Logan story.
Did you guess that?
This is a great story. Steve Logan, University of Cincinnati point guard.
Bearcat.
He was good in college. So here's the story. You want to hear it? It's a good one. I think it's a good one. So,
that is the best music.
Warriors had the number 1 pick in the second round one year. But it was the year, I believe, this might not be true. It might be like my memory of that accident. But that was the year that Minnesota was penalized
for
tampering with Joe Smith. It had nothing to do with the Warriors. They had a nod, wink deal with Joe Smith. They got penalized for it. They took away their first round pick. So there were only 29 first round picks. Then they went to the second round where the Warriors had a pick.
All right.
They took Steve Logan. Steve Logan's agent said he should get paid like a first-round draft pick, the 30th pick in the first round. That's what he should get paid.
I'm not even mad at that.
And the Warriors are like, okay, Pike, hit it. That's not what's going on here. And Logan held out and just, he never played in the NBA.
Steiny, stop!
Pretty sure.
Come on.
I'm pretty sure that's the story.
Some money is better than no money.
I mean,
wow. That's a hell of a lesson.
Pretty good story, though, actually.
And they didn't budge, and he probably fired. Is it? How do you not launch your career? Come on, man.
Hey, business is business.
Yeah.
That's
dumb business.
Yeah. There's your Steve Logan story on 95.7. The game. You know what? You brought it up. I don't know. I mean, when I look at...
I'm being real, man.
But look, I don't want to... You're right about a lot of this, but to me, Doc Rivers is a retread. Monty Williams is a retread. Like, how did Monty Williams get hired?
Yeah. Well, one, we could check the box that he paid his dues or some, and Doc too to that effect. It's just, Steiny, I need to know. Is he a partier? Is he a womanizer? I don't know, but there's a stench coming from Sam Cassell being all fired up on the bench, and I'm looking at the TV miles away, and I'm not the only one saying this, Steiny, and I said this to you years ago about Pat Ewing, just as a black man, Pat Ewing being one of the best centers to ever play, one of them, and to pay 9 years as an assistant coach and not even get a look, like,
we don't know he didn't get a look. I mean, honestly, maybe he interviews poorly. I don't know what the answer is.
And I guess, you know what?
Some guys Rick Barry never got a shot. How come Rick Barry never got to be a head coach?
But how many coaching staffs has he been on to where, like Sam Cassell and Pat Ewing, to put in work?
Rick Barry had made it clear a long time ago he was willing to be a coach for a team, even as an assistant to run. Okay, why didn't he? Why didn't Rick Barry?
Can I take a crack at it?
Why wasn't Rick Barry ever a head coach in the NBA?
He didn't want to do the travel or be an assistant coach.
No, he wanted to.
Oh, I don't know then, Steiny.
Rick Barry tells stories about how he called Chris Cohan of the Warriors to be the coach. He wanted to be the Warriors coach.
So you say he couldn't get on? And
why couldn't he?
I would love to ask him why he feels that.
I'll tell you how he feels.
Because I only had him.
He thinks he's been blackballed.
And he might be right.
Because of his reputation.
And he might be right. How could he not get picked a steward of the game like that?
Because nobody likes him.
Well, all right.
And that's strong.
Yeah, no,
obviously,
but I hear you.
I don't know what's going on with Sam Cassell, but like the one...
Pat Ewing had to go to Georgetown.
Do you know for a fact that he's head coaching material? Sam Cassell?
You think I'm playing with it? He was a point guard on an NBA court.
How was Magic Johnson as a coach?
No doubt, but that was different.
Why?
Because Magic never paid dues, and that was just something they gave him in Hollywood. When I see a guy try to go to the lab like a Pat Ewing and Cassell and pay, quote-unquote, your dues, like I can look you in the face right now and say, and I can't wait for your rebuttal because I'm not judging you. I can look you in the face and say, Brian Shaw will never, ever get another crack to be a head coach.
Should he?
And that's another case study of how is he two and done and just gone vamoose. And it is okay, but we got other white coaches that get like 8 chances to fail and flame out. It's like I could keep going. And it's just the answers we'll never have. Now, I'm not saying...
Would you hire Brian Shaw as your head coach?
I would give him a call or I would give him an interview.
Why?
Because he played the game.
Okay.
He knows the game and he's been a head
his track
coach.
record means nothing in the NBA as a head coach.
Well, if we're going to do that, then we could start doing that right now.
Okay, I'll give you a name.
Yeah.
Why didn't Brian Winters ever get another job after Vancouver and Golden State?
I could say he got hosed.
He had the worst winning percentage of any coach.
But what was he coaching, Stoney?
Exactly. But he didn't get another chance.
For him, it ain't got nothing to do with color saying,
well, you're saying
how the hell I got it? Not all the time.
Okay.
But for that scenario, I'm chalking one up for him like, I think he got jobbed.
Who?
Brian, but not for the color of his skin and Rick Barry.
But what I'm saying about Brian Winters is I don't know if he got jobbed or not, but
I feel like he did. You just bringing him up, and he had to coach slop and could get not get another chance. That's weak.
Why? What if you want to go in a different direction? Who says Brian Winters deserves a third job? I'll use Winters because he's white. What if you wanted to hire Danny Hurley? You should give it to Brian Winters instead of Danny Hurley?
And there's another, and I can say that, you know what? I'm going to slow my roll, but I think it's among some of these black heavyweight players to put their foot down and say, hey, Steiny, I know I can't tell you who to hire, but for the optics, give Sam an interview. Give an interview. Damn. I mean, Hurley was about to come out of
more insulting.
Well, but it's not as insulting as we don't know the answer to why Sam Cassell can't get an interview. Not the job, Steiny, an interview.
Kenny Atkinson just got a second opportunity.
And I got to give him credit. He rode that out, Steiny. And he took Brooklyn to the playoffs 1 year to 5 that he was there. But I was like, he'll never be a head coach again. And kudos to him. He got another one.
You don't think there are white assistant coaches who are in the same boat as Cassell who've never gotten called?
I do.
Okay.
And then I know this is not the same boat. I just gave you Winters, Steiny. I'm keeping it real. That's BS. But there are others to where, man, I could fail. But I'm just talking about an interview, Steiny, a call.
Goo.
And
you're just talking about an interview or a call. You're also the same guy who I heard say the Rooney Rule is insulting. The Rooney Rule is the NFL makes you interview a minority. And, I think that's kind of a joke. I mean,
but
go interview them and don't hire.
Progressive NBA that's more progressive than that never even had to institute something like that because it was fair. And that's all. And I put Pat Ewing, the two I have that come to mind, and Brian Shaw. I love him to death, Steiny. I just hate that I could look at him and tell him, I feel like you'll never get another shot. And it's like, why?
Well, let's look at his...
I hope I don't sound like I'm asking for handouts, man.
Well, let's look at the numbers.
Yeah. It's bigger than that, though, Steiny.
He coached the Denver Nuggets for 2 years, and he was 36-46 and 20-39.
If I ask you, you think he'll ever get a look? He doesn't even get caught. You know what? That's where I hate I'm selling low, but we're not even, black coaches aren't, retreads are not even getting the.
Well, I just said Doc Rivers, Monty Williams. I mean, and I'm not saying, it's just, the only thing I'd say is we don't know anything about Sam Cassell.
Well, we do. He's not had an interview and he's been assistant coaching for more than 5 years.
Okay. Oh, so he's entitled to a job?
No, I'm not.
What if you have no idea if he does or doesn't have an issue that's known in the NBA?
And I believe to that point, Steiny, and you're right. If he had an issue that strong, that would keep him off the staff. I don't believe that to be the case. I hear Sam Cassell when he does get time to talk, and I'm just like, I just wonder why your number's not for the job. You can't even get an interview. I mean, a guy that has 3 rings, I don't know. And maybe you're right. Maybe he's doing something like the Rick Barry. But at least Rick knew maybe my personality is not for everybody. That's why. The Sam Cassell thing is just, I just sit back sometimes driving, watching hoop, just like, damn, what is going on with Sam? And maybe
he's
it's
an
the same
assistant
thing
coach who might not have the pedigree to be a head coach. And 32 owners and front office guys feel that way. Like, you know, let's say the Blazers fire Chauncey Billups. He doesn't just deserve another job. Why would he just deserve another job?
And that's being too strong. I'm just down the road. He's got to be careful because you could be one and done, but down the road, you would think, Stoney, I'm talking interviews. Well, you could be lowered the bar to interviews.
You could be one and done, or you could be Doc Rivers. I mean, Doc Rivers, how many coaches, how many times has he been a head coach?
A bunch. But there's not a lot.
I mean, no. Alexander's in Chicago. What's up, Alexander? How you doing, man?
I'm doing good. Glad you guys were able to have me on.
All right.
Listen, I heard you all talking about the trade. I don't mean to kind of turn the conversation back a little bit, but I believe that Paul George is the savior and the answer to the Warriors' problem for this upcoming season. And the reason I believe that is because, of course, it's going to give us a second scoring option. And if I'm looking at the rookies, because I know that the whole talk is like, oh, we don't want to trade away the young guys and we want to keep the young guys. I don't think we need all three of the young guys. I mean, if it has to come down to, I like Pods because of his success he just recently had this season. He's already been one of the top rookies in the league. So I can go with him. And, you know, the Kuminga thing just end up not going through. But to also add on to that, I think it's a way that they can do a trade and still have Jonathan Kuminga. There's some kind of way that they can do that, maybe. Yeah. And also, like Klay Thompson, I can see Klay Thompson playing for the Clippers. Why wouldn't that be a bad location for him to go? It's still his hometown in L.A. It's not the Lakers, but it's the Clippers.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And it could be a great landing spot for him to go as well. So that's all I had to say with that. But as far as Paul George, I think we should absolutely do everything we need to do to get Paul George. Wow. If we get Paul George, that's a guaranteed playoff appearance. We would at least, I believe we could at least be in the 6th to 5th seed with Paul George. Wow. I absolutely believe that's possible. I'm sorry.
Thanks for the call.
No, good call. And Stoney, I've changed my tune. Like, I know we've been spoiled, and I'm one of them, but not making the playoffs, that's why I got so much zest when it comes to this can't repeat itself. It can't happen again. We've taken it for granted, but now I'm just talking about get back to the playoffs. And if they don't do diddly squat, I'm going with the Fitz theme. I think we got some action. But, man, if you were to pull this off, and then if you were to pull it off and not lose Kuminga.
Why did Chris Finch languish as an assistant coach for 10 years before he got his chance? He got his chance. He was a hell of a coach.
Right.
By the way, guys, a lot of players have been obviously weighing in on NBA free agency, trade rumors. You heard CJ McCollum. Patrick Beverley tweeted out.
Oh, God, you know what?
I forgot all about him. Give it to us, E.
If D'Lo opts in, a possibility you can see Steph, Paul George, Draymond, D'Angelo Russell.
Where?
In Golden State.
D'Angelo Russell stinks.
No, but he doesn't stink, but
he can fill it up
in the play. But he can, on a good night, he can get you something.
Oh, yeah. It sounds like the Warriors have a real concrete plan.
How old is he? How old is D'Lo? You know, Evan?
He'll be youthful.
South of 30, right?
Okay. D'Lo, Pat Bev.
Let me guess. You're in.
I'm not mad. Like,
he's a player in his prime.
Let's go to
28 years old. Mm-hmm.
You're right. Philmo Mike. Hey, what's up, Philmo?
Mike.
If he comes out strong with his take, I'm going to love it. What's up, Philmo?
No. My take is basically, Stoney, what's up, Guru? What's up, Evan? What's up, Randy? What's up, everybody in there, Spadoni? But my take is basically, Steph is in no position to dictate the Warriors' future. Like, Stoney says, I think he's smart enough to understand. He understands. He's wise enough. Let's say that. Wise enough to understand. He's seen it. This may not work out. So, I don't think Steph will take the position of, you got to give me a star in the next 2 years. He's not in a position to do that. And also, remember Avery Bradley? They don't, and they're more so in their prime now than where they're there and now. The Warriors brass always don't listen to what the Warriors want. They might have done it, but they don't listen all the time. And then I like Brandon Ingram. I don't know what's going on with that situation, but I like him a lot more than Paul George. Like Paul George, he played 74 games because he was up for an extension this year. He knew he could get extended. You feel me? That's why he played 74 games. Come on now. Everybody see that. Everybody know that. They be coasting. NBA players are spoiled. I said that 2 days ago. They be coasting. They try to get their 64, 65 games in. Ain't nobody going hard like Clyde Drexler. Ain't nobody going hard like Vernon Maxwell, John Starks. We're not even talking Michael Jordans. You feel me? Like, they're not doing that. So the Warriors got to find players that are on the cusp. Like, when the Nets got Mikal Bridges, the Warriors need to find a player like that's on the cusp, that's on the team, that's kind of crowded. You don't really know, but you need a scout that can see he's a baller. We could get him for $15 million. The dude from the Lake, Lonnie Walker, pick him up. Pick him up.
Thanks, Philmo. I'm kind of with, Philmo's onto something that, I kind of believe too. I'm sorry, I just do. And it's this. How many games did Draymond Green play in his contract year?
75.
73.
Oh.
So then he plays 73 and he gets his deal. Then he gets suspended and he misses a lot of the last season. I think it's not an automatic. Like, Paul George wants his money. He wants the max. And if the Warriors are willing to give him the max, he's coming to Golden State to win. If he does, great. But he want
hey, he said it on his podcast.
Paul George played 74 games this year. I think why did he play 74? Because he was a free agent. It was a contract year. Now he's going to get 4 more years, possibly from the Warriors.
Or Stoney, the Warriors could do what, or any other team do what you just did. Let me take it back 5 years. So when you look at it from that prism, you could see he's missed, and it's not like you're falling for the okie doke of, well, his incentive to play 74 obviously was for his contract. But if you look at the 5 years, if you're into that, you're going to know this dude, he ain't the most reliable.
Exactly. And I would be very careful because
Draymond.
What if Paul George is your next Draymond? 888-957-9570 is the number. I had a couple coaches to throw by Guru on the other side. KTVU's Fox Local streaming app for your connected TV. Live stream mornings on 2, the 10 o'clock news, and all Fox 2 newscasts, plus watch Like It or Not and more. Fox Local, free and easy to use, no subscription required.
Warriors Offseason Summit with all the hosts.
powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
I want them to send a message. I can't see it. Sports, man.
I could keep going if you want, but I'm not.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
It's draft day.
That's a movie. Shout out Kevin Costner. Draft day. Remember he was the GM for the Cleveland Browns.
That's with a great scene with Al Pacino. Every inch, right? You got to claw for every inch. I think it is.
That's Any Given Sunday.
No, I think it's called Any Given Draft Day.
Oh, no, Any Given Sunday. Willie Beeman.
Let me tell you what you can, what's the phrase? Miss me with.
Oh.
Miss me with a 2-day draft in the NBA. You're not the NFL.
Dude, wow.
You're not even close.
Well, we'll be at the Chase tomorrow.
I mean,
after Willard and Dibs today.
Look, I'm looking forward to it, but
they tried to.
Come on.
Hey,
come on. What are we doing?
If you can't beat him, join him, Steiny.
We will have not heard. We'll have heard of one second-round pick, Zach Edey.
I think he might go first.
People are saying that you look like Shaquille O'Neal in some of these draft workouts.
Yeah.
Now,
I'm serious. That was a headline.
When you say people, can you be more specific?
Influencers.
Draft experts.
God, I hate to do this.
Quote unquote.
And I love the guy. Well, never mind.
Jonathan
Bronny James.
No, we've always missed. Hey,
I hope Bronny
I missed on Steph Curry.
And I ain't hating.
It looks like, your guy, Mark Spears, may have missed on James Wise.
That he did. I'm going to text him, man.
Weber?
He said he was the Garnett.
Oh.
Wow. Hey, you don't win them all, partner.
That's why.
This is James Wise.
Don't tell me.
He's still in the league, though.
Elliot Ramos is good.
Right. Hey.
Don't tell me that. He's off to a good start.
They got a youngster throwing tonight.
Another one?
Yeah.
Birdsong.
Birdsong. No.
Dude,
Hayden.
Otis Birdsong could
I think
play.
it's Hayden, right? Otis was a bad dude.
He was. He was great. Where'd he go to college?
I'm going to say UMass.
No.
That was a hell of a guess.
I think I'm
well, how you say no when you...
Well, because I know it's in the South.
Oh, okay.
You know what? I'm usually great at this game, but
at what game?
My guess would be Tennessee. But
It's Hayden Birdsong, the Giants' number 6 prospect.
Yeah, well, if he has half the career of Otis Birdsong, we got action. Where the heck did he go?
The South. Tennessee?
That's what I'm guessing. Oh, University of Houston.
All right.
Yeah, see, I didn't know that.
Cougar.
415 says, yeah, those people that say Edey looked like Shaq, those were his parents.
That's a 4. That's pretty good. Boy. We got some good ones.
That was that's from the 415. Stephen A. Smith. When do you want to get into my guy today?
We can, man.
I don't have many. Who?
Yeah.
Now, this is the guy who is
and the boss knew about him.
Repulsive, and absolutely positively first team, all horses behind.
And he's a liar.
Artist.
He's a liar.
I got to do this.
Yeah.
This is unbelievable. Well, it's not. Hey, Texas A&M in baseball had a good year. They went to the finals. They got a coach who apparently is a good coach, but a bad guy. He finishes coaching at Texas A&M, and a reporter says, do you mind? We're hearing you're going to, you might not be here long, and this and that.
I ain't going to be here.
Rumors circulating today about a specific job opening. What do you have to say about your future in Aggieland?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty selfish of you to ask me that question, to be honest with you. But
I'm out.
I left my family to be the coach at Texas A&M. I took the job at Texas A&M to never take another job again, and that hasn't changed in my mind. That's unfair to talk about something like that. That'd be like you asking Montgomery if he's going to sign in the draft. But I understand you got to ask the question, but I gave up a big part of my life to come take this job, and I've poured every ounce of my soul in this job, and I've given this job every single ounce I can possibly give it. So write that.
Coach, thank you very much.
And what happened next?
That was Jimmy Schlossnagle. And he's now the head coach at the University of Texas.
No.
Texas A&M's rival.
He left?
Hook 'em horns. Just to be clear, that was yesterday.
That is, what an ass,
That
man.
was yesterday. Today he took the Texas job.
What an ass. That's what's wrong with the game now.
That's what's wrong with everything.
And I meant life. With just that
Do
is.
people have no shame?
He knew then he was leaving, and you want to read him the riot act. And kudos to hey, thank you so much, Coach. Like basically saying,
I'm going to throw a brick at him. What a jerk.
And he left, man.
What a jerk.
Yeah.
Best time to look for a job is when you have one.
Well,
that's a selfish question. No, you're not selfish, though. No, you're not. No, seriously, Jimmy. Jimmy's not selfish.
It's good. Man.
That one.
Liar, pants on fire, man.
He apologized.
To who?
To the reporter.
When?
Today.
Too late. It's too late.
9 people.
Oh, hey, you know what, Evan? Just FYI, today I'm going to treat you like a horse's ass. I'll apologize tomorrow, but today I'm going to really, really let you have it.
Well, when your mom calls you and your PR team like you were a jack, you need to go fix that. That's how that apology falls. Come on. Grown-ass man should know not to speak to somebody like that.
He quadrupled down, too. He brought his family into it.
And this is my only he may sound like this is it.
Let me tell you who I don't root for anymore. The Texas baseball team.
Man.
Augie Garrido's rolling over in his grave.
Texas.
Texas coach.
Yeah. I know that. All right, 888. That just bothered me, that guy.
It should, all right, because, man, you're a real one.
Why can't you just say, hey, we just lost a tough game, and I mean, pull a Roy Williams. I don't give a darn about North Carolina, although he didn't say darn. Just say, you know what, I can't think about that now. It's a good question, but listen, see, this is why I should be a spokesman. For anybody who wants their point of view put out there in the right way, I could do it.
Well, Texas A&M might be hiring.
Hey, Steiny, rumors. You're going to another radio station. Steiny. You know what? It's an emotional time. And I appreciate the question, but right now my heart's at 95.7 the game.
There you go.
And I anticipate that's where my heart's going to be. But you all know how life is, and things change pretty quickly. And so I appreciate the question, but right now my heart's at 95.7 of the game.
And it's 2:11, and we'll see you tomorrow.
What's 2:11?
When you get out of here.
All right, here's what we've been talking about today. Brian Windhorst got us started. There's one other one that I was looking for.
You played Stephen A.
Let's go. Oh, I didn't play this one yesterday. This is from Zach Lowe, ESPN, and this specifically relates to Klay Thompson. What is going on with Klay Thompson and the Warriors? Because it feels like we've heard stuff, but we don't know exactly. Here's what Zach Lowe said.
It sounds like they're emotionally prepared for the possibility. And I think there's some hurt feelings on both sides that need to be mended for this reunion to take place. We're going to know a lot on Friday. June 28th, there's a deadline for Chris Paul's contract to become guaranteed for $30 million or for the Warriors to essentially waive him. In between now and then, the Warriors can work to find trades for Chris Paul that bring back somebody who can help their team. If they bring in another high-priced player, it just becomes financially very difficult for them to keep this whole team together. They don't want to pay this gigantic tax bill for a team that struggles just to make the playoffs. And Klay, look, everybody needs shooting. He can fit anywhere. It's just a matter of who has the money and the means to go get him and give him a role that he wants. I look at Denver, for instance. If Kentavious Caldwell-Pope leaves Denver, is that a fit for Klay Thompson? But they might not be able to get to anything above the little baby mid-level exception, which is $5 million. Is that enough for Klay? What's his priority going to be? Money, winning, and going back to Golden State. Romantically, my romantic soul wants these three dudes to play together forever, we don't always get what we want.
Yeah.
What would be, when were the last time three guys all retired on the same team? Like, I'm just, okay, so, like Bird, Parrish, McHale, no.
Magic,
Jordan, Pippen, Rodman, no.
Magic, Kareem Worthy.
Magic, Kareem Worthy, there's one.
Yeah. Then there.
But they didn't they win a title in 91?
No, they lost to the Bulls in 91.
So they got to the finals in 91.
Yeah, that wasn't no Kareem. There was no. So I know what this is a big ask. This is the first time we've even seen a team this old go for it. But I get it, man. But Klay, why is it crickets? It feels like that.
You know what?
The silence is.
That's what I'm gonna.
I think it's speaking.
I'm not buying it.
Ooh,
I'm not like. You what that?
So you
believe the market is drying up?
Oh no, I'm just
okay. What do you believe?
What happened in 2 weeks to where everybody, like a Zach Lowe, was saying, "Oh, he might get 30," and I was in agreement, Philly, and then all of a sudden, not just the talks have been tabled with his own team. That now there's no market. That is strange.
What I'm telling you is I don't believe it.
Oh, okay.
Like, I don't believe there's no market for Klay Thompson. See.
At this time, $30 million, Steiny, I think maybe that's what's happening.
At this time of year, everybody lies.
Uh-huh.
And okay, your boy, Stephen A. Smith. They asked him a question yesterday on ESPN. Who's the most intriguing player in the draft? You know who he said? Bronny James.
Oh, Steiny, stop. No, we did not.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. You think he believes Bronny James is the most intriguing player? No, of course not. He is doing somebody's legwork. He is doing somebody's bidding. I don't know whose. Probably Clutch. Or maybe for LeBron.
Throwing him a bone.
Exactly. Now.
Kind of like Woj did Hurley, right?
Exactly.
All right.
Now, I'm not saying that Klay's going to get 30 or 40.
But say there's no market.
Like, all I'm saying is, that's something I'm not going to believe until he takes a $10 million deal.
I got you.
And if
like the Lakers were perfect, the Clippers, I keep telling you, Philly, I can name you 6 teams, Donnie, I think Klay would be perfect on.
Are the Warriors one?
What if I told you it doesn't feel like it?
I would say.
So what do you call this? Non-movement or just reports from Slater, who joined the Morning Roast and was great. Monty Poole, to everybody following the Warriors that write and live and love this team, Steiny, how can they all be in agreement that there's not much going on? But Mike Dunleavy did the spin stuff, if I could call it that, by saying, hey, no, Tim, there's emotion in this. But that's true, but it feels like we can't afford you at what you think you're worth.
Listen, it's timing. If the Golden State Warriors right now announce that they've reached an agreement with Klay Thompson, that's it for the offseason. They're done. They're done. They're just done. They've told Klay, we got to try, like, the fact that you are now a free agent gives us some flexibility. So we've got to see if we can use that flexibility. And if we can, and when we can, we'll do it. And then we'll come back to you.
Or we may not come back to you.
Correct.
And if I'm Klay or that would piss me off.
Well, then
I don't feel like second fiddle, Steiny. I feel like fourth fiddle.
Especially when Draymond Green signed a contract last year for 4 years right out of the gate.
And especially since I was a part of bringing 4 championships here. Especially since I'm a Splash Brother. Wow.
Yeah.
That would be a hard... You know what, Steiny? Just hold on. We'll call you back in a few days, maybe a week.
Okay.
And we may not.
Exactly.
Oh, that would hurt. That would cut me. I'm being real.
Well, then that's why there's acrimony. Well, that's why they're not getting along.
But he's able now, like Orlando could come calling and we could hear reports tonight. Hey, That hasn't happened for Klay.
Well, but the free agency hasn't started. Like that part of
normally,
like the Warriors can deal with Klay right now. No other team can. I mean, there's always going to be.
How many days are we from that? What, 8-9 days?
July 1st.
Yeah.
Right? July 1st.
No, less than that.
Yeah, whenever July 1st is.
Oh, my goodness. So by the 4th of July, remember Kevin Durant on the 4th, that was the greatest announcement ever.
No, it wasn't.
That was the single
ruined the NBA for 3 years.
We were doing the pre and post.
It ruined the NBA. It just.
But admit you miss it. That was arguably one of the best starting fives in teams ever. But you're right.
It wasn't compelling. They were going to win it every single year.
I got to say something to that. Had J.R. Smith got that rebound and put it back up or gave it to LeBron in game one,
here we go.
I really believe the Cleveland Cavaliers could have extended that series.
Oh, extended. Yeah, to 5 games.
And Houston had them down 3-2 before Chris Paul blew that hammy.
Okay.
They had some scares. Houston was good.
Oh, now they were good.
I told you that. Okay. They should get a medal for taking the Warriors to 7 games. Come on now.
I like competition. And that team faced none. They were too good. I'll admit it. They were too freaking good.
It's incredible, man.
This wasn't like,
3 straight trips to the final. Should have won.
Yeah, they didn't.
Yeah. Injuries.
You know why? Too much toll. They played too much basketball. You think
Klay tried to dunk, Stein, he got hurt.
But this is vintage you. You don't think those 2 injuries possibly could have had something to do with
I'll give you that all day.
Playing into June?
Come on now, I'll give you that all day.
Playing into June.
I'll give you that.
Playing into June.
But give me another NBA Finals where one team suffered injuries to that.
Celtics.
No, we're not talking about sprained ankle and broken finger. We're talking about
Kevin McHale played on a broken foot in 1987. Look it up.
That's not a torn Achilles. And that's not your Klay tearing his ACL.
Right. You know what? Yeah, because he gutted it out. McHale gutted it out.
2015 Cavs.
Klay.
2015 Cavs.
Thank you.
Well,
exactly. You hate to do that. But it's our team.
No.
But it's the Warriors. So we would have beaten Cleveland anyway.
But those were hangnails that kept Kyrie and Love out. These are tragic career Well, for
Didn't
Kevin
Kyrie
Durant.
break his kneecap?
This guy is unbelievable.
Kevin Love what was Love's injury? Give me one more.
You're making stuff up.
An Achilles and ACL. Come on now.
But who cares
it's
what
like
the injury is if they didn't play?
What do you have?
They didn't play.
A broken kneecap. He did have something to that effect. But Love was out for something else.
Torn labrum.
Was it that?
Oh, that's it. Yeah, he should have played through that.
No, he couldn't.
Well, yes. You're right, he couldn't.
I said what I said.
Right. You know what? I think Guru's right. In the history of the NBA, the Warriors were the only team that ever faced some injuries in an NBA final. Truly, that 2019 year was just.
No, but miss me with the McHale. If you could come back, you ain't that hurt. That's all I'm saying. He was in pain.
Right. It was a different period. Nobody would do that now. You're right. You're right. Let's go to Darrell. Darrell's in Antioch. Hey, Darrell.
D.
Hey, what's going on, you
John
guys?
Morant.
Thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
Just wanted to talk about the Klay signing, and you guys were making a comparison with Draymond signing a 4-year deal, right after last year, and you was comparing what Klay may be thinking. But I think we should also look at it from an angle of what the Warriors may be thinking. It's like, hey, when you got injured, we still paid you $35-40 million a year for the 2 years that you didn't step foot on the court. And I think, as far as in the kind of like the dilemma that the Warriors are in right now, it's like they kind of like want Klay to kind of like do them a solid. It's like, okay, hey, we willing to offer you 2 years for, whatever, 20 to 25 million, whatsoever, and probably your role will be different, but we want you to retire as a Warrior. I mean, I think Klay is kind of like probably thinking, I just hate to say that he's still thinking that he's of the ilk of what he was before he got injured.
Yeah, I think the 2 years he was hurt and how people look at it is a tough one. because some fans and maybe some members of the Warriors front office do think to themselves, Klay got paid for 2 years without playing.
But you all, what's your saying on that,
There's
Stoney?
no chance Klay Thompson believes that. The NBA has guaranteed contracts, plain and simple. When you get hurt, you get paid. Bottom line. So, I don't think Klay owes the Warriors anything because he happened to get hurt for 2 years, rehab the hell out of it, and then try to get back. Yeah,
because you've always said, because he didn't play, he rehabbed. Don't act like, again, nobody wanted that, but Stoney, I do wonder if Joe Lacob is like, that was their version of standing by their, by their side.
Yeah, Kawhi Leonard. I'm just going through all the breaks the Warriors got. Kawhi Leonard, Michael Porter Jr., Jamal Murray, John Morant, Love, Kyrie. They all got hurt.
What does that have to do with it? Dude, that is great. Anytime I hear that, Evan, you got to play Sally twice. The whole point was how great that team was with Durant. You don't got to do that. You can stop that.
No, but the point is you act as though the Warriors suffered injuries and that was an outlier.
Oh no, and my point was had Kyrie and Love not got hurt, it would have been a battle royale. If Klay and KD wouldn't have got hurt, Toronto would have lost that series. That's all. That was my point.
When did Klay get hurt in that series?
We were at
Game 6, right?
Game 5, I think. Yeah.
So the series was even.
He got hurt in the game. They got sent home when Curry missed that shot he should have made. Well, great inbound play by Kerr and great catch by Iggy to catch it from Draymond. And Curry missed it.
Yeah. Well, what I'm getting at is every team that wins a title gets some breaks along the way.
In every league, right? Except the Chiefs. They can overcome them.
I guess. Yeah. All right. Let me see. 124. We got. Willard and Dibbs aren't going to be in studio today.
That bothers.
They're at Chase Center.
Yeah, I might ride down.
Yeah. Okay.
We should.
And why would you say something like that?
Because it's a nice day.
You're not riding down. Why would you even say that?
If I put on IG,
you want to bet? I'll bet you don't ride down to Chase Center.
You've ruined all the vibe of it now. Now it's become something. It was just, those are our teammates. Let's go support them.
No.
It's a beautiful scene out there. And you just make it something that just now it's like, it's not even fun anymore. Forget I said it, man.
Stop by Ballast Point.
There you go.
You're not doing it, though, is all I'm saying.
Well, we'll be there tomorrow, too.
And that's why I don't understand why you would even say
How
it.
excited are you for the draft? Tonight, NBA draft.
NHL?
The NBA
that one I'm
draft.
excited about. Give me celebrating.
I can't wait, man.
Can we get him on? This guy, we need to find out.
We'll talk to Raymond tomorrow.
Rick. I want Macklin. I want to see what this guy's personality is. I want to see if he's got action. Mm-hmm. Hey,
he's 17, so.
Oh, yeah.
But he's grown up in like a professional household.
But still,
so I think he's going to. What does that mean?
So he's even more boring, is what you're saying.
Maybe. It's
and he
possible.
can't sip on nothing.
Well, allegedly. Allegedly. Not supposed to. But neither were we, Gil. All right. What's coming up next on The Game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. John Sally.
NBA free agency is upon us.
I'm feeling good right now. Oh, checked it all into my veins.
Rumors are swirling.
They are being very, very aggressive. Kevin Durant, calling Kevin Durant. Lauri Markkanen, calling Lauri Markkanen.
Will Klay Thompson be back?
If there aren't 3-year deals out there for Klay.
shout out Epe Udo, but he gets drafted 6th to the Warriors. What could have been? Steph, me that year, the following year, Klay, the following year after that, you. What could have been?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Team would have been broken up after 4 years because you wouldn't have been able to pay everybody.
Man.
We'd be the Oklahoma City Thunder.
I'll say this about Paul George. He used to give LeBron James in Cleveland everything he could, Steiny. He couldn't beat him in a series when he was with Indiana, but they were, PG is a bad dude. I'll leave it there.
And bad isn't good.
Yeah, like Michael Jackson.
Because sometimes you've been using bad and it's bad. Yeah. You know, I'll tell you what. The boss came in with a fun fact.
This is crazy.
This was a fun fact that he came in with. Get this, listeners. Paul George, his rookie year, was a teammate of Mike Dunleavy in Indiana. That's unreal.
That's a special fact.
It really is. Really is. You know, I am sick and tired of people saying, I don't have solutions. Oh, well, what do you want? Nothing. I mean, I know what I would do if I were the Warriors. You won't. I'd be trying to deal with the Charlotte Hornets. Mm-hmm.
I'm just going down their roster right now.
That's a team that's always ripe for schnookering. You give them Santos, because they'll take him. They'll take anybody. And you get the number 6 pick, and you draft Klay's replacement, Dalton Connect. And you're better immediately, because Connect right now is better than Klay Thompson. He might also be older, by the way.
Yeah, but that's funny. But he's not.
But he's not what?
Better than Klay.
Do you know that?
That's why it's disrespectful, because you got to give it to Klay. He's an icon. He's done it. He's not what he was, but you can't say
You're right with the past tense. You said done it. You're right.
Yeah.
And Connect's got his whole NBA career in front of him. 6'6".
Caucasian.
So you'll have a new team by the end of the night, Evan. Stein's going to have a new team.
You know what's funny?
It's been Atlanta, Milwaukee. No, who was it? Atlanta? Minnesota.
Minnesota.
Yeah. No, you went to Milwaukee to watch Atlanta.
Correct.
Yeah. And you'll have a new team tonight when Connect gets drafted. Look at him.
So, Goo,
what if he goes number 1?
Could you?
That's a victory lap. I mean, if he goes top 10, it's a victory lap.
But it also means you have to like the Hawks again.
That I won't do. That I will not do. I didn't put two and two together.
What are they doing, man?
It doesn't matter.
Gasoline.
By the way, there's some updated odds. The Orlando Magic are now the favorites over the Golden State Warriors to sign Klay Thompson per Bovada.
I don't want them to go there. They'll still win. I want them in Philly or the 2 LA teams.
There's a chance Orlando's better than all 3 of those teams. I know.
It's hard. They're not better than Philly. Not yet.
Well, when Embiid plays 40 games again, they will be.
Well.
Mm-hmm. Shoot, I had a... Oh. So, Goo, you know how... Actually, it's too convoluted.
It's a too short segment.
It's too convoluted. It's about Connect, but go ahead.
Did you want to do your gripe here, Goo?
Oh!
Or later?
No, now.
You know what? Let's do it now.
You know why? Because here's why I want him to do it now. Because he doesn't need to do Dibley and Willard's show for them. You know what I'm saying? He's my guy. He's our guy.
Oh, cut that.
Yes, sir.
If you'd have been that way when Mia called me a year ago, we'd have been all right. But
I'm not a system player. I am a system.
Evan, I'm ready.
It's time for Guru's Gripes. Fire away, Guru.
I will, Steph.
I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not gonna take this anymore!
You're starting to piss me off.
It makes me so mad! Oh, please don't make me angry, pal. You wouldn't like me when I'm angry. King Kong ain't got on me!
It's time for Guru's Gripes.
Mother sucker!
I just want a PSA. Don't judge me. But Steiny, there comes a time when the prom queen and king got to hang it up. And I went to see Bad Boys 4. and I'm fixated on Martin Lawrence and his eyes and just his appearance. I couldn't follow the movie because something's going on and he's not telling us. Then I went to the internet and he got mad because it wasn't just me. He's hearing all this. People say, dude, you're in HD times 1,000. We love you, Martin. You're one of the best to ever do it. But at some juncture, Steiny, this is not ageism because he's not that old. When you don't have it, you got to get off the big screen. And Martin Lawrence single-handedly ruined Bad Boys 4 because I'm looking at him and I'm calling my doctor, checking on things because something is going on. And they should have recasted him. Evan gave it to a younger guy, but I just can't live my life looking at a 3-hour flick, not questioning what is going on with my main man, Martin Lawrence, and he ruined the movie. I wanted my $25 back. So moving forward, the directors, you need to know and do some tests on just the visual effect of household names like Martin Lawrence. And then they got the pain in the head now, Steiny, to hide the ball. Like, we're on to all of it. I'm not hating, but Martin, you're my guy. And I just did enjoy the ride of Bad Boy 4. So, Evan, I hope I don't catch heat for this, but you got to just because you can do the role doesn't mean maybe you should take it. That's all. That's all, man. That's
so
all.
What you're saying is he was playing like a 35-year-old guy, but he's 60.
No, it's not. He was playing just something's gone on Steiny with them, and it's just like, you know what, Martin, we love you. But, man, maybe we might have to recast you. Maybe.
Evan?
Oh, man.
Thoughts?
At a certain point, whether it's because of age, physical ability, or just general disposition, you can't continue to make action movies. You just can't do it.
You gotta watch. And then I go to the internet, my best friend, to get duped, and people are fighting, saying, oh, he had this, he had that. And then he's saying he's had nothing, but Steiny, something's going on, and I just get my popcorn didn't taste right. You know, I had my Twix. It just, I said, I can't do it again. I'm out on the Bad Boy tour, Steiny.
So you want Martin Lawrence to pack it in, but you want to ride Curry, Klay, and Draymond till the wheels come off, even though they look as old as Martin Lawrence in today's NBA.
Well, Will Smith would be Curry in this case, and then Martin Lawrence would be Klay Thompson.
Yeah.
Oof.
And I
don't like that team.
I didn't enjoy Will since the slap, too. I got a little Stephen A in me because Stephen A came down this road. But, you didn't apologize.
Wow, dude.
But I had to get that. I feel better.
All right.
Oh, that gripe was a 1 goo from Curry 900. Whoa.
So was Bad Boys 4.
Hey, that's a 5, Evan.
What's it about, Bad Boys 4? What was Bad Boys 1 about?
Bad Boys 3 and 2.
You didn't really say that out loud.
What was it about?
Oh, man.
Are they policemen?
Of course.
Are they private investigators? Are they postmen? Okay, what are their jobs?
It's like all about the Benjamins with Ice Cube. You seen that with Mike Epps.
I have not seen that movie.
Kevin Hart.
I have not seen that movie. John Sally.
And I didn't like how you did our boss. Oh, no.
Lucky I didn't come down his road more.
I'll save it.
Yeah, he's fine.
Yeah.
He's fine. So what are they're cops or what are they doing?
They're the cops.
They're jumping off trains.
All that stuff.
Well, Tom Cruise still does that, and he's a fossil.
Right.
Tom Cruise in shape, though.
But and his eyes they're not.
He's aging like wine.
Man. Martin's got some stuff going on, man. And they got him in HD, and I'm sitting there, this is my man. Like, damn, man, what you...
Tom Cruise doing shirtless scenes at age 60.
Well, how's that different than Martin Lawrence?
Because Martin ain't, he ain't doing that.
That's Stallone.
When you look at Martin Steiny, you're looking at him and he's looking over here. You don't know it's so much going on.
And their time is almost up.
It's called acting, Goo.
Yeah, but you got to give it to the youngsters, too.
Can you please repeat that?
I like Denzel. Warriors. I love it. We're both getting old, but I'm watching Equalizer 4. There can't be a 5D. You might have to let somebody, just let your son do it.
Well, you know what? It's like the Warriors. There can't be a 5. Yeah, really?
I would give you a 1.
Warriors, you've won 4 titles. Give it up on number 5.
Oh, boy.
You're not going to get a 5. We're almost out.
Like Jean-Claude Van Damme is not making Blood Sports 6.
Steven Seagal.
You seen De Niro lately? And Pacino.
I love De Niro.
I do, but when you see him,
I love
like
him.
A Bronx Tale 2 is not coming out. You know what I mean? It's like, oh boy.
People get old, Goo.
I understand. We shouldn't have to get old with them.
Apparently you don't. Because you still think the Warriors are. Hey, this is a good one from the 650. Isn't John Sally in Bad Boys 4?
And he is. He was.
What do you mean?
He was
John
in the movie.
Sally. Like are you serious?
The reason when he's in the
John
movie.
Sally.
Stally's got a big role in the movie, too. Look at now you want to call him back.
Well, I thought it was Bad Boys because he was on the Bad Boy Pistons.
Well, that could be it, too, but he's in the movie.
Is that why he...
This is the first one he's in.
Is that why he agreed to come on to promote the movie?
You think he thought we were having him to... Wow.
We should try to get to the bottom of it.
Wow.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
Hey, I love my guys. Martin, one of the greatest sitcoms ever, man.
I thought 650 was running material.
No, he was
John
in there.
Sally. All right, it's crossover time next, and I'll tell you what to look for. Look for me leaving a touch early because Willard and Dibbs are at Chase Center. Mm-hmm.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body is...
Paul George.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right. Did you know it's tick season? Lyme disease is transmitted through the bite of infected ticks. Visit Atco Pest Control's website today to learn more and take control at AtcoPestControl.com. Let's welcome in Willard and Dibbs. It's the crossover, and they are at Chase Center. Gentlemen.
Paul George, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when he wants
to
42?
join you?
Oh,
that's not bad.
No,
we didn't necessarily take that one all the way out.
Paul George,
the effort.
what you gonna do?
I got to tell both of you, John Sally was in all 4 of the Bad Boy movies. Not just this one.
Yeah.
John Sally.
John Sally is dominating the
I know, right?
This whole
Friend of the program,
incredible.
right?
Very decidedly not a friend of the program.
Man.
We're going to win him back.
We're going to try to win him back.
The wheels are in motion.
I love it.
We're going to win. We're going to win John Sally back.
We think he might have thought we were having him on to talk about the movie.
By the way, have you guys had any experiences in radio that are in any way overlapping to that?
That's my first, Willard, for
the
me.
The show right I was doing radio in San Diego years ago, and the show right before us, and I'm going to apologize. I'm going to forget the guy. It might have even been Mark Stein. Somebody like that, though. Big time basketball reporter. And somehow the whole thing, similar to with you guys, it all just got lost in translation. And instead of just being like, hey, Mark Stein joins us, how you doing? It was one of the build-up, like the question was involved in the intro. And a huge build-up to everything going on in the NFL. And here's what's going on, NFL free agency. We got a lot of questions. Throws the first question at Mark, and he's like, I cover basketball.
Oh boy!
And that was was the end of that. Like I have seen that before, and it yesterday for you guys conjured up memories of that for me.
Actually, now that you mentioned that, I do have one that I remember, and Goo may or may not have been a part of it. We were, believe it or not, calling people. We were talking about the Oakland A's. And we got Terry Steinbach, the old catcher. And, hey, welcome. Let's introduce Terry Steinbach, former Oakland A. He's now managing the AA team in Minnesota. I got fired from that job.
Oh, man.
He got fired. The producer didn't know.
That is want to get away.
Yeah, that's
But
tough.
I didn't know either.
What was he doing when you had him on? Was he just out of work, Terry Steinbach?
We still interviewed him about the A's because he said he watched the A's all the time. But I just kind of said, he's now working in the AA Minnesota.
This is Terry. He watches A's games.
Right.
Terry, welcome to the show.
Oh, man.
It's brutal.
Hey, this is how I want to start out because I don't, rather than say, I'd love for him to do it or I'd hate for him to do it or this is dumb or this is great. What if I just said this? Are you telling me, guys, that the Warriors are going to acquire Paul George and then give him a 4-year contract for over $200 million? Do you think they're really going to do that?
Maybe. Why not?
Yeah.
I guess would be my first response to you, and I'm not saying that there isn't an answer to that question, but why not?
Tell him, Steiny. I didn't heard it for 4 hours. Why not?
I think that's because I think he'll probably come along and you'll have to give up some draft picks. You know how I feel about that after Steph's gone. He's played 36. He's missed 36% of his games the last 5 years. I just think, boy, you're flirting with disaster. That's what I think.
Does Brian Windhorst comments, and you tell me because I've been in the weeds most of the day, Windhorst comments say that they would give him the max for all 4 years?
That's what Windhorst said. He said
all 4 years?
Yeah. That
would surprise me. Yes, that would surprise me.
It's 30 seconds. Take a listen, guys.
Okay.
Paul George, frankly, wants 4 years. He wants a full-out max. And there are a number of teams out there, I am told, that are prepared to give it to him, who are prepared to trade for him. One of those teams potentially is up the coast in Golden State. Golden State is big fish hunting. Remember, last trade deadline, they put a call in about LeBron James. They are sniffing around big deals. If Paul George is willing to leave, they would like to be an option for him. But any of these places that Paul would need to go via trade would have to get worked out with the Clippers and would have to get worked out by Saturday. The Clippers, I think, are in a position where they kind of want to call Paul's bluff that he would actually want to leave his hometown of LA. So that's one of the most interesting things to watch in terms of stare downs between now and this weekend.
There it is.
Dibs, there is no big fish hunting. It's big game hunting. And when you're fishing, you're fishing, Will, for the big fish.
Yeah, but you do want big fish. When you, I never know why this is the case, but when you're fishing and you're competing, you win if your fish is bigger. I'm always just excited if there's a fish. I'm like,
but you're fishing, Willard, you're not hunting.
I don't know.
What about, and Dibs, you'll love this one. What about when you're actually shooting fish in a barrel?
Yeah.
That is usually, big game fishing.
Well, those fish are usually smaller because the barrel would confine the size of the fish. But Guru is slightly wrong because if you go like deep sea fishing, you're not looking for little like sardines and you're not looking for some tiny little trout or some carp. You're going looking for marlin. So there is big game fishing, but it depends on where you're going. And right now the Warriors are not near the bank. They're not near the little stream or the river. They're out there in the middle of the ocean trying to catch them a marlin or a tiger shark.
And Dibs, I hear you. Willard, I hear you, but I'll hang my hat on this. The Warriors know the dynasty is coming to an end. What year, I don't know, but it's 2 or 3 years. I love that they're doing this if they decide to bring a big fish in here. And just like you said, Willard, why not? I think these guys have deserved it. I'd rather that happen and it not work than what we just experienced last year where we just watched Steph and the team not make the playoffs.
Hold up.
Willard and Dibs are calling a team timeout. This is not a 20. This is a full timeout.
This is unheard of.
I have never in my life
either
seen the under get paid more money than it just got paid.
What happened?
Steiny, put your palms back down to the ground. We can see you.
Yeah.
And we literally in this room because we're not there. The great Tim Jordan, who set all this up for us, actually asked us before the show started, what's the over-under on Steiny picking up his briefcase to start packing it up so that he can get out of here? I said, we're not there, so it's going to be a little earlier than normal. We set it at 2:09.
Oh, geez.
It just hit at 1:54. Your shift's not even up yet.
Whoa.
Dude, chill. Put the bag down.
Bag alert.
And have a talk with us.
Major bag alert.
Put the bag down.
One bag.
Hey, Tim
outside.
Jordan.
Yeah.
You're on my list.
Timmy. Wow. I know there's a tea time, but put the bag down.
Yeah. Oh, the bag is down right now.
It's
loaded.
It is now.
It's loaded
Grandy's embarrassed for Steiny right now.
It's loaded for bear, which means
that was offensive. That was an offensive result.
You want me to leave?
I thought there was breaking news. I said they traded him.
What the hell are we talking about?
No, it was more like Breaking Bag. Shout out to Walter White. It's only a 2 because you guys are tired of my material. Grandy probably gave it a 1 because he's a hater. So there you have it.
Anyway,
down on the dibber.
What were you talking about? You're talking about Paul George.
Yeah,
I guess?
why wouldn't you? I think you owe this regime that. Go get a ready-made guy and take a crack at it and go from there. Why not?
If I go off of the premise that we built yesterday, I would believe that the Warriors would do this, even though it takes Paul George to his 39th birthday, because I think we overrate, overvalue, over-discuss the quote-unquote future.
Yep.
It's never that you should just ignore the future. A good business would never ignore the future. But if we think we've got any idea what the hell's happening in 2027 and beyond, the exercise we sort of tried to throw out there yesterday is think back to 2 years ago, right around almost today. 2 years ago today, Market Street was still being cleaned after a parade. Think of what has happened since then. 2 years in the NBA is a tremendously long time. So to sit here today and think you know what Kuminga will be, to think you know what Steph's going to do, to think you even know who the Warriors coach is going to be, I think I think the Warriors, it feels to me, are much more interested in right now, and they're willing to take some chances with regard to having some bad money 3 years from now, because that gives you 3 years to A, play basketball, but B, figure out a way out of some of that bad money. Pretty much every NBA team's got some bad money.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
I like that.
Yeah. If you want to do that, it may come at a price.
Yeah. You want to do something, though, don't you? I tell you what I'm worried about today. I'm really worried. The more I think about Klay Thompson and watching him play basketball over the last year, he looked so mad. And Steiny, I was just listening to what you were saying about, like, you don't believe that there's actually not a market.
Till I not see a market.
You may be totally right about that. And so maybe Klay's still going to get $25 million a year. I have no idea. But whether it's with the Warriors or anywhere else, if after being offered $2 and $48, Klay being who he is, what we know, all of those things, if this guy is suddenly forced to play for $10 or $12 million a year, I don't feel like he's going to handle that well. And when you say, do you want Klay back? I'm like, yeah, I want the other Klay back. I want the old Klay back, and I don't mean the basketball player. I mean just the brain, the emotional, happy Klay. If you are offering me last year's angry Klay, nope. I don't even want to pay $1 for that.
Will, I don't think you get that unless he goes to a new stop. And that pains me to say it, but you are right. We've been watching what we deem head games, his social media posts with one of my favorite rap artists of all time, Tupac, before the season started, Me Against the World. He let us in his world, and that's why I think, if he goes somewhere else, that anger might subside and go away. It's just here. What he helped build, now you want him to take a lesser role, Dibs. I don't know if that's what he's looking for, man.
It depends on, if we get to the end of free agency and that's all he has. So if he doesn't have anything better than what he's looking at, then maybe he wants to come back to Golden State and get that same sort of a deal. I do think that it's dependent on how things go over the course of, free agency in general. And if he gets to a spot where, there's not that 3-year deal out there, there's not a 2-year deal worth the kind of money that he wants to get, maybe he's resigned to the reality that, hey, this is pretty good, especially if they have Paul George who comes in, and I'm not saying they will, but if it's Steph and Draymond and Paul George and Wiggins is still here and all the rest of it, then maybe Klay's like, okay, I could be a 6th man for that team.
Yeah, I wonder, and I'm just going to take Shams reporting as fact. If Klay did turn down 2 for 48 last year at this time, it's going to be tough for him to take 2 for 30 this year with the Warriors. Don't you think?
Gosh.
Yes, but if there's not 2 for 30 anywhere else, though, right? If like 2 for 30 is the best he can do anywhere,
right?
Wouldn't you be better off taking 2 for 30 here?
I wonder. Like how mad is he if he's
True.
upset? Like the one thing I remember is, so it's kind of, if let's say he only gets the mid-level exception. Like, we remember these kind of things, but Latrell Sprewell turned down 3 for $21 million, and that was his famous, I got a family to feed.
Right.
He didn't get, that was it. He was done. Like, he did not get another contract. Now, Klay's going to play next year. There's no doubt about it, but it would stink if he turned down 2 for 48, and now he's playing for 8.
Yep.
I mean, I'd hate to see that.
Well, that's when you get disgruntled. When you had 2 for 48 and you said no, and then 2 for 30 never happens, and now you're getting 2 for 12 or whatever.
Or if he signs some sort of, like we see in baseball, where there's some sort of prove it deal. Like if he does just play, you bring up the mid-level. Now we've got Klay not just playing for a lot less, but again trying to prove something to the world again, which is what I feel like he was trying to do last year.
Right.
And I didn't like it. To see him come to exit interviews and looking at everybody like, did you see I played 77 games? Hello? Can we stop asking all these other relevant questions? I played 77 games. It's like, my God, dude, I get it. We get it. He's been through hell. We're impressed by it, but it's just not relevant to the standings and what people want to watch with Warrior basketball anymore. So if he's out there angry and trying to prove something, I think that's something the Warriors should avoid.
I kind of agree with that. And that may be why, Mark, he needs a new change of scenery.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah. I like you. We're not the first ones to suggest that, those who have watched this and know the back and forth that's gone on between him and the team. I heard Anthony Slater say it again this morning on the roast, where it was just like, look, it might be for the best. I don't know, but it might be for the best, because navigating this in a way that makes Klay happy and the Warriors feel like they're trying to get better and they're getting something bang for their buck and all that. If that feels pretty hard right now.
No doubt about it. Hey, let me throw a curveball at you, because guess who's going to be throwing a curveball for the Giants tonight? I'll say this about my sport, baseball. There's nothing better than a debut when you call up a prospect. Hayden Birdsong. Tell me what I need to know, guys. Steiny's excited.
Hayden Birdsong's been at AA Richmond. He has been pitching to an ERA of just over 2. Not a ton of starts yet, obviously. They're just halfway through the year. But he jumped Carson Wisenhunt, so he must be doing something. He must be doing something right. Number 6 prospect in the organization, and the Giants will take anybody who can throw a baseball right now.
Wow.
So why not?
There you go.
And the only other thing to know, I'm hearing he's not here for just tonight.
Oh.
He's got a little
He got a little bit of leash, because you don't want to bring up a guy like this, a prospect, a rookie, and give him just 1 start. So he's going to get 2, if not 3. And you know what? This is one of those things where Farhan will probably not get credit if he comes up and does well, because it's born out of desperation.
Wow.
The only reason why he's up now is because you have no starter. And yeah, he's pitching well, but if you had Snell, who was doing well, and if Cobb wouldn't have had all those setbacks, and if Robbie Ray wasn't still TJ-ified, and if Keaton Wynn would have been better than what he was, you still wouldn't see Birdsong up right now. So that's kind of the lose-lose for Farhan, is that he won't get credit even if he does well.
And I'll say this, Steiny, because I'm in on it. I read that piece by Baggerly on Snell. It's just been awful. Stating the obvious, but I mean, you'd think, okay, time's going by, it's getting better, he'll be healthy. It seems like it's going the other way, and then you got to get the ball and do something with it, but you got to be healthy to do that. I hope it gets fixed sooner than later, but this could be a just disaster if it's not already.
And I'm afraid Snell, like Paul George, could end up being Snell.
Wow.
What does that mean?
It means
what
if he gets hurt? What if he gets hurt? What if he's over the hill?
Okay,
what if he doesn't like it?
That's a classic bag on the shoulder walk-off take.
But what if
I didn't like your guys' response after my Snell take. I'm out.
It
was crickets.
Exactly. That's why
were crickets.
This is good. This is where
I'll tell you what I was doing. I was
processing it.
I was confirming that Hayden Birdsong, Farhan would get some credit because he's a Farhan pick. He was drafted by Farhan.
Right, but the only reason why he is up right now is because you are desperate. You have no other choice.
Yeah, but sometimes that's why guys are up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Absolutely right, Guru. They were out of things to say, and they're only talking for one reason, to keep us here.
No,
and that's why
you're a big-time distraction.
We are on our way out.
When you get bag on the shoulder, what happens is you get bag on the shoulder and you check out.
You've got to be the most disingenuous human being I've ever met in my entire life.
I mean,
I don't care if you leave. Just say you have a tea time and then leave.
No.
Don't project it on someone else. We're not even in the same building.
Exactly.
We're distracted by 1,000 things. People are playing Pop-A-Shot next to our face, and you're going to blame it on us because you want to go golf?
Now he's going to filibuster.
Go.
On 95.7.
Go, Steiny.
times at 3'10".
Don't forget sunscreen.
You're real tough when Willard's not in the building. You're a tough guy when he's 6 miles away.
Yeah,
oh
wait
God.
till you're here tomorrow. We're going to crush you.
Exactly.
On 95.7, The Game.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
That's a good line for right now. Get the hell off of our doorstep.
Totally.
Get off of our doorstep.
No
Get
doubt.
out of the way. We're ready. It is the NBA draft, round 1 tonight. Yes, the Warriors don't have a pick, at least not yet, but a lot going on with this basketball team, and obviously we are going to cover it all. Very, very glad you're with us. You should get over to our YouTube and Twitch streams right now, not only to get a look at a different little bit of a backdrop. We're here in the team store at Chase Center. We've got some of their new fresh gear right here in front of us. And oh, by the way, if you do come into the team store today and mention 95.7 The Game or Willard and Dibs, don't say Steiny and Goo, but if you do come in, mention 95.7 The Game, 25% off. I wonder if the people who are sitting here in the store right now just heard me mention 95.7 The Game and you get 25% off. The draft show is brought to you by Pettinelli Financial Partners. Their people, process, and passion inspire them to holistically serve their clients' families, and we're sponsored by the San Francisco Zoo. Celebrate the San Francisco Zoo and Gardens 95th anniversary all June long. Meet their amazing rescued animals, including the rare axolotl. Join them in the celebration and be part of the legacy. Visit sfzoo.org to learn more. Willard and Dibs, 888-957-9570. The Paul George talk feels like it will not go away.
No.
And ramping up, and I don't know if that's because there's smoke or if it's just because it's the next thing on the ledger. It's the first thing that could happen at a very, very high level.
And it's going to happen, I think, to somebody or for somebody. He's going to be moved by somebody. He's not going to sign a max with the Clippers. They've made that very clear, and he's told them he wants a max, and they've told him they don't want to give him a max. And so, Brian Windhorst in that cut that we heard earlier, talking about how there are multiple teams who are willing to give him a max, including the team up north. And if that is the Golden State Warriors, and if they are willing to give him a max, then now we got action, because the Warriors do have pieces. You talked about the Chris Paul contract, Wiggins, Kuminga, picks, Moody, Looney. You've got pieces that you can offer, and kind of a mix and match thing where maybe the Clippers would be interested in making that happen.
Well, here's where we'll start. I think there's a lot of ways for us to go today. Let's play right there in that sandbox for a little bit, and you too. 888-957-9570. Is the idea of a 4-year max for Paul George even a good idea? Good idea or bad idea for the Golden State Warriors? And that is per commentary from Brian Windhorst, as you mentioned. If you missed it, we played it about just, 20 minutes ago. We'll play it again here for you in just a little bit. But what do you think, first and foremost? Good idea, bad idea? Paul George, 4 more years, max dollars.
It's a bad idea. But I think when you look at what is a good idea for this team, this core, and this situation, there aren't any good ideas. It's not like you're going to get Lauri Markkanen and have him sign a max, and you're not going to be able to trade for him and sign him. That would be a good idea.
Okay.
Younger, healthier, better over the next 4 years. Paul George is a guy who's been hurt, and I was looking yesterday at his litany of injuries, and none of them included the catastrophic injury he sustained in the Olympic run-up so many years ago. But the dude gets hurt. He gets hurt a lot. And he misses a lot of games. But
I remember that video.
It's the worst.
It was terrible. Anyway, go ahead.
It's like Sean Livingston. It's Joe
It's
Theismann. And we could talk about all the other injuries we've seen. It's up there on the worst injury, Mount Injury more if you want. But I think about the idea, just in a vacuum.
Yeah.
Paul George, 4-year max at 34 years, 34, 35. It's a bad idea. I don't think that you want to sign a player at that age to that length for that much money. I don't think that that's a good idea.
Paul just turned 34 about a month and a half ago. Paul George is 34 years old.
Right.
So you're talking about if you were to max him out now, you're going to be taking him to early 38th birthday,
right?
Essentially,
and I would guess
bring him in.
The contract that it would be a sign and trade, but the max would negate this next year's contract. It wouldn't be 4 on top of the 1, would it?
I don't think you. Well, no, it would not negate. The contract doesn't negate it. He'd be negating it, basically.
Gotcha.
He's either opting in or opting out. He can do either. I don't know. I think there might be actually some wiggle room there with the team, the acquiring team, as far as whether he's opting in or opting out or whatever. I guess you'd have to opt in and even do a sign and trade, or else he'd be a free agent. So that's kind of the way I read that. But here's kind of one thing I want to throw out there, because you hear a lot, and I've even heard the references made to Jerry West saying once upon a time, never govern your team with fear. And usually what that means, for some reason, we look at governing with fear, we look at that as meaning, like, I don't want to have faith in the young players that are in the organization. I'm going to take sort of the known commodity, even though, on paper it looks like this is a bad idea. He's 34 years old. He's been hurt. We're going to max him out. He's going to go 4 years. That's 2 years past Steph. Like, why would we do all those things? Why can't we apply the word fear in the other direction? What about Paul George and 4 years at the max scares you? What's scary about that? I find very, very little to be scary about that.
Well, I guess what's scary for me is that you have a player who is always injured, or he's injured a lot. Yeah. Always is probably too strong.
It is.
And, it would limit your ability to go out there and get other players if you get next year and you give Paul the max, which would be, I don't even know the exact number, but probably 4 years and $220 million. So he's getting $55 million a year. Next year, Steph's making 59. So now you got 114 in those two guys, and Draymond's making 26. So now you got 140 in 3 players. Can you really build a team around those 3? And what we've seen from Boston and what we've seen from other great teams now, you need to have more than just 2 or 3 guys. The big 3 idea is dead. You need a big 6.
Okay, but what if I countered with, we're completely unaware of what this deal that would go to the Clippers would look like? So I could also argue that while you're saying now your big 3, your aging big 3, in theory of Steph, Paul George, and Draymond Green, what if Jonathan Kuminga and Brandon Podziemski and Trace Jackson-Davis are also still on the team?
Okay. So
why can't that be your big 6?
It can, but Jonathan Kuminga at that point is going to be getting 35.
Okay.
So now you've got Paul at 52, you got Steph at 59, you got Draymond at 28, and you got Kuminga at 35. There's your cap right there.
What cap?
Put it in the cap.
The Warriors have
you don't
blown
want to be
that
in the second
out.
apron.
No, but there's a
Maybe
way
for
to do
Paul
that.
George you do.
Yeah, well, there's a way to do that also where you're resetting it. I understand that, look, there's the second apron is incredibly, incredibly punitive, but there's also the resetting process. If they're in, if they're out. Listen, my point would be, what if you looked at the Paul George contract rather than 4 years and looked at it as 2 separate 2-year contracts?
I hear you.
What if you looked at it that way? Does that feel less scary? Because if what you're saying is we want to maximize these last 2 years, it's clearly what the Warriors want to do. Steph's got 2 years. Steve Kerr's got 2 years. I know Draymond's got an extra dangling year after that, but we're maximizing Steph's last 2 years. Now, you get to the end of those 2 years, and what in theory, we don't know what will have been re-signed or anything, but in theory, right now, what are we looking at? You're looking at a Kuminga has already been extended. You're looking at Steph coming off the books. You're possibly on the search for a new coach. Draymond's an expiring deal, therefore probably movable. And you'd have 2 remaining years of Paul George at $50-something million, which it's either movable or it's just Paul George. And he's 37, and is he now averaging 18 a game instead of 23 or whatever? That doesn't feel disastrous to me. It doesn't feel like there's no movability there. that's a completely different era of Warrior basketball. If you're just talking Paul for $50-some-odd million for the next 2 years, yeah, why not? There's nothing scary about that to me.
Well, what's scary to me is that he's not the player that he used to be. So you're getting a deteriorating asset in terms of what Paul George has been. This last year, he was pretty healthy heading into a contract year, and the same thing that Draymond Green did when he was heading into his contract year. And so now Paul George played really, really well last year. He was an all-star.
All-star.
He was healthy. He played great. He averaged 22 a night, and now he's going to get his bag. And does that mean that he's going to go out there and be highly motivated? And you also mentioned Steph Curry coming off the books. I don't know if Steph Curry is coming off the books. His contract will be up. But does he want to stop playing basketball?
I don't know.
Does he want to stop being a Warrior?
But see,
if he wants to stay, his $59 million, it's not going to go down.
Why not?
Klay Thompson's Steph freaking Curry.
So what? But
Klay Thompson is not Steph Curry.
No, but Steph Curry in 2 years may not be Steph Curry.
Steph Curry might still be Steph Curry.
Right. So
and
let's
he'll be getting $65 million a year.
Very doubtful at that age. But if he is,
you never know.
So what? Maybe he goes into LeBron 1+1 world, and you do that year to year. And again, look what word we just used about 3 times in that conversation. The word was might. We don't know. He might be this. He might be that. He might retire.
Well, you're trying to might Paul George into $220 million, and he might not be as good as he was last year.
My point is
that's what scares me.
It's not scary, at least for 2 more years. And if you get to 2 years from now, and if it's scary, and if it's a negative, and if Kerr's leaving, and if Curry wants to retire, throw all the ifs into the bucket and figure it out then. Because you will actually have flexibility to take the organization in a completely different direction.
To the lottery.
At that time.
To the lottery.
Well, maybe. If Steph's retiring and Draymond is an expiring contract and Kuminga's a star and Paul George is just aging veteran guy who can give you 3-pointers and 17 a night, if that's the case at that time with a cap that, by the way, will be a lot bigger than it is now.
Theoretically,
there are things you can do to attack that at that time. There's 2 more years of information, moves, off seasons, drafts, all of these things before it would get scary. So at this, again, just an idea, I'm focused on not the 4-year max for Paul. I'm focused, what would that mean for the next 2 years? And I would argue that if you are subtracting Chris Paul, Andrew Wiggins, and I don't know, a pick, 2 picks, maybe another young piece, and putting Paul George on the team, that's a better team. That's a better team for the next 2 years.
I don't think that the Clippers are going to look at that package, even though they are motivated sellers. We do know that there are many, many other teams, Brian Windhorst, looking to give him a max. I don't know if the Clippers are going to look to help their conference rival with a deal in exchange for Chris Paul and Andrew Wiggins. I don't see that as feasible. I don't see this deal happening without Jonathan Kuminga. Well, that's my opinion. I said it yesterday. You asked me for a prediction.
Yep, it's a fine opinion.
My prediction is if you go big fish hunting, sorry, Guru, you go big game hunting, I think that Kuminga's a part of it.
Well, and you can think that, and you might be right. I would respond with this. The Clippers, as mentioned yesterday, have a lot less juice in this than some teams in this situation because, as you even heard Brian Windhorst say, and we should play it again, but Brian said the Clippers are kind of wanting to call Paul George's bluff because Paul can either opt in, opt out, because he can be a free agent soon. He's going to have some say in where he goes because no one's going to acquire him unless they know they can keep him. So the Clippers, I know you're saying, oh, there might be 8 teams that want him. Well, there might be 1 because Paul might go to the Clippers and be like, them. You work out a deal with them or else you get nothing and I'm a free agent tomorrow. And we're saying, oh, they're going to call his bluff. I don't think he's bluffing. I really don't. I don't think he's bluffing. So the Clippers may be New Orleans with Anthony Davis powerless in this situation.
Could be. We don't know what exactly he wants, and he won't tip his hand as to what he wants. And if that's the case, then maybe the Warriors can make the deal without including Jonathan Kuminga. But if I'm the Clippers and I'm looking at that scenario, and I'm looking at Chris Paul and Andrew Wiggins in a pick, That's going to be a no from me, dog. And even if it means that I lose Paul George to free agency, I will call his bluff.
Okay.
Because I don't know if Paul George is going to be willing to do that, because if he does do that and you call his bluff, he can't come here as a free agent.
No, he can't.
They don't have the money.
No, but someone else probably does.
Right, but that's the point. So if he wants to call his shot, you got to call your shot, and you got to make nice with the Clippers, and you got to work the deal to where you can go where you want to go. Because if you're a free agent and you want the max, the Warriors can't give you the max, my friend.
No, but someone else can.
That's right, but he won't be a Warrior. So if he wants to call his shot and be a Warrior, and if he says, I want to go there, well, then it's incumbent on all parties to make that work.
100%. But I do think there are backup options that are stronger for Paul than there are for the Clippers. So here's the idea, basically. Let's say Paul does want to be a Warrior, and he says, hey, Clips, you're dealing only with them. And the Clippers are like, no, we're calling your bluff. And maybe Paul knows in his hip pocket, yeah, he doesn't want to play for New York or Orlando or Philly. Sure. But he's like, but I got the max offer on the table from one of those teams. And I don't hate the idea. Like, yeah, if I had to, I'll go play there. That's a better backup option than what the Clippers' backup option is. If the Clippers
Which is nothing.
Nothing. You call the bluff and you're wrong, you get bubkiss.
Right.
You get nothing.
As opposed to getting a 39-year-old Chris Paul.
No, you're getting salary flexibility. Right. You're probably going to get a young asset or two, whether it's a pick. Wow. Again, and I know you and I see this a little different, which is fine, but I do think some of these teams that are in the position of potentially trading a star, they're not in the position to squeeze what I feel you think they are out of some other teams. They're in a position where they have to trade a star. Financial flexibility means a lot to these teams. This Chris Paul contract is power.
But not if you're the Clippers and you fancy yourselves in a championship window, and they do. And Steve Ballmer is like Joe Lacob. He's not going to just take Chris Paul to dismiss Chris Paul to save $30 million. This guy's a billionaire. They don't think that way.
Right, but
he's not thinking about salary relief.
But that's all you
without getting a player to come back and help you.
That's your only way to get someone to help you. Literally the only way to get someone to help you is to acquiesce to Paul George and trade him where he wants to go, because if not, he leaves, you don't get better at all. So even if you've got to take the Chris Paul thing and a Wiggins or whatever, but I can get a pick or I can get a Moody or whatever else is going to get thrown in there, doesn't that make you better than nothing?
I guess, but
that's all I'm saying.
I think we should be a little bit cautious about overstating the Moody piece and all this.
Why?
Because I don't know if the league sees Moody. We got to get Moody as a part of that deal.
No, but he's better than nothing.
Jonathan Kuminga.
But it's better than nothing. Piece. Again, your other option is to get nothing. They're playing poker right now.
Right.
Clippers and Paul. Paul's got the better hand. He's got the better hand.
Yeah, but Steve Ballmer is not in as much of a desperate spot as you think that he is.
I don't know what spot he's in. I don't think anybody's desperate. They're all fine. They're all going to wake up tomorrow with a lot of money, but he's not in a position of winning right now. And losing Paul George, they were short this year. They will be short her if they lose Paul George and get nothing, don't you think?
Well, the problem with them being short is the guy that they decided to sign and keep, and that's Kawhi Leonard. That's why they're short.
Well, that's a them problem.
Yes, it is.
That's a them problem.
It is.
All right. We've referenced it a few times. Let's play it for you coming up next. Brian Windhorst's comment on Paul George and the Warriors is absolutely something you have to hear, you have to know if you want to be in the know this week and beyond with regard to Warrior basketball. So we'll have that for you next, and would love to hear from you at 888-957-9570. Paul George, the max, and a 4-year deal. Is that a good move for the Warriors or a bad move for the Warriors? We will take your calls at 888-957-9570. We are live at the team store at Chase Center. The NBA draft is tonight, and this is Willard and Dibs.
Plan your dinner at Whole Foods Market. Get 20% off no antibiotics ever beef New York strip steak with Prime through July 2nd. Have a party of one or grill a meal for the whole family while supplies.
to, like, climb through the tunnel when he gets out of the prison.
Yeah.
And
300 yards of the filthiest sludge you could ever imagine.
The most foul-smelling, who knows what. And I sort of feel like that's been for Warrior basketball April, May, and June. And we're almost to the end of the tunnel. And what is waiting for us on the other side of the tunnel? I don't know. But we want to hear from you. We're going to go to the phones in just a sec. Grandy, can you fire up the Windhorst so everybody can hear what the discussion starter has been with regard to Paul George and the Dubs?
Paul George, frankly, wants 4 years. He wants a full-out max. And there are a number of teams out there, I am told, that are prepared to give it to him, who are prepared to trade for him. One of those teams potentially is up the coast in Golden State. Golden State is big fish hunting. Remember, last trade deadline, they put a call in about LeBron James. They are sniffing around big deals. If Paul George is willing to leave, they would like to be an option for him. But any of these places that Paul would need to go via trade would have to get worked out with the Clippers and would have to get worked out by Saturday. The Clippers, I think, are in a position where they kind of want to call Paul's bluff that he would actually want to leave his hometown of L.A. So that's one of the most interesting things to watch in terms of stare downs between now and this weekend.
Yeah, the hometown of L.A. thing is interesting. Paul George was rumored to want to go to L.A. for years when he was with the Pacers. That was always a big deal. It's his hometown. It's the hometown. The Laker fan base for a while was convinced. They're like, Paul George wants to be a Laker. He's an L.A. guy. And then they found out he was a Clipper fan growing up. And poof, look what happened. He ended up playing for the Clippers. But I also think that sometimes, especially late in a career, when you're able to do that, if that is a childhood dream, you live it, and then you're like, and now I've done it.
Right.
Especially if you don't feel like championship aspirations or financial aspirations are being met anymore in that place. If Paul wanted to be a Clipper when he was a kid, he did it. He's a Clipper. But I don't think he would hesitate for 1 second to leave if it was the right business decision for him.
Yeah, and the right teammates, and I'm sure he's gotten to know Steph and Draymond over the years and the Golden State Warriors team, and so maybe that's now a team that he looks at as a possible fit. And as he's moved from city to city, team to team, and not won anything, maybe he's just, chasing it, and he thinks that Golden State's the place where he can now get it done.
Team store right here, Thrive City Chase Center is where we are as we get ready for the NBA draft round 1 tonight. Warriors do not have a pick, ... at least not yet. I'm not expected to get one either, but who knows? There are going to be some surprises. Yesterday was a surprising day in the NBA with the Knicks and Nets getting together on a deal. If you do come down to the team store today, God, by the way, it's looking beautiful. You can tell that they've had a minute here to breathe and really make this place shine. So if you do want to come on down, mention 95.7 The Game. You'll get 25% off anything in the store. So that invitation is there for you, as is the one to give us a call on this. Paul George, max dollars, 4 years. Good idea or bad idea for the Warriors, 888-957-9570. Let's start with Jonathan in the city. Hey, Jonathan, thanks for calling. What's going on?
Hey, just enjoying this beautiful sunny weather, although it's breezy, and listening in to you guys. It only kind of makes sense to me because I really want the Warriors to get a center, a young center, right, to be able to really compete, because that's what they're lacking. And it showed in the last season that they need a little bit of size. But, yeah, Paul George kind of makes sense, but it doesn't make sense to me if they have to give up Kuminga, Podziemski, TJD. I mean, I'm not saying those three guys are going to be, superstars in the future, but at the very least, they're starters and they're rotational pieces. And that's, even those guys are hard to find in the NBA, right? So, yeah, I don't want to wager the future just for the sake of going for it for the last time. Because, the last season's playoff showed us that, patchwork super teams that are top-heavy, what happened to them in the playoffs, man? They got bounced in the first round.
Well, Jonathan, I'm with you, and I am willing to really be wrong on this. I'm really willing to be wrong. I would be shocked if the Warriors had to give up Jonathan Kuminga in a deal for Paul George. I just don't. That's just my read on this. I do not see how the Clippers are in position to demand Jonathan Kuminga in this case. Again, the Clippers and Paul are playing poker. Paul would like to be somewhere. We don't even know where that is, if it's here. And if the Clippers get to the point where they go, okay, we actually think Paul might opt out, he might be a free agent, we're going to get nothing. So that would be the scenario where they pull the trigger on a deal. They would believe they're about to get nothing. And if you're about to get nothing, you don't then pick up the phone and get the crown jewel from the other team. Imagine if you are scalping in the parking lot. You got 4 tickets down low.
I've been there.
And you're in the parking lot. And you got your little sign and you got your tickets. And people are rolling by you. Do you need tickets? And everybody's like, nope, nope, nope. And then all of a sudden, well, the game's about to start. The game's about to start, and you realize, man, I'm going to eat these tickets. What happens? Price goes down. You're not in a position to demand anything at this point. So, again, very willing to be wrong, and I am not in on these negotiations. But I would be shocked if this were to happen to see the Clippers be in position to demand any of the Warriors' top assets.
You use the word demand, and it's not about demanding. It's about a negotiation. And I do think that there are more suitors that are out there. And I don't think that Paul George is Golden State or bust. If you don't trade me to Golden State, then I don't want to play anywhere else, because ultimately they could call that bluff. And, yeah, they can get nothing back, but then Paul George doesn't get what he wants either, because he can't go there as a free agent and get the max. So there's a certain amount of negotiating that's going to go on both sides, on all sides. And I'm sure Paul George has a list of teams that probably includes Golden State, and there are some teams that he doesn't want to get traded to, but it has to come down to be something that's negotiated by his agent, the Clippers, and every other team. And so I don't think that, the word demand to me is not appropriate, because no one's going to be able to demand anything. Paul George can demand what he wants to demand, and the Clippers can say no. And the Clippers can demand what they want, and Paul George can say no. So it's not about demand on any side. It's about a negotiation, what works for everybody. I'm sure Paul George would want the Clippers to get something back for him, and the Clippers want to get something back for him.
You think he cares about that?
I think so.
I don't.
We've seen it from Kevin Durant. Are you trying to say that players don't care about doing a solid to their team? We've seen it a number of different times.
We've seen it a number of different times. We've seen it more often where it's not the case. But I would argue, I don't know that I'd even describe that as Kevin Durant caring that the Warriors got something back.
He absolutely cared.
He did him a solid. I don't think he really gave a rip.
He clearly gave a rip, because he didn't have to do that.
He didn't have to do it, but there was no reason to not do it. In other words, he got what he wanted, and so therefore this
but
is
he could have gotten what he wanted without having it be a sign and trade.
He could have. So that's sort of like, look, you're going to get the same thing either way. Would you do us a solid? He said yes. I don't put it this way. It's not on Paul's priority list. If it's
I'm sure priority one is get paid.
All the same to him, would he do it? Sure. Does Paul really care? Does he give a rip what the Clippers
I don't know what Paul cares about.
I don't know any player that really is like, tell you what, I need to leave. I want a different team. I want a better salary. But high on my priority list is what they get, the place that I'm leaving, what they get in return.
It could be number 2 on the priority list. Number 1 on the priority list is getting paid.
But especially if you're joining a team, you don't want that team to devalue itself on the way in. Paul would actually be more incentivized for the Warriors to keep their good assets, because he wants them to be good when he arrives.
But that oftentimes isn't the way it works.
Kevin Durant did the Warriors a solid because somebody came to the Warriors who wasn't on the team he was about to join. So if this is a 3-team deal, something like that makes sense.
That's probably the way that this would be if this happened.
Paul is not going to look to the Warriors and be like, give up your good players so I can come join you. That makes things worse for him.
Of course not, and it won't be a straight line, 1-for-1, and maybe Kuminga's on the move to another team as a part of a 3-team trade. I just don't see the Warriors able to land a player of that caliber without parting with their number 1 asset. And you can talk about their picks, and Raymond Ritter put in this 300-page booklet.
Thank you, Raymond.
He's awesome. But you could look to page 6, and it talks about their. I'm sorry.
Hold on.
Page 7.
Okay, class, turn your textbooks to page 7.
Their draft selections.
All right.
In 2025, they own their first-round pick.
Yes.
And they may receive a second-round pick from Charlotte.
Good to know.
2026, they have their first-round pick.
Also exciting.
You do have some picks in the future that you're looking forward to. You don't have a first-round pick today. The draft is getting underway in about 2 hours, and unless that changes, they won't have a pick today. So, the Warriors and their draft picks, that's not the asset. The asset is Jonathan Kuminga.
Yeah.
So if you want to be involved in a 3-team trade for one of the top 15 players in the league, I find it hard for any team to be involved without Kuminga being a part of it.
Yeah, I hear you.
We disagree.
We do. I don't see how the Clippers are in that position. This is
it might be a 3-team trade.
This is a dump. This is a total dump.
Yeah, I don't see it as a dump.
But again, that's what you do. He's going to leave. He's going to leave. He's going to opt out. He's going to leave the Clippers. I don't see them being in a power position right now at all. Larry Riley is going to join us in 18 minutes. Deep inside the Warriors front office, a lot to do today, this week. Larry Riley's going to join us coming up.
Actually, Larry Harris is going to join us, and that's on Lucas.
Oh, my God. I looked down and saw, why did you write Larry Riley? Thank you. That's my bad. Larry Harris. No, I know it's written wrong, but I'm not Stay Classy San Diego. I'm not just reading a teleprompter over here.
You just did, Burgundy.
That's why it's my bad. I'm Ron Burgundy.
Go find yourself,
Larry
Lucas
Harris,
Alexander.
for crying out loud.
Director of nothing.
Anyway,
am I right?
Director of sports.
Larry Harris.
Direct your own stupid
Ladies and gentlemen,
legal pad.
we have got ourselves.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah. No. I'm not putting blame anywhere else. I should have.
Thank you, Tim.
I should have directed and adjusted on the fly. Larry Harris is going to join us.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Larry Moe and Curly. Am I right?
Larry Harris and this name I know. Brandon Podziemski is going to join us at 4:00 today.
Are you sure it's not Bill Podziemski?
Could be Brandon. Let's see.
Brandon Roy?
Brandon Crawford.
Yeah. He owns the Giants.
We tried to get him last week, and he was busy. Anyway, yes, Larry Harris and Brandon Podziemski both on the show today. 888-957-9570. Dante in Vegas is next up here on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Dante. What's cooking?
Hey, gentlemen. How you guys doing?
We're good.
So no to the Paul George thing. I would love for the Warriors to go after Zach LaVine and Lonzo Ball. I think the Bulls are in the same position as the Clippers, where they can't. They're trying to get off that contract, move to the younger movement. That would be a nice pickup for the Golden State. And he's younger. I would rather have Zach LaVine, me personally.
Can I be real with you right now? Because boy, I respect it, totally disagree with it. Why would that be a nice pickup for the Warriors? What do you see in those two players?
Well, Golden State has done very well with players coming to their team like Brandon Rush, Sean Livingston. Lonzo Ball will be great. He's 6'6", plays defense. He was shooting 41% before he got hurt. Great contributor to the team. Zach LaVine picks up where Klay Thompson left off. He can score. Why not?
Yeah,
and they're both younger players.
I love that your call cut out for a second, right when you said he can score, because that's literally all he can do. Dante, I appreciate it. That's just my take. Zach LaVine is a one-dimensional player in my opinion. He can score the rock, can't do anything else. Very, very porous on defense. And what I love about your call is your optimism with regard to Lonzo Ball. When you talk about an injury concern, good Lord, we have put that label on Paul George. We've put it on Klay Thompson. We've put it on Kevin Durant. There is no bigger injury concern in the NBA today than Lonzo Ball. I have moved on from thinking that he's even really got an NBA career going forward. I could be wrong. Maybe he's a great reclamation project. You know what that would be?
It'd be a reclamation sensation.
It really would, and that would be exciting. But the Bulls right now with Alex Caruso now gone do not excite me as a trade partner for the Golden State Warriors.
Ball hasn't played in 2 years.
Yeah,
and I feel bad for him because his career looked to be promising. And what he can do in the association, I think, is something that has great value to many teams.
I agree.
The injury factor has been so bad that he's no longer able to even give it a go. He played on 3 teams in 5 years. He missed 2 seasons. And Zach LaVine, also we need to note, is coming off a foot injury. He had foot surgery in February. He's going to be out until August, so we don't even know how healthy he's going to be.
LaVine, healthy or not, I don't know what it is. Like, I can't stand the idea.
You know what he is? He's Fruit Loops. He's Tricks.
Yeah.
He's Cocoa Puffs. He's good. He's empty calories.
Wow.
Really good. You can have a bowl, you can have 2 bowls, and you're still hungry.
That whole area of the cereal aisle is just bright colors trying to get the kids to stop the cart. I get it. I did it too.
Yeah.
I won't even stop there now unless the kids are with me and they make me stop. I'm not going to that area of the cereal aisle. I'll see you in the aisle. But not that portion of the aisle.
You don't give them a box, like a box every month. Let them share. Let them fight it out.
All rise. All rise. Raymond Ritter is in the building.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Hello, Raymond. Hello, Raymond.
Raymond Ritter.
Yeah. Say hi to the camera so the listeners know what you look like, because they hear us talk about you every day. No, I know.
They want to see it. And can you do me a favor next year? Can you not mail it in on the draft profile? 236 pages? I mean...
How long did you work on that, Ray?
Information is knowledge. And you know what's funny is because I've been poking through this, and one of my favorite things is that my brother's high school teammate, Steve Kenilvort, was drafted by the Golden State Warriors in the 8th round. And so I've been going deep, deep, deep. And we were talking during the break. Tony Gwynn, 10th round by the Clippers.
Yep.
And we had a rejoin from Steve Kerr to start the segment. Stevie Kerr, 2nd round pick.
Yes.
I'm looking at it right here.
Number 50.
Exactly. Look at Raymond Ritter.
He said, was it Mr. Irrelevant? I said, to me, actually, we're Mr. Irrelevant, but technically...
Well, it's funny because that year was the last year, as you well know, Raymond, as you well know, that was the last year that they had more than 2 rounds in the draft in the association. So he actually wasn't Mr. Irrelevant because there was a 3rd round in 88.
And years ago before that, up until I think 1973, there were 10 rounds of the draft.
Raymond Ritter.
Like up over 200 players were selected every year.
Yes.
Little known fact, I started my career with the Lakers.
Yes.
Funny anecdote. Chick Hearn, as everybody knows, one of the greatest broadcasters in the history of sports.
Great man.
They were in the war room one year when they had 10 rounds in the draft. At the end of near the 10th round, the Lakers had a pick. And at this point, there's nobody left on the board. They won. And so Chick had like a cousin who played basketball like at some junior college level. They just took him to put his name in the media guide. Like the guy had no intention of him ever coming and playing, but like, let's just take Chick's cousin and put him in the media guide. So,
it's so great.
Yeah.
That's what the Lakers are going to draft someone's relative tomorrow also. Right?
You said that, not me.
Yeah, and if he mentions it, it might be tampering considering his level in the E-suite. But yeah.
No comment.
Yeah, is there anything that we could get you to comment on right now at all?
The weather looks beautiful outside today. It's absolutely gorgeous here in Mission Bay. Come by the Warriors team store and see 95.7 the game.
25% off if you mention 95.7 the game.
How about that? That's a good savings.
That's
good savings. That should be a fun day. We're looking
rocking
forward.
the Valkyries because I'm a big fan. And
we like that. You know, we're up now to over 13,500 deposits for season tickets.
Are there going to be any seats left? My daughter wants to go. Is there going to be anything left by the time this comes around?
We will see. I know you'll probably find a way to get in the building. I think you might know some people that can help you get access.
He knows the guy who knows the guy. When does the Paige Becker's bobblehead come out? That's
coming. It's coming right after the Dibley bobblehead, so that's coming at some point in time.
It's all head, no bobble. Unfortunately, at my advanced age.
If we can't talk about NBA draft prospects, can we talk about WNBA draft prospects?
Well, how about the biggest draft coming up is Friday night? We got the NHL draft and Rick Celebrini's kid.
Yeah.
I'm actually going to Vegas late Thursday night. Whoop. We actually have a couple of writers and some media doing some stories around Macklin and Rick and their obviously father-son company.
Yeah.
I mean, how cool is that?
It's so cool.
That number 1 pick, and San Jose just happened to get the number 1 pick. That's a match made in heaven.
Yeah.
So,
it's amazing. It's amazing.
I'd say frozen envelope, but that would fit for the NHL.
The draft is going to be at the new Spear, which I hear is an incredible place.
I'm shocked that you haven't been in it.
I do not. I stay low profile.
Okay. Where are you staying? staying in Vegas? Where are you staying?
Somewhere,
Undisclosed
wherever
location.
I think there's a Motel 6 somewhere right off the strip.
He's staying at Aria, which is where the Warriors always stay.
All right, enough Raymond Ritter. We will have someone out here for you guys
ladies
shortly.
and gentlemen, I love it.
Pay the over. I thought I'd make him uncomfortable before that because it's the draft and we can't talk about anything.
No, we can't.
That's you know what I mean? We
but
can.
Seriously, he produced a 236 page, and not only him, but his team.
I know.
236 pages, and I wish that you could, because I am geeking out so hard.
Until you brought up Steve Kerr, he was giving you a blank stare. He had no clue what the hell you were talking about. Who got drafted 40 years ago? What was this name you brought up?
All kinds of people. Tony Gwynn.
No. Yeah, Tony Gwynn. But no, the name you brought up.
Steve Kelvor.
Yeah, somebody's cousin.
That. No, my brother's high school teammate, 1986.
Who are you?
Drake High School, they were the first state champion and really the only state champion, if you ask many people, in boys basketball in Marin County.
Yeah.
They were undefeated. He went to Santa Clara, and he got drafted by the Warriors. It was a big, as a Marin County guy.
Huge.
You should know this.
I'm not a Marin County guy.
You live there?
I do now. I didn't grow up there. I'm a peninsula guy.
It's a big deal.
Marin County might as well have been Oregon when you live on the peninsula. My mom's like, is there a bridge? We're not going.
When the
we're not
peninsula
doing that.
churns out a state championship high school team, you get back to me.
I told you the story of when San Mateo High School played at Redwood High. We played Redwood High.
Yeah.
The parents were like, get a bus. We're not taking our kids to Marin. We might as well be going to Canada. No, they did. They got a bus.
Factor, yeah.
No, it's not snobby. There's no freeway. The parents were like, we're not doing it.
It's the 101.
First of all, it's not the 101. It's 101.
It's stay the 101.
Stay out of Northridge for crying out loud.
The 101, the 170.
Don't let Southern California do that to you. I lived there for 20 years. There's no the. But anyway.
Steve Calvord, he knew.
He had no clue. I know a blank stare when I see a blank stare.
Shout out Taylor Swift.
Larry Harris, or whatever his name is going to join us coming up at 3 o'clock.
That's awkward.
And so we'll ask him questions that he's not allowed to answer, and that'll be exciting.
And possible bonus Pandia? Doc Pandia is
just
in the
walked
building.
in.
Yes.
Yeah. Apparently, he's a coupon clipper. He heard there was a discount, and he's like, right turn. I'm going to the team store now.
He always talks about blah, blah, blah. Jersey is in the cart. He's actually pushing a shopping cart. I've never seen it.
Look at that. What the
Valkyries.
He's got a baby shirt in the cart?
It's for his daughter.
Okay.
Yeah.
How old is she?
Probably 10.
Okay. She'll grow into it. Anyway.
Straight out of surgery.
Yeah, seriously. Good to see you.
Doc Pan.
888-957-9570. That is the number. And we can also get into this. We'll let you know right now with Larry Harris coming on. The Warriors front office does have limitations about who and what they can say right now here on draft night and before we get into actual free agency. But one thing we can discuss coming up, and this is a concern of mine with regard to the Klay Thompson discussion, and we hit on it a little bit in the crossover. The more I'm thinking about this, the more I hear John Hollinger had his projections in terms of what Klay Thompson and all the players are going to get, and he's now got him projected at $13 million a year. Whew. Now, is that going to happen? I got no idea, and I have no idea what team is going to give it to him. But I can tell you this, especially if it's Orlando. If you get Klay for $13 million a year, watch out, because you're going to get angry Klay. And if I'm the Warriors, this is something that behind closed doors, I'm thinking about and I'm talking about. They keep saying we want Klay back, and I believe them to a degree, but they don't want to do it at any price. But to me, there's a third thing to think about, is which version of emotional Klay are you getting? I love his shooting. I love his resume. I love the fact that he's a Warrior legend. But if he's going to be back, he needs to be happy to be back. And if he's not going to be happy to be back, then the Warriors shouldn't want him.
Yeah, and I wonder about Klay as a six-man somewhere else for $13 million a year versus Klay as a six-man here for $13 million a year. That'd be a lot harder. I'm just thinking about myself, to sublimate your ego, to go from $42 million down to 13, to go from a starter down to the bench. And if they bring in Paul George and you sign for 13, I would be feeling some kind of way about not only my role, but my money. I'm making less than Wiggins, less than Draymond, less than Kuminga will be making?
Hell, I mean, 13 million is just a number. We're hearing people bring up the mid-level exception,
Which
might
is
be
a little bit
making
less
less than
than
Kevon Looney.
And that's crazy.
You know what I mean?
Less than GP2
and
and
again,
all that, yeah.
we're throwing out scenarios right now, but we know who Klay is in these situations. He was mad all year last year. You could see it. We could feel it. So could the team. And that makes it a net negative. And I'm out if Klay's angry. I'd literally say that to him in the negotiations if the Warriors were to get there. We don't want you here unless you want to be here. If you don't want to be here, then don't be here. Because it just doesn't work. So a lot to say on that. We'd love your perspective on it. We'll get back to your calls. But Larry, don't call him Riley Harris.
Oh, boy.
Is going to join us coming up next. What is the Warriors front office doing on a day like today? You will find out coming up live from the team store. And also the show is brought to you by Pettinelli Financial Partners. Their people, process, and passion inspire them to holistically serve their client families. Also presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. This is Willard and Dibbs.
Since 2004, men choose Andro 400 for one reason: results.
It has really worked. I've lost 35 pounds. It's just unbelievable.
and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let's ride. The NBA draft, round 1 is tonight. We're at the Team Store Chase Center. Come on down, say hi. Mention 95.7 The Game. You get 25% off. And also, our draft show tonight is brought to you by Pettinelli Financial Partners. Their people, their process, and passion inspire them to holistically serve their client families. Draft coverage also, by the way, will continue tomorrow with Steiny and Goo from Warriors headquarters starting at 10 a.m. Hey, look who's here, everybody. It's Larry Harris.
And the fans go crazy.
Yeah.
And the fans go crazy.
Yeah.
Larry. Oh, yeah.
You know, a lot of people should get down there. There's like thousands and thousands of people here.
Throngs.
It's incredible.
It's buzzing.
Standing room only.
Yeah, everybody
kind of blowing our flow a little bit here. We've been trying to sell it up big.
If everybody wants to know who you're going to pick tonight, who are you guys going to pick tonight?
Right on the spot, Larry.
Well, the good thing is I can tell you guys tomorrow night because we don't have to do anything tonight.
Gotcha.
Right? So ask me that question tomorrow night. I'll let you know.
So you guys are just sitting around eating pizza then tonight, right?
Well,
Not
we
doing
were.
anything.
We were until you called me over.
We interrupted you. What is the process? I bet people wonder that. I mean, everybody's here. You're all like, obviously, you got to be ready. What is the process tonight?
Well, I was talking to Raymond. It's pretty much a system that we've done now probably for the last 8 to 10 years. We probably bring our whole staff in 3 days before the draft, which today is Wednesday. So everybody kind of came in Saturday. So we're working Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. We get our board set by Tuesday night. Now, sometimes that's done by 7:30. Could be 8:30. It's been as late as midnight. This year, having the 52nd pick was a little bit of a challenge to just get everybody on if we were picking 10, you could go, okay, I got this select group of people. When you're looking at 52, we have roughly about 80 people that we were looking at. And then just kind of dwindling that down to getting our board set, the first 58 picks. We did that all the way till last night about 8:30. Sent everybody home, got together about 9 o'clock, started this morning, and just finished up about 2:30 with a smaller group. So we take the big group, all of that's probably about 20 people. Everybody gets their say. We put that the board to bed Tuesday night. Everybody sleeps. We get up. We meet with Joe in a smaller group today for about 3-4 hours. We just finished that up. So our board's set. We're ready to go and waiting for the draft here in less than 2 hours.
Okay.
So less than 2 hours for the first round, and as you mentioned, you don't have a first-round pick, but that doesn't mean that you're not, answering calls and maybe possibly looking to see what you can do to move up or taking calls. So what's it like tonight with no pick? Is it still an active thing where each and every selection you're kind of on the edge of your seat trying to see what might happen?
Well, I don't know. It's so much that is that we're getting a lot of calls leading up to today, and even today, where people trying to still see are there players on our roster that we would be willing to trade to get into the first round? And right now we haven't had anything that's, any great substance to be able to do that. So even though teams are calling, hey, would you want 20, 25, 22, what can we get for this guy, blah, blah, blah. So we've gone through all of those early calls. But right now at 2 o'clock, it's, 2 o'clock, I guess, Eastern, or 2 o'clock Pacific, it shuts down. We can't make any trades now until, the draft starts up. But it's how we're going to view the first round is there'll be calls that are made trying to acquire some of our players that are under contract. We haven't made any calls yet to acquire a pick in the first round. I would say that unless something happens between now and 15 minutes until I go back into our meetings, I don't anticipate us getting into the first round today. That's not to say at some point, the first, second, third pick, there's somebody we're excited about that's falling after 15 or 20. Because our board is set. There's some guys we like in the first round. Like if we did have the 14th pick, we would be excited about at least 3 or 4 players at that spot. But obviously we don't have that. We just have a championship instead. So it was a good trade for us. But in the second round,
a great flex.
Right.
That was impressive.
But on Thursday it's going to be interesting. It's the first time it's a 2-part deal. Kind of don't know what to expect, but I think the one thing we're going to take, in the process is once the first round's done, our board is set. So I would anticipate there's probably going to be anywhere from 8 to 10 guys, maybe 6, that we have on our board, like we did Trace Jackson Davis, who we had at 12 or 13 last year, to slip all the way down. There'll probably be 3 or 4 guys that we have higher than what the NBA landscape looks like, and we'll start getting more focused in what guys can really slip down and get to us at 52.
Warriors player personnel, Larry Harris is with us here. 95.7 The Game, Willard and Dibbs, Team Store, Chase Center, NBA Draft Round 1. Look, let's get this out of the way, because you know what a lot of fans are thinking about right now, and I just wonder how the organization is navigating a situation where you've got a franchise legend who might be a free agent, and you've also got your own set of priorities to deal with. So I know you can't get into specifics, but that sort of emotional situation we've arrived at. How do you all deal with that?
Well, I think it's difficult because there's emotion on both sides, right? I will say this: I think both sides want to find something that can come to a common ground and get an agreement done. But that's what free agency is all about. We really don't know what's going to transpire with it. But I think Steve stated it well. I think Mike stated it well, and we believe in the organization. It comes from Joe as well. We'd like to have Klay back. I mean, there's no question about that. So, but we're here in the next 3 or 4 days. We'll see if something can come about, but we're prepared either way. But obviously our choice is to bring him back.
The Trace Jackson-Davis piece, and you just mentioned it before, you had him at 12 to 14 on your first round board, and he slides, and then you get to, 19, and you had Podziemski there. Was there a thought to maybe fire on Trace there, or did you think that maybe the slide was so profound that he might be there in the second round as he was eventually in the late 50s?
Well, I mean, I think
you got two guys who are amazing in one draft.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't always happen that way, right? If you're in it long enough, there's some mistakes you make along the way, and hopefully you make you make better ones than the ones you don't regret.
We'll go back to some of those.
We don't even know those anymore.
Yeah.
There's so much in the past.
Totally.
But I would say last year was unique in the sense that the board was set. We had Brandon first and Trace second. So it was easy when it came down. You just kind of crossing people off. There's our guy. We're at 19. Boom, we take him. Once that happened, we looked at our board, and Trace was still there. Then once we got to 24, 25, 26, he was still there. And that's when really Mike activated himself and started. He's like, hey guys, let's call every team from 31 down. What can we do to acquire the pick? What will it take? What will it take? And finally, Washington. Obviously, we have some relationships with some people that were there, and we were able to, because of our relationship, which is really strong, obviously, with Trace's relationship, being his agent's the same last name as our GM, it helps. Relationships matter in any walk of life, in any business, and certainly it came into play here. And so the fact that we knew that we liked him so much and had him so high on our board that we were going to be willing to offer him a contract rather than just a two-way or some kind of other incentive, that I think that was able to push him down further, because you'll see in the second round, I don't know when it'll happen, but you'll start seeing these players that are drafted. If they're not drafted and stashed somewhere, there's a lot of two-way options. And we, because of Joe's commitment financially, said, look, if you really like this guy and you have him ranked so high, then I'll give you the authority to go ahead and sign him. Once that was given to us by Joe, then it was a lot easier to help us get him down the line. Because let's say, Atlanta calls at 31 and says, hey, Trace, we want you. It's a two-way. No, next. And it kept, all they had to do is say no, 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 no. And at that point, teams are in 2 minutes. They're like, well, the guy didn't want to come on a two-way. We got someone else, right? So they just flipped it. And fortunately for us, we were just able to hold on, and the agent did a good job with it. And we're very fortunate, and a guy we think has a bright future with us.
Larry, we get probably an equal number of comments from observers of the organization who say, boy, if Draymond doesn't get suspended, they would have been right there. And others who will say, they didn't even end up making the playoffs at all. What is your take on how close the current roster is, or what changes might be necessary to actually compete at a high level?
Yeah, you know what? I think it's when you're in a situation that it's a competitive environment and you're used to winning championships or playing in the finals, you always say, well, what, shoulda, coulda, woulda. I think we've moved beyond that now. I think where Mike's really, even though we were disappointed, and there was a point where, boy, Steph was, missed a few games, and we didn't have Wiggins because of his situation, and Draymond has that, and we had some other. So all you start totaling all that up, but all other 29 teams are doing that, right? So I think we moved beyond that, and we just realized, hey, we got two big situations. We got a thing with Chris. We got a thing with Klay. We've got to deal with that. But then we also have some holes in our roster that we need to fill. Obviously, Gary coming back filled one of the roles. Looney coming back, that obviously gives us some more insurance on the front line. But we know we still need, we're trying to acquire a shooting big. We know we need to get better in the backcourt defensively to help Steph and them. So I think if today, what I have, the landscape, if I'm looking at our roster in front of us and telling our fans, I think you're going to see quite a few players return. Now we'll try to improve on the margins. If we can go make a home run, which Joe has no problem doing, we will do that. But right as of today, I think it's internally building our guys, getting them better, elevating our young guys. We know that they can play. We know they've played in meaningful games, and hopefully Wiggins will be a little bit better. And Draymond's situation is in the past, and just having that more continuity, another year together with our younger guys, I think the future is still bright, a chance to compete for a championship, and that's what I think our fans deserve, and that's what we want to try and give them.
Larry, thank you so much for stopping by on a really, really busy day.
No problem.
Really,
Enjoyed
really
it. Thank you for having me.
Yeah.
Valkyries, I like it. Hope everybody comes here. You should get some of that.
I know a guy who can hook you up with a T-shirt if you need it. I got Juice in the building.
Well, I tell you, the fans should be excited about that, too. It's going to be a great thing.
As you know.
Yeah.
And I just want to thank the thousands of fans that were out here that came to listen to me today. It was unbelievable.
Wow.
Go Warriors.
Keep it down.
Go
Look
Warriors.
at this gathering. Look at this gathering.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Larry.
All right.
Thank you.
The Harris Army.
Larry
Thanks,
Harris, assistant GM, player personnel, Warriors, joining us here at the team store on 95.7 The Game. What'd you take away from that?
Well, the same thing that we heard from Mike Dunleavy, which is, yes, if we can improve in the margins, and if we do get these guys to play a little bit more often than they did, darn it, we can be right there again. And we've won 4 championships, and we can be a team that can still compete. However, and I did like the piece, and I wanted to ask him, it's more of just an open praise, and I can do it with him gone. How great would it be to have an owner like Joe Lacob to work for?
Yep.
Where it's like, you know what? You like him? Don't give him a 2-way deal. Sign that man.
Green light.
Green light
Lots
for
of green light.
everything.
Yeah, green light.
And
if
the green
you
light
really
is
believe
if
in
you
it.
believe in
If
it.
you believe in it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And don't we all want that in our life, to be able to have people around us who believe in us, support what we're trying to do, and then say, you know what? Go do that.
This is probably not the comment that anyone's going to expect right now. But here's what I want to say. Just from sitting right here next to Larry Harris and Raymond Ritter is, staring over your shoulders like, don't ask the wrong question.
Totally.
Don't you ask the wrong question.
Pressure is incredible.
The Golden State Warriors are so slick. And I know that word has negative connotations, and I don't mean that. The Warriors are so buttoned up. And so it's really piggybacking on what you just said about what Larry told us. Along the lines of what Mike Dunleavy said, he sat here and I thought said things from a genuine place, but also removed nothing from the table, removed absolutely nothing, kept expectations low, and allowed hopes to be high.
Right.
If we can hit a home run, we will. If not, we'll improve on the margins, and yes, we do need improvement from within. And I think that's maybe not an answer everyone wants to hear, but it's a fair one. It's a fair answer.
Right.
Because even like you're talking about, Dunleavy says, okay, trades are hard. And I thought it was funny because then yesterday there were 2 of them. You're like, well, they're not that hard.
Right. And I was just reviewing with Raymond Ritter before the segment started, and I pointed out to him that last year in the first round of the NBA draft, there were 16 trades that were made.
And I took the over on the what you said it at, 8.5.
I think so. Which is a stupid line now that I think about it.
Yeah, we've already got 2 since you set that line. And so, but I do think for the Warriors, trades might be hard.
Right.
Because they don't have just tons of assets that people want. And a lot of times when people send off those assets, it's because they have absolutely no hope or expectation of winning right now. Why did the Nets give up Mikal Bridges? Why? Because they don't care. The Warriors care.
Well, the Nets they care about 2027.
Exactly. The Warriors care about October.
Yeah.
And when you care about October, it's hard to acquire people because you're not just willing to give up all your. If the Warriors could be like, sure, you're gonna have Kuminga and Podziemski and all our picks for the next one, but no, like they're trying to stay whole and improve. So I'll agree with them. It is complex. But what I was really looking for and what we want to share with the audience is because we have the opportunity to sit in front of someone. You're hearing them through a microphone. We're looking in their eyes. And that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to look into his eyes and think about what is it you're actually trying to do behind the scenes right now. And I think they're trying their you-know-what's off.
To hit a home run.
I think they're trying their you-know-what's off to hit a home run, and they're smart to manage expectations, but I do get a quiet, confident sense from listening to these guys talk that they feel there's a real chance that something big does happen. And really, the reasoning behind that to me is not just, as you point out, Joe Lacob and his willingness. It's Steph Curry. He's too special.
Yeah.
He's too special for this organization to sit here and go, we'll improve on the margins. So we had the whole offseason. We missed the playoffs. We're going to come back and we improved the backcourt defense. I mean, yeah.
Well, that's the fallback plan.
But you got it right. You got to go bigger than that.
And find a shooting big, which tells me that Dario Saric is not going to be a Golden State Warriors anymore.
Well, he was a shooting big, and then he stopped shooting.
Right, and he stopped being big
playing.
other than being big on the bench. But
Right.
that's the one thing that they need. And if they do want to improve in the margins, if they're unable to hit a home run and maybe Klay doesn't come back, well, then you need another shooting wing and you need a shooting big. And these are all things that you're going to have to find in free agency without a lot of money to do it. So I do think they look at the roster and they realize that they do need to hit a home run if they can. But you're right, they're managing expectations because trades are hard. Trades of that magnitude are hard. Now, you could make a smaller trade, and, I talked about the first-round draft trades from last year. There were 16 of them where this player gets picked, and they get traded to this team, then you get a pick, and then you get a future pick, and the trades will be flying tonight in the NBA draft. But those are not big trades.
Right.
Those are not home run trades, which is what the Warriors are looking to do.
Well, and the other answer that I really took something from was right there at the end when Larry Harris, when given the opportunity to say, man, if Wiggins doesn't have a situation and Steph doesn't miss a couple games and Draymond doesn't get suspended twice, we think we could have, and then fill in blank. He didn't say that. Larry Harris sat here, I thought, and very much admitted to us, the Warriors have got to get better.
Yeah.
The Warriors have improvements to make. And I don't think that that's breaking news, but it's not always shared from inside the building. A lot of times you do get that, what I know to many fans feels like an excuse and a convenient way to sort of package the end of the Steph Curry era. He's like, no, we can compete, but we can only compete if we really improve. And to me, I find that comforting because they do know they got to go do some things here in the next 2 weeks.
Absolutely. And, the first thing they want to do is to make a big swing for a big player and hit a, quote, home run. But if they can't do that, well, then how do you get better on the margins? And if you can trade Andrew Wiggins and you can get another wing player who can come in and help you, then you look to do that. And maybe it's as simple as, your board and his draft board. And I was interested to hear him talk about where they had TJD last year. They had him at the bottom end of the lottery. He and Podziemski were their number one and their number two. And so you got to the spot with 19 in Pods. And so you took Pods, and then you realized that once TJD got in the second round, you were able to kind of manipulate that through the agent, the brother of Dunleavy. Incredible.
Absolutely. So great stuff from Larry Harris. We got some breaking news to pass along.
95.7 The Game breaking news.
Well, we heard just a day ago that OG Anunoby was opting out of his contract, and here's why. The free agent forward will sign a 5-year, $212.5 million contract to return to the New York Knicks. So the Knicks, he opts out of the final year of the contract so that he can simply sign a new fresh one. Again, 5 years, $212.5 million. OG Anunoby returning to the New York Knicks. The deal will include a player option and a trade kicker, and this is all courtesy of Woj. And I think that if you start to move down the line of what this means, there's a conversation in terms of what this means for the Golden State Warriors. I am not an expert on the Knicks cap situation, but we know that that is absolutely, I would argue, side by side, the two teams I hear the most with regard to Paul George smoke are the Warriors and the Knicks. Does this mean that the Knicks are potentially less likely to get involved with Paul George? Maybe, maybe not, but a good chunk of their salary situation is now taken up by OG Anunoby.
Yeah, it makes them a little bit harder because you look at their situation. You got Randall at 30, you got Brunson at 25, and they just traded Bogdanovich, so they got rid of his 19. Anunoby was set to make 19, and now he gets a deal worth 5 and 212, which by my quick math is about 43 a year. So, he's 42.4.
And I actually left the 0.5 out, so it's a touch higher, about 42 and a half.
Okay, so
42 and a half.
That 42 and a half, so he goes from 19.9 to 42 and a half.
Boom!
And Bogdanovich comes off at 19, so you do have room for that, and you still have a little bit of room underneath the second apron if New York is so inclined.
Remember that Bridges is on that team now, too.
Yeah, true.
Yeah,
true.
So whatever Bridges' salary is.
Which is not huge, I don't believe.
Not huge, but it's not.
It's going to be going up in the future.
It's not nothing. It's not nothing. So, again, the Knicks have a lot of space. I'm not an expert on their situation, but Bridges is in. Brunson is signed. You got to figure out Julius Randle. He makes a lot of money, and now Anunoby strikes gold, $42.5 million over a 5-year span. That's a lot of dough. Are the New York Knicks going to, on top of all of that,
I doubt it,
be in the market for 4 max years for Paul George? Seemingly less likely right now than it was, 24 hours ago.
Yeah, without a doubt. And so you start to whittle the teams down. And if the teams that really are hot after Paul George, if that number does go down, that does a lot for Golden State in the ability to maybe not include Kuminga in a deal because the Clippers' leverage to demand more assets goes down.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I will tell you this, even just listening to Larry Harris sit here and talk about hitting a home run, listening to all of the NBA reporters say that the Warriors are knocking on every door. They're involved in every conversation that's at a high level. I don't know when it was, but somewhere along the road here, don't you think the tone of the whole offseason changed? If you go back 6 months, and I know that that's when the season was still hot and heavy and you didn't know how it was going to finish, but if you go back 6 months, the whole conversation about the Warriors was, well, they're strapped. They're going to save money and they can't do anything this offseason. What day was it when all of a sudden the Warriors are like, oh yeah, we can get involved with anybody. Max contracts, trades, like, yep, we are open for business. I was under the impression that they wouldn't be able to do stuff like that very easily.
Yeah, and a lot of it hinges on one thing, if not two things, and I'll tell you exactly what that is on the other side.
No doubt about it. All right. Brandon Podziemski in a half hour. Plenty of time for more of your calls. Max money for Paul George, 4 years. Is that a good idea or a bad idea? We'll take your calls. 888-957-9570. We're sponsored by the San Francisco Zoo. Celebrate the SF Zoo and Gardens 95th anniversary all June long. Meet their amazing rescued animals, including the rare axolotl. Join them in the celebration and be part of a legacy. Visit sfzoo.org to learn more. It's Willard and Dibbs.
Make this the summer to go anywhere and do anything with exciting deals on your favorite Jeep brand vehicles. Experience the luxury and comfort of Jeep.
it's difficult because there's emotion on both sides, right? I will say this: I think both sides want to find something that can come to a common ground and get an agreement done. But that's what free agency is all about. We really don't know what's going to transpire with it. But I think Steve stated it well. I think Mike stated it well, and we believe in the organization. It comes from Joe as well. We'd like to have Klay back. I mean, there's no question about that. So, but we're here in the next 3 or 4 days. We'll see if something can come about. But we're prepared either way. But obviously, our choice is to bring him back.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
What was your take on that? His answer with regard to Klay Thompson. That was Larry Harris, by the way, player personnel, assistant GM for the Golden State Warriors, joining us live here on Willard and Dibbs.
That's all you can say. Of course they want Klay back. They'd love to have Klay back, but you're in a situation where it's not up to you. It's up to Klay to be a free agent and see what he can get elsewhere and figure out what that number is for Klay elsewhere. And I'm sure the Warriors have a number that they want to pay Klay. And I'm sure that, Klay's not thrilled with what that number is.
Are you drunk right now?
I've had the hiccups all day.
I know you have. I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
You all right?
No, I'm not all right.
You know how to get rid of the hiccups, right?
Yeah, you have to hold your breath. You have to hold your breath for a really, really, really long time, which it's hard to do when you're also trying to talk.
Yeah, no, it's not just hold your breath. When you think a hiccup is about to come, this is what I do at least. Hold the breath and go water. Same time. Here, have some water. You need some water? No, you don't want to drink my water. I know. It's gross. You okay? Yeah, Dibbs is holding his breath live on the radio, and that's also known as a solo show, is what that's called. So if you want to look at him, he's turning red live on YouTube right now as we speak. Good luck to you, Dan Dibley. Okay, 888-957-9570, the number. We are streaming live on Twitch and YouTube, twitch.tv/957 The Game, youtube.com/957 The Game. You can watch us live and see if Dibbs' head actually explodes. You subscribe to the channel. All of the 95.7 The Game content from the roast to Steiny and Goo is here, and we invite you to subscribe, like, all of that stuff. It's powered by First NorCal Credit Union. And you can now download the free Odyssey app by scanning the QR code in the bottom right corner of both of the streams. You good?
I'm good now, yeah. I held my breath through all that, and, I had about...
Do you think you did it?
Oh, yeah.
That's the question. A lot of times you
hold 3 quips during all that about solo show. I had a quip.
I saw him. I couldn't tell if it was a heart attack.
Oh, no, I had quips.
Yeah.
I have a very, very good VO capacity for my days as a long-distance runner and also an incredibly low heart rate, so I'm not gonna tap out on you like that.
No, I didn't think you would tap out, but sometimes you hold the breath and you're like, okay, I got it. And it comes right back.
I've had the hiccups since about 4:30 this morning, and I was up at 4:30. I didn't sleep great last night. I've had the hiccups all day.
Dibbs, you have a baby. You're not supposed to be a baby. Having the hiccups all day means you're 2 years old. What on earth are you doing?
She hasn't had the hiccups in a long time.
Really?
She's actually a toddler now, full-blown toddler, and just one of those days where I haven't been able to shake it. Breakfast, got done, hiccups. Had some coffee, hiccups. Had a little bit more coffee, hiccups. But I'm feeling good right now. I feel like I got through it. Thanks to Tim Jordan, the engineer. And thanks to you.
Why are you thanking him? He didn't say anything. I'm the one who had to talk the whole time.
Oh, you had to talk.
Yeah.
Poor baby. As opposed to a normal show.
I had to step out of my comfort zone for that.
This show is a 70-30 split at its best.
No, at its worst.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean,
90-10 would be my preference.
No doubt.
Anyway.
You said it, Mark. Feels like a Safeway ad. Fruits, veggies. I like it all, Mark.
I'll see you in the aisles.
Totally.
Not you. We'll see everybody else. No, for those of you who were with us yesterday, we got an answer to one of our quick conversations. We'll get back to the Warriors in 1 minute. But there is a development to pass along about the San Francisco Giants. I'm not going to let you see it. You asked yesterday, with Hayden Birdsong coming up to start, who's going to get the D to the F to the A to open up a spot on the 40-man roster?
Yes.
You guessed maybe Luke Jackson?
I was hoping for Mark Grandy, our technical director.
What are some of the other guesses that were out there?
Spencer Bivens was a guess.
Yeah, you guys were talking high-level stuff.
We also talked about how on the 40-man, and I looked it up yesterday, there were 3 guys who I've never heard of.
I told you, I said there are guys, because of all the injuries, there are people hiding in that bullpen you've never heard of. And my guess is it might be one of those guys. Are you ready for the big reveal in terms of who
I'm pulling
the
up the
San
40-man right
Francisco
now,
Giants
and
have just given the D to the F to the A?
Is it Trevor McDonald?
It is not Trevor McDonald.
Is it, well, I mentioned that it might be Kaiwei Tang.
It is
The
not
great
Kaiwei Tang. No,
who's
they're
been
not getting
awful.
rid of Kaiwei Tang.
He's terrible. I'll say it, he stinks. Is it Landon Roop? There it
not
is.
Landon Roop. They like Landon Roop.
Yeah, of
Landon's
course
a prospect.
they do. It's not Spencer Howard. He
No.
pitches all the time.
No, it's somebody who was on the big league club last night.
Well,
and now gone.
And I'm looking at the 40-man, and Hayden's on, so whoever's off is
already off. Yeah.
So I'm
Ladies
like,
and gentlemen, say hello to Raymond Burgos.
No.
Raymond.
No.
I don't even know if it's pronounced Burgos.
You mean say goodbye to Raymond Burgos?
It could be Burgos.
Bourgeois?
Raymond Burgos has been DFA'd.
Gone too soon.
If I'm not mistaken, I think he made his debut with the Giants 2 days ago. Whole family was in town.
Oh, come on.
Getting a ton of NBC Sports Bay Area love as he got his first big league strikeout, and now he is searching for a new team.
1 inning, 1 punchy, a whip of 4.00, an ERA of 9.
Yeah. Yeah, he
Small
gave up
sample,
He gave up a run, and it was not his fault. There was a lot of soft contact that was leading to base runners in that inning. I remember it. But anyway, he's been DFA'd. Birdsong is up, and Mason Black sent right back to AAA. He was brought up yesterday, did not pitch, and was sent right back down.
Yeah, and this is going to be the move that comes back to haunt Farhan.
No, it's
Far
not.
haunt. Burgos is coming for you.
Burgos.
I think, honestly, my takeaway is it speaks to the flimsy nature of this 40-man roster when you've got guys who are on there who either don't pitch, can't pitch, or both. You're supposed to have this president of baseball ops who's got all this wisdom and all this ability to stack a roster and be deep and cultivate the farm. The depth of this team, especially the pitching staff, it's not great.
Well,
it's just not great.
It's not at first base. I think that they would argue being 4 games under 500 when almost your entire starting rotation is out. There are some who would argue that that's actually a magic trick.
Your depth at catcher is not great. You had to recycle a 35-year-old Casali, and
correct.
Honestly, your catcher defense is among the worst in baseball.
Yep. Well, and Patrick Bailey was supposed to be among the best. He's not been as good there this year. But anyway, enough of all that. Let's get back to the Golden State Warriors.
Burgos.
The NBA draft is here, and we are here. Team store at Chase Center, Thrive City. Come on down, mention 95.7 The Game, and you will get 25%.
If you can get in.
If you can get in off of your purchase. The draft show is also brought to you by Pettinelli Financial Partners, who strive to build long-lasting relationships with their clients, offering education and guidance throughout life's journey. All right, let's go back to that Klay Thompson comment that he made. And all of them are striking the same chord. Listen for the line that you hear from every single Warrior dignitary. This is Larry Harris on the Klay Thompson situation.
It's difficult because there's emotion on both sides, right? I will say this: I think both sides want to find something that can come to a common ground and get an agreement done. But that's what free agency is all about. We really don't know what's going to transpire with it. But I think Steve stated it well. I think Mike stated it well, and we believe in the organization. It comes from Joe as well. We'd like to have Klay back. I mean, there's no question about that. So, but we're here in the next 3 or 4 days. We'll see if something can come about. But we're prepared either way. But obviously our choice is to bring him back.
Okay. I say this with all due respect. Do they?
Yes.
Do they?
If the price is right,
well,
as I Bob Barker you.
Hold on a second.
Of course they want him back.
Hold on. I'm going to push back.
Push it. Salt and pepper.
If every single one of them keeps saying, look, if there's a home run, we'll hit it. We hope to hit a home run. We just don't know if we can. Doesn't a home run mean you can't afford Klay Thompson at all? So couldn't I then argue that the Warriors are actually hoping plan A is to not have Klay back. Can't I argue that?
You could argue it, but you could still bring Klay back if the number is small enough. And if you're getting reports that the number is
small.
Well, if it's $13 million a year, you could have Klay back for $13 million.
Okay.
Depending on how much you're sending out. And if Klay's value is now $13 million, which is what was bandied about on the internet earlier today, then you could still have Klay come back.
Then I would argue what I have said already all day today on this show. Klay at $13 million tells me that's angry Klay. I don't want angry Klay.
You don't know that would be angry Klay.
I don't know it, but that would be my guess.
Well, if he can't get any more anywhere else, then he's going to have to be suck it up Klay.
Okay, yes, of course he will have to be suck it up Klay, but that's what he was last year, and it was terrible. I didn't like it. Nobody liked it. He didn't like it. The Warriors didn't like it. The fans didn't like it. These are one of those things, and I like this in human beings when they wear their heart on their sleeve. You can see it. They can't fake it. They can't lie to you. Klay Thompson was miserable last year. You could see it all over every body part. Now, you're telling me, you're right, we don't know the man, but you're telling me that this guy, this future Hall of Fame, absolute franchise legend who has already been angered by a 2-year, $48 million offer, angered by getting sent to the bench, angered by the idea that he's not priority one this offseason. He's angered by all these things. And now I'm supposed to believe that in 2 weeks, he's going to sign for 2 years and $26 million to be the sixth man while the rest of the city is celebrating the arrival of Paul George to be the savior number 2 on the Warriors. And Klay Thompson is going to like that?
He'll learn to like it.
No, he won't. Well, I will very vehemently argue that no, he won't. And
then he'll sign for 2 and 26 elsewhere.
And that's what I would vote for.
And I don't think that he would. I think he would look at his situation and realize that the grass is not always greener. And, you know, the idea of angry Klay, I don't know if he was as angry as Draymond Green. I mean, yes.
That's a different kind of angry.
It is. But I think that Klay went out there and he was prove it Klay. He had a lot to prove, and he feels like he did prove it. And if the league is telling you that, yeah, Klay, you proved it, you stayed healthy, you still were one of the better shooters in the game, and yet your value is about half of what you thought that it would be, you might be frustrated, Klay. You might be bitter, Klay. But by the time you get to October, Klay's going to realize that he has a chance to do what he's always done, which is play basketball.
I don't see the same Klay you see.
Well, I don't know Klay, and quite frankly, neither do you.
I don't know Klay.
I don't either.
I think as a fan base, we have seen characteristics in Klay, so I'm not claiming to know the man like he's my friend.
But we've never seen Klay in this spot where you turn down 2 and 48, and if you wind up getting 2 and 26, well, that's just the reality of what the market is. And
yeah. So, okay. So pretend you're an employee that's in this situation, whatever the number is. For him, it's 2 and 48, but it could be $2 and $12 an hour, whatever.
I've been in this situation.
You've been in that situation. You say no thanks. Then you go explore whatever the opportunities are. They're not what you thought they were. You come back to the company. Okay, company, I'll take 2 and 48. Company goes, sorry. That's actually not available anymore.
Exactly.
Okay, what is available? About half that. By the way, hold right there. We have to go celebrate our faces off because Paul George is on the team right now. He's older than you. We'll be right back so that we can talk to you again. I know. Sorry. Could you just have a seat right over there on that couch? We'll be with you in just a few minutes, we promise. Thanks, Klay. We'll be back. Come on, man. This is going to drive him absolutely batty. It's going to drive him batty. I can feel his anger from around the corner.
In the short term, but in the long term, he's a pro. And he wants to play basketball.
He's been mad for 2 years. He didn't get over it.
But what was he doing when he was mad last year? He played almost every single game, and he balled out to the best of his ability.
And did not play nearly as well as he could in the past.
But he didn't bring his emotions on the court to where it affected his effort. Did it affect his effort?
Not his effort. No. Did it affect his game? I don't care about
he
effort.
He played better over the last 2 months.
We're not in that effort business. This is the NBA.
When you're an NBA player. He could have jaked it.
You're in the results
business. He didn't do any of that. he
didn't
came out.
pout?
No, he played angry.
Did you watch the
He played a little bit surly.
I never even saw him do anything but pout.
He played basketball. He went out there and he did what the team asked him to do.
He barked at Tim Kawakami in the media room for a question he didn't even ask. He was angry all
He showed
the
up
time.
to work and he went out there and played
He
basketball.
called a closed-door meeting with Steve Kerr every other week.
Right, to try to work through his emotions and his feelings. So
we ain't got time for that.
Well, we do have time for it because the reality would be
We don't.
if he signs that deal and he returns to the Warriors, he'll have between July and October to work through his feelings and get to the spot where he needs to be because he's not going to sign this deal thinking, all right, I'm going to be back and I'm going to start and I'm going to be the old Klay that I used to be. There's a certain amount of resignation that comes with signing this deal. And if it's a deal elsewhere, if it's a deal here, whatever that deal is, there's going to be a shift in his own reality because he's not a $42 million a year player anymore. And if he's going to be the sixth man, he's going to have to deal with it. And I have faith that he's not going to carry that with him into the season.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah,
and I'm shocked. I'm shocked that you have that level of faith in someone who very, very clearly for the last 2 years showed you that this is his weak point. I'm not saying that Klay Thompson is some awful crybaby. I'm saying that we have watched him for 2 years, and this has been well documented and clear as day in my mind that Klay does not deal with this stuff well. Devin Booker is cooking him. What does he do? Hold up 4 fingers and get thrown out. What the hell are you doing? He has been livid for 2 years. There are reports spread all over the place right now that he has literally gotten to the point of being upset at the organization that has been the only one he's ever known. He may want to leave. This is from Anthony Slater. Even if the Warriors are the highest bidder, he may want to leave because he's so angry. Now we're flashing forward a scenario that, granted, doesn't exist yet, but we're flashing forward a potential scenario where the Warriors hire a new number 2, celebrate the heck out of him. He's just as old as Klay is. Tell Klay he's the sixth man. Bring him back for a well-reduced rate that's even well less than what was offered simply 9 months ago. And Klay is just going to handle it?
Well, the team thinks that he would.
I mean,
otherwise, they wouldn't be saying that they want him back. For you to think that he won't handle it, I think is well. Then why would the Warriors even offer him that deal? If they don't think that he's going to handle it, they wouldn't even offer him 2 and 26.
They didn't offer him a deal.
No, but that's the point. And they're saying that they want him to come back. And so,
right, I don't believe them.
Okay,
I don't believe them. If they wanted,
you should have said that to Larry when he was here.
I'm not going to say that to him on draft night.
Larry, I don't believe you.
I don't believe that they truly, again.
I believe they truly want him back.
You're talking about 2 different conversations. Emotionally, do they want Klay back? Sure.
Of course, and they want Klay back if they don't hit a home run because they have no choice.
Do they want him back based on any of the parameters that are actually in place? I'd argue no, or else there'd be an offer on the table. And it has been well reported that talks are completely frozen.
Right.
Why would that be? That would be because the Warriors are trying to actually do something else.
Right. And they don't want to embarrass him with an offer right now unless he gets another offer that is a low offer, and then the Warriors can come in at that same level.
I don't think they can offer him anything right now. Because,
right now they can't because they want to go out there and make the big swing.
Which tells
they want to
me,
bring in the big fish. And if they don't bring the big fish in, then all of a sudden you want Klay more than you thought you wanted Klay because you don't have any other option if you don't go out there and land a big fish.
I know it's semantics, but that's what I'm getting at. No, they don't want Klay back. They want Klay back if what they're trying to do doesn't work.
Right. And the odds are that what they're trying to do probably won't work.
But that's not wanting Klay back. That's 2 a.m. at the bar. What the hell's left? I'll take you. That's not, I want you.
It's absolutely, I want you. Especially 20 minutes later in the cab.
If you got to get wasted to want him, you don't actually want him.
You don't have to be wasted. You could be half in the bag.
I mean, again, so
it is semantics.
They love Klay, but it doesn't add up right now. And because it may end up that way, I'm not buying that means you want him. No, that means that you'll take him if you can't get what you want. That's not wanting him. Obviously, we want Klay back. They've all said it. They have to say it. That's PR. Their PR director's sitting right next to us as they said it.
Yeah.
That's all I see. That's all I'm saying. I do not have any interest in angry Klay, and I don't see how the Warriors can have him not be angry this year after what has just taken place.
Well, then they won't make him an offer.
That's why they haven't.
Yeah, well, they haven't because they don't want to embarrass him with a low-ball offer, and they want to see what the market is dictating. They're not going to make him an offer until they see what the market is going to offer him, because if the market right now is offering him 2 and 25, 2 years, $50 million, or if it's 3 years and $60 million, well, they're not doing that. So then there's no reason for them to make that offer.
Of course there is. They're
not going to make an offer. They want him badly at a price. You're not seeing it.
So what's the price?
The price is probably like $8 million a year.
No, the price is $0.
Disagree with you.
We cannot have you until we know what else we can do.
Exactly. That doesn't mean that they won't want him on a veteran minimum deal. They would absolutely bring him back for that.
No, you want angry Klay? Veteran minimum?
I think you're overstating the angry Klay narrative.
I don't
think
at all.
That's a misrepresentation of the way he played. Was he edgier than normal? Sure. Did he play with a certain amount of joy that we remember from a 37-point quarter? Of course not. This is an aging player who didn't have a contract. He got a contract offer that he didn't like, and he played the year with a chip on his shoulder because he wasn't feeling the love, and now he's in the offseason, and that contract is not there anymore.
I think you're forgetting all kinds of things that happened. This is not just about the way he played. It's about the way he acted. It is about what he said at his locker. It is about the press conferences. It is about unfollowing the Warriors on Instagram. I'm sorry. I love this man for what he has been to this city, but he has acted like a baby a number of times the last 2 years. Like, let's get to it. He has acted like a baby 5 times at least in the last 2 years. He has. And I wish for this to go away. I would love for the old Klay to be back. We've done shows about this. I'm not angry at the man. I want who he used to be back. My love of Warrior basketball is the joy that they show on the court. He's lost it. He's completely lost it. And now the experience that we're having, what we're watching, the scenario that has unfolded, to me, makes me wildly concerned that there is any scenario that brings happy Klay back. If happy Klay can be on the Warriors, I'm in. But how does that happen when you were angry about having to come off the bench? You're having meetings every single week with Steve Kerr because you don't like the money and you don't like the disrespect and you don't like the media and you don't like this, that now we're on Instagram. If all of this is happening, what clue do we have that Klay will ever be happy here again? I see no evidence at all. None.
You're tying it all to money, and you're tying it all to respect, and you're tying it all to
I'm tying it to all of these things.
Yes, and I think that if you could look at the entire team, you could talk about how Steph didn't play with the same joy. Draymond never plays with joy, so you want to talk about joy.
With that.
This was not a joyous year for many of them. What were the joy points in this season? You had a whole team that was not playing with joy. So to single out Klay,
I don't agree with that.
I think is wrong.
Klay is the one who's different than he used to be. Draymond is exactly who he's always been.
Well, you're talking about joy. Steph Curry didn't play with the same level of joy.
Of course he did.
I don't think so.
Of course he did. They weren't as good.
Exactly.
But that's
helped
different.
Rob him of the joy.
That's different.
The way the season went, you can make it different. I don't think it's different.
Steph Curry has acted like and looked like himself the whole time. So has Draymond Green. So has Steve Kerr. So has Kevon Looney. The person who changed was Klay.
And why did he change?
For all of the reasons we've just discussed.
Exactly.
He's mad. And I don't want mad Klay on the team anymore.
Well, if he was really that mad, you wouldn't be hearing all of the talk from everybody, not just the front office people, Bob Fitzgerald, Steve Kerr, everybody else talking about how much they love Klay. They wouldn't be so
that's exactly why
that's exactly
why you're hearing
what they're talking about with Klay Thompson.
It's the same thing the Suns did with Kevin Durant. Why are they holding press conferences sounding like they're begging him to stay?
They're sounding like they're standing pat. That was the word from yesterday.
Which is a lie.
Well, we'll see.
I don't think it's going to happen right now. It'll happen mid-season. But they're having press conferences to apologize to him because he's mad. That's what teams do when their favorite players are mad. Draft Show brought to you by Pettinelli Financial Partners, who strive to build long-lasting relationships with their clients, offering education and guidance throughout life's journey. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Your call's always welcome. Brandon Podziemski joins us live next on Willard and Dibs.
And this is Dan Dibley to talk about Fremont Bank. It's a family-owned bank with a family-owned feel, and it's my bank and has been for a number of years now. And I'm so proud to be a member of the Fremont Bank family. 60 years ago, they set out to build not only a bank, but a local ecosystem that is built on great relationships with the Bay Area communities. They're active members of those communities. When you deposit your money at Fremont Bank like I do, you know that money stays local. They reinvest it into the businesses, the organizations, and the activities that make the Bay Area better. And that's a big reason why I'm a Fremont Bank customer, not to mention the no ATM fees factor when you take out money anywhere. You don't have to worry about ATM fees. They don't charge you a fee. And when that other bank, the big box bank, charges you a fee, you get that fee back from Fremont Bank, boom, right into your account. And that's the kind of business customer service that I love. And the home ownership that they support here in the Bay Area does so much for so many people. I hope you all come out a week from Monday to the Warrior Summit at Fremont Bank, right there in Fremont, Fremont Boulevard and Capitol Avenue. You can see the brand new building, the headquarters. It's going to be a great time. It's Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
Join us.
39-150 Fremont Boulevard in Fremont, and space is limited. Brandon Podziemski joins us here on the show on draft night. Brandon, thank you for doing it. How are you, and what do you remember about that night about a year ago?
Yeah, guys, thanks for having me. I appreciate it. I'm doing well. Still a long way in the off season to go, but for a lot of people, it's the start of a new career, new beginnings. And I remember last year being in the same situation, and the anxiety of not knowing where you're going to go, but then at the end of the night, finally finding out where you're going to go. And it was an amazing feeling for me and my family, a goal that was accomplished that we had set out to do for, some years, and got to be around the people I love most. So it was a great experience.
It's easy to say that it's great that you were a Golden State Warrior because you were at Santa Clara nearby and obviously a 4-time championship team. But how excited and how stoked were you that it was the quote-unquote local team that grabbed you in a team that you could immediately join?
Yeah, I was very excited. Definitely to join a team that has championship caliber experience. Obviously on the same night we traded for CP as well. So just kind of going through all those kind of things. But selfishly, you think about, am I going to play? Am I not going to play? And from the looks of it, it didn't really look like I was going to play. And, obviously that was a little bit, kind of scary at first just to kind of go through that. Was thinking somewhat of a Illinois storyline of maybe I'd have to sit out a year and just kind of watch and be in the G League. And then year 2 would kind of be in my year to play. But fortunately, I got my chance early on in the season, and I kind of ran with it. So guess it's a blessing to have it both ways.
Brandon Podziemski with us. Brandon, you can answer this either way you want, as a Warrior or just as a person who's now lived right here in the city for the last year or so. Like, what have been your impressions of that? How is your perspective of the Warriors and San Francisco and all of that different now than maybe it was a year ago?
Yeah, I think just a year ago, not knowing much about San Francisco, knowing a little bit about the Bay, mostly familiar with San Jose, Santa Clara area, but being able to just expand, what I get to do, what I get to see. Obviously, we've been done since April, so the off season is pretty long. So just kind of getting to go out, see some things, but really just, honing in on the work and what it's going to take to make a big push in year 2. And that's really just been my main focus these last 8 weeks, and will be the next, 16.
What is the work that you're honing in on? Because you made such a splash, and I'm looking at the note here. You became the first Warrior rookie since Steph to have 20, 10, and 5 in a single game. You had such a big rookie year. You were all rookie team. When you look back at your rookie year, where are the areas that you're hoping to improve in the most?
Yeah, honestly, it seems probably pretty simple, but scoring the ball more. Just talking to Steve and Mike at the end of the year meetings on, what kind of shots I'm going to get, what kind of shots they want me to take. Obviously with being another year under your belt, you're going to get a little bit more leash and have an opportunity to score the ball more. And they know that, my passing and my rebounding is always going to translate and playing hard and stuff like that. That's just something I've always had. And so now it's just how can I, take that next step as a year 2 player and be able to contribute offensively a little bit more. And then just defensively, playing along Steph, just being that point of attack defender and taking the burden off him so, he doesn't have a tough assignment in terms of a guard matchup every night.
Brandon, you're way younger than me, but I want to ask you for some advice. I have 3 kids. I always tell them I think the key to life is waking up every day with confidence, and it's not easy to give to young people. Everyone I've ever talked to says that you might be the most confident person they've ever been around. How do you do it? Where does it come from?
Yeah, I think it comes from a bunch of different places. I think part of it is growing up around a family that is about winning and wants to win at everything you do. And I think another part of it is the work that you put into stuff like this, that you care about, and knowing that, you put it in for a reason. And, history always repeats itself, and, those who put in the work before you, tend to have success. So you kind of follow that model. And, a lot of the greats are really confident, super confident. You look at Kobe, Michael, even Steph, just super confident people because they believe in, what they put into the game. So they feel like they will get that in return. So I think those 2 things, but then, fortunately, basketball is not a predominantly white man sport. So, half the battle is kind of looking the part. And for me, just kind of showing I belong, just from a look perspective, I think it's a big thing for me. So I think a combination of those three things is what's kind of just led me to have that daily confidence in myself.
Brandon Podziemski here on 95.7 The Game, and you definitely came in with a swagger from day one, and it was easy to see from those of us on the outside looking in. How important was it, or how nice was it for you to have TJD, another rookie alongside, also make a big impact for a team that has so many veterans?
Yeah, it's very important to share similar experiences. I've said it many times, just going through the ropes with him, Summer League, G League, playing the rotation, not playing the rotation, starting together, not starting together. Just to have that experience with him, being another rookie, made the transition kind of very seamless, just because you had someone else to lean on, had someone that was sharing the same experiences with you. So to have that is super big. And I think for me and him, it's going to be really important to, whoever we draft tomorrow, to kind of put them under our shoulders and take them under their wing, because it'd only be them. We only have obviously one pick, so take them under and kind of show them the ropes is kind of our job now. And yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Brandon, last year you were about to get drafted. This year, you're now an established NBA player that has to deal with this time of year as July approaches and all of the player movement and the rumors that go around with that. I haven't heard really any involving you, but I would imagine every player has at least the thought in the back of their mind that they don't know what's about to happen next. How do you deal with that?
Yeah, for me, I'm a very simple, realistic person. If something happens, it's going to be for the right reason. And for me, from a team's perspective, whoever shows up on October 1st is what we have to work with. And that's just what my mindset will be. So whatever happens these next few months, whoever shows up to training camp day one in a Warriors uniform is what we have to go with for the 2025 season. And that's how I'll roll.
I'm sitting here in the team store with my main man, Mark Willard, and I'm just looking up here, and I see a number 2 jersey, Podziemski, hanging, and I mean, it's right next to Kuminga. There's some Currys, there's some Thompsons, Wiggins, and all the rest of it. What's that moment like for you when you walk in the arena and you see people rocking the 2, or you come in the team store and you see a rack full of your jerseys? Do you have that oh wow moment still, or are you kind of over that?
I definitely did, for sure. Seeing my, people with my jerseys, especially some Santa Clara jerseys at the games, definitely a cool thing for me. And you take a step back and you realize, like, oh wow, people, are really fans and really enjoy, getting to watch me play, and so much that they have a jersey of mine. So see that is, pretty cool. It means I think I'm doing the right things. And I think for me, it's just, how can, I have other parents and, kids want to aspire to be like me, because I feel like my story can be shared with a lot of people and they can relate. And by just doing that, I think it's cool to see that in return, they sacrifice and give up their money to buy my jersey.
Brandon, we saw you earlier in the playoffs try to take our jobs. We saw you.
That was awkward.
Yeah, we saw you show up and interview Luka, and wanted to get a little bit of a reaction to that, but maybe ask it in this way. Now that you're a professional sports media guy, what question, if you could have one, would you ask yourself if you were us right now?
I feel like my question to myself, if I was in your perspective or your shoes, would be just how I got here and how was I able to mentally stay the course through a lot of adversity that didn't necessarily go how you have envisioned it. I think that'd be my question, because, it is tough and it is a journey and everyone's is different. But for me personally, just like how I got through the circumstances I had to get through to get where I am now.
All right, so how did you get to where you are today, and how did you mentally persevere through all that you had to deal with?
Yeah, I think it takes a lot, but it all comes down to what your goals are in life, what your motivations are, and what do you want from yourself. I knew the school, the 9-to-5 job wasn't kind of the route I ever wanted to be in. Not saying that's a bad thing or people can't be successful from it, but I knew I wanted to be a sports player, whether it was baseball or basketball. So anything that kind of got in the way of that, I just kind of eliminated that. But in terms of the distractions and stuff like that, I just knew that, God would never give me something I couldn't handle. And I always knew that I would get to where I wanted to get to. So anything that, I had trouble with or I didn't play, I just looked at it in a different light of how could I use this to help me be better in the future. And I thought that's what I would have to do this first year with the Warriors, thinking I would be in Santa Cruz a lot. So how could I use this year to propel myself for next year so there's no question in Steve's mind or Mike's mind that I should be playing a lot. Obviously, tables are different. I did play a lot. But that's just kind of my mindset at everything. That's a struggle for me is just how can I attack it and how can I get around it to be better so there is no doubt in anybody's mind that I'm capable.
And that's kind of the mindset you took up on the bump when you threw out the first pitch with the Giants. Was that a moment where you were thinking about a fallback career? Looked like you took that first pitch pretty seriously, Brandon.
No, I did. It was a dream come true for my dad for sure. He wanted me to be a baseball player. He still does. So for him to be there and see that, it was really cool. But I always felt if I could play and the Giants offered me a contract, I definitely would play. Baseball is still the love of mine, still a passion. I'm still good at it, fortunately. But yeah, it's just something I've, never really had to work at. It's just something, a natural gift I had. But yeah, if I could play again, I definitely would.
Dude, all of their pitchers are hurt. They're all hurt, Brandon. Have you called? Have they called?
No, they haven't. But if the day comes, you might see me in a Giants uniform.
There you go. Game time's about 2.5 hours away. I don't know if number 2 is available, but I feel like we can get you up there on the bump. They could probably use you.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's kind of the way most people respond about the Giants pitching right now. But anyway, Brandon, great stuff. Great kind of going down memory lane of a year ago tonight. So much has changed. And so here we go to get to do it again. Thank you so much for spending some time with us.
Yeah, thank you guys. Appreciate having me.
There it is. That's Brandon Podziemski. So not just future NBA star, future Major League Baseball star, future sports media star.
There you go. Yeah, and his media turn was memorable. The question was a little bit long, a little bit meandering, but he'll learn to tighten that up a little bit as he gets deeper in the media.
I'll tell him how to not be long-winded. Let me have him for a few minutes. I'll teach him.
And that's a great question.
Yeah, there you go. Play the one that I got, Grandy. Enough about the ones that Willard gets all the time.
That's a great question.
That's the one.
It was Kirkjian, wasn't it?
It was Verducci.
Oh, it was Verducci.
Yeah.
That's what it was.
Equally esteemed.
Yeah.
That's a good question.
That's a good question.
That's a 4. I wish I didn't like your Kirkjian as much as I did. I was actually just thinking about Brandon and his last name as we were doing the interview because we have our bit of all the mispronunciations.
It's not even our bit. It was real. Like everybody's messed up the name all year.
More and more now, it's not real anymore because he's become a name.
Yes.
He's become a household name in among Dub Nation. But now it's like Podziemski.
Yeah, it's easy.
But I kind of missed the old bit where it was Podziemski and the Poughkeepsie kid and all the rest of it.
I bet you we still got a couple coming this year.
But we're running out of time.
I know. No, I mean, year 2 is coming.
When I had that moment, because, we're talking and he's not in the room and Raymond Ritter's here and I'm looking at the camera and I look up and there it is right there. There's a rack of pods right there.
Well, and the funny thing is, from this distance, when you look at his last name on a jersey, it literally looks like somebody just threw half of the alphabet on a jersey.
It looks like Yastrzemski.
It's a lot of little letters. They're all squeezed in up against each. There's a lot of letters going on there. There's no way around that.
And somebody on our YouTube feed, I didn't catch the name because the feed's jumping off today, talking about the Klay Thompson jerseys being half off here pretty soon.
Well,
and I'm not ready for that sort of material, so I'm not even going to say it.
No,
it's
listen.
mean-spirited.
It does feel like I don't know what word to use. This is an interesting time.
It is.
This is an interesting time. I love that, from Mike Dunleavy the other day to Larry Harris with us earlier. I appreciate that the Warriors have not run from where this is. We all get it, right? There might be a major change, and there might not be. And so they've spoken to that well. Trades are hard. All of the quotes that have come this week.
And so it's a difficult position, and that's even what I was getting at with the conversation you and I just had about Klay. There's some semantics involved. I'm not asking the Warriors to say anything different than what they've already said. They have to say it that way. If you want to talk about respecting a legend, at minimum you have to say it that way. But I'm also going to express some concern with regard to if this does weave its way back to Klay. I'm worried about his mentality based on what we've seen the last couple of years. I'd be very worried that Klay takes that to the court, to the locker room, to whatever. It's not that he's not a professional, but he clearly is someone who is more cognitive than others. Yeah. We know this, right? He internalizes things. And this is probably not the whole year. It's not gone the way he envisioned it. I think that's fair.
And I think you could say that the offseason so far doesn't seem to be going the way he envisioned that as well. But I do think that when all of the dust settles and the chips fall where they may, he gets to a point where the reality sets in of where he is, whether it's here or elsewhere, what he's being paid, whether it's 2 years or 3 years or whatever the average annual is. I do have faith that he comes to a spot where he's able to kind of put that behind him because you have clarity. And this year was not about clarity. And I think that's what led to a lot of his angst and a lot of his edge was the fact that he didn't have clarity. He had a deal offered allegedly up front that he didn't like. And then from then on, it was a series of missteps, missed shots, and it was frustrating.
Well, look, the bottom line is this. No matter what anybody finds sort of like emotionally difficult in their life, they can get to a point where they'll say, okay, I've got that now. I'm better. I've thought about it. I had a conversation, whatever. And we always think that, oh, I'm getting better at it. But you fall off the wagon sometimes, too.
Yeah, no doubt.
Right? So Klay has these closed-door meetings with Steve Kerr. Toward the end of the year, you did hear him hold press conferences where he would say, listen, they've really helped me start to just, I just want to enjoy the rest of my career. I want to be thankful that I get to still come play basketball every day. That's better than what it was for a 2-year stretch when I was hurt. You'd hear that. And then the week later, you'd see something that made me feel like, oh, we're not feeling so thankful. Even to a point where, and again, we don't have clarity on this, but if you're unfollowing the Warriors on social media, that doesn't feel like someone who's just kind of in a happy-go-lucky space. And again, it's not that I don't get it. I get it. How is this not difficult? You're a legend. You've been through 2 horrific injuries. Other people who have been your counterparts have gotten signed, and now you're in this situation kind of really for the first time in your life. And I got to imagine, just like we talked with Brandon Ayuk, this can do things to your mind that are very challenging. And some guys are built for it, and they're just like, whatever. And other guys really take it with them every step of the day.
I can honestly say I'm built for this.
Steve Wilkes might be built for it. Maybe Brandon Ayuk's not built for it. So That's all I'm saying. If you're right, phenomenal. If Klay, wherever he ends up, gets to a spot where he's like, that's the way it went, let's go play ball.
Exactly.
I'm having a blast. If he gets there, great. I have some concerns that he can do that based on the experience of the last couple of years.
I don't have as many concerns because I know what it essentially is. It's a compartmentalization sensation is what it is. And I've had to do it. You've had to do it. And maybe it comes with age when you realize that you get to a spot and X, Y, or Z didn't go the way you wanted it to go. And then, okay, you have a choice. Either blow it up and do something else, or you swallow hard, you suck it up, you grab your lunch pail and your hard hat, and you get to work.
But I'd argue that I've seen some things in Klay through the years that would suggest that's not his strength. Like, I covered Kobe Bryant.
Yeah.
You want to talk about a compartmentalization sensation.
That's a buck.
That dude could take all this.
Oh, yeah, and there was a lot of that.
Shove it in his back pocket and go get you 42. That's
a rare individual.
Fair. That's a fair point. That's just the first example that comes to my mind.
Yeah.
That's not Klay. Klay Thompson, I'm comfortable saying he carries some of this stuff with him. It's not really a criticism. It's just who we've seen him to be.
And I do think, though, that part of what he has carried with him is the uncertainty of his situation.
That's
and
fair.
when you get to an offseason and then you get certainty, and if the market says you're 2 years and $30 million and that's what you are, well, then that's what you are. And that at that point, you could be bummed about passing on 2 and 48. You can be forlorn about making 42. You can be sad about once being a max player. But at the end of it, at the end of the day, as Rod Woodson used to say in our interviews when we had him on the show, at the end of the day, if you're 2 and 30, if you're 2 and 26, that's what you are. Dribble, dribble, shoot. This is what you get paid to do.
Yeah, like, listen, I get what you...
I think that he can do that.
Let me throw a totally faux scenario at you, because none of us know how the next few weeks is. There you go. Here we go, yo. So
thank you.
Let's say the market isn't wonderful. Let's say no one wants to do 3 years. Let's say Klay ends up coming back around. The Warriors have a good conversation with him, and he does get a contract that's 2 years, less than the reported offer that was on the table before the year, and the Warriors say, we would like you to be the sixth man. You think Klay's just going to be like, sweet, let's ride?
I think he can get to that point. Absolutely.
He could.
Yeah.
I think he could struggle to get to that point.
I think he could struggle, but you have a long time between a July 11th signing and an October 18th, I'm guessing.
Sure.
I don't know exactly when the opener is, but that's 3 months for you to realize how good you have it. You still get to boat to work. Rocco is still running up and jumping on your lap and slobbering on you.
Life is not going to be bad. I'm not saying that.
I do think with time, you can realize that life is still pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Even though you wanted X and you had to settle for Y and Z, I think that you can get there. I think the uncertainty is partly what would cause him the turmoil.
I wish you had this kind of faith in Draymond. Will you bring this attitude to our next Draymond conversation?
I wish you were more positive on this show. I'm sick and tired of carrying the water as Captain Positivity around here.
Somebody's got to keep you
Dr.
real.
Negatron over
Crying
here.
out loud. Draft Show is brought to you by Pettinelli Financial Partners. Their people, process, and passion inspire them to holistically serve their client families, and our draft coverage continues tomorrow. Steiny and Goo, Warriors headquarters, starting at 10 a.m. We right now are at the team store, Thrive City, Chase Center, draft night 1. Remember, if you come down to the team store and mention 95.7 The Game, you, my friends, will get 25% off. We are inching closer to the start of this thing. There's still plenty to discuss with the Warriors. 888-957-9570, the number, right here on Willard and Dibs.
And it's Dan Dibley here to get positive about something else. And you can scoff, but all you have to do is look at you have to ha into the correct side of the microphone. You did it to the backside. And speaking of backside, my backside's much smaller thanks to AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. Down 25 pounds. I should show you these skinny jeans I'm wearing because I could fit in them now comfortably. T-shirts are smaller. I'm into a medium. Lost 25 pounds, and I am feeling great. You, too, could lose up to a pound of fat every day. Not you, Captain Skinny, but the rest of us out here in Fat America. A pound of fat a day. Wouldn't that be great? Many people lose between 20 and 30 pounds in the first couple of months with AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. You don't have to worry about exercise. There's no counting points or calories, no prepackaged meals, no injections, no surgery. It's just a good, solid plan supported by doctors. If you want to lose weight, this is the plan for you. Give us a call for your free consultation, 925-854-5140, or go online to AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get...
how we're going to view the first round is there will be calls that are made trying to acquire some of our players that are under contract. We haven't made any calls yet to acquire a pick in the first round. I would say that unless something happens between now and 15 minutes until I go back into our meetings, I don't anticipate us getting into the first round today. That's not to say at some point, the first, second, third pick, there's somebody we're excited about that's falling after 15 or 20.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
That was Larry Harris on with Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Earlier, Draft Show Live, Chase Center, Team Store. Come on down, mention 95.7 The Game. Get 25% off anything in the store. I loved that quote. There was some funny stuff in there. He's like, I don't anticipate us moving into the first round today.
Yeah.
Well, how about tomorrow?
Yeah, it'd be tough to do it tomorrow.
I'm pretty sure it's got to be today, Larry, or else you don't get to do it.
And he also said that there's, I think, a moratorium between 3 o'clock Pacific and the start of the first round. So right now,
correct. We're already in the moratorium.
Right. So right now they couldn't make any sort of a move like that to move in the first round.
I pretty much got the vibe from Larry that we can probably relax about the Warriors making a transaction tonight.
Yeah.
He seemed pretty laid back.
He did.
I don't think anything's about to go down.
He either said to me before the interview or he said it on the show. I can't remember which one, but they are still working the phones. Like the phone's ringing.
Of course.
And it's not necessarily about, hey, do you want to move up and get Zach Edey, who I call the big stiff, and I like that big stiff from Purdue. And early on in the draft cycle, a lot of mocks had him in the second round, and I thought, could he possibly? No, he's not going to slide that far, and now he might be late lottery or in the teens tonight, first round pick. But, Larry made it seem like that phone's ringing.
Sure.
It's ringing for a number of reasons.
Might not be talking about the draft, but
exactly.
The phone is ringing.
No doubt.
There are plenty of reports out there. Logan Murdoch just reported this earlier today. This will surprise no one, but it's good to see it in a report that the Warriors are aggressively shopping both Andrew Wiggins and Chris Paul. There are some rumors bouncing around right now about Wiggins. I don't know if they're super believable. They haven't come from top sources at this point, so I'm not really of the mind to share them. I just know that the Warriors are aggressively shopping Andrew Wiggins. I did see some people sort of make this A to B, and I bet you'd agree with this, even though I'm not so sure. And here's what people would say. Let's say Wiggins goes in a deal, just any deal. Wiggins gets traded. A lot of people go, well, that means Kuminga is involved in the Paul George trade then, if there were to be a Paul George trade. I
don't see it that way.
Well, Paul George would be opting in, and the number is in the mid-40s, correct? Chris Paul's contract alone gets you sort of in the neighborhood.
48.8 for Paul George.
So you could do Chris Paul, Kevon Looney, Moses Moody, and a pick.
Yeah, that gets you close.
You could do it.
Could be GP2 and Kevon.
Yep.
And,
you can
any
do
of those things for sure.
You can do that. Is that attractive to the Clippers? I'd argue, actually, yes. I would. Because the $30 million is salary that you can grab. Moses Moody is an interesting young player. A pick is a pick. And again, I just don't think the Clippers are in that powerful of a position. That said, who knows which way this is going to go. I do think the Paul George stuff, there are days right now, all day, every week, it's been like, this is not realistic. It's just not realistic. And then I wake up the next day and you hear some people talking about it and you see the Knicks do a 5-year deal for Anunoby. And you're like, man, maybe this is realistic. So there are high-level NBA people who have said that's unrealistic. There are high-level NBA people who have said it's the most likely landing spot for Paul George. And the exciting thing for fans, especially if you're into it, is that the Paul George thing could happen as soon as 48 hours from now, this weekend.
Exactly. It could happen Monday, it could happen Friday, it could happen after Monday, but you start to look at the other teams that might be in the Paul George running, and New York was a big one, and when you sign Anunoby to that kind of a contract, and you still have Isaiah Hartenstein, who you probably want to bring back, although he might now be too rich for their blood. you start to stack up all the money that they're already going to be spending next year, and I don't know how they're going to be able to afford Paul George, who's going to be another max player, and you already have Brunson and Randall, unless Randall's a part of a trade.
Yep.
You know, if you send out Randall, and I don't know if the Clippers would be the team, maybe it's a multi-team trade, and, you know, those things always happen in the NBA, so you don't know what that deal would look like, but it feels like New York might be all set at the wing after re-signing Anunoby.
888-957-9570. We would love to take your calls on anything Warrior offseason related as we approach the NBA draft. And as a starting point, we've been asking all afternoon, Paul George, 4-year max contract. Do you think that's a good idea or a bad idea? And the reason we bring it up is Brian Windhorst already did. He absolutely pointed to the Warriors as a possible landing spot for Paul George and said they are one of the teams prepared to offer him a 4-year max contract. He is currently 34 years old, just turned 34 last month. So you can weigh in on that. Let's go to Mike in Santa Clara here on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Mike, what's up?
Willard, man, you took my thunder. That was the exact trade that I was thinking of. Exactly.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. It just means you and I are, we've got similar weirdo brains.
Exactly. Now, there was another one. I was kind of just playing around with the numbers and the math and everything. But if Wiggins was to be involved instead of CP3, you know, you keep Looney in there. You still keep the two first-rounders. But I was also thinking adding, even though we just, you know, we want, you know, like with GP2 and then Santos involved, that could still put us within that range also. But just from what I was thinking was like we would probably be around 11 to 13 million under and on top of it. So it still gives us a chance. One, we keep Minga. We still keep TJD. We also keep Podge. And then we can still work on re-signing Klay as well. And in the end, guys, it really just matters to just signing Steph, not signing Steph, I'm sorry, but getting him to another ring. And honestly, we just need, and Dibs, this is for you, we just need to get one for the thumb on that one. Thanks, guys.
Appreciate that. And I should have mentioned one for the thumb in our crossover when we were all talking about embarrassing moments where, like Steiny talking about having John Sally on and he thought it was John Fogerty, and I was doing high school state championship game, and I asked the coach for Modesto Christian, Roger Canepa, hey, so I guess we'll see you back here next year. One for the thumb, right? And he holds up his hand, on which there are only 4 fingers. Correct. He goes, yeah, well, probably not, because I don't even have one. And so, you know.
Which I really, again, I know no one wants to blame the guy who's only got 9 digits. But
about 9.5, honestly.
He really could have pointed to his other hand.
Could have.
He could have.
But he didn't.
And sold you out.
He actually did. And what happened was, Mark, is I didn't prepare properly. You know, you're doing 5 state championship games, and so you're doing all your prep, and I never Googled Roger Canepa table saw accident.
Yeah, well.
Roger Canepa finger count.
But he had a thumb. It was just on the other hand.
So after the show, I go home, and I'm up all night trying to figure out if I missed it, and about 3 hours in, I see a story from the Modesto Bee, Roger Canepa woodworking accident. And I'm like, oh, my God.
Dude, that sounds like one of the worst things I've ever heard in my... Can you imagine?
Yeah.
Just out there...
With the table saw.
Trying to build a chair or something like that.
Oh,
and
Schmidt.
You saw your thumb off?
About half of it.
Oh, God. I'd rather be Ronnie Lott. Like, at least he knew it was coming.
Seriously.
Oh, my gosh, that's brutal.
It's a bad beat. But anyway, hence the one for the thumb. One for the thumb is one that will be a part of my obituary someday, probably paragraph 7.
I know
the one-time high school host, most famous for one for the thumb, Yeah.
888-957-9570, draft show, team store, Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. Really glad that you're with us for this, and excitement feels like it's building. And to me, that's kind of a word that needs to be brought up more. Look, the Warriors are trying to win basketball games. They're trying to maximize Steph. They're trying to conduct themselves in a good way as a basketball team. That stuff's all like the standby. There's another aspect to this, though, in my mind. when we talk about, for example, a Paul George and a 4-year max contract, even those of you who right now here today are like, bad idea. Don't do that. He can be 38 years old. He's been hurt a bunch of times. Max contract, 38 years old. What are we doing? If that's your opinion, I think it's a fair opinion, but I'd also argue that even if you think that, the second it became reality, you'd be more excited than you were the minute before. This is about creating excitement, not just making the roster better. I do think that in the backroom conversations about this, the Warriors are aware, Joe Lacob is aware, we've got to get better, but we've got to get more interesting. We've got to create new excitement. Part of these legends being on this team, we love them. Everyone has wanted them to finish in this jersey, but at the same time, it forces it to be like it's the same group every single year. And I do believe that a good, healthy portion of the fan base has arrived at a time where they're really ready for something fresh as far as a preseason storyline.
Yes, and I do think a lot of the fans are pointing at Klay as the one that is not only most likely to go, but maybe the one that they most want to go. And Draymond was a guy last offseason that many fans wanted to see moved off the team, and some fans still do, but he's going to be here for 3 more years because he's under contract, and they're not trading Draymond Green as long as they have Steph Curry still on the team. So I do agree with you about the excitement, and I'm somebody who thinks that the Paul George max contract would be a bad idea, but it would also be very exciting to see PG-13 as a Golden State Warrior if they allowed him to wear that number. I know Wilt had the number, so it's probably retired, and so he won't be able to keep it unless they make a special move. That I think it's a bad move to give him the max, but it would be exciting.
I want to circle back to let you sort of reiterate to everyone why you think it's a bad idea, but first, to pass along yet another signing. And again, all of the signings right now are only going to be players returning to their own team because we are not at a period yet where you can sign elsewhere. But Nick Claxton will sign a 4-year deal to return to the Brooklyn Nets, $100 million. So Nick Claxton gets something in the neighborhood of the Draymond Green contract at $25 a year.
Pretty good. Yeah. Good money if you can earn it. Nick Claxton, 4 years and $100. So, yeah, and that's where Klay Thompson could be re-signed right now. Teams can re-sign their own right now, but you mentioned it before. It feels like there's a stalemate in talks, and whether or not an offer has ever been made or not, right now there's no offer on the table for Klay Thompson.
Yeah, well, Claxton was going to be an interesting free agent. It's certainly a name I heard some Warrior fans dream about because of his youth, because of his height. Nick Claxton is not going anywhere, and that after the Nets were able to, and I don't want to use the word unload, he's a good player, but after the Mikal Bridges move yesterday, and the acquisition of a ton of picks.
Right.
I mean, a ton of picks.
And if you're the Nets, you got to have somebody play basketball for you.
Somebody's got to play basketball.
Play.
They don't have to be good players, though.
No, you'd almost rather them not be.
Yeah, there are teams doing the no good players thing.
Yeah.
There's a few of them out there.
For sure.
I went to a game that Charlotte played in this year.
Jeez.
They don't have good players on that team.
No, and eventually they will. I mean, if you acquire, well, you're hoping to be like OKC where you're not good for a while, and then you acquire picks and you get good, and San Antonio has been that team for 5 years. We talked about it yesterday. Back-to-back 22 and 60 seasons. And now they've got Wemby, and they've got high picks again today in the lottery. So if you're San Antonio, the future looks pretty bright.
All right, back to what you said a minute ago in answering one of our main questions today, which is simply whether or not you think Paul George, max dollars, 4 years is a good idea or a bad idea. You said bad idea. Why?
He's too injured. And this year he played 74 games in a virtual contract year. Now, he could take his player option and stay with the Clippers for $48 million. That's fine. But it's really virtually a contract year for Paul George. So stayed healthy, played well, and he was an all-star. And I look at his previous seasons where you see the game total, 56, 31, 54, 48. This is a guy, and I think Steiny had the percentage. I think he's missed 35% of the games over the last 5 seasons, and that scares me from a guy who is just getting older. I know every player is getting older, but this is a guy who's had a number of injuries, some catastrophic, some ordinary, but he feels to me like a guy who's always hurt. So you're going to give a max contract to a guy who, maybe isn't going to be available, and you've got a team that's already old.
Yeah, I hear you. I could rebut that, though, by saying he's been an all-star 3 times in the last 4 years. He just completed his best three-point shooting season in his career. Just this season that just ended, and that was 74 games. Is that all the games? No. Is that essentially all the games? Yeah, that's a healthy season.
Yep.
You take 74 games from Paul George, and again, the reason I think good idea is because in my mind, I'm going to split this into 2 different things. To me, this is not a 4-year deal. It's 2 different 2-year deals. And I would argue that maybe one of them is potentially bad, but the first one would be very good. I think age 34 year and age 35 year at max dollars to be Steph Curry's clear-cut number 2 scorer on this particular Warrior team and match that 2-year deal up with the rest of Steph's career and Steve Kerr's as well, for that matter. Very good idea. Now, what happens after that? Well, there are so many questions to answer. Is Steph still going to play? Is he still going to play on the Warriors? Draymond Green becomes an expiring contract that next year, if he even opts into his player option. Could you trade him if you wanted to at that point? Is Steve Kerr still going to be the coach? And all of the other questions that go into it. Has Jonathan Kuminga been extended? Is he on the team? Is Brandon Podziemski going to get his option picked up? Like, that's where we would be at that moment. And so, to me, there's so many ifs and so many questions that there will be so much potential money coming off of the books. Also, a salary cap that's gone up since then. You're not worried about Paul George making $55 million in 2027. If it's not good at that point, there are a number of things you can do to take care of that. You can attack that, to attack the whole roster in a different way. So therefore, I find it preventative of nothing on the back end. And on the front end, man, I think there's potentially a lot of fruit there.
Well, you're taking the leap that you're going to find a team that's willing to take on a $55 million Paul George, which is not always easy to do that. Mike Dunleavy told you.
No, but
trades are hard.
But you could keep him. I'm just saying.
You can keep an aging player who's breaking down at $55 million.
Well, but after Steph's career, if that's what it is,
right?
There's going to be some sort of a reset.
I like what you're saying about 2 years here and 2 years there, breaking the contract down into 2-year increments, because the front 2 years, it could be good. And, I don't know if you're going to be able to stay out of the second apron and avoid those penalties. It feels like they're going to do everything they can to avoid those penalties, because then you start losing draft picks, and there's a lot of other restrictions that fall upon you when you are paying more than $190 million in overall salary. So I think that Paul George, if healthy, he can be a good number 2 for this team. Does it make you suddenly a top contender in the Western Conference? I don't think so, but that's really not the goal. I think the goal for this team is to do, in part, what you were talking about, get more exciting and bring in a clear-cut number 2. And if you do have Kuminga still and Draymond, you probably won't have Klay, and Chris Paul is likely to be the key piece in that trade. Are you more exciting? Sure. Are you better? Absolutely. Are you better enough to be a real NBA Finals threat?
No.
If everything goes right, maybe. But I don't think so.
And there's other moves to be made on the roster as well. It wouldn't be that all only on its own. But there's also something that you and I both said there that I think is a key thing to highlight. And I found it to be one of the big problems with the Warriors roster last year. I know that, like, for instance, when Larry sits here with us and he talks about the specific needs, our backcourt defense needs to be better. We need a scoring big. That's the specifics. Let me go on something that's a little bit less specific. I thought it was such a huge problem that the Warriors had no clarity and definition in terms of who their second option was. That was a revolving door. Sometimes it was Kuminga. Sometimes it was Klay. Sometimes it was Wiggins. Sometimes it was TBD. It was Podziemski or others who, and I'm not saying the second leading scorer has got to be the same person every night. Guys are going to have great nights and off nights and all of that. But as far as what's our option when we come down the court, who are we trying to go to? How are we building our offense? the arrival of someone like Paul George, it doesn't even have to be Paul, would provide some clarity in how you're attacking a defense, I think, a little bit better than last year's team.
Absolutely. In last year's team, you had, one of your best players unavailable for almost a third of the season because he had self-control issues, and Klay Thompson was not good for the first couple of months, so he couldn't be the second option, and Podziemski came in and played a lot more, and TJD later, and then Kuminga was your number 2 for a long time. So I do agree with that. And also, your wing defense gets better with Paul George. If you still have GP2 on the ball and you lose Klay Thompson, but you still have Wiggins, and I guess theoretically you'd still have Kuminga. Maybe you wouldn't have Wiggins. Maybe he's a part of the Chris Paul trade. That would be what brings back Paul George. But even if you took out Klay and CP3, and you took out, Wiggins, I think your defense still would be solid.
How's this grab you real quick? And this is from Shams, and he made this report just a short time ago. He said, quote, "I'm told Jimmy Butler will not be signing an extension with the Heat or any other team ahead of his opt-out into 2025 free agency." So now the Jimmy Butler conversation, I would think, at least evolves a little bit into knowing that if there's an acquiring team for Jimmy Butler, it's 1 year. That's it. 1 year. It's certainly, like my immediate read on this is that makes the trade return, if there is one, go down. You're not going to give up too much for 1 year of Jimmy Butler.
Right, and it's an interesting one, too, because he's making 48.8 next year, and then it's a player option for 52.4. So if you do acquire him, then you're either hoping that he opts in or praying that he opts out. Right. Because, if he comes to your team and he's not playing great and it's not working out, well, then now you're going to be stuck with him for 2 years and $100 million. I do think that Jimmy Butler becomes more of a trade deadline target next year. If Miami's season isn't going great, and if he continues to be at odds with Miami's front office, maybe you get to February and you decide at that point that you're going to trade him.
All right, we got a lot of sound to work through. Bob Myers spoke. Anthony Slater was on in studio with the roast, and there's a lot of important stuff for you to hear. And so we'll do that next. We'd love to hear your calls on into the 5 o'clock hour as the first round of the NBA draft gets started. 888-957-9570. The Draft Show is brought to you by Pettinelli Financial Partners, who strive to build long-lasting relationships with their clients, offering education and guidance throughout life's journey. We're also presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. This is Willard and Dibbs.
Hitting the road this summer? When you download the Fuel Forward app, you save up to 20 cents per gallon on your first fill-up.
p.m. in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Now, back to Willard and Dibbs.
It's a great question.
Wow, that's a great question.
That's a great question. That's a great question. And that's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
The only pause gets me every time. The only pause.
And that's a great question.
A great question. The Draft Show is brought to you by Pettinelli Financial Partners. Their people, process, and passion inspire them to holistically serve their client families. So glad you're with us. 888-957-957 is the number. NBA Draft is here. You want to try to pronounce this? We were just practicing it. Woj thinks that the number one overall pick, courtesy of, the Atlanta Hawks, is Zachary Risache.
Yeah.
Did I get it?
You did.
Okay.
And if you didn't get it, then Grandy will be the one to correct you because he's been Risacheing everyone on YouTube, and, he's been getting it right.
Oh, crap. Are your hiccups back?
They're back.
I knew it was just a break.
It's just...
we were on a break.
I know.
God dang it. Really?
It's been... all day. This is probably my 6th bout of the hiccups.
What is going on with you?
I don't know. I got a little acid reflux. A little bit of flux.
That's just weird.
Possible sick day tomorrow.
Oh.
DNP hiccups.
Yeah, you're gonna go home and test, aren't you? You're gonna go test.
Oh, for the vid?
Are you feeling it?
No. I'm not feeling vid.
Good.
I do have the ups though. Not the kind of ups that you
want.
Downs.
You got the ups.
Excuse me. I do have the Warriors pick for the second round because we have a Warriors pick contest.
Yeah, we're looking at it.
I've nailed it.
You did?
Yep. I'm not going to say it because then you'll try to bite my style. I got the hiccups. This is terrible.
Take a lap.
All right, I will.
Oh, gosh, you're doing it again? Jeez.
It worked last time.
You look like one of those people that's sucking on a helium balloon at a kid's party.
Oh, well, kids' party. Yeah. I'm going to a kids' party this week, and they better have helium.
You're not supposed to sound that excited about it. That's super creepy.
Whatever. She's 2. My daughter's 2.
Super creepy.
It's only fun if there are helium balloons.
Yeah, I'm going to a kid's party.
It's a rager. It starts at 9:30 before the nap. You're the one making it creepy, dude. You're the one making it creepy. I'm out. Turn me off, Tim. I got to fix this.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. Lots to let you hear that we haven't even really discussed yet. We gave you the Brian Windhorst talking about the Warriors definitely being in on the idea of Paul George and a 4-year max contract. Okay, there's that. But what about this? What if the Warriors do get Paul George and they bring Klay back? Bob Myers had this to say with regard to both of those players being Warriors this year.
So you add Paul George to the Warriors, and you say, okay, that's a really good team. You almost need Klay Thompson as well. I mean, the West, with what Oklahoma City is doing, what Minnesota is doing, with Ant-Man, with SGA, all these guys, what Dallas just did, I do think we're sometimes missing things and trying to oversimplify. Oh, you add Paul George, you add Klay Thompson. It's still not enough, guys. You need to build a team to compete with what is a loaded West, and even getting through the West. Now, the Eastern Conference showed they had the best team in the NBA. It wasn't that close, really. It was a 4-1 series against Dallas. But the thing that's different about the West is the depth of the West. You could be a very good team in the West and be the 9th seed. We talked just about Houston recently. Houston's trying to make the playoffs. The West goes, we talked about Phoenix. We talk about the Clippers still wanting to be good. We talk about the Lakers. We're still with LeBron James and Anthony Davis. It's a deep conference. So just getting through it all, you need depth. And Klay and PG may give you a better shot. But at the same time, I don't think either of them just solves all the issues for any team.
Okay, that's from Bob Myers on First Take on ESPN. You get Paul George, you can get Klay Thompson, still not enough. What do you think about that?
I think he's right. And it's not enough because you need probably 3 people. You need 3 players if you're going to, try to turn this thing around. And I look at Boston this year, and the big 3 idea is no longer a thing. You need to have more than a big 3. You need to have a big 6. And if the Warriors have Paul George and they have Steph. And let's just pretend that you don't have to get rid of Wiggins or Kuminga in all of this. Then, yeah, maybe you've got enough depth at that point. If you bring back Klay and he's your sixth man, and your bench would be, Klay and Pods and TJD and GP2 and Looney. I do think that that's pretty sturdy, and that might be enough to be a competitive team in the West.
I think now's where the conversation goes to exactly where, where Larry Harris kind of brought it earlier today with regard to what's happening on the margins. You know what I mean? Like, I think if you were to do something like that, your core's in place. When you say that's not enough, it's not like, I don't think at least, that Bob is saying, no, you need Giannis also. Like, that's obviously not even doable. I don't even really know how Paul George and Klay Thompson are doable, as we have vehemently discussed so far today. So that's where you get to on the margins, and I think that's what Bob's talking about, some of the finer points of why the Warriors struggled. And Larry Harris said that, part of that is backcourt defense. Yes, they need a scoring big. He said it. I thought that was music to people's ears. We've been hearing that from fans for 2 years. Somebody who's tall. That's what I would like the Warriors to have. It doesn't need to be a star, but somebody who's tall. That would be really cool on the Warriors this year.
Well, they had it last year, and then for whatever reason,
not really.
Early in the year, Dario Saric was good.
No, I mean tall.
He's tall?
Tall. No,
he's 6'10".
No, anyway.
He is the kind of player, if he would have been the kind of player that they thought he was, that would have helped tremendously. A stretch five who can shoot the three, but he got into a spot where he lost confidence. They lost confidence in him. He wasn't a great defender, and then he became a DNP machine.
But he plays smaller than that height. He's somebody who's spent almost his entire Warrior career behind the three-point line. Like somebody who is going to have a presence down low and get some rebounds and be an option when you get late in the shot clock to toss the ball into that person and have them be able to create their shot. That would be a huge piece of the puzzle for the Warriors.
Well, you're hoping it's TJD to an extent, it's not going to be Kevon Looney. He offensively is not a guy you can throw it to late in the clock and have you get a bucket from him. It's been Kuminga in many ways, but now he's become much more of an all-court player, and he's not really a big at 6'7". He can elevate over people, but not a lot of teams have that player, and usually in free agency, that player's not out there. And I mentioned Isaiah Hartenstein before, a guy who is with the Knicks, and he had a good year. He shot 33% from the floor, from three rather, but he's a 7-footer, a guy who can score in a number of different levels, but he's probably going to be too expensive if he indeed goes out in free agency.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's not going to be on the table for the Warriors. Want to get to this as well, and this is from the Morning Roast this morning. Anthony Slater was in studio for a couple of hours, and there are a few comments he made that I think are very relevant to the conversation that you and I had earlier with regard to Klay Thompson. For those of you just joining us, here's how I'll summarize it. Dibs, you fire in if you think I'm missing anything. But the basic idea behind the conversation was, I have tremendous concerns about any reunion between the Warriors and Klay Thompson, because if it's to come together, I believe it to come together at a price that's not going to make Klay happy. And I don't want angry Klay back. I would love the emotionally sound Klay Thompson of 2 years ago to still be on the Warriors. But I have big reservations with regard to whether or not that's even possible. Because for him to come back to the Warriors, that means that the Warriors have gone through other priorities. It didn't actually work. He's clearly upset about that. He's unfollowing them on Instagram. But then it also means he went out to the free agent market and didn't find what he wanted to find out there either. So now you're going to bring him back to the Warriors, probably for a price that's less than what you offered him just 9 months ago, and he didn't even want that. It suggests to me that Klay would have a hard time being the sixth man, not getting the money and the respect that he wanted, and I think that angry Klay doesn't work. You need happy Klay. You need comfortable Klay if you're going to have him on the Warriors going forward. You have faith that he can find that. I have major reservations.
Slate's sat with Bonte and Joe and talked a lot about Klay and the relationship and his mental side. Let's start with 85, Grandy. Slate's talks about how things got where they arrived between the Warriors and Klay.
Part of the reason it has gotten to as icy a point as it has is because what are the Warriors doing right now? They're not dealing with Klay Thompson. They're dealing with trying to get other stuff done. But Klay Thompson knows that. I think there is a part of Klay Thompson, and I would almost even say a large part of Klay Thompson, that is internally debating right now, like whether he just wants to leave. Regardless of money, years, this, that, and that's part of the story I put out last week was I think bringing that reality a little bit more to the public, that I think there's too much of this national perception, outside perception that, oh, maybe he's, looking at a deal that he doesn't really like monies and years wise. And, eventually maybe him and the Warriors will get back together. But both sides, of course, would love for this reunion to happen. That's just not necessarily where it is right now. I do think it's possible it comes back together. There's a lot of conversations that will happen between, now and let's say July 3rd, July 4th, whenever decision time does come. And there's a lot of moves or non-moves that the Warriors need to make that really impact the money and the situation that he would maybe be coming back to. But
okay, I'm really glad that we just got to that point because did you hear what Anthony just said there? This idea that's being put out to the public that both sides really want this reunion. He said that's just not reality. That's not where we are right now. And so our conversation started, and again, I'll admit there's some semantics involved in it, but it's sort of like questioning whether I get why the Warriors are saying what they're saying, but when of course we want him back. Well, do you? Do you really? Do you really, really in your heart of hearts? Because if you did, you would have an offer on the table, and I think they freely have admitted to the public that he's not option one. And if they did get Paul George, they probably can't afford Klay Thompson. So the transitive property, if you will, suggests that they actually, option one is not wanting Klay Thompson back. Right. It could get there, but it's not there now.
Option one for Klay Thompson is not coming back either.
Maybe.
Because he knows what the Warriors can approximately offer, and if he thinks that he can get more elsewhere, he's going to go elsewhere. And the thought's been out there that even if, and I think Anthony Slater was the one who said this, even if he has an equal offer from the Warriors and some other team, he'd be more likely to take that offer from the other team, because I do think that there are hard feelings on both sides, and particularly Klay. If he returned down 2 years and $48 million back in October, which is what the report has been, and it's not been refuted anywhere, so we take it as truth, and now the offer is maybe half of that, and even at that, if he's getting $14 a year, coming off of making $42 a year, and he's going to be the sixth man, and his role is going to be limited, and you're going to bring in this shiny new object, and now you're option five, I don't fault him for feeling some type of way. And if another team offers him 2 and 28, and the Warriors say, hey, we'll give you 2 and 28 to stay, if I'm Klay, I would be much more likely to go somewhere else and get a fresh start and get a feeling that that team wants me more than my own team, which has clearly put him on the back burner here in this process.
Okay, that's where you and I agree. I don't fault Klay.
Yeah, of course.
For feeling some type of way if it all goes that way. My point is, if I'm the Warriors, sorry, I get that you feel some type of way. I also don't want you on the team anymore if you feel some type of way. I'm a big believer in this in all industry. You got to hire people who want to be there.
No doubt.
You got to re-sign people who want to be there. You know what I mean? I know sometimes we go, like Brandon Ayuk. Oh, well, but he's under contract. I don't want Brandon on my team if he's literally walking up and down the sideline after the 3rd down and 8. Oh, they only got 6 yards. Yeah, well, if the organization had taken care of me.
Right.
I mean, you want this crap on your sideline?
Or you don't want him complaining about catches and touches because he's in a contract year. I get that.
I don't want people who are going to essentially make everything, and I'm not suggesting that that's everything that's happened to this point. I don't want unhappy people. I don't want unhappy people. You're going to be unhappy sometimes, but if Klay's in a spot where this has just angered him to no end, well, then the Warriors should move on. Right. The Warriors should not offer him anything.
You and I differ as far as, how Klay will feel when it's important for him to start feeling a certain type of way. And if the best offer, or if the Warriors have an offer out there that is as good as another team and he chooses to stay, I do think that he would be willingly able to change his tune and come back and be the Warriors. I don't think that he would take a deal from the Warriors knowing full well that he's going to come back and be angry. I do think that where they've gotten from the end of the year to now, it feels much more broken than what we thought back in April when he went 0 against Sacramento, and the thought was, oh boy, it looks like they're going to move on from Klay, or Klay's going to get maybe $30 million a year. Bobby Marks on our very show talking about 30, and then you and I talked about 25. Feels like about the number for a guy who shoots it as well as Klay does. And now the reports this week are 13 to 15 a year. If I'm Klay, I'm feeling a lot of different ways. I'm feeling frustrated.
No doubt.
I'm feeling some regret over turning down 2 years and 48 back in October.
Well, that's the funny thing. I mean, the funny thing is he's so upset by the Warriors, and if the market is what we think it is, and we don't know that yet, but if the market is completely dry for Klay Thompson, then who's he mad at for the 2-year, 48 offer? You should actually come back to the Warriors and be like, thanks, that was actually a really nice offer. Is it still available? Sorry, no, it's not. You know what I mean? Like, I get it. All right, here's
first 2 picks are in, by the way, just to keep people up with the draft. Risa Shea went number 1 to Atlanta, and Alex Sarr goes number 2 to Washington. Okay. Alexandre Sarr. So we go back-to-back Frenchies. Look out, Team USA. Steve Kerr, you better be careful. Team France is coming for you in a month.
Worst draft of all time.
You don't know that.
Worst draft of...
And this is hypocrisy from you, because you always say, ask me in 3 years.
Because you think I said something I didn't just say.
You said worst draft ever.
I have no idea. These players could be amazing. This is boring. It's boring as hell that we are about to get names we've never heard of read to us.
Alexandre?
Get out of here. I mean, my gosh. This is
I've seen every dribble from... Checks notes, Alexandre Sarr.
This is like going to a graduation in a city where you don't live. We're just, right? Like, Billy Simpson. Good. I'm glad you... I'm like, who? What is this? Anyway. More from Slates. Grandy, give us number 86. This is Slater saying that he thinks that the Warriors and Klay breaking up might just be the right thing to do.
There is just a chance, particularly from the Klay side, that just a breakup is needed. A fresh start is needed. I would say it's leaning that way. Again, I don't want to go too definitive because things change this time of year. The situation can change. The money either on the market can change enough, the Warriors offer whatever, that maybe it comes back together, but that is not the way it's trending.
Okay. Not trending in a good way.
Right.
Leaning toward a breakup just being the right thing to do, and very much suggesting that's where Klay's head is, at least as far as Anthony can tell.
And as far as any of us can tell, because he unfollowed the Warriors and he scrubbed his feed of championship pictures of he and Draymond and Steph.
It's just like I'm almost apologetic that it didn't hit me until today. If that's where Klay is, why do any of us want him back? Why? Someone give me a good reason why, after watching this guy for 2 years, both on and off the court, seem nothing but disgruntled. As he declines, by the way, I still have the utmost respect for everything he achieved. I still wish that a happy Klay would have a spot on this team. But none of us can do anything about his mental state. And if this is truly how he feels, I don't even know why the Warriors would offer him $1.
Because he can shoot, and you're a team that relies on shooting. Not on this team.
No, find someone else. Find someone else who'll be happy to be here.
You're going to find somebody who is a 38.7% three-point shooter, a guy who can be a volume shooter. He can stroke it from distance. You don't have that on your team. You're a subpar shooting team outside of the chef.
That's why you trade for Paul George. He shot over 40% this year.
Didn't shoot as many threes as Klay Thompson.
By the way, nobody wanted you to shoot as many threes. I love when people are like, he made the most threes. Yeah, because he shot the most threes.
Yeah, that was always my bit.
And people were getting mad at him for gunning. You don't get credit for that. Just firing up too many threes. If you're one of the top percentage guys, that's good.
His percentage got better over the last couple of months of the year.
But it was low for him.
Yes, it was his career low? No, 2 years earlier he shot 38.5, but one of only 2 years where he was under 40%. And that would be the reason why I, as a Golden State Warriors exec, would want him back, because it's a league of shooting and you don't have enough shooting.
Right.
And if you're going to rely on Kuminga and Pods and first quarter Draymond.
No.
Draymond was great in the first quarter.
No,
he could stroke it through 12 minutes.
I'm looking for shooting. I'm looking to acquire shooting.
It's not that easy.
No, it's not that easy. But again, I'm going to take happy 37% instead of unhappy 38. I promise you that every single time. And speaking of unhappy, Grandy, go ahead and give us 87.
87,
this
Grandy.
This is exactly what Slater said in addressing Klay Thompson's unhappiness last year.
For the right money, the right price, and the right mindset, that, if he came back, if the entire vibe is happier, I think they would. But, it was an unhappy season for Klay Thompson last year. I mean, we all saw we can go through, blow by blow if you guys want to.
No,
but
we've done that already.
It wasn't that hidden what was happening. And him kind of coming to grips at this stage of his career, obviously the finances involved. I really think the lack of communication and motivation from the front office to get something done with him was, kind of looming over everything. There was a benching, there was, the closing time situations, again, stuff you all know. And it's just, I think, part of what he's deciding right now is from a happiness perspective, from a mental health perspective, and we all know he really kind of dives deep into that and what is will make him happy. I think he's deciding I think there's a lot of benefits to the Bay, benefits to the legendary status and living here, boats, all that, but there's also you might just want to go try something new.
I mean, the most important thing I thought that maybe he said all morning long was when he just mentioned the vibe. Would the Warriors want Klay Thompson back? Yeah, if the vibe's different. I mean, I could not agree more. It has to be different. That almost has to be part of the conversation. I think sometimes when we're dealing with free agency in sports, we always act like the team is just begging the player to come. Please pick us. Please pick us. Take our offer. This is the money we'll give you. Will you please accept us? In this particular case, I would do it very differently. Klay, we'd love to have you back, but you got to be Klay. You got to be the person you used to be. If you don't want to be here, we don't even need to have this conversation. We don't even need to talk about money. You decide right now if you want to be here, and if you want to be here, we can talk about a contract. And everybody on the Warriors, you're going to show up with a common goal. And this whole thing's going to be less about individuals. I mean, that's another thing that I don't even know why we never got to last year. We can all understand why Klay's unhappy, but my goodness, that's a lot of individual behavior.
Yeah, we talked a lot about it early in the year when he was shot hunting and he was playing with that edge.
He's selfish.
Playing angry, yeah, and it was a lot of it. And, you could talk about Draymond Green playing selfishly in his own way, the way he was losing his temper. That's selfish behavior. Not being able to control yourself and costing your team an entire month because you chose to lash out against opponents.
You say chose to. You're not wrong. It's selfish behavior, but it's a little bit less sort of targeted or purposeful. Draymond Green loses his cool because he has a hard time keeping his cool.
Well, the fact that he choke dragged Rudy Gobert, I would argue that was something that was unnecessary.
Of course it's unnecessary. However, if somebody's got anger issues, it's not under their control. That's the problem. The problem is he can't control himself. Klay Thompson knowingly decided, I'm going to go out there and prove to everybody I'm still Klay Thompson, and I am going to purposefully shoot shots that I shouldn't shoot so that you can all see that I'm still the same guy. It's a little bit less organic, is all I'm saying.
Well, I think you're giving Draymond Green a benefit of the doubt that I don't give him.
No, I'm not giving him any benefit of the doubt. It's selfish behavior.
Well, you're saying it's outside of his control, and I would disagree with that.
He's out of control.
I don't think that he's ever talked about him having anger issues, and
that's
we
not
don't
clear.
ever. No, I'm not in his body.
I mean,
you don't know that. I mean, we can all make our judgments, but Draymond Green has never said, "I need to seek help for anger issues." We all have just seen what he's done, and we all make that leap.
What he did during his suspension, I don't know. The league certainly said that he was, quote-unquote, getting help.
Right.
My point being, Draymond Green, I don't think at least,
goes into a basketball game and goes, all right, here's what we're doing tonight. I'm going to choke Gobert in the second quarter. But Klay Thompson knowingly went out there and started shooting shots that he knows he shouldn't shoot because he was playing his own game. So much of what happened with Klay Thompson last year was happening inside his own mind as opposed to what was happening on the basketball court. And that's a problem. It's not that I don't understand it. It's not that it's unforgivable. It's none of those things, but it can't happen again. And Draymond's not a free agent, so it's not even that's not a relevant conversation for today.
It's relevant in that Draymond got his contract,
but that's different year.
Went out and acted the way he acted.
Absolutely, but that's not. I mean, we're here. We're here now with decisions to make.
And you got 3 more years of Draymond.
Yeah, and he's not one of the decisions to make. He's here.
Well,
Klay Thompson is a decision to make, and that.
Well, it sounds like they've already made the decision.
I don't know about that.
Well, the decision is, we will bring you back at a very, very low number at the end of free agency. That's the decision they've made. They've decided not to.
I think that's
They've decided not to extend him already. And you just mentioned Nick Claxton just got extended by his team earlier today.
Yeah.
And that's something that the Warriors could have done. They could have made that decision if they wanted to, and they've chosen not to.
Well, again, you're making it sound final. I think it's all of these things are contingent on what happens first. I don't know what the number would be. I don't know if the number would be anything. To me, what's happening right now, there's clearly a scenario where the Warriors flat out don't offer Klay anything.
Right.
That's what they've done to this point, and that's why I'm challenging this idea of everyone keeps saying, we badly want him back. Oh, we badly want him back. Well, then offer him something.
Yeah.
You don't badly want him back. That's
they
all.
Won't. I mean,
not now.
They would love to have Klay Thompson for the minimum. I mean, seriously.
That's fair.
I mean, and
that I bet they would do.
They've never filled in the blank on what they would pay to, quote, badly want him back. Because for me, if I badly want something, I badly wanted new irons, new golf clubs. And so I went out, I got fitted, and I paid more money than I should have, but I got them because I badly wanted the
Good
PXGs.
for you. You've earned them.
I did.
Yeah.
And, I could have gone to a secondhand store and gotten irons for 1/12 of the cost, but I badly wanted them. So I went out, I paid full freight, and I got them.
Yes, you prioritize things you badly want in life.
Correct. And
yes.
if the Warriors badly wanted him, then he would have a 2-year extension, and they would overpay, they would keep him, and they would have the player that they, quote, badly want.
Let's go to Marvin in Livermore on Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Marvin, what's cooking, man?
How you doing?
What's up?
Hey, I'm just thinking 3 or 4 years ahead. I can't see the Warriors keeping Kuminga and signing him to an extension because that would make him one of the main faces of the organization. And he's already dissed Steve Kerr, and he dissed Steph and Draymond. Remember when he said the person that has influenced him the most was CP, who had only been there 3 or 4 months. I'm just worried that they give him the bag, and then he will revert back to some of the things he was doing on the bench, and they're trying to pump him up to get him to play. What do you think?
That's an interesting take. I think that it's this is just me now. I can't say that you're wrong, but that's a little bit of a leap that he's, quote, dissed Steph and Draymond due to the fact that a different NBA dignitary, another future Hall of Famer, came in and had a profound effect on him at a time when he really needed it. I can't say that you're wrong. I've never walked away from an evening and felt like Jonathan Kuminga dissed Steph Curry. Steph Curry is a less vocal leader than some others, Draymond and Chris Paul. So whatever got to Jonathan, that's great. I don't think it necessarily means anything about any of the other players. I also just think that whole question, we're not there yet. We're not there yet with regard to Jonathan Kuminga and an extension. There's a lot to figure out, and that's another thing that I would put over there kind of next to Klay Thompson and call it back burner. Like that's not I don't think that's a now conversation.
It's not. And if you look at the Jordan Poole extension, when that happened, it was in October. It was about 10 days before the start of the season, and it happened shortly after the punch. I believe the extension was already in place, and maybe that was part of the motivation and part of Jordan Poole's cockiness was the fact that he was going to get that bag. And he knew it, and he got, $140 million, and that happened in October. So if you're thinking about a Kuminga extension, I would look to October, and maybe it never happens because if you're talking about trade pieces, and Paul George has been top of mind all day, if not all week, Kuminga may never get that extension. With the Warriors, he may get dealt and wind up getting an extension with another team.
That said, as I look at the Warriors right now, Jonathan Kuminga is just not on my list of problems. He's just not even on the list.
No.
Like my hope for this next couple of weeks is that he's still on the team. That's very high on my list of hopes, is that Jonathan Kuminga is not involved in any of the deals that they make. And if he is involved in a deal they make, I'm pretty much hoping that it's a deal that I don't see coming. Because the players that we feel like we see coming, whether it's Paul George or any of the other names out there, I don't know that any of them would call for Kuminga to be in them. It would have to be an even better player, certainly a younger one, I would argue.
Perhaps. I mean, we'll see what the Paul George market looks like as we get closer to the end of the week. I would say the more likely traded pieces would be Chris Paul and Andrew Wiggins.
Sure.
And that if you're the Warriors, and I know that they are aggressively shopping Andrew Wiggins was the report that you had earlier.
And Chris Paul.
Well, Chris Paul, of course.
Chris Paul's not going to be on the team next year. So
we know that.
Yeah.
There's about a 0.001% chance that he is. And so you're shopping that $30 million looking for a team to be able to take that and scrape it. It's a take and scrape. That way you take it right off the books. And so you're hoping that that's the way it goes. And Warrior fans, of course, you're hoping you don't trade Jonathan Kuminga right now and you have another year to look at him. And let's say you do give him an extension in October and you give him the pool extension, 4 years, $140 million, $35 a year. That doesn't kick in until next year. And so next offseason, you can take that number, if you're so inclined, and do like you did with Jordan Poole, which is trade that big $35 million number to another team.
We're going to keep going on the phones, but I want to take a moment to let everyone know what's coming up when we're done here at the top of the hour, and that's none other than Mark Grandy and Evan Giddings, who will keep going for another couple hours into the evening covering the NBA draft. And as we mentioned, you never know. The moratorium's over. We are now 4 picks in to this NBA draft. And could there be something Warrior-related, or could there be things that happen that affect the Warriors? Absolutely. So as the picks continue to come in with the rest of the first round and all of the perspective, and we've had a couple free agents signed during this show, that'll all keep going to 8 o'clock with Mark Grandy and Evan Giddings around the corner.
Reed Shepherd out of Kentucky goes number 3 to Houston. Stephon Castle, another UConn player, goes to San Antonio. So the Spurs continue to load up. We've got 4 picks in, and we've got the fighting Wisemans on the clock right now. The Detroit Pistons. And if you're Wiseman, all you're thinking is, please don't draft a big.
This is James Wiseman.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I don't think he cares.
Like 4
What's
bigs.
the difference between being 3rd or 4th on the depth chart?
Well, I mean, there's the thought of him not even maybe being on the team sooner than later.
Jason in the city is next up here on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Jason. What are you doing?
I just parked. I'm actually gonna check out the Giants game.
Oh,
today.
good for you, man.
So, yeah, I love it. Like, beautiful weather here.
You say that as if it's some just sort of like wild safari journey that you're on. You're like, it's crazy. I'm going to go check out the Giants game. Yeah, people do that all the time, Jason.
Yeah, man. Well, I mean, the Giants they're not. We could be doing better, so that's why I'm like, yeah. But
hey, they're
anyway,
going for 3 in a row, Jason. Come on, Hayden Birdsong era starts tonight.
Sounds good. Well, I'll give you an update about it later. I called about this Klay situation, and I'd love your honest take, because I'm thinking about 2 really big picture things for as a fan and as an organization. Last year was, the emotional intelligence required from Steve Kerr was just insane, man. JK calling him out, Draymond with an indefinite suspension, Klay getting benched, and Decky passing away. I mean, I'm sure everybody wants to get back to basketball. I'm sure that Steph, Draymond, even Klay himself, Kerr for sure wants to get back to basketball. There's a part of me that thinks, okay, is that informing the way the organization and the team and Dunleavy that they're thinking about it? Let's get back to basketball. We don't have a lot of years left with Steph. That's one big picture thing. The other thing is, 10, 15 years down the line, honestly, shoot me down if this is a weird way to think about it, but statues, jersey numbers, whose legacy are we really? Obviously, number 30 is going to be retired, but is that another way we're thinking about it? Is that a different way? I know the devil's in the details, but I'd just love to think about the big picture, getting back to basketball, and how much that's affecting the Klay and Warriors thinking. Thanks.
Yeah, you got it, Jason. Have fun at the game. I don't know, Dibs, how you feel about this. I think that inside that building that we are right next to right now, inside that building, because we're at the team store and we're staring right at Chase Center, I think inside that building they are much less romantic about Warrior basketball than we are, which is weird to say because they are the Warriors. But when it comes to Joe Lacob sitting down in a boardroom with his top 3, 4, 5, 6 people with him, and they're talking shop, I don't think right now they're sitting there going, all right, number one thing we got to be mindful of, statues, legacy, just totally handing all of our decisions over to the people who have made buckets for us over the last 12 years. I don't think that's the conversation. I think they're mindful of that. They get it. They're not stupid. But right now, inside that building, they're trying to figure out how to be awesome in October.
Be better. And that's
period.
That's the only job. And that's why they're coming out front-facing and saying how much they want Klay. They really, really badly want Klay to stay here, and they want Klay to be here. But inside that boardroom, they're thinking about the financial ramifications of what they can do to even have Klay here if they want Klay to still be here. And it's not 2 years and 48. It certainly isn't a 3-year deal. So I do think on the surface they would like to have Klay back, but it's a much, much smaller number. And they probably know deep down that that's not going to work. But front-facing, you still have to put it out there that you want Klay. You love Klay. You revere him. His jersey is still up here in the team store. It is for sale. And if you can get here and mention 95.7 the game, you do get 25% off if you show up. So I do think that behind the scenes, they're not romantic about anybody other than the chef.
They're freaking competitors, man. And they're trying to compete. And they're trying to make good decisions. What do we got? Another pick in?
Ron Holland the second. G League Ignite.
Okay.
Born in 2005.
Come on, that's not a real thing.
He's 18. He'll turn 19 on July 7th. And, man, he's got a very, very shiny outfit. Yes, the Detroit Pistons, thank you, Lucas, have selected Ron Holland the second.
I've been saying this about the Pistons for a couple of years. They need to get younger. And so they did tonight. They got an 18-year-old, and I think that's going to serve them well, Dibs. I like the pick.
I like the player. He's now the third oldest player on the Pistons. He's not, but if you look at their roster, they have, I think, 8 players who are 22 or younger. Cade Cunningham's the old man. He's like
Seriously.
24.
Oh, it's crazy. We're sponsored by Meineke Car Care Centers. We're at the team store here at Chase Center. The NBA draft night is here. Grandy and Evan are going to take over in 20 minutes and take you another couple hours. 888-957-9570 is the number. And we got plenty more time to talk to you about all Warriors things. Oh, plus, remind me, I need to pay homage to a couple of people coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Brought to you by Meineke, your one-stop shop for total car care. With over 50 years of experience and financing options that let you fix now and pay over time, you can trust your keys with Meineke. Engines, brakes, tires, oil. Meineke, doing car care right.
I'm David. I'm John. And I'm Chris. We're the 3 brothers that own Jack's Restaurant and Bar with 5 locations in the Bay Area.
We learned the restaurant bit.
Guys, that's my line.
That's my line. Pretty sure that was my line. Guys, we don't have time for this. Jack's serves delicious breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Visit Lowe's.com/messy for more details.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, that's us. It's the Draft Show live at the Team Store, Chase Center, Thrive City. Big night, big week, all kinds of dub stuff. NBA free agency upon us. And it is all brought to you by Pettinelli Financial Partners, who strive to build long-lasting relationships with their clients, offering education and guidance throughout life's journey. Again, 15 minutes away. Grandy and Giddings together all the way till 8 o'clock to bring you all the NBA perspective as things continue to unfold. Could there also be some free agency news more of it, in fact, that comes out tonight? OG Anunoby, huge deal with the Knicks. Nick Claxton, a big deal with the Nets today. So those two teams have been really active in the last 24 hours. Those two gentlemen will keep you up to date on everything and give you everything they know as well as it all unfolds. Before we continue talking about the Dubs and all of this stuff, I just wanted to take 30 seconds.
Which means 2 minutes.
No. Actually 30 seconds. Mark it right there.
When you start.
Okay.
I'll mark the tape.
3, 2, 1. I could do it in less than 30